Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI interpretation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter unmasked the wizarding world and awakened forbidden power? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Adopted by a sharp-eyed witch who understands power, Harry Potter is raised in the manners, politics, and quiet manipulations of pure-blood society. Entering Hogwarts under a carefully crafted mask, he plans to observe, not play, until Voldemort's return and Dumbledore's interest force him into a deadly game where surviving means outmaneuvering both lords. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. I would forever wonder how I managed to get through exams. I think it came from having a study routine established from the time the Slytherins were hating me. I was able to dive back into it without much disruption or difficulty, this time ignoring any Granger-ish tendencies. In the end, I was fairly confident. The written exams were a breeze. Afterwards, I firmly believed in the powers of flashcards. None of the questions were too hard. The worst one is definitely in herbology. I had to write an essay on the attributes and anatomy of honking daffodils. It wasn't that we hadn't covered them, just that it was difficult to take notes over all the noise. My practical exams I was extremely proud of. I was able to make my pineapple tap dance across my desk, and I got bonus points because the pineapple finished with a slide and a tip of an imaginary hat with one of its leaves. Snape praised my forgetfulness potion, and I was able to repot the bouncing bulb I was assigned with it only slipping out of my hands once. I very proudly presented McGonagall with my X-Mouse Now snuff box at the end of my test with her. It had a lovely filigree pattern on it, which spared me some of the points I lost when the box squeaked every time the lid opened or closed. History of Magic was my last exam, and I was grateful to get it done. I was free to relax in the Slytherin common room too. Exams had seemingly made the rest of Slytherin House forget why they hated me, and I was now welcome to be seen there again. I dumped my bag by an empty couch and flopped down on it, closing my eyes and letting out a sigh of relief as I twirled my wand absently around my fingers. Grinning slightly, pleased with myself, I opened my eyes and began flicking my wand absently, letting off tiny celebratory bursts of silver and gold light. "Quit blinding everyone, Potter," Parkinson snapped as she walked past angrily. I smirked. I knew why she was so angry. Her snuff box still had whiskers on it and McGonagall docked her a letter grade for it. "Your face handles that quite nicely for us," I shot back. "Quick, everyone, avert your eyes before the ugliness blinds you." Parkinson glared at me, kicking my bag over as she stalked towards our dorm, probably to do pout in a bubble bath or something. I rolled over and picked up my bag, not overly concerned. "Hey, Potter." I looked up. It was Daphne, who was looking down her nose at where I was sprawled half on the couch and half on the ground, reaching for a rogue quill. She nudged it closer with her foot. "What is it, Greengrass?" I grunted, tucking the quill back into my bag and sitting up. "Something wrong. Your brother is out in the hallway making a scene and trying to get someone to let him in to talk to you," Daphne said shortly. "Normally I wouldn't have bothered playing messenger, but he's being highly inconvenient." "Harry," I said in surprise. "Thanks, Greengrass, I'll handle him." "See that you do," Daphne said, sniffing and striding off to join Nott at a table in the corner. I stood up and headed for the door, stepping out. Almost immediately a hand grabbed my arm. Lorena, we have to talk." I gathered, I said, pulling my arm free from Harry's tight grip with a wince. "Harry, what's going on?" "Daphne said you were out here trying to get into the common room." "Yeah, I had to talk to you," Harry insisted. He looked around suspiciously. "But not here, let's go somewhere else." "Look, Harry, exams just finished and I'm tired," I begged. "Can this wait?" "No," Harry said sharply, surprising me. I looked at him. His cheeks were pink from excitement and his hair was even messier than usual. He looked like a worried wreck, green eyes shining with nerves. "Okay, I know a place," I said, and guided him up 2 floors and into a secret passageway. "Fred, George and I are the only people who know about this place, they reckon," I explained. "We should be safe here." "Perfect," Harry said, looking relieved. Look, after exams, something occurred to me. He explained that Hagrid had admitted to giving the secret of getting past Fluffy to the man who had given him Norbert. I agreed with Harry, that person was likely whoever had let the troll in and was trying to get to the stone. Tell Dumbledore, I advised. He can add extra protection. Can't, Harry said, shaking his head sharply. I tried, but he's been called to the ministry. I raised my eyebrows. He's not even in the building. So then. Exactly, Harry nodded, following my train of thought. Whoever is after the stone, I noticed he was nice enough not to accuse Snape in front of me. They have a clear shot to it tonight and tonight only. So they have to be going after it. And what's your plan? I asked. Get an ult to Dumbledore. No, Harry said, shaking his head. Ron and I were going to watch the door to Fluffy, but McGonagall caught us and yelled us off. Hermione was following Snape, but he gave her the slip. And now we're back to where we were, only the stone's going to be stolen. Harry, calm down, I cautioned, surprised by how intense he was getting. We'll figure something out, we just have to. Lorena, don't you get it? Harry demanded, eyes gleaming. We don't have time to figure it out. If that stone gets stolen then Voldemort's coming back and we are both dead. So I'm going through that trapdoor tonight to stop that from happening if I can, and if not, well, then I guess I'll get expelled and go back to live with the Dursleys and wait for him to find me there. I froze. That thing coming back, stealing my breath again, nearly killing me. It made me tremble. Fear overrode caution and I nodded. Harry, I said shortly, I'm coming with you, we'll do this together, and the stone will be safe. Voldemort won't get it, I promised, hugging him tightly. Harry went slack in my arms. Hermione and Ron want to help too, he mumbled. I blinked. You're going to let them? They want to help, he shrugged. I can't stop them. We all four won't fit under the invisibility cloak. You won't have to, I said. The third floor isn't far from the dungeons. I can get that far without being seen. You know that niche that used to have a vase in it that those Hufflepuffs accidentally blew up last month? Harry nodded. I'll be waiting there. Now how do we get past Fluffy? That's why I came to you, Harry admitted somewhat sheepishly. Hagrid said if you pay him music he'll fall asleep. I stared blankly. And well, you sing in the bath all the time. I threw up my hands. So now you want me to serenade a Cerberus? I demanded incredulously. And be our lookout, Harry added hastily. We figured you'd stand by the trapdoor and keep Fluffy asleep while we went down. You're the best dueler of us all so you could be our guard and help us get back through the trapdoor once we've got the stone. See, I sighed irritably. You're lucky I love you, Harry James Potter, I mumbled. Fine, I'll sing a lullaby to the three-headed pooch. Thank you. And Harry. Yeah, for the record, I think this is a terrible idea. It was nearly midnight when I slid out of my bed. I was dressed in jeans and a sweater, more practically for lulling beasts to sleep than the uniform in my opinion. My wand was tucked into my hair, holding it into a bun. Keeping quiet, I left the dorm, closing the door softly behind me. Thankfully, there was no one in the common room. Everyone was reveling in not having exams to cram for, and people had taken to turning in earlier and catching up on the sleep they'd missed. It was a lucky break for me. I crossed the common room swiftly and left the dungeons. I used the same route I had when I was going to prank the Gryffindors to get up to the third floor. The niche I'd mentioned was not far down the hall from the door Fluffy was behind. I could see from where I was concealed that the door was already open. Rena, Harry's voice whispered down the hallway. I stepped out and felt presences move closer. The cloak swished out and I was enveloped under it with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Are you clear on the plan? Hermione asked me as we shuffled closer to the door. It was hard going with all of us under the cloak. Yeah, I told her, Harry said. And look at the door. SN whoever has already got past Fluffy. Thank you, I said primly as we stepped closer. You can go back now, Harry offered Ron and Hermione. You can take the cloak, I won't need it from here on. Don't be stupid, Ron scoffed. We're coming, Hermione insisted. Harry pushed the door open and we all stepped inside. This was my first time seeing Fluffy. Harry had described him as a huge dog with 3 heads and gigantic teeth and claws, but I hadn't quite had a grasp on what Harry meant when he said huge. I was imagining a dog larger than Hagrid, certainly. I wasn't quite ready for a dog that took up most of a room, with only a small strip of floor near the door not covered in dog. Low, rumbling growls came from Fluffy as we stepped inside. Three noses sniffed madly in our direction. Fluffy knew we were here even though he couldn't see us, and his middle head whined in confusion. "What's that by its feet?" Hermione said, pointing. "A harp," Ron said. "Snape must have left it." I resisted the urge to give Ron a nice hearty shove out to go say hi to Fluffy. "It must wake up the moment you stop playing," Harry realized. He glanced at me. "Lorena, you're up." I licked my lips, cleared my throat, and started singing some mindless top 40s tune that I'd heard Aunt Petunia play on the radio one day. From the first note, the dog's eyes began to droop. I hardly stopped even to breathe as the dog's heads drooped. Finally they rested entirely on the ground. The dog's eyes gave one last flutter as it tried to stay awake, then they shut and the animal's breathing evened and lengthened. I waved the others forwards. We emerged from the invisibility cloak as they surrounded the trapdoor. "Help me," Ron asked, grabbing the loop on top of the trapdoor. Harry grabbed a hold of it and they heaved. The trapdoor swung up and open. "Well," Ron said as they stared down into the darkness. "You want to go first, Hermione?" "No, I don't," she said shrilly. Fluffy twitched and I gave her a dark look, singing louder to try and cover their conversation. "Is there a way down?" I sang, working the words into the melody of the song before returning to the lyrics, which was a little harder than I'd anticipated. Harry looked up at me in surprise. He shook his head. "I don't see one, it's all dark. We'll just have to drop." "Well, here it goes," Ron said, and made to swing his legs into the hole. Harry shook his head. "I'll go." "You sure?" Hermione asked, worriedly. "I don't know how long I can sing." I sang pointedly. They nodded and Harry swung his legs into the hole in place of Ron. "If anything happens to me, go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore," he ordered, before easing himself into the hole. He dangled by his fingers for a moment and then let go. I leaned forwards, watching and waiting in horror. I was very not okay with Harry using himself as the guinea pig, but if I stopped singing to protest, Fluffy would wake up and we'd all be in trouble. There was a muffled thump. I waited on tender hooks, and Harry finally called up, "It's okay, it's a soft landing, you can jump." Ron immediately followed. Hermione went last, giving me one last worried look. I waved her on and she pulled herself over the side, plummeting into the darkness. It was just me and Fluffy now, and my voice was the only thing keeping me safe right now. I didn't know a whole lot of songs, just snatches I'd picked up here and there and some of the ones that always played on the radio. I didn't know how Fluffy felt about repeats, so I tried to mix up the material as much as I could, from lullabies to pop to a rock ballad that nearly gave me a heart attack to try, but Fluffy didn't seem to mind. I quickly realized that the problem wasn't how many songs I knew, it was how long I could sing. The only place I had sung in the past was in the shower. I only got 10-minute showers before Uncle Vernon would go out and flip off the hot water to get me out. I had only sung in increments under 10 minutes, and I seriously doubted they would get the stone and be back in under 10 minutes. At 20 minutes, I was starting to get a little thirsty. At 30 minutes, my throat was starting to hurt. I was getting worried. At 40 minutes, my voice was cracking on high and low notes and Fluffy was twitching slightly. I was stressed, scared, and started looking for other alternatives. At 45 minutes, I was cursing Fluffy for laying his head down on his feet and half covering the harp I could have been playing. At 50 minutes, my voice was starting to give and I knew that I had to get that harp or Fluffy would wake up and, more importantly, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would pop out of the trapdoor expecting Fluffy to be asleep and get a snarling angry dog instead. At 55 minutes I had worked up the courage to do it. My voice was on its last legs, scratchy and hoarse, and I didn't have any time to spare, so I didn't waste any being cautious. I marched up to Fluffy. The harp rested under the chin on his left head. Then, the worst thing possible happened. My voice gave. I mouthed about 2 measures, trying to make sound come out, but nothing happened. I dove at the harp, my elbow accidentally hitting Fluffy. The dog's left head jerked up and yawned widely, foot shifting and knocking the harp away. Frantically I lunged for it, but the middle and left heads were waking up. I heard them give a large sniff and the left head snarled. The heads began to bark and the middle one came at me, trying to bite my arm. Screaming, I lunged back. I turned, trying to run back to the safety of the cloak. One head snapped, grazing my back, and I jumped away. A paw swiped out. The weight of it caught me in the side and threw me to the left. Claws dug into my side and around my back as I went flying. My other side slammed into a column. Bleeding, in pain, scared, I dragged myself behind it and looked down at my side. The sight of all of the blood staining my sweater made me groan. Oh Merlin, IMO.Ned. I had to get to the hospital wing fast, or I was going to bleed out here on the floor. Wouldn't that be a great welcome back for Harry, his sister's bloody corpse on the floor? I had to bite my lip too. Keep from screaming as I dashed to the door. I was surprised to realize how much walking pulled at your sides and back, and every single step seemed to send pain burning up and down the cuts. Something shifted and throbbed inside of my chest and I sobbed. I had a broken rib. I clutched my side frantically, trying to use my sweater sleeve to stop the bleeding as I walked, but the wool fabric was scratchy and it made the cuts hurt even worse when I barely touched it to them. Sobbing, bleeding, and barely able to see in the darkness, my vision fading in and out, I headed down the third-floor corridor, trying to cover the cuts with just my hands, but they hurt too. Everything hurt, every step, every breath, every shift of my clothes was agony. I reached the stairs to the fourth floor and cried harder. The idea of going upstairs was enough to make me want to just lie down and wait for someone to help, but I knew if I did that I'd probably bleed out. With a groan I reached out with my left hand, the one not on the cut side, and grabbed the banister, heaving myself forwards. I lifted one foot and placed it on the first step, then the second, then the third. I tried not to think about the pain each step would bring and just focus on making my feet move. I was 7 steps up and panting with agony when it happened. My knee gave way when I tried to take a step and I toppled forwards. I grabbed wildly for the banister. I managed to catch it in both hands, swinging me around. My injured side connected with the wall and I screamed and let go to clutch it. My back connected with the stairs and I screamed again. I wanted nothing more than to curl into a ball and cry over the pain, but I couldn't do that without it hurting more. I had to get to the hospital wing, I kept telling myself. I had to. Reaching out, I started crawling. I hated it, every motion, how much it hurt, how degrading it was, how much energy it cost. I tried not to think about the alarming amount of warm wetness on my hands, arms, and clothes. It was all coming from me, and the idea made me sick. I reached the top of the staircase and almost stopped to rest, but I had to keep going. I reached up, the banister the only thing I could see clearly. I reached for it, but my hands flopped weakly onto my chest. I groaned and tried to go for it again when I heard it. Footsteps. I'm here. I groaned in my whispery voice. Please, please find me, please help. What's going on, oh dear Merlin? Blackness swam in my vision, but this time it wasn't from blood loss. Snape, I said, a small smile trying to tug at the corners of my mouth. Harry, others, trapdoor, stone, gotta stop, dog's gonna. Stop talking, Potter, I understand you. Snape barked, dropping to his knees beside me. He waved his wand and something white and soft appeared under me. His wand waved again and a glowing silver shape burst from the tip of it. I stretched out my hand to touch it, to bask in the soft warmth it let off. I couldn't tell what it was though, my vision had gone all blurry. I realized Snape had taken off my glasses and was examining my eyes. Pretty, I sighed, my hand falling away as the silver shape ran off. My eyes fluttered shut. I was so tired, and I was really cold. I wished that silver thing hadn't left, it was at least a little warm. Potter, Potter, damn it Potter, stay awake. Snape was yelling at me, but I ignored him. Exams were over, I'd just gotten slashed by a gigantic dog. I deserved a little nap. So I sank into the blackness. I could hear voices. Wake up. Any time, I potions wearing off. Conshish us. No, she's not con. If I had, sooner, she. Do that, Sev just make, feel guilty. They didn't seem to be saying anything important, or at least not anything that I could understand, so I let myself sink back into the blackness. There, my body didn't hurt. There I didn't have to worry about anything. It was nice there, I thought fuzzily. When I came back to myself again, I opened my eyes. I looked up and saw a high ceiling with sunlight streaming through arched windows. I was surrounded by white screens, and I was on a bed, but it wasn't my bed, and it wasn't my dorm. Hospital wing, I sighed, and groaned when the deep inhale pulled something in my side and back. You're awake. Madame Pomfrey came hustling around the screens, smiling in pleasure when she saw me. Miss Potter, you gave us all a scare, I have to say. What happened? I slurred. My tongue felt thick and my throat was cottony. I coughed. Water, I requested hopefully. Madame Pomfrey went to the table beside my bed. Professor Snape found you on the stairs on the 5th floor. 5th. I cut her off. I thought I only made it to the 4th. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and passed me the glass. No, you made it to the 5th, Miss Potter. I don't know what you were thinking, dragging yourself all the way up 2 floors when you were bleeding like that. The professors, well, let's just say it took a few teachers to get it cleaned up before the students woke up. I reached for the glass of water, wincing when my side pulled. I ignored it though, reaching for the glass anyway. The soreness will go away with time, Madame Pomfrey assured me as I took long sips of the water. It refreshed my throat and made me feel capable of talking. Harry, I asked in concern. He's okay. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips. Your brother managed to do a number on himself as well. He will be fine though, but he hasn't woken up yet. I've been keeping him asleep to help his body repair itself and replenish energy. I nodded. Hermione and Ron. Mr. Weasley took a nasty spill, but I fixed him up with some Skelegro rather easily. Your rib was healed the same way. The cuts, Madame Pomfrey hesitated. How bad? I asked through clenched teeth. I knew I shouldn't be angry at Madame Pomfrey for the new scars I'd have, but I couldn't help but wish she'd been able to do more. I already had one scar on my face, I didn't need them all over my torso as well. Not as bad as it could have been, Madame Pomfrey hedged. I looked up at her. I want to see, I ordered. Help me up. Miss Potter, that's not really advisable, you've been asleep for 2 days and, for Cersei's sake. I ignored her and threw the sheets off me with a flourish, biting back the pain it caused. I grunted as I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat up in a rush, trying to get it over with. That was a mistake. My head swam and I started to topple off the bed. Madame Pomfrey grabbed me gently, helping me stay upright. If I fetch you a mirror, will you stay sitting and not try to get up? Madame Pomfrey bargained. I nodded. She pulled out her wand and flicked it, muttering a spell. A full-length mirror appeared, floating in the air in front of me. I reached down to the hem of my hospital gown and tried to lift it. I got it up to my thighs before I realized I couldn't get it up any farther. Blushing in humiliation, I grit out, I can't get it. Madame Pomfrey flicked her wand and the robe vanished, leaving me in a pair of clean white underwear. I inhaled sharply as I saw the scars. There were 3, each about as thick as my wrist. They started on my right side, just above my hip, and wrapped up and around onto my back. I asked Madame Pomfrey to move the mirror around so that I could see. She did, and I stared at the scars. They faded in thickness as they reached my spine, where Fluffy's paw had hooked trying to catch me. I closed my eyes. They were hideous, a dull pinkish purple color and slightly sunken. They will heal, Madame Pomfrey encouraged. Over time they will get better, and someday they might even fade entirely. Someday, I said bitterly. That means years from now. Madame Pomfrey clucked her tongue. Now, that's not the proper attitude. With daily applications of vitamin E. It may not be proper, but it's realistic, I said shortly. Don't tell Harry, I said as I lay back on the bed, pulling the sheets tightly around me. I didn't want to see any more. I wanted to ignore it as much as I could. Voldemort had marked me again. Maybe not directly, but it was his fault. It was trying to stop him that got me these scars. Miss Potter, Madame Pomfrey said, placing a hand on my shoulder and trying to comfort me. It really doesn't look that bad. I snorted. You think I'm concerned about how it looks? Madame Pomfrey blinked in surprise as my voice turned venomous. Please. I'm too skinny, I'm too small. My hair never lays flat and my glasses make my eyes look small. I can accept all of that, appearances have never bothered me. But the one thing I never thought I'd have to deal with was having another reminder, I whispered, my hand trailing to my cheek. Madame Pomfrey didn't have anything to say to that. She was silent, one hand raised halfway to her mouth as she looked down at me sadly. She opened her mouth and closed it without saying anything. Finally, She said, I have a pain relief potion for you. I stretched out my mouth wordlessly and she passed it over. I popped the cork out and downed the pain potion, grimacing at the taste. I handed her back the empty vial. I'd like to rest, please, I requested with cool politeness. Madame Pomfrey nodded wordlessly and left my little cubicle. Staring up at the ceiling, I blinked, and felt tears roll down my temples into my hair. One more connection. How disappointing. I came when I heard news of your recovery, but you're just lying in your bed feeling sorry for yourself. I looked up. Professor Snape stood in the gap in the curtains Madame Pomfrey had just vanished through. He looked even more intimidating in all his black clothing against the white backdrop of the hospital. Sorry, sir, I said, sniffing and wiping my eyes. I'm just upset, I finished lamely. Yes, I heard your conversation with Poppy, Snape said, breezing into my little cubicle. He sat down in the chair beside my bed. I was suddenly very conscious of the fact that except for a pair of beep I was BPD. I couldn't bring myself to care though, with the sheets draped over me modestly. Besides, I didn't see Snape being one to go after his female students, particularly the scarred, bedridden ones. You caused quite a commotion when you dragged your bleeding self through the school. What, pray, were you thinking? I was thinking I needed to get to the hospital wing, I said dully. Snape raised an eyebrow. Well done, Miss Potter. You managed to keep a cool head in a painful situation. However, that's not what I meant. Why were you near that dog in the first place? Harry came to me, I said, noticing how his mouth tightened in displeasure when I mentioned Harry. I longed to ask why he was mad at Harry, but I figured he probably wouldn't answer, so I didn't bother. He explained the situation to me. Dumbledore was gone and that whoever was after the stone knew how to get past Fluffy. Who? I paused, realizing I didn't know. Who was it, in the end, sir? Quirrell. I choked. I'd have sooner believed Snape did it. Quirrell, but he can't even talk without stammering. A clever charade, Snape said, shaking his head. Apparently he found a beaten, broken portion of the Dark Lord on his travels and made a deal. The stone for power. The Dark Lord's soul latched onto Quirrell's like a parasite. The Dark Lord was living on the back of Quirrell's head. My eyes widened. His turban. A disguise, yes, Snape confirmed. Who did you think it was? He asked, eyes narrowing. I could tell by the way he was tense that he was actually concerned about my answer. You mean did I agree with Harry and think it was you? I smirked slightly. Snape gave me a warning look. Don't cheek me, girl. No, sir, never, I said with a small smile. To be honest, I didn't go along with them because I wanted to know who was after the stone. I wasn't even curious, I admitted, a little bit surprised to realize it. I went to make sure Harry was safe, and, I admitted a little sheepishly, because I wanted to be there when he found out he was wrong about you. Snape raised an eyebrow. You didn't believe it was me, even for a moment. No, sir. I see. Snape shifted, looking mildly uncomfortable as his eyes darted away from me for the first time since he sat down. I had the oddest feeling that I had somehow touched him, that I wouldn't believe this of him. What happened, sir? I asked. I don't remember much. I didn't even realize I'd made to the 5th floor, I said grudgingly. Snape snorted. Well, you did, and left quite the trail of blood for Filch to clean up. A picture recognized you staggering down the hall, bleeding all over the floors and, knowing you were a Slytherin, came to fetch me. I found you collapsed on the stairs reaching into the air. What were you trying to grab? Banister, I explained. I was trying to stand up. I see. Snape shook his head in disbelief. By the time I got to you, you were nearly unconscious from blood loss. I conjured a stretcher under you and conjured a Patronus to send a message to Dumbledore. Patronus, I repeated blankly. The big silver thing. Snape looked mildly offended. The Patronus charm, he explained somewhat testily, is an immensely complicated and very difficult spell that evokes a partially tangible positive energy force known as a Patronus. It acts as a shield against dark creatures that feed on despair, such as Dementors and Lethifolds. I nodded like I understood what he'd said. Mentally, I was making notes to hit the library and find out what Dementors and Lethifolds were. Right, I said breezily. The big powerful silver thing. Snape glared. I'll forgive you that comment because you're injured. After sending the Patronus, I brought you here and assisted Poppy with administering medicinal potions. You had 2 broken ribs and had lost an alarming amount of blood, not to mention the cuts themselves had to be healed. As you may have noticed, the cuts have scarred. I winced. That's because Fluffy, Snape looked physically pained saying the name, and I took a mental snapshot of his face as he said it, as a magical creature. A rare one, in fact, which means very little research has been done on treating wounds inflicted by his kind. Someone should look into that, I muttered irritably. And what about Harry? Did he and the others make it through all of the defenses you teachers set up? Snape scowled, looking annoyed. One day I really need to find out where you get your information, he muttered under his breath, before explaining. Yes, for the most part. Mr. Weasley was taken down by Minerva's animated chess set and Miss Granger elected to come back and get him to safety instead of continuing with your brother. Only one person could pass beyond my test at a time, he added somewhat smugly. What did you do, sir? I asked curiously. A riddle. Many wizards can come up with a random spell to do what's needed, but finding the best spell, common sense, that's what many lack. Among 7 potions, 1 allowed them to pass, 1 allowed them to go back, 3 were poison, and 2 were nettle wine. I'd like to try and work that one out sometime, I muttered thoughtfully. I will request you be discharged the hospital wing before you attempt to possibly poison yourself, Miss Potter. If you insist, sir. Your brother, Snape said, continuing to explain, found the last chamber with Quirrell waiting. The stone was concealed inside of the Mirror of Arise, and he... What? I asked blankly. The what? Snape paused. Dumbledore told me that you and your brother had encountered it before. A tall mirror that displays your heart's desire. Possibly the most unimaginatively named magical item. Desire backwards, I realized as I remembered the mirror. Yeah, I saw that thing, I said with a scowl, remembering what it had showed me. Snape seemed intrigued by my reaction. Surprised to know what you desire. Not really, just disappointed, I admitted. Wincing, I explained, that night when I was crying, I struggled. That was when Harry and I found the mirror. Snape looked surprised. I was unaware it had such a big impact on you. Yeah, well, it did, I muttered. Snape took pity on me and continued explaining. Professor Dumbledore, a close friend of Nicholas Flamel, advised him to hide the stone within the mirror. An enchantment was placed on it so that only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it from the mirror. So Quirrell couldn't get it, I realized. But Harry could. Indeed, Snape nodded. Quirrell attempted to force your brother to get it. Even Voldemort faced him himself. I shuddered at what Harry must have gone through. I'd have to ask him about that later, see how he was doing. Madame Pomfrey said he hadn't woke up yet. So did they torture him of something? I asked worriedly. Pomfrey said he wasn't up yet. Snape shook his head. No, he was not tortured. Quirrell realized that your brother had inadvertently retrieved the stone and attempted to take it by force. However, he was unable to touch your brother without burning physical pain. Potter realized this, and used it to his advantage, grabbing Quirrell and, quite literally, burned him to death with his touch. That was a lot to process. Questions spilled out as I tried to get my head around the last bit of Snape's story. Wait, so Harry killed Quirrell? By touching him? How is that possible? Snape sighed. Dumbledore is of the school of thought that love is the most powerful magic of all. Here we see evidence to support that. What caused the burning was what is referred to as sacrificial protection. Your mother Lily placed the protection on you as her final act. I paused. If the killing curse kills instantly, then did she know? Snape shook his head. You misunderstand. It is not a spell in the sense that you have been taught. Your mother, Snape seemed to get choked up. He swallowed thickly and continued. By giving her life to protect you and your brother, that placed the protection on you. Her death was the trigger. When a victim chooses to die in the place of another out of love and devotion, it enacts an ancient magic that protects the intended victim from the murderer's touch. Because Quirrell had a piece of the Dark Lord's soul inside of him, he couldn't touch your brother. I see, I whispered, although I wasn't quite sure I did. So, if Quirrell's dead, and Voldemort. Don't say his name, Snape hissed. I blinked. Ron had never surprised me by being uncomfortable with Voldemort's name being said aloud. I'd assumed Snape would be made of stronger stuff. Fine, I huffed. So Quirrell kicked it, does that mean Moldy Shorts is done for good? Snape stared at me blankly. I got the feeling he was trying to decide whether to rebuke me for that or laugh. All in all, it was an absolutely hilarious expression on the Stoic Potions master. I started laughing and immediately stopped as my side throbbed. It hurts to laugh, I Ned. Snape rolled his eyes at me and answered my question. No, Miss Potter, there are still ways the Dark Lord could return. He looked at me reproachfully. But this avenue is closed to him for now, yes. Flamel has agreed for the stone to be destroyed. I see, I murmured. So he's still out there. My fingers trailed up to my cheek in what was fast becoming a habit. So this sacrificial protection, is that why Harry's still out? Snape nodded. It drew upon your brother's own energy to protect him with. He held on long enough that he nearly drained himself dry. He will need several more days to rest and recuperate. I see, I nodded. Seems like I got off easy, then. You had your side torn open. I didn't have my energy drained though, I countered. No, you just had your blood drained, Snape replied sarcastically. Foolish girl, he said as he stood in a flurry of robes. I have exams to grade. If you don't have any more questions. No sir, I said, shaking my head. I wasn't surprised by his abrupt departure. To be honest, I was surprised he'd turned up at all. Then feel better, Potter. Thanks sir, I said. Snape left through the screen, then paused and turned. Perhaps you can entertain yourself with your gifts from your fellow students, he suggested. You will be here for a while, after all. I stared at him blankly. Gifts? What are you talking about, sir? Snape rolled his eyes and pulled back one of the screens. Just beyond it was a rolling table piled high with sweets and wrapped presents and flowers. My eyes went huge. Why? I asked blankly. Why are people giving me presents? You survived, Potter, Snape said vehemently. It deserves to be celebrated. But I didn't even go down there. I protested. I literally did nothing but stand there and sing to a sleeping dog. It's bloody embarrassing is what it is, I burst out. Be that as it may, some people find your continued existence to be worth celebrating, Snape said. He pushed the table towards me. Oh, and you passed your potions exam with flying colors. With that, he left. Staring at my pile of presents in amusement, I began to dig in. There were a few random Slytherins I'd interacted with who'd sent me small candies. Quite frankly, I didn't trust them, so I set those aside. A surprising amount of Gryffindors had sent me gifts too, mostly those from my brother's year. A few random people seemed to have left single wild flowers, but I had no idea who they were. Probably classmates of mine. Finally I got to names I recognized. Neville sent me a bouquet of daisies. Ron and Hermione had each left cards with chocolate frogs on top of them. Fred and George had teamed up to buy me a gift basket filled with, not anything normal, but books on pranking and items from Zonko's joke shop, a place they'd mentioned in Hogsmeade. Accompanying it was a note saying get better soon, pupil, you've got more mischief and mayhem to spread. Love, F and G. I laughed as I set the basket aside, feeling better already. I could only imagine what would happen if I set off a dung bomb at the Dursleys. They would definitely have some punishment, but it would almost be worth it to watch them lose it. Even some of the Slytherins who I would loosely consider myself friends with, or at least on amicable terms, had sent me gifts. Zabini was responsible for a bouquet of white lilies, probably a play on my middle name. Daphne had sent me a wooden box of assorted candies. Lily had left me a note saying she was glad I'd pulled through and to get out of the hospital soon along with a small bottle of Lily perfume. Tracy left a note saying basically the same thing along with a couple of chocolate frogs. Nott had even given me something, a book entitled Medical Potions Through the Ages. Inside was a ripped-off half-sheet of parchment reading to break the boredom. Turns out you Potters are responsible for a lot of modern medicine. Benefit from your ancestors' hard work and get better soon. I set that aside, intrigued, and made a note to start on that as soon as I was finished looking through my gifts. There were only 3 left. First was another book. It wasn't wrapped aside from a single black ribbon tied around it. Smiling slightly, I guessed who it was from. I picked it up. The cover was leather-bound and it looked secondhand. I swept the ribbon off, used it to tie together the random flowers into a bunch, and examined the book. Ancient Magic was the title. I flipped it open and found headings for things like magical sheets mothers handmade for their children, blood spells, magical lullabies, and, unsurprisingly, sacrificial protection. The book was an odd mix of light and dark magic that I was curious to learn about. I set that on my nightstand with Knott's book, ready and waiting. The next to last thing was a vase with long white tulips. I pulled them close and sniffed them curiously. Smiling, I rotated the vase, looking for a card, but there wasn't one. I had no idea who else might have sent me flowers. Shrugging to myself, maybe they were from a teacher, I plucked one tulip out and grabbed one of Blaze's lilies. I tucked them both into Daphne's card and slid them into Ancient Magic to press. Finally was a small, leather-bound book that looked oddly small. I picked it up, staring at it curiously and turning it over in my hands. A note slid out from the front cover. I picked it up and read it through. Lorena, I'm awfully sorry about Fluffy. I know he feels bad about what he's done. Dumbledore's decided to send him off anyway, seeing as he's not really needed around Hogwarts with the stone gone. I'm so sorry about what he did to you. To make it up to you, I asked some of your parents' old friends for pictures and put this album together for you. Hagrid. I tossed the note aside and grabbed the book, opening to the first page eagerly. There, smiling and waving up at me, were my parents. They couldn't have been more than 16 or 17. They were hugging each other tightly in front of a fountain I recognized from Hogwarts, bundled up in winter clothes and surrounded by snow. I felt my eyes begin to prickle but forced it down as I turned the page. It was warmer out. There was no snow, and my parents were having a picnic on the grounds with some other students. There was a dark-haired woman, a handsome black-haired man, a skinny, sickly-looking brunette, and a pudgy boy shoving a sandwich into his mouth. My parents were leaning against each other, my dad offering Mom a bottle of butterbeer with a smile. Next was a picture of just my mom, blinking wildly from behind my dad's glasses and looking horribly confused. Then a picture of my dad passed out ungracefully over a textbook in the library, glasses pushed up onto his forehead and drooling slightly. I covered my mouth and giggled at that. The next picture really did make me tear up. It was my parents at their wedding. Lily looked gorgeous in pure white and my dad was dapper in his suit, even though his Gryffindor red tie was crooked. As I watched, Dad shoved a piece of cake into Lily's mouth, smearing it on her chin. Lily smashed a piece into his cheek in revenge while the same dark-haired man as before laughed. Wildly behind them, I flicked through all the pictures. In every single one my parents stared at each other with love and happiness, like they couldn't imagine anything being better than what they had. Sometimes other people were in the pictures, sometimes it was just them. The handsome man and the sickly one popped up more than anyone else, although the pudgy boy and the dark-haired woman appeared fairly often. I guessed they were close friends with our parents. I wondered who they were, if they'd been the ones who gave Hagrid copies of the photographs. I finally set the album aside, having examined each picture twice. Smiling slightly, I adjusted myself on the bed, pleased when Pomfrey's potion kept things from hurting. I settled back against my pillows and opened the book from Knott, diving in. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew I was waking up, the book open on my stomach. I opened my eyes, blinking blearily. Someone had taken off my glasses. I reached for the nightstand, patting absently for them and wincing when my side pulled painfully. I was going to need another dose from Madame Pomfrey when she came back. Here. Someone pressed the glasses into my palm. I slid them on, blinking in surprise when I saw the headmaster himself sitting in the chair Snape had vacated. Headmaster, I greeted blankly. What are you doing here? Dumbledore stared at me for a moment, eyes shining from behind his half-moon glasses. He was absently twirling a white tulip from my bouquet in his fingers. I wasn't sure whether to tell him to put it back or not, but for whatever reason, I didn't like the headmaster messing with my mysterious flowers. I have spoken with Severus, he began. Despite my request, the way he said it made it seem like that request was actually in order. He took it upon himself to explain about young Harry's adventures. And how they ended. Don't be too hard on him, sir, I begged. I just started asking questions and I guess he felt bad for me. Yes, that wouldn't surprise me, Dumbledore said, and he looked slightly displeased by that fact. Much as it would others. Your brother has not yet woken, and before he does, I would like to speak to you about your part in all of this. I was the lookout, sir, I explained. I was supposed to watch for anyone coming and keep Fluffy asleep. What happened? I stared blankly. Ah, sir. Dumbledore nodded to my side. The gesture struck me as unexpectedly callous. Clearly, Fluffy did not stay asleep. I bit my lip, biting back a snappy comment. Mouthing off to Parkinson when she got nasty was one thing, mouthing off to the headmaster could get me expelled. I lost my voice. I tried to get the harp but Fluffy was laying on it, I explained. I got closer trying to get it, and that's why Fluffy got a swipe in, I finished lamely, pulling the sheets tighter around me. I was not okay with having Dumbledore around when I was BPD. Something about his piercing blue eyes made me feel like he could see through the sheets, and even though that was a crazy idea, I couldn't quite shake it. I see, Dumbledore nodded softly. Well, I have to say, I am surprised on one thing. What's that, sir? I knew why I was surprised. I'd made it a hell of a lot farther than I thought I had. I am surprised you didn't go down the trapdoor with your brother. I stared at him, hard. Considering your professed closeness, I would have expected you to be by his side. I gaped. Did he honestly think? But then I saw the slight wrinkling of his nose. He didn't think I abandoned my brother. Or rather he did, but it was worse than that. He thought I had stayed behind, had bowed out of the unknown challenges, because I was afraid. Because I was a coward. Because I wasn't one of those bold as brass Gryffindors he championed and I followed my head instead of my heart. With Ron and Hermione with him, Harry had a good chance and someone should stay behind to make sure Fluffy was asleep when they came back. Harry asked me to stay behind, I said coldly. I did what he asked. That's all there is to it. So you would follow your brother? Dumbledore asked. He leaned forwards like he was trying to impress the seriousness of the question. I got the distinct impression that whatever this conversation was, it was saying a lot more than I understood. But Dumbledore had asked me a question, and the honest answer was yes, always. Dumbledore blinked slightly, but smiled and nodded. Good. He will need your support. Thank you, Miss Potter, I feel much better about some things now. Oh, and enjoy your chocolate, Dumbledore said, pulling a chocolate frog from his pocket and adding it to the pile. He walked off, still twirling that white tulip in his spindly fingers. Something about the gesture made me mad. Right, sir, so long as you feel better, sure, why not? I grumbled, and settled back into my sheets. I winced as something pulled and made a mental note to ask Madame Pomfrey for another vial of pain relief potion when she came by next. And, I added, looking down at the sheets, a new hospital gown would be great. I was getting really tired of conversing with my teachers in my skivvies. Madame Pomfrey discharged me the next day, giving me a flagon of pain relief potion and telling me to take a sip if my scars started hurting again. House elves were dispatched to bring all my gifts down to my dorm and to fetch my uniform. The only thing I didn't let them take was the album of my parents. I wanted to keep that on me. It hurt to dress, but I had to do it, so I didn't summon Madame Pomfrey to zap me into the clothes like she'd zapped me out of the hospital gown. I stuck my hands into my pockets, smiling when I felt the familiar wand of my wood. I wrapped my hand around it and felt it warm under my touch, welcoming me back. Feeling braced, I began the tedious task of making my way from the hospital wing to the dungeons. I'd waited until later in the afternoon, when there would be fewer people in the hallways to make a scene or ask me questions and, as usual when I wanted to be alone, I clung to the shadows and passageways Fred and George had taught me to get down to the dungeons. A few ghosts drifted past, nodding at me and greeting or looking at me curiously, but for the most part they ignored me. I made it down to the dungeons without seeing anyone living and stopped in front of the wall to the common room. For a moment, I debated about whether or not to just turn around and go cower in the library until everyone was done. Or maybe I could shelter in Snape's office. No, he wouldn't let me, he'd laugh at me for not wanting to deal with my fellow housemates. Alright, he wouldn't laugh, but he'd make his disdain for the idea clear. Sighing, I gave the password. The wall ground open and I stepped inside the common room, hair falling over my cheek and hands in my pockets. I made a beeline for the dorm, hoping to get past the common room before anyone registered I was there. After all, it was getting late, surely someone coming into the common room wasn't that Potter. Bloody hell. I stopped and turned to the corner table where Greengrass, Lily, Tracy, Parkinson, Zambini, and Malfoy were all sitting casually playing a large game of Exploding Snap. They were all staring at me wide-eyed. I snorted. It made Parkinson look even more pug-like than usual. But there was no getting away now. So I plastered on a grin and swaggered over to the table. Got room for another player? I asked, casually. Got RO, Lily choked. Potter, you've been in the hospital wing 3 days, people were saying you got your face ripped off, and you turn up looking fine and ask if you can play cards. Potter never looks fine, Pansy sneered. Look at those bags under her eyes. I rolled my eyes. But whereas my problems can be fixed with a nap and a decent meal, unfortunately, Parkinson, you're stuck looking like that. Blaze snorted. She's fine. I grinned at him. Yeah, I'm mostly recovered. Thanks for the flowers, by the way, Zambini. And for everything else, guys, I added to the rest of the table. I saw Malfoy nudge Zambini out of the corner of my eye and whisper. You sent her flowers. Yeah, what's wrong? Zambini murmured back. Malfoy sneered. Just didn't think you would. I rolled my eyes at them and made to sit down. All of a sudden, Lily leapt up and hugged me tightly around the middle. I yelled in pain and shoved her off violently, doubling over and clutching my side tightly. Mostly recovered, I hissed out. I said mostly. Lily pressed her hands to her mouth, looking guilty. Oh Merlin Potter, I'm so sorry, I didn't think. Fine, Moon, I grunted, groping my way into an empty chair. Just don't do that again. Dog didn't get my face, I explained to the confused-looking Slytherins around me. So what was it like? Daphne asked interestedly. I raised an eyebrow. What? Bleeding out on a staircase. I don't recommend it. No, Daphne said, waving it away like it was nothing. I raised an eyebrow at her. It was good to see my potential death get waved off like that, really did wonders for my self-esteem. I mean, did your brother really kill Quirrell? I grit my teeth. Of course they wanted to know all about what Harry did. Did I matter that I almost died too? Nah, that was a side story. Harry was the big news. Yeah he did, I growled. So let this be a lesson kids, don't let Voldemort latch onto your soul or my dear brother will roast you. Most of them jerked or flinched at the sound of his name and looked at me either angrily or askance. Watch your mouth, Daphne hissed. Don't say his name. Considering he's cost me more scars now, I think I'll call ol' Voldy whatever the hell I like, I said, and stood up sharply. Potter, hold on. Zambini protested. It's just, there's so many rumors flying around, we just want to know what actually happened. I sighed and sat back down, explaining everything I knew about what happened to Harry, Ron, and Hermione down in the teacher's trials. Unsurprisingly they had been offended by the very notion that Hermione had been able to figure out Snape's trial and amused by the idea of Ron being hurt. When I came to the part about Harry confronting Voldemort, everyone leaned forwards in interest, eager to finally get the truth. I couldn't help but notice that no one asked what happened to me. They just understood that I was there, that I got hurt by the dog that was the first challenge while Harry, Ron, and Hermione went on ahead. They didn't ask why I'd stayed behind, didn't ask what I was doing, just accepted it and moved on to what Harry and co were off accomplishing. And I kind of hated them for it, but I wasn't surprised. Harry's story made of a much better one. What did I do? I serenaded a dog until it woke up and took a chunk out of me. What did Harry do? He took out an evil professor and drove off Voldemort while recovering the only known sorcerer's stone in existence. Still, I had hoped that maybe my dorm mates would at least care what happened to me. When I finished, it was time for the end-of-year feast. Rising as a group, we all made our way up to the Great Hall, the Slytherins filling me in. Apparently they'd made up my points. Lawson managed to come out on top of the pack. We'd won the House Cup, which I couldn't help but be very proud of. No other house could stand against our powers of butt-key.ing. It was the perfect thing to make a rather crappy end of the year better. The Great Hall was decked out in green and silver banners. I stood and basked in it for a moment before following the rest of my house to the table, ignoring the whispers and questions that popped up when people saw me out and about. I took a seat between Tracy and Lily and pressed my hand to the photo album in my pocket, smiling. It was almost like having a piece of my parents along with me. The mumbling of the Great Hall picked up again. I looked up curiously to see what had caused it. Harry was standing in the Great Hall doorway, looking mildly put out by the Slytherin green and silver that was hung everywhere. Harry, I muttered. Tracy looked over at me curiously. What, Harry? I shouted, and shot up from my seat. I ran down the aisle between the tables, ignoring my throbbing side, and flung myself at Harry. He saw me coming and braced himself, opening his arms. I launched at him, wrapping my arms around his shoulders and squeezing him tightly. He hugged me back, squeezing directly on one of the scars, but I didn't mind. "You're okay," I whispered. "When I got out you still hadn't woken up." "Yeah, I haven't been up long," Harry admitted. "Dumbledore explained a lot to me about Quirrell and the stone. He said he filled you in too." "Snape filled me in," I corrected. "But yes, I know what happened." "He said you'd been hurt," Harry asked worriedly. "Are you okay?" He pulled back, looking me up and down like he expected me to be bleeding through my clothes. I chuckled slightly. "Rumors of my injuries have been greatly exaggerated," I chuckled. "I'm fine, just a few small scars. Nothing major." Pomfrey gave me a potion to take if they start to hurt. Harry was looking at me suspiciously. For the first time, I wished he didn't know me quite so well so I could lie to him easier. "You're sure?" he asked skeptically. "Yes," I laughed. "I'm sure. I'm feeling great. It helps that my house whipped yours," I added with a wink, gesturing to the decorations. He sighed. "Yeah, well, we beat you at Quidditch," he grumbled. "Not for long," I grinned. I'd made my decision months ago. Next year I was getting a broom of my own and trying out for the team. I wasn't going to tell Harry yet though, I wanted him to be surprised. "Keep dreaming," Harry teased. "Oh, I will," I grinned. "The feast's about to start, we better take our seats." "Right," Harry nodded. "See you on the train." "Yeah, we'll ride back together." I started back to Slytherin table but paused. "Hey Harry," I called over my shoulder. "Yeah Rena." I smiled at him. "I'm glad you're okay." Harry grinned. I wanted to remember this moment, Harry grinning at me, green eyes smiling from behind his glasses, dressed in Hogwarts robes and happy as he'd ever been. As we'd ever been. We had both come out alive against Voldemort once again, and even if I hadn't encountered him directly, I was still alive, I still had Harry, and we were still twins. "You too," Harry smiled. I headed back to Slytherin table, taking my seat as Dumbledore stood up. "Another year gone," Dumbledore announced cheerfully. "And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. In third, Hufflepuff, with 352. Ravenclaw has 426 and Slytherin, 472. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. I grinned, whooping and clapping along with the rest of my house. Malfoy banged his goblet on the table and one of the older students let off a small burst of celebratory green sparks from the tip of his wand. Yes, well done, Slytherin," said Dumbledore. "However, recent events must be taken into account." The room went very still. Our smiles faded a little. "What's going on?" Nott wondered aloud, eyes narrowed in Dumbledore's direction. I inhaled sharply. Recent events. He had to mean the whole debacle with Quirrell. Nothing else had happened that I knew of. And that meant Harry, Hermione, Ron, they were all about to get points. Gryffindor was about to get points, and I had a horrible suspicion. "He wouldn't," I hissed. "Ahem," Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let me see. Yes. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley." Ron went purple in the face over at the Gryffindor table. Fred and George thumped him on the back proudly. "For the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. 60 points, Parkinson hissed furiously. "For a game of chess." Gryffindor cheers nearly raised the bewitched ceiling, the stars overhead seemed to quiver. Percy was shouting loudly, and although we couldn't hear him from the Slytherin table I guessed he was bragging about what Ron had done in getting past McGonagall's chess set. At last there was silence again, and Dumbledore continued. "Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 60 points." Hermione buried her face in her arms. Even from this distance I could see her shoulders shaking with tears. "What's he doing?" Zambini demanded furiously. "Gryffindor's 120 points up. He's making them win," I said with a snarl. Several people turned to look at me in horror. I nodded, convinced I was right. Just wait. Third, to Miss Lorena Potter. I blinked in shock. The other Slytherins turned to look at me hopefully. I scowled, trying to fight down a blush under their eyes. For determination and diligence in a situation when many would have crumbled, I award Slytherin House 30 points. 30. Malfoy said indignantly. What, and the weasel gets 60 for playing a damn game of chess. This isn't right, Daphne said furiously. Dumbledore's fixing the house cup. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore continued. The room went deadly quiet. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 70 points. The din was deafening. Those who could add up while yelling themselves hoarse knew that Gryffindor now had 502 points. Exactly the same as Slytherin. They had tied for the house cup. Son of a muggle, Lily cursed. I looked at her in surprise. Lily wasn't one for strong language. He's actually doing it. Dumbledore raised his hand. The room gradually fell silent. There are all kinds of courage. Dumbledore smiled. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Someone standing outside the Great Hall might well have thought some sort of explosion had taken place, so loud was the noise that erupted from the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood up to yell and cheer as Neville, white with shock, disappeared under a pile of people hugging him. Slytherin table sat in horror as Gryffindor celebrated. We thought we'd won. We'd come ready to celebrate. We'd been ready to accept the house cup and be proud of ourselves for the year. But Dumbledore had just yanked that away from us and callously pitched it over to Gryffindor. It was like turning up to what you thought was your birthday party only to find out that it was someone else's. At the Gryffindor table, I saw Harry point to Malfoy and laugh. Malfoy was looking pretty ridiculous, horrified and stunned as he sat frozen in pace. The pair of them shared a hearty chuckle at his expense, but Malfoy was far from the only person who looked like that. The rest of us were just as stunned, just as angry. Which means, Dumbledore called over the storm of applause. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating our loss. We need a little change of decoration. He clapped his hands. In an instant, the green hangings became Arlet and the silver became gold. The huge Slytherin serpent vanished and a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. Snape was shaking Professor McGonagall's hand with a horrible, forced smile. Your bloody brother cost us the cup. Daphne hissed at me angrily. Technically Longbottom did, I muttered, but I knew there would be no appeasing her. She was just as angry as many people up and down the table that Harry, who had broken about a dozen school rules, had gotten away with not only not getting punished for it but with enough points to put Gryffindor into position for the house cup. I saw Harry waving at me joyously from the Gryffindor table. I lowered my eyes to my plate, and ignored him. Exam results were posted. I was delighted to find that my marathon studying during the time I was a pariah had paid off in spades. I was in the top 5 in our year, behind Hermione, a pair of Ravenclaws, and, annoyingly, Malfoy himself. I wasn't modest about it either, lording it over Harry, who was somewhere in the middle. He consistently reminded me about the house cup in reply, so we spent most of the last few days at Hogwarts irritated with each other. But when we boarded the train, that ended immediately. I joined Harry, Ron, and Hermione in their cabin, Artemisia and Hedwig snoozing lightly in their cages and Scabbers passed out beside Ron. Back to hell, I sighed, lying down across the seat. I placed my head in Harry's lap. He immediately began petting my hair, which is what I wanted from him. I smiled to myself. My brother was so well trained. It's not that bad, Harry encouraged. This summer will be better than normal. Maybe, I said dubiously, looking down at myself. I was so close to a healthy weight and I could guarantee that would change the moment I got back to the Dursleys. I'd be skeletal again by the time our second year started, that was for sure, and then I'd have to gain it back once school started. I was sensing the beginning of a cycle. Play a game of chess? Ron asked me curiously, looking for something to pass the time. I snorted. No, I don't want to play chess, Mr. Best played game Hogwarts has ever seen. Ron flushed. Besides, I haven't played in a while, I admitted. Why's that? Hermione asked curiously. It's a great mental exercise. You don't need to bother then, I scoffed. No, I was the house pariah after the Norbert incident, and then after that I was avoiding my normal chess partner. Who do you normally play with? Ron asked. I can't imagine crabs good for a game. I snorted, remembering that was part of the reason I started playing to begin with. No, I used to play with Malfoy. Malfoy. Harry burst out in disgust. Why him? Because much as you might want to ignore it, he's not an idiot, and he plays a good game, I said, rolling my eyes. He was fourth in our year, Hermione admitted. I nodded. See, Hermione agrees with me, so I'm right. I stuck out my tongue at Harry. Besides, like I said, he reached a new level of dickishness, so I think that arrangement is over. I'll have to start playing not, I mused. You could come up to Gryffindor Tower and play sometimes, Ron offered. I shook my head. Yeah, that's how I'll make friends. We changed into our clothes as we got closer to London. After so long wearing uniform skirts and robes, it was almost painful to climb back into Aunt Petunia's oversized cast-offs. I picked at a piece of fluff on the sleeve of my stretched-out cardigan glumly as the train rolled into the station. We'll write you both this summer, Hermione promised, and Ron agreed. Maybe you guys could stay with us for part of the summer, he suggested. I looked at Harry hopefully. I hope their desire to get rid of us will override their desire to torture us, I mused. They also don't know magic isn't allowed outside of Hogwarts, Harry pointed out to me. My eyes lit up mischievously. Harry winced. I maybe shouldn't have pointed that out. Rena, don't get too many ideas. Don't know what you're talking about, brother dear, I cooed. I would never at all taunt them with threats of cursing and magical violence. Hermione and Ron watched us in amusement. Just don't actually do anything, Hermione cautioned. After all, we aren't allowed to do magic outside of school. Buzzkill, I mumbled, but I knew I wouldn't do anything that would risk expulsion. Already I couldn't wait to get back to Hogwarts and start classes again. Harry felt the same, I could tell by the way he looked longingly back at the Arlet steam engine after we got off. It was a fight to get out of the platform and back into King's Cross proper. You think they'll actually come pick us up? I wondered as I helped Harry push our cart containing both of our trunks and owls. I wouldn't put it past them to abandon us. There they are, Harry said, pointing. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were standing aside from the barrier, watching in disgust and terror as several obviously wizarding kids filtered around the platform with their trunks and owls or other pets. I'll definitely invite you this summer, Ron said, taking one look at the Dursleys. I'll write you about it. Thanks, I'll need something to look forward to, Harry said, wincing as the Dursleys caught sight of us. There they are, Mum, look. Ginny Weasley was standing with her mother, waiting to pick up Ron and the twins. She wasn't pointing at Ron though. She was pointing to Harry and I. There they are, I can see them. It's rude to point, her mother rebuked, and Ginny lowered her hand quickly, looking abashed. They walked over to us, Molly Weasley smiling as she took us all in. Busy year. Very, Harry answered with a smile. Thanks for the fudge and sweater, Mrs. Weasley. It was absolutely delicious, I agreed. I'd like to get the recipe sometime if you don't mind. Oh, it was nothing, dears, Mrs. Weasley insisted, but she looked pleased that we'd like them. Ready, are you? Uncle Vernon had apparently gotten tired of waiting on us to say our goodbyes. He was standing at what he seemed to think was a safe distance from the Weasleys, eyeing us angrily because we had the nerve to carry owls into a train station full of normal people. Aunt Petunia and Dudley stood much farther back, looking terrified. You must be Harry and Lorena's family. Mrs. Weasley greeted cheerfully. In a manner of speaking, Uncle Vernon grunted, not looking keen on talking with Ron's mom. Hurry up, we haven't got all day. With that, he stalked off. I rolled my eyes, turning back to Hermione and Ron. Fred and George burst through the barrier just then with Lee Jordan. They quickly split off to their family. Have a good holiday, Hermione said uncertainly, staring after Uncle Vernon. Oh, we will, I said, smiling malevolently at Dudley and inching my hand pointedly towards my pocket. He whimpered and tried to hide behind Aunt Petunia. That's the smile we like to see on our best pupil. Fred congratulated me, patting me on the back. He and George roped me into a two-way hug. Over their shoulders, I saw Mrs. Weasley mouth, pupil, in horror. I smothered a grin and ed both the twins on the cheek, pulling away. "We'll see you lot next year," I said. Harry and I waved, and pushed our trolley off to the Dursleys. I sighed as I roamed the streets around Privet Drive, kicking a loose pebble into the gutter and continuing on. Summers for most kids were a wonderful time of year. Summers for me were the low point of my year. It meant staying with the Dursleys instead of being at Hogwarts. The summer before Harry and I's 4th year at school had just barely started, and already I was fantasizing about going back. I had left Privet Drive far behind when I set out this morning. I was officially in town now. Harry and I shared the habit of wandering the streets during the summer to keep away from our aunt and uncle, but we'd taken to wandering separately lately. I couldn't help but blame the way our last year ended for that. The shrieking shack creaked around us, Professor Lupin with his wand out, looking pale and wan from the approach of the full moon. Sirius and Snape at each other's throats, Harry backing Sirius, me backing Snape, Harry cursing Snape and Sirius laughing, me backhanding Sirius and giving him a thorough tongue lashing, Sirius being absolutely horrified by the idea of me being a Slytherin, Lupin, bless him, being supportive and assuring Sirius, "She's nothing like your parents, don't worry," whatever that meant. All in all, it had left Harry and I in a mess. I was glad to have Sirius in my life, I really was. But I was less pleased with the way he treated my head of house. Snape had been a blessing to me at Hogwarts. Whenever I got detention he let me grade papers, and whenever I needed help with something I was completely welcome to ask him. I had gone to him about the Dementors and he had been more than willing to teach me how to protect myself from them. He even visited me in the hospital wing sometimes when I was there, which was more often than was really healthy. Then Sirius came along looking to fulfill the male authority figure role for Harry and I. Needless to say, neither of us were thrilled about it at first. We both thought he sold out our parents to Voldemort. Once things had been explained, however, and Peter Pettigrew had been unmasked, Harry was perfectly willing to let Sirius step into that role. Unfortunately, when he tried it with me, he found Snape already there. It was pretty obvious the two had a history. I knew some of it. Lupin and Sirius were my dad's best friend and they bullied Snape mercilessly. My dad saved Snape's life and he tried to make that up, to free himself from the debt. But I was still surprised by the sheer amount of hatred the two men had for each other. I had never hated anyone quite like that before, not even Parkinson at her most annoying, or Malfoy at his most obnoxious. I raised my head and looked around. It was nearing the afternoon, and if I was going to be back at Privet Drive at a decent time I should probably head back soon. But for now I was content to look around at the various displays in the windows of the shops around me. Not that I could pay for anything. Not now, rather. I had no muggle money, all of my funds were in Gringotts in a vault I shared with Harry. And I doubted that the stores here would take galleons and nuts. Anyway, I sat on a bench and looked around anyway. The pharmacy across the way was advertising a sale on eyeliner. I chuckled and vaguely considered what would happen if I bought some for the girls in my dorms. Last year a new trend had started among the Slytherin girls. Apparently 3rd year was the time we ladies started wearing makeup in my house, because when I showed up, I was the only one not supplied with red lipstick and heavy eye makeup. I'd acquired some over the year, stealing from a couple girls in my dorm, and put my own spin on the standard Slytherin look. Red lips I stuck with, but I traded the black eye shadow for gray and ignored eyeliner in its entirety. Last year was the point when I realized I enjoyed being girly. I liked fiddling with makeup and dressing up just as much as my dorm mates. It was kind of a surprise to me, considering I was never allowed to so much as touch a compact before then and my clothes were ill-fitting for most of my life. Still, it was nice to feel a little more grown up and feminine, I found. Next to the pharmacy was a lawyer. I skipped over that and my eyes landed on a new storefront. The place had been vacant last summer when I walked out this way. Going by the bright paint on the sign over the door, it was brand new. Raincrow Crafts. And in the window, under a sign announcing the grand opening 2 weeks ago, was a sign that said "Help Wanted." I stared at the sign, an idea slowly turning over in my head. If I could get a job during the summer, I would no longer be tethered to the Dursleys entirely. When they deprived me of food, I could go out and pay for my own meals. When they gave me threadbare clothes barely fit for human use, I could go out and get my own. And I could start earning my own money, being independent. There was one problem. I was only 13, not quite 14. But, I considered, a new business, likely a mom and pop place by the area it was in, they might not care so much. They were just opened, probably swamped and in desperate need of help. If I proved myself, I might be able to get in at least for a few weeks, and if nothing else, that would give me some cash for emergencies. Deciding that even if I went in and inquired, the worst that could happen would be that I was told I was too young, I stood up from my bench and hustled over to the shop, pushing open the door. A bell overhead tinkled. I looked around, observing a small store space absolutely jam-packed with knitting, sewing, drawing, painting, sculpting, even candle, jewelry and soap-making supplies. There were books on techniques and even a small corner where coloring books and crayons were laid out on a table for kids to distract themselves with while their parents shopped. "Just a moment," called a voice. I was mildly surprised by the American accent, but I strolled up to the counter with as much confidence as I could fake, which was quite a lot, even though now that I was inside I was starting to rethink my genius plan. The voice had come from a door behind the counter, and from through that door came a woman in her late 20s, early 30s. My eyes widened in surprise for several reasons. One, she was wearing a rather odd, blousy shirt with puffed sleeves and tight jeans. For another, her features were distinctly Native American, which surprised me. Finally, she was carrying a thin wooden switch in her hands, and for a moment I worried she was about to cane me, but then she proceeded to tap it along the floors and walls. I looked up and saw pale blue eyes. Suddenly I understood. This woman didn't need help because she was a new business. She needed help because she was blind. I was impressed, really, that she was as young as she was and already owned her own business. "Hello," she greeted, stopping beside the counter and smiling. "My name is Amity Raincrow, welcome to Raincrow Crafts. What can I help you with?" "My name is Lorena Potter," I said, holding out my hand instinctively, only to feel remarkably stupid when I did so. "Oh, give me a moment," Amity requested, reaching out and grasping for my hand. I quickly offered it to her. She took it and shook firmly. "There we go," she said in satisfaction. "Now, what can I do for you, Miss Potter?" "I noticed the held wanted sign in your window," I explained. "I'd like to apply." Amity Raincrow wasn't looking at me, but I got the feeling that if she was, she'd been looking me up and down skeptically. "You sound very young, Miss Lorena Potter," she said pointedly. "How old are you, exactly?" I considered lying and saying 16. After all, I looked a little older than I was, and it wasn't like she could see me to judge anyway. But surprisingly, much like with Professor Snape, I got the feeling that lying to her wouldn't serve me. I think it might have something to do with the eerie sightless stare she had. "I am 13, almost 14, I replied honestly. She nodded knowingly. "Then if I were to hire you I'd need approval from your parents." "My parents are dead," I countered. "Then who are your guardians?" She responded without missing a beat. I narrowed my eyes. I'd been hoping to throw her off, mix her up with the orphan thing. She hadn't even flinched, and now she was smiling knowingly at me, like she knew exactly what I was trying to do. "My aunt and uncle," I said, not bothering to hide my disgust. She raised her eyebrows at my tone. "Come into the back," she said, gesturing to the door with her stick. I nodded and rounded the counter, following her through the door. The room was primarily a stock room, but there was a small walled-off corner near the front. She walked inside and I followed. Her office was small, with just a desk with a computer, a couple filing cabinets, and a chair. Amity seated herself behind the desk and I sat down in the chair across from her, feeling oddly like I'd just gotten hauled before a teacher. "So, you're a 13-year-old orphan living with her aunt and uncle who wants to work," Amity summed up, leaning her stick against the desk. "I get the feeling your guardians wouldn't approve of this, but you're asking anyway. So tell me, why should I hire you?" I was a little surprised by the astuteness of her observation. I opened my mouth and closed it once in surprise before answering. "I don't have a problem interacting with new people and I'm not afraid of manual labor. I'm a hard worker and I pick things up quickly. I'm in the top 5 students in my school every year." "And where do you go to school?" Amity asked. "This little boarding school in Scotland," I muttered, not wanting to give away too much information to a muggle. "I see," Amity observed. "So you spend most of the year at school and the rest of it you spend avoiding your aunt and uncle." "There's definitely a story there," she said leadingly. I narrowed my eyes. You're a total stranger, I said shortly. I'm not going to sit here and spill my life story to you. Nor should you, I was just asking to see if my assumptions were correct. Judging by how sharply you answered, I'm guessing they are. I stared at Amity, who just blinked placidly back. I was having the oddest sensation that I was dealing with a seer or something, the way she seemed to guess things so accurately. I narrowed my eyes. Most witches and wizards visibly reacted to the name Potter, and arrogant as it was, I'd grown to expect it. Amity Raincrow hadn't reacted, but it was possible she just didn't know, being American. But I went to one of the foremost wizarding schools in the world. If I asked if the word Hogwarts meant anything to you, what would you say? I asked. I'd wonder why you were asking me about swine dermatology, Amity replied after a moment of looking startled. Why, should it mean something to me? No, not really, I said, shaking my head. So, like I said, I'm in the top of my class, and you need money, that's the core of the issue, Amity said bluntly. I closed my mouth. Yes, I admitted grudgingly. I do. Are you planning to run away, Miss Potter? Amity asked. No, I replied immediately. I have school, and in the summer I just need something to get me out of the house and stop me from contemplating homicide, I said bluntly. There was no point in dancing around the topic. Amity had quite easily figured out why I needed money and why I wanted to work. She guessed that my aunt and uncle weren't kind to me, and probably was mostly convinced they were abusive too, which wasn't wrong. I assumed I'd already blown this job interview, if that's even what this was. When can you work? Amity asked suddenly. I stared. Pardon. Your hours, Amity clarified. When are you free? Early afternoon, I stammered, surprised. Did I actually have a shot? It would take me most of the morning to walk to Amity's store, so I would only be able to work in the afternoons, and I'd have to be home by night time. Until the evening. I see, Amity nodded. Well, as it happens, I have some sympathy for your situation. And as you may have noticed, I'm blind, she said, waving her hand in front of her eyes to emphasize. Now I can work the cash register because it's in Braille and I can handle the computer and finances for the same reason. However, stock gives me fits. I can direct a customer to where something is, but it's highly inconvenient for me to touch everything in a box, figure out what it is, and figure out how many I need to put on the shelves. Do you have a problem doing that kind of work? No ma'am, I said immediately. She nodded approvingly. Manners, good. Now I will hire you for the summer, but the minute your aunt and uncle find out what you're doing, I'm out. If they come to me and demand to know why I hired an underaged kid, I will lie through my teeth and say you told me you were 16. And people will believe the poor blind woman, because people are like that. I looked at Amity, impressed. If she was a witch, she would most certainly be in Slytherin. Why? I asked. Why are you bothering? Why not just find someone older who would be easier? Because you came in here and were honest. If you're going to be honest about that, Amity shrugged. I'm fairly confident I don't have to worry about you trying to smuggle yarn and beeswax out under your shirt. That's been a problem for me. People don't realize, I'm blind, I'm not stupid. I see, I said, smiling slightly. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. Amity rolled her eyes. Amity is fine. Ma'am is my grandmother. We worked out a date for me to start and a rate of pay, and I left the craft store feeling a lot more confident than I could ever remember feeling during the summer. I had a spring in my step as I walked back to number 4 and let myself into the house through the back door so as not to disturb the Dursleys. I headed upstairs to the room I still shared with Harry and pushed open the door, wrinkling my nose when the door hit a book and scooted it across the floor. I bent down and picked it up. It was a history of magic textbook. Essay not going well? I asked, looking at where Harry was sprawled on the bed in a mess of parchment and quills. Surprisingly, he was already doing his homework, though I guessed that had something to do with the amount of boredom he was experiencing. I finished and moved on to Transfiguration, Harry explained. Then I got bored. I shut the door and moved over to the bed, scooting aside a ratty quill and sitting down, resting my chin on Harry's shoulder. Quidditch again, I said, observing the book he was paging through. Harry nodded. I looked up to the corner of the room where our brooms were, a pair of firebolts leaning against the wall next to each other, gifts from Sirius. Both teams had been beyond pleased to have one flying for them, and maybe if we played the same position, Harry and I would have cancelled the advantage out, but he was a seeker and I was a chaser. What did you do while you were out? Harry asked absently, stretching out on his stomach to read more comfortably. I flipped through the History of Magic book absently. Oh, nothing much. Just wandered around town, got a job, looked in some windows, saw a cute little coffee house and… Whoa, wait, back up. Harry flipped over onto his back, staring at me incredulously. Did you say you got a job? I nodded smugly. Yes, I did. I was out walking and I saw a sign in this new little craft store, so I went in and asked. The owner, Amity Raincrow, is blind, so she needs some help figuring out her inventory and stocking the shelves. She hired me to work afternoon shifts during the summer. Just like that. Harry asked incredulously. You're too young. I know, I said with a shrug. And I told her that. But she asked me some questions and managed to work out that my home life wasn't stellar. She told me she'd hire me, but if Uncle Vernon ever showed up demanding to know why she hired me she would, and I quote, lie through her teeth and say you told me you were 16. And people will believe the poor blind woman, because people are like that. She sounds like a Slytherin, Harry scoffed. I know. That's why I like her. Either way, it'll be nice to have some cash. She said she'd pay me in cash so I didn't have to bother with banks, I explained. Now the only way they'll be able to keep us starved is if they lock us in the house. Only thing is, how are you going to keep them from finding the money? Harry pointed out. I scoffed. Easy. I'll keep it in my trunk. They won't go in the thing because they think it'll curse them. I stood up and moved over to the built-in bookshelves on the wall. When we'd first moved into the room, they were full of Dudley's broken and abandoned toys. After coming home our first year, I'd managed to convince Uncle Vernon to toss the broken things despite Dudley's protests. It probably helped that I'd been twirling my wand in my fingers at the time. Either way, it now meant that Harry and I had two bookshelves open to us. Harry's was the left, mine was the right. Mine was neatly organized by topic and then alphabetically by author, taking up 5 shelves. Harry's was a random mess taking up barely 2 shelves because most of his books were on our floor. He had this habit of finishing his homework and leaving the book on the bed, where it inevitably made its way to the floor. Occasionally he just tossed it to the floor and cut out the middle man, but I gave him dirty looks when he did that, so he'd mostly stopped. Settling myself down in front of the bookshelf, I began sorting and organizing Harry's books, scooting them up into a big pile. I should get my own vault, I mused aloud. Harry looked up from his book in surprise. What? Well, I'm going to be earning money now, I pointed out. And we're 14, I think we can handle our own money now. You don't want to share a vault with me anymore? Harry asked, looking oddly hurt by this. I shook my head. No, that's not it, but it's not so practical, see? Because even though I have zero problem paying for you to eat or getting clothes and things while we're out here, it is my money, I reasoned. And besides, it has to happen sooner or later, right? Might as well go ahead and get it done. I suppose, Harry said, making a face. I looked at him shrewdly. Do you have a problem with it really, or do you just not want to deal with paperwork? I asked pointedly. Paperwork. And goblins, Harry admitted sheepishly. I'll have to write a Weasley and ask how to go about that, I mused as I continued to organize Harry's bookshelf. I glanced at the floor and decided to run a vacuum in a minute too. There were stray owl treats and bits of parchment everywhere. We really did turn into slobs without house elves there, but after a while I couldn't take the mess anymore and I'd clean, marshalling Harry to dust and wash the windows while I laundered the sheets and did the floors. I said, write a Weasley, because I was close with several of them. Molly Weasley was the only reason I'd been curious about the craft shop. She'd taught me how to knit when I'd stayed with them part of a summer and given me needles and some yarn to work with. Fred and George had taught me how to make mischief and then cheerfully unleashed me on Hogwarts, cheering me on from the sidelines and acting in an official mentoring capacity ever since then. Arthur also liked me because I sent him Muggle artifacts every now and then, like cheap toys or magazines from the corner store. I'm only wondering if now is the right time to do something like get a job, Harry admitted, looking up from his book. What with, you know, he jerked his head in the direction of Dudley's room. I rolled my eyes. Yes, I did know. Dudley's end-of-school report had come back. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had waved away the bad grades and accusations of bullying. However, since it was coming from a certified healthcare professional, they could no longer ignore what I'd been saying for years. Dudley was roughly the same size and weight as a baby orca. That brought on what I fondly referred to as the diet war. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were insistent that Dudley eat better. Aunt Petunia tried to make it better by insisting the whole family eat the same way. This didn't really affect Harry or I, considering we were getting about as much to eat as usual. Dudley's allowance had even been limited because he started using it to buy candy bars. Aunt Petunia caught him at it when he forgot to take the wrappers out of his pants pocket one day and they ended up in the laundry. The house was now in an uneasy truce, with Dudley glaring at everyone and stealing food when he could. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were very touchy. It really wasn't the best time to pull something like getting a job, but I couldn't find it in me to care. If they find out, well, then this summer is no different from any other, I said casually. Except you'll be locked under the stairs, Harry warned. I rolled my eyes. Ooh, never had that happen before. Whatever would I do? I said in faux concern, sliding the last book into place. I heard Harry heave a resigned sigh as I stood up and grabbed parchment, quill, and ink. I scribbled off a quick letter to Fred and George, giving them the good news and asking for information, along with summer greetings. I attached the letter to Artemisia, who seemed incredibly pleased to stretch her wings, and sent her through the window. Sorry Hedwig, maybe next time, I told Harry's owl, pushing an owl treat through her cage to her. Hedwig took it, seeming appeased. 3 weeks later I was nicely settled into my new job. Every afternoon I turned up at Raincrow Crafts and Amity either told me to stock shelves or do inventory. It involved some heavy lifting, but I didn't mind. It kept me in shape for Quidditch. The one bit of advice I'd ever taken from Malfoy was trying out for the Quidditch team, and ever since second year I'd been Slytherin's star chaser. Throwing quaffles took some muscles, and I was glad I wouldn't be starting the new season completely weak. I liked working for Amity. Her business wasn't terribly busy, by virtue of what and where it was, but she made steady business. There were times when she and I just sat in the office talking and drinking iced sweet tea, which Amity insisted on keeping around at all times. She liked to hear stories about the people at school and I liked to hear about America. I told her about Snape, my chemistry teacher, and my exploits on the football team, and she talked about her family and her home. You've been here for 2 weeks now, Amity mused as we lounged in her office. It was a particularly slow day, owing to the rain outside. I agreed slowly, not sure where she was going with this. So I think it's time for you to get paid, Amity said, reaching out. It took her a moment to grasp the handle of the drawer, but she tugged it open and pulled out an envelope after a moment of careful sorting. She passed it over the desk to me. Drawn on the front was a rather shaky LP. Curious, I flipped it open and peered inside. My eyes widened at the thick stack of cash. I figured small bills would be better, Amity explained. I flipped through the money, counting it up. My eyes widened as I realized I'd made more working than Dudley even received in allowance, which made me smile smugly. I was surprised by the amount though. Aside from clocking in and out, I hadn't paid much attention to when I showed up and left. The hours had added up faster than I thought. Thank you, Amity, I said earnestly. She waved a hand dismissively, leaning her desk chair back with a creak. Don't thank me, doll, you did the work. I was feeling incredibly proud of the envelope of cash I had concealed in my beep on my walk home. I ducked in the back of the house, careful to avoid the blowout going on the front room. Apparently Dudley had gone out for ice cream with his friends 2 days ago and Aunt Petunia had found the receipt for 3 bowls crumpled in his jacket. I rolled my eyes. You'd think he'd be more careful after getting busted that way once, but Dudley wasn't exactly known for his intelligence. I opened the door to our room and found Harry sprawled on the bed reading a letter. Hey Rena, he greeted as I walked in, glancing up. His eyes widened when I stuck my hand down my shirt. I plucked out the folded envelope, held it up triumphantly, and tossed it to him with a spin and a flourish. Harry opened up the envelope curiously, peering inside. His eyes went wide when he saw the amount. Merlin, Rena, he said, grinning like an idiot. That Raincrow lady pays you well. I do good work, I said confidently, swaggering over to the bed and flopping down next to Harry. I tapped the envelope. I was thinking with my first paycheck, we go out tomorrow afternoon and stuff our faces with ice cream, how about you? Harry's eyes flicked to the door, where Uncle Vernon's roaring could be heard filtering up the stairs. "Sounds good to me," he grinned. I smiled and snatched the envelope back, folding it up and hopping up. I tucked the envelope into my trunk underneath a couple of sheets of parchment and sprinkled a couple quills on top. "That should do it," I said with a grin, putting my hands on my hips and turning over my shoulder to face Harry. "You've got mail, by the way." Harry nodded to a pair of letters on top of his closed trunk. I scooped them up and saw that they were both addressed to me, one in Fred's untidy scrawl that was undoubtedly an answer to my questions earlier, and one in Ginny's neater, spiky handwriting. I opened the letter from Fred first and found it written in two different hands. Smiling slightly at the image of the twins tugging the parchment to themselves to add their own notes, I read quickly through the response. Enclosed was the paperwork for opening my own bank account. Fred said Gringotts will have been keeping track of how much money I have withdrawn over the years so they would know how to split the money. George added that the key to my vault would probably come in the mail not long after I filled out the paperwork and sent it to Gringotts. They both gave their love and hinted at a surprise later in the summer. I set the letter and paperwork aside to fill out after I read Ginny's letter. "Lorena, hope your summer's going well. Fred and George told me about the job, congratulations. I'm glad your summers are looking up. Tell me about your boss. Is she nice? Does she pay well? Does she get mad easily? I'm curious. Things are good on my end, about what you'd expect. Ron's been putting off doing his homework until later in the summer, and Mum's nagging him to do it. Dad just had something come into the office he's been gushing over for days, something called a forklift. Anyway, whatever that is, someone had apparently tried to enchant it to drive itself and the thing ended up tearing around attacking people. Dad's beside himself. I don't want to say too much, because it's not a done deal, but Dad's been hinting that something's going on later this summer. Something about a guy he knows who he's been trying to make a deal with. He's talking about inviting you, Hermione, and Harry along for whatever it is. How is Harry, anyway? Is he doing well? Hope to see you soon. Much love, Ginny." Smiling, I set the letter aside and snatched up the paperwork Fred had sent me, settling in for a long night of filling out information while the fight downstairs reached a fever pitch. The summer continued to go well. I got Sundays off at Raincrow's, so on Sunday afternoons Harry and I would go out to lunch with some of my salary for the week. Never anywhere fancy, although we were debating about going someplace nice for our birthdays and having steak. We decided two skinny kids turning up in too big clothing at a nice restaurant was probably a little suspicious though, and scrapped the idea. We did make the most of our outings though, refusing to eat a leafy green. Instead we got a pizza or split a sundae for lunch. There was something incredibly satisfying about knowing that, for once, we were eating better than Dudley. We shared many a laugh about Dudley at home nibbling carrot stick while we chowed down on hamburgers and fries. Thus far, the Dursleys hadn't caught on to my work, and I intended to keep it that way. They were used to Harry and I wandering the neighborhood. They never suspected I was doing anything more than wandering around or sitting at the park when I vanished for hours at a time. My envelope continued to get thicker and thicker in my truck, completely unbeknownst to the Dursleys. I groaned quietly, opening my eyes. I was oddly cold and I burrowed further under the sheets, trying to figure out why that was so. It was easy to tell. Harry wasn't next to me. I reached out, pawing at the bed, but it was cold. He'd clearly been up for a while. Yawning, I sat up and threw off the covers. Harry was sitting at the desk, surrounded by crumpled bits of parchment and looking frustrated. It wasn't quite time to be up yet, so it was surprising to see him already awake and looking that stressed. I got out of bed and padded over to him, picking up a handful of crumpled parchment. "Did I wake you?" Harry mumbled. I shook my head. "No, just woke up," I said as I uncrumpled one ball, then another. They were all half-finished drafts of a letter to Sirius, each covered with liberal scratching out. From what I could make out, Harry had a dream that freaked him out and ended in his scar hurting. He was writing Sirius for advice. "Tell me about the dream," I urged, swiping some of the parchment off the desk into the trash basket and sitting on the edge. I set my feet in Harry's lap, forcing him to lean away from the piece of parchment he was staring holes into. "I don't remember much," Harry admitted, running his hands through his hair and messing it up more than usual. I could only imagine what mine looked like this early in the morning. He laid out what he remembered of the dream to me. An old, run-down room, with a snake lying in front of a fire. Wormtail and Voldemort were there. An old man came in, Wormtail swung around the chair Voldemort was in, the old man crumpled in a flash of green light, and that was it. I woke up with my scar hurting, Harry finished, looking uncomfortable. I got the sense he thought he was being a little bit of an alarmist. Rena, you like reading about medicine, do you know anything about cursed scars? Still, the dream he described made me feel even colder. I wrapped my arms around myself and burrowed my toes under Harry's thighs for warmth. I hadn't faced Voldemort nearly as much as Harry had. Our second year, I had gone down into the Chamber of Secrets, but I'd been trapped on the other side of the cave-in with Ron and that idiot Lockhart. In fact, I had only come face to face with him once, our very first year, in the forest. I shuddered at the memory. The moment he came towards me it was like I couldn't breathe, like all of the air had been cut from my lungs. I'd done some reading afterwards and I was ashamed to admit that the closest thing to a match for how I had felt was a panic attack. Thankfully, that was the only time it had ever happened, but it was enough. I remembered the sensation of being unable to draw breath, of feeling my thoughts go fuzzy and watching darkness and blurriness cloud my vision. Suffocation had become a great fear of mine ever since that night. It was up there right along with pitch blackness as one of two things that I was paralyzed with fear of. Just thinking about that sensation made me break out in a cold sweat. Cursed scars were something I did know about though. I'd researched them extensively, and no prizes for guessing why. My fingers lifted towards the scar on my cheek. It throbbed sometimes, but it was always a dull ache, like you might get years after a broken bone, the memory of pain once felt. It was nothing like the burning Harry had described. Some people do have phantom pains, I said slowly. Like amputees after they lose their limbs. It's not usually described as a burning, though, more like pins and needles. But it could be different between spells, I added encouragingly. That would make sense, since different spells inflict pain different ways. Harry nodded, but he didn't look entirely convinced. You think this is something I should bother Sirius with? He asked me, looking down at his letter, conflicted. I'm sure Sirius wants to know what's going on in our lives, I said with certainty. Give him my love, will you? I got off of the desk and crossed to the wardrobe, opening it up and pointedly ignoring my reflection in the mirror. I tended to avoid my reflection as often as possible. Even when I was putting on makeup or brushing my hair I only paid attention to parts of my face at the same time, never the whole. Harry set his letter aside and started dressing as well. By the time we arrived in the kitchen, the Dursleys were already seated around the table. None of them looked up as we entered or sat down, which wasn't surprising. Fear of Sirius kept them at bay, so without being able to torture us, they fell back into their old habit of simply pretending like we didn't exist. Uncle Vernon's large red face was hidden behind the morning's Daily Mail, and Aunt Petunia was cutting a grapefruit into quarters, her lips pursed over her horse-like teeth. Dudley looked furious and sulky, and somehow seemed to be taking up even more space than usual. This was saying something, as he always took up an entire side of the square table by himself. When Aunt Petunia put a quarter of unsweetened grapefruit onto Dudley's plate with a tremulous, "There you are, Diddy darling," Dudley glowered at her. Uncle Vernon laid aside his paper with a deep sniff of disapproval and looked down at his own grapefruit quarter. "Is this it?" he said grumpily to Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia gave him a severe look, and then nodded pointedly at Dudley, who had already finished his own grapefruit quarter and was eyeing Harry's with a very sour look in his piggy little eyes. I quickly popped the rest of mine into my mouth before Dudley could get any ideas. Uncle Vernon gave a great sigh, which ruffled his large, bushy mustache, and picked up his spoon. The doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon heaved himself out of his chair and set off down the hall. Quick as a flash, while his mother was occupied with the kettle, Dudley stole the rest of Uncle Vernon's grapefruit. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't too concerned about the diet. Aside from the money I had stored away upstairs, there was also our spoils from our birthday, which included several pieces of cake. Birthdays had definitely become much better for us since school started. This year, instead of a tissue or a clothes hanger, I had received letters and cakes from my friends, as well as a few gifts. Lily had sent me some perfume and Tracy a book called Mundane Meadowizardry, healing around the house with a note saying she hoped it would keep me out of the hospital wing as much. Zambini had even chipped in with a bouquet of daisies, one of which had been pressed and added to that wooden box from Daphne my first year that had been filled with candy. Now it was filled with pressed flowers from various occasions. Zambini had a habit of sending me bouquets when I ended up in the hospital wing and on holidays, which was sweet of him. I usually returned the favor with chocolate frogs. But aside from Zambini's many flowers, there were about a dozen pressed white tulips, just like the ones I'd gotten after the incident with Fluffy. I still had no idea who sent them, but they always turned up when I was in the hospital, at Christmas, and on my birthday. There was never a note, and they were always delivered by the floral company, so I could never recognize the owl. Whoever it was, I appreciated the flowers, and though I was curious, I'd never made an effort to find out who sent them. I preferred to let whoever it was be mysterious and just smile about the gesture. I heard talking at the door, and someone laughing, and Uncle Vernon answering curtly. Then the front door closed, and the sound of ripping paper came from the hall. Aunt Petunia set the teapot down on the table and looked curiously around to see where Uncle Vernon had got to. She didn't have to wait long to find out. After about a minute, he was back. He looked livid. "You too," he barked at Harry and I. Living room. Now, I had no idea what we were supposed to have done, but it didn't really matter, not when Uncle Vernon had that look on his face. Harry and I got up and followed Uncle Vernon out of the kitchen and into the next room. Uncle Vernon closed the door sharply. "So," he said, marching over to the fireplace and turning to face Harry us. "So, I would have dearly loved to have said, so what? But I didn't feel that Uncle Vernon's temper should be tested this early in the conversation, especially when it was already under severe strain from lack of food." Harry and I just stared back, Harry quizzically, me dispassionately. "This just arrived," said Uncle Vernon. He brandished a piece of purple writing paper at us. "A letter. About you." I couldn't think of anyone who would be writing to Uncle Vernon about us. At least, no one who sent letters by postman. I knew Hogwarts sent them letters quite often, usually about whatever dangerous deed Harry had done recently or when I got a detention, which was often enough that it had been the subject of many a rant from Uncle Vernon. Not because I was forever in trouble, but because the owls were suspicious. Uncle Vernon glared at us, then looked down at the letter and began to read aloud. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we have never been introduced, but I am sure you have heard a great deal from Harry about my son Ron. As Harry or Lorena might have told you, the final of the Quidditch World Cup takes place this Monday night, and my husband, Arthur, has just managed to get prime tickets through his connections at the Department of Magical Games and Sports. I do hope you will allow us to take Harry and Lorena to the match, as this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Britain hasn't hosted the Cup for 30 years, and tickets are extremely hard to come by. We would of course be glad to have them stay for the remainder of the summer holidays, and to see them safely onto the train back to school. It would be best for Harry or Lorena to send us your answer as quickly as possible in the normal way, because the Muggle postman has never delivered to our house, and I am not sure he even knows where it is. Hoping to see them soon. Yours sincerely, Molly Weasley. P.S. I do hope we've put enough stamps on." Uncle Vernon finished reading, put his hand back into his East pocket, and drew out something else. "Look at this," he growled. He held up the envelope in which Mrs. Weasley's letter had come, and I had to fight down a laugh. Every bit of it was covered in stamps except for a square inch on the front, into which Mrs. Weasley had squeezed the Dursleys' address in minute writing. "She did put enough stamps on, then," said Harry cheerfully. Our uncle's eyes flashed. The postman noticed, he growled. Very interested to know where this letter came from, he was. That's why he rang the doorbell. Seemed to think it was funny. I didn't say anything. I didn't see a reason to. Anything slightly out of the ordinary made Uncle Vernon angry and uncomfortable. I didn't think pointing out that the postman was the only one who had any idea about Mrs. Weasley's slip, and, more importantly, that none of the neighbors knew, was wise though. Uncle Vernon was still glaring at us. I tried to keep my expression submissive, but I didn't have high hopes. I've been told I had a suspicious, smart aleck face. I wanted badly to go to the Quidditch World Cup, and mouthing off like I normally would have wasn't the way to make it happen. I waited for Uncle Vernon to say something, but he merely continued to glare. Harry decided to break the silence. So, can I go then? he asked. A slight spasm crossed Uncle Vernon's large purple face. The mustache bristled. I restrained a smirk. Now Uncle Vernon had to decide which was worth more, getting Harry and I out of the house earlier than anticipated or depriving us of happiness. To give himself thinking time, it seemed, he looked down at Mrs. Weasley's letter again. Who is this woman? He said, staring at the signature with distaste. You've seen her, said Harry. She's my friend Ron's mother. She was meeting him off the Hog. I stepped on Harry's foot. Off the school train at the end of last term. He had almost said Hogwarts Express, and that was a sure way to get us put on lockdown. Nobody said Hogwarts at number 4. Uncle Vernon screwed up his enormous face as though trying to remember something very unpleasant. Dumpy sort of woman, he growled finally. Load of children with red hair. Harry and I frowned. Considering Harry, Petunia and I were the only ones in the house that weighed under 200 pounds, I thought that was highly judgmental. Uncle Vernon was perusing the letter again. Quidditch, he muttered under his breath. Quidditch, what is this rubbish? I grinned. It's a sport, I explained, savoring the words. Played on broom. All right, said Uncle Vernon loudly. I saw, with some satisfaction, that he looked vaguely panicky. As I expected, he couldn't stand the sound of the word broomsticks in his living room. He took refuge in perusing the letter again. He scowled. What does she mean, the normal way? He spat. Normal for us, I said mockingly. You know, I'll post. That's what's normal for wizards. Uncle Vernon looked as outraged as if I had just uttered a disgusting swear word. Shaking with anger, he shot a nervous look through the window, as though expecting to see some of the neighbors with their ears pressed against the glass. How many times do I have to tell you not to mention that unnaturalness under my roof? He hissed, his face now a rich plum color. You stand there, in the clothes Petunia and I have put on your ungrateful back. Only after you've finished with them, said Harry coldly, coming to my aid. I will not be spoken to like that, said Uncle Vernon, trembling with rage. I wasn't going to have it though, and a quick glance to the side showed me that neither would Harry. I was making my own money, Dudley was on more of a diet than I was, and in a few months, I'd be on my own broomstick playing Quidditch no matter what Uncle Vernon thought of it. He couldn't just shove us under the stairs anymore, because now, Harry and I had a trump card. Okay, we can't see the World Cup. Can I go now, then? Only I've got a letter to Sirius I want to finish. You know, our godfather. And Harry had shamelessly played it. I looked at him proudly. If his Gryffindor sense of honor had kept him from blackmail, I would have done it. Now I sat back and watched the purple recede blotchily from Uncle Vernon's face, making it look like badly mixed blackcurrant ice cream. You're writing to him, are you? Said Uncle Vernon, trying to sound calm. I'd seen his eyes contract with fear though, he wasn't fooling anyone. Least of all Hogwarts' third most noted prankster currently in attendance. Well, yeah, I said casually, enjoying watching Uncle Vernon squirm. It's been a while since he heard from us, and it would be a shame if he thought something was wrong, I simpered. I could almost see the cogs working under Uncle Vernon's thick, dark, neatly parted hair. If he tried to stop us writing to Sirius, Sirius would think we were being mistreated. If he told us we couldn't go to the Quidditch World Cup, we would write and tell Sirius, who would know we were being mistreated. There was only one thing for Uncle Vernon to do. I could see the conclusion forming in my uncle's mind as though the great mustached face were transparent. I tried not to smile, to keep my own face as blank as possible. And then, well, all right then. You can go to this ruddy, this stupid, this World Cup thing. You write and tell these Weasleys they're to pick you up, mind. I haven't got time to go dropping you off all over the country. And you can spend the rest of the summer there. And you can tell your godfather, tell him. With a growl, Uncle Vernon gave in. Tell him you're going. I packed the moment Uncle Vernon said it was okay. Well, after a brief celebration with Harry that involved lots of giggling and squealing and I refused to ever again speak of. The floor of our room was suddenly clean for the first time since summer. But while Harry was free to sit around and grin to himself about Quidditch and an enjoyable summer, I had business to handle. I pushed open the door to Raincrow Crafts, the bell jangling overhead alerting Amity to my presence. She emerged from the back, smiling. Come to tell me the news, doll. I stared at her. What? How do you know it was me? Magic, Amity said with a wink. I resisted the urge to double over laughing. I was sure that Amity wasn't a witch. She did seem to know things before she should though. I fully intended to look into that once I got to Hogwarts and see if muggles could have the sight too. You have news? Amity asked, holding up 2 glasses of iced tea. She beckoned me over and placed one on the counter for me, taking a sip from the other. You really did know I was coming, I said, impressed, taking a drink. I made a face at the unexpected taste. What is that? Arnold Palmer, she responded immediately. Iced tea and lemo. Aid. And yes, I knew you were coming and I knew you had news. So, spill. Deciding it wasn't that bad, I took another drink and nodded. Yes, I have news. A friend of my brother invited us to stay with his family for the rest of the summer. We're leaving Sunday. So you're giving your notice, Amity nodded, looking mildly disappointed. That's a shame, you were a lot of help. Perhaps this could become an annual summer thing. I suggested hopefully. Amity stared sightlessly over my shoulder, lost in thought. Well, I suppose no one's come breaking down my door about Child S. Avery yet, so we're good there. Yes, when you get back, come here and I'll see if I can use you. If I don't have anything for you to do, though, you're out of luck, Amity said sternly. I got the distinct impression that Amity would find something for me to do even if it was vacuuming the floors and washing the windows. That fair? I nodded. It was more than fair. Amity was really going out on a limb for me, had been since I started, and I was grateful. Let me get your last paycheck, Amity said, disappearing into the back again. So tell me about this friend of your brother, she called. Ron, right. The one with all the siblings. Yeah, I nodded. I'd told her a few bits and pieces of our time at Hogwarts. Nothing magical, of course, but about the people. She knew about Ron and Hermione and knew that I tended not to get along with the rest of my house. Bet you'll be pleased to see the other twins sooner than expected, Amity observed as she emerged from the back and passed me an envelope. I took it and tucked it into my bra. It'll be great to see them, I agreed. And with all this extra time to plan, we'll definitely be able to kick the year off with a bang. You'll have to write and tell me all about it, Amity said. I froze. That would be tricky. I can't, I said slowly. Amity raised an eyebrow incredulously. What, they don't allow mail at your school? Well, you can't read it anyway, I shot back. Amity scoffed. Just because I can't read doesn't mean other people can't. I could have someone read it to me. You're right though, it's a little impractical. Ah well, she sighed, looking genuinely disappointed. I winced. Sorry Amity, my school's just touchy about who we contact. You know, for safety reasons. I pulled that out my ass. Amity nodded. I understand that. I remember. My old high school, we weren't allowed to leave campus during lunch to go eat like all the other schools were. Very disappointing, when the other kids were talking about going to eat on the square and you got 3-day-old sloppy joes. Amity thrust out her tongue. They feed us better than that, I said gratefully. Good, Amity said gladly. Well, have fun kid. Get packed and get going, you're going to have more fun than helping an old blind lady haul boxes around. You're not old, I assured her. I'm not a lady either. Amity shrugged and winked. Get moving girl, have a good time. Amity leaned over the counter, hugging me tightly. I hugged her back, surprised to realize I would miss her. Originally I'd taken the job just hoping to make some cash, but Amity had been a bright spot in my summer. She served me iced tea, the woman was addicted, and told me funny stories about growing up in the South. She even taught me a few words of Cherokee, which I was rather proud of. I would definitely be trying to get my job back next summer. The atmosphere in number 4 the day the Weasleys were to arrive was tense. Uncle Vernon was wearing his best suit and trying to puff himself up and look intimidating. Dudley, on the other hand, looked smaller than normal, shrunken in fear. I couldn't blame him, considering the last time he interacted with a wizard he came away with a pigtail. The Dursleys had camped out in the living room. Aunt Petunia was compulsively straightening cushions. Uncle Vernon was pretending to read the paper, but his tiny eyes were not moving. Dudley was crammed into an armchair, his porky hands beneath him, clamped firmly around his bottom. To avoid the tension they radiated, Harry and I had taken seats halfway up the stairs, waiting for the Weasleys to arrive. I leaned my head on Harry's shoulder. How much longer? I whined obnoxiously. It's 5 o'clock, Harry assured me, glancing up at the clock that hung on the living room wall. Uncle Vernon seemed to have noticed that it was the time the Weasleys were supposed to arrive as well. Uncle Vernon, perspiring slightly in his suit, opened the front door, peered up and down the street, then withdrew his head quickly. "They're late," he snarled at us. "I know," said Harry. "Maybe, the traffic's bad, or something." Uncle Vernon sat down again with a huff and flourished the paper loudly. "There's no way they're coming by car," I muttered to Harry. "The Fort Anglia's in the Forbidden Forest." "Well then how would they get here?" Harry wondered. "Brooms, maybe," I suggested. "Nah, they'd be seen." In the living room, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were getting steadily more and more annoyed as it crept towards 1:15. "No consideration at all. We might have had an engagement. Maybe they think they'll get invited to dinner if they're late." "Well, they most certainly won't be," said Uncle Vernon. He stood up and started pacing the living room. "They'll take the brats and go, there'll be no hanging around. That's if they're coming at all. Probably mistaken the day. I dare say their kind don't set much store by punctuality. Either that or they drive some tin pot car that's broken drrrrrrgh." Harry and I jumped up. From the other side of the living room door came the sounds of the three Dursleys scrambling, panic-stricken, across the room. The next moment Dudley came flying into the hall, looking terrified. "What happened?" I demanded. "What's the matter?" But Dudley didn't seem able to speak. Hands still clamped over his beeps, he waddled as fast as he could into the kitchen. "Useless lump," I cursed him, and Harry and I clattered down the stairs into the living room. Loud bangings and scrapings were coming from behind the Dursleys' boarded-up fireplace, which had a fake coal fire plugged in front of it. "Oh Merlin's bollocks," I cursed when I realized what was going on. "They've flowed." "What is it?" gasped Aunt Petunia, who had backed into the wall and was staring, terrified, toward the fire. "What is it, Vernon?" Voices could be heard from inside the blocked fireplace. "Ouch. Fred, no, go back, there's been some kind of mistake, tell George not to, ouch. George, no, there's no room, go back quickly and tell Ron. Maybe Harry or Lorena can hear us, Dad, maybe they'll be able to let us out." There was a loud hammering of fists on the boards behind the electric fire. "Harry, Lorena, can you hear us?" The Dursleys rounded on us like a pair of angry wolverines. "What is this?" growled Uncle Vernon. "What's going on?" They've tried to get here by flow powder," said Harry breathlessly, fighting a mad desire to laugh. I bit down on my fist to keep from giggling. It was funny. "They can travel by fire," I tried to explain. "Only you've blocked the fireplace, hang on." I approached the fireplace and banged on the boards once to quiet the Weasleys down enough for them to hear me. The hammering stopped. Somebody inside the chimney-piece said, "Shush. Oi, Fred, George, can you hear me?" I called. "We can hear you, Mr. Weasley replied. "Lorena, what's going on?" I pinched the bridge of my nose. "The fireplace has been blocked up. You won't be able to get through there." "Damn," said Mr. Weasley's voice. "What on earth did they want to block up the fireplace for?" "They've got an electric fire," I said, hoping to distract them before they insulted the Dursleys inadvertently. I didn't particularly care if they were offended, but I knew that Uncle Vernon would start tossing out his own insults if he got his dander up, and I didn't really want to witness that. Not that I didn't think it would be hilarious, but I didn't want the Weasleys to have to go through it. "Really?" said Mr. Weasley's voice excitedly. "Eclectic, you say? With a plug? Gracious, I must see that. Let's think. Ouch, Ron, what are we doing here? Has something gone wrong?" Ron had arrived. "Oh no, Ron," came Fred's voice, very sarcastically. "No, this is exactly where we wanted to end up. Yeah, we're having the time of our lives here," said George, whose voice sounded muffled, as though he was squashed against a wall. Boys, said Mr. Weasley vaguely. He probably knew that trying to wrangle the twins was setting himself up for failure. "I'm trying to think what to do." "Yes, only way. Stand back, Lorena." I retreated to the sofa. Harry joined me. Uncle Vernon, however, moved forward. "Wait a moment," he bellowed at the fire. "What exactly are you going to?" "Back up." Harry tried to warn half-heartedly, but it was too late. The electric fire shot across the room as the boarded-up fireplace burst outward, expelling Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, and Ron in a cloud of rubble and loose chippings. Aunt Petunia shrieked and fell backward over the coffee table. Uncle Vernon caught her before she hit the floor, and gaped, speechless, at the Weasleys. "That's better," panted Mr. Weasley, brushing dust from his long green robes and straightening his glasses. "Ah, you must be Harry's aunt and uncle." He moved toward Uncle Vernon, his hand outstretched, but Uncle Vernon backed away several paces, dragging Aunt Petunia. Words utterly failed Uncle Vernon. His best suit was covered in white dust, which had settled in his hair and mustache and made him look as though he had just aged 30 years. Yes, sorry about that," said Mr. Weasley, lowering his hand and looking over his shoulder at the blasted fireplace sheepishly. "It's all my fault. It just didn't occur to me that we wouldn't be able to get out at the other end. I had your fireplace connected to the flow network, you see, just for an afternoon, so we could get Harry and Lorena. Muggle fireplaces aren't supposed to be connected, strictly speaking, but I've got a useful contact at the flow regulation panel and he fixed it for me. I can put it right in a jiffy, though, don't worry. I'll light a fire to send the boys back, and then I can repair your fireplace before I disapparate." "Bombarda," I guessed, looking at the debris. Fred nodded as he and George knocked chippings off of themselves. "I'd have gone with a simple relatio, that should have covered it." The Dursleys were still gaping at Mr. Weasley, thunderstruck. Aunt Petunia staggered upright again and hid behind Uncle Vernon. "Hello, Potters," said Mr. Weasley brightly. "Got your trunks ready?" "They're upstairs," said Harry, grinning back. "We'll get it," said Fred at once. Winking at me, he and George left the room. They knew where our bedroom was, having once rescued us from it in the dead of night. I suspected that Fred and George were hoping for a glimpse of Dudley. They had heard a lot about him from Harry and I. "Well," said Mr. Weasley, swinging his arms slightly, while he tried to find words to break the very nasty silence. Very nice place you've got here." "Oh Merlin," I said faintly. As the usually spotless living room was now covered in dust and bits of brick, this remark didn't go down too well with the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon's face purpled once more, and Aunt Petunia started chewing her tongue again. However, they seemed too scared to actually say anything. Mr. Weasley was looking around. He loved everything to do with Muggles. I could see him itching to go and examine the television and the video recorder. "They run off electricity, do they?" he said knowledgeably. "Ah yes, I can see the plugs. I collect plugs," he added to Uncle Vernon. "And batteries. Got a very large collection of batteries. My wife thinks I'm mad, but there you are." Uncle Vernon clearly thought Mr. Weasley was mad too. He moved ever so slightly to the right, screening Aunt Petunia from view, as though he thought Mr. Weasley might suddenly run at them and attack. Dudley suddenly reappeared in the room. I could hear the clunk of trunks on the stairs, and guessed that the sounds had scared Dudley out of the kitchen. Dudley edged along the wall, gazing at Mr. Weasley with terrified eyes, and attempted to conceal himself behind his mother and father. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon's bulk, while sufficient to hide bony Aunt Petunia, was nowhere near enough to conceal Dudley. "Ah, this is your cousin, is it?" said Mr. Weasley, taking another brave stab at making conversation. "Yep," said Harry, "that's Dudley." He and Ron exchanged glances and then quickly looked away from each other. The temptation to burst out laughing was almost overwhelming. I was biting my tongue to stop myself from laughing at the Dursleys. Dudley was still clutching his bottom as though afraid it might fall off. Mr. Weasley, however, seemed genuinely concerned at Dudley's peculiar behavior. From the tone of his voice when he next spoke, Harry was quite sure that Mr. Weasley thought Dudley was quite as mad as the Dursleys thought he was, except that Mr. Weasley felt sympathy rather than fear. "Having a good holiday, Dudley," he said kindly. Dudley whimpered and his hands tightened over his massive backside. Fred and George came back into the room carrying Harry's school trunk and mine. They glanced around as they entered and spotted Dudley. Their faces cracked into identical evil grins. I knew those grins. Those grins had been the warning signs of some of their better pranks. They met my gaze, clearly asking permission to prank on my home turf. I responded with the tiniest nod of my head and their grins widened, eyes glinting with mischief. I settled in to watch the show. "Ah, right," said Mr. Weasley. Better get cracking then. He pushed up the sleeves of his robes and took out his wand. The Dursleys drew back against the wall as one. Incendio, said Mr. Weasley, pointing his wand at the hole in the wall behind him. Flames rose at once in the fireplace, crackling merrily as though they had been burning for hours. Mr. Weasley took a small drawstring bag from his pocket, untied it, took a pinch of the powder inside, and threw it onto the flames, which turned emerald green and roared higher than ever. Off you go then, Fred, said Mr. Weasley. Coming, said Fred. Oh no, hang on. A bag of sweets had spilled out of Fred's pocket and the contents were now rolling in every direction, big, fat toffees in brightly colored wrappers. My eyes lit up. Fred and George had been talking about a line of magical joke sweets, perfect for playing jokes on friends or Snoops. It seemed they'd reached the testing stage for some of their ideas. I couldn't wait to see what the toffees did. If they worked, I might request a bag to leave on top of my trunk in the Slytherin dorms. That pig Parkinson could use a surprise to start the year off right. Fred scrambled around, cramming them back into his pocket, then gave the Dursleys a cheery wave, stepped forward, and walked right into the fire with my trunk, saying, "The burrow." Aunt Petunia gave a little shuddering gasp. There was a whooshing sound, and Fred vanished. Right then, George, said Mr. Weasley, you in the other trunk. Harry helped George carry the trunk forward into the flames and turned it onto its end so that he could hold it better. Then, with a second whoosh, George had cried, "The burrow." And vanished too. Ron, you next, said Mr. Weasley. See you, said Ron brightly to the Dursleys. He grinned broadly at Harry, then stepped into the fire, shouted, "The burrow," and disappeared. Now Harry and I remained with Mr. Weasley. Well, by then, Harry said to the Dursleys. They didn't say anything at all. Harry moved toward the fire, but just as he reached the edge of the hearth, Mr. Weasley put out a hand and held him back. He was looking at the Dursleys in amazement. Harry said goodbye to you, he said. Didn't you hear him? It doesn't matter, Harry muttered to Mr. Weasley. Honestly, I don't care. They're glad to be shot of us, I expect, I said, moving to the fireplace and favoring the Dursleys with a dismissive glance. I was pleased to see Dudley fiddling with the paper of a brightly wrapped sweet from the corner of my eye. No way was I missing this. You aren't going to see your nephew or niece till next summer, Mr. Weasley said to Uncle Vernon in mild indignation. Surely you're going to say goodbye. Uncle Vernon's face worked furiously. The idea of being taught consideration by a man who had just blasted away half his living room wall seemed to be causing him intense suffering. But Mr. Weasley's wand was still in his hand, and Uncle Vernon's tiny eyes darted to it once, before he said, very resentfully, "Goodbye, then." "See you," said Harry, stepping into the fireplace. I joined him, putting one foot forward into the green flames, which felt pleasantly like a warm bath. At that moment, however, a horrible gagging sound erupted behind him, and Aunt Petunia started to scream. Dudley was no longer standing behind his parents. He was kneeling beside the coffee table, and he was gagging and sputtering on a foot-long, purple, slimy thing that was protruding from his mouth. One bewildered second later, I realized that the foot-long thing was Dudley's tongue. I couldn't help it. I doubled over laughing. Merlin bless those twins. Aunt Petunia hurled herself onto the ground beside Dudley, seized the end of his swollen tongue, and attempted to wrench it out of his mouth. Dudley yelled and sputtered worse than ever, trying to fight her off. Uncle Vernon was bellowing and waving his arms around, and Mr. Weasley had to shout to make himself heard. "Not to worry, I can sort him out," he yelled, advancing on Dudley with his wand outstretched, but Aunt Petunia screamed worse than ever and threw herself on top of Dudley, shielding him from Mr. Weasley. "No, really," said Mr. Weasley desperately. "It's a simple process. It was the toffee, my son Fred, real practical joker, but it's only an engorgement charm. At least, I think it is, please, I can correct it." But far from being reassured, the Dursleys became more panic-stricken. Aunt Petunia was sobbing hysterically, tugging Dudley's tongue as though determined to rip it out. Dudley appeared to be suffocating under the combined pressure of his mother and his tongue. Uncle Vernon, who had lost control completely, seized a china figure from on top of the sideboard and threw it very hard at Mr. Weasley, who ducked, causing the ornament to shatter in the blasted fireplace. "Now really," said Mr. Weasley angrily, brandishing his wand. I'm trying to help. Bellowing like a wounded hippo, Uncle Vernon snatched up another ornament. Harry, Lorena, go. Just go. Mr. Weasley shouted, his wand on Uncle Vernon. I'll sort this out. The burrow, Harry said, wrapping one arm around my waist to keep my upright for the trip as he used the other to toss the flow powder into the flames. I was still wheezing with laughter and I accidentally inhaled some ashes we spun off through the fireplaces. When I felt us slowing down I got myself together, bracing myself. Harry threw up his hands to keep from toppling out of the fireplace, but I went with the motion, letting myself stagger out and towards the twins, who were waiting for news of how their plan had gone with eager grins on their faces. I wrapped one arm around each of them and pulled them into hugs. Marry me, I mo.ned. They hugged me back, chuckling. Which one of us? They chorused. Both of you, I don't even care, that was bloody brilliant. I praised, dropping a key onto each of their cheeks. So he ate it? Fred asked eagerly, pulling away and looking at me for information. Oh, he ate it, Harry confirmed as he stepped from the fireplace. What was that? Tung toffee, said Fred brightly. George and I invented them, and we've been looking for someone to test them on all summer. I clutched George's arm eagerly. A bag of them, I beg of you, I want to mine Pugginson's trunk and school bag with them. For you, anything, George promised with a wink. The kitchen was full of laughter. Looking around, I saw Ron seated at the scrubbed wooden table with two redheads I didn't know, but I could guess that they were Bill and Charlie, the only two Weasleys I'd never met. How are you doing, Harry? Said the nearer of the two, grinning at him and holding out a large hand, which Harry shook. That had to be Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania. Charlie was built like the twins, shorter and stockier. He had a broad, good-natured face, which was weather-beaten and so freckly that he looked almost tanned. His arms were muscular, and one of them had a large, shiny burn on it. Bill got to his feet, smiling, and also shook Harry's hand. He surprised me. He worked at Gringotts and he was head boy when he was at school. I had always imagined Bill to be an older version of Percy, fussy about rule-breaking and fond of bossing everyone around. That couldn't have been farther from the truth though. He was tall, with long hair that he had tied back in a ponytail. He was wearing an earring with what looked like a fang dangling from it. Bill's clothes would not have looked out of place at a rock concert, except his boots were made of dragon hide. Before any of them could say anything else, there was a faint popping noise, and Mr. Weasley appeared out of thin air at George's shoulder. I hadn't realized he was capable of getting that angry, but his face was as red as Ron's ears went when he was mad. That wasn't funny, Fred, he shouted. What on earth did you give that muggle boy? I didn't give him anything, said Fred, with another evil grin. I just dropped it. It was his fault he went and ate it, I never told him to. As a Slytherin, I appreciated the distinction. Mr. Weasley, however, most decidedly did not. You dropped it on purpose. He roared. You knew he'd eat it, you knew he was on a diet. How big did his tongue get? George asked eagerly. It was 4 feet long before his parents would let me shrink it. The Potters and the Weasleys roared with laughter again. It isn't funny, Mr. Weasley shouted. That sort of behavior seriously undermines wizard-muggle relations. I spent half my life campaigning against the mistreatment of muggles, and my own sons. We didn't give it to him because he's a muggle, said Fred indignantly. No, we gave it to him because he's a great bullying git, said George. He turned to me. Isn't he, Rena? The twins had earned the right to call me Rena my second year, when they went on a pranking spree against anyone who spoke out against Harry and I for being Parseltongues. Me, in particular, seeing as no one had had any idea that I was one too until I stood up on the Slytherin table one day at breakfast and hissed curses at them, telling them to lay off my brother. Git is too nice of a word, I backed them up. That's not the point, raged Mr. Weasley. You wait until I tell your mother. Tell me what, said a voice behind them. Mrs. Weasley had just entered the kitchen. Oh hello Harry, Lorena dear, she said, spotting us and smiling. Then her eyes snapped back to her husband. Tell me what, Arthur. Mr. Weasley hesitated. However angry he was with Fred and George, he hadn't really intended to tell Mrs. Weasley what had happened. There was a silence, while Mr. Weasley eyed his wife nervously. Then Ginny and Hermione appeared in the kitchen doorway behind Mrs. Weasley. Both of them smiled at Harry and I. We grinned back, which made Ginny go Arlette, she had been very taken with Harry ever since his first visit to the burrow. Quite frankly, it was adorable, and I was completely on board with Harry dating her. Tell me what, Arthur? Mrs. Weasley repeated, in a dangerous sort of voice. It's nothing, Molly, mumbled Mr. Weasley. Fred and George but I've had words with them. What have they done this time? Said Mrs. Weasley in exasperation. If it's got anything to do with Weasleys, wizard wheezes. Why don't we show Harry and Lorena where they're sleeping, Ron? Said Hermione from the doorway. They know where they're sleeping, said Ron, in my room and Ginny's, just like last. We can all go, said Hermione pointedly. Oh, said Ron, cottoning on. I rolled my eyes. Right. Yeah, we'll come too, said George. You stay where you are. Snarled Mrs. Weasley. She might as well have put the twins in a full-body bind, they froze so quickly. Harry and I edged out of the kitchen with Ron, and the lot of us set off along the narrow hallway and up the rickety staircase that zigzagged through the house to the upper stories. What are Weasleys, wizard wheezes? Harry asked as we climbed. Ron and Ginny both laughed, although Hermione didn't. Mum found this stack of order forms when she was cleaning Fred and George's room, said Ron quietly. Great long price lists for stuff they've invented. Joke stuff, you know. Fake wands and trick sweets, loads of stuff. It was brilliant, I never knew they'd been inventing all that. We've been hearing explosions out of their room for ages, but we never thought they were actually making things, said Ginny, sounding impressed. We thought they just liked the noise. Only, most of the stuff, well, all of it, really, was a bit dangerous, admitted Ron, and, you know, they were planning to sell it at Hogwarts to make some money, and Mum went mad at them. Told them they weren't allowed to make any more of it, and burned all the order forms. She's furious at them anyway. They didn't get as many OWLs as she expected. Brilliant, I whispered. I'll take 2 of everything, I've got to tell them. Hermione gave me a stern look, which I ignored, too busy caught up imagining the torture I could inflict on people like Parkinson, Malfoy, Bulstrode, Montague, that Ravenclaw git who'd hexed Lily in the hall last year. The list went on and on really. My shit list was extensive, which probably said something not very nice about me. And then there was this big row, Ginny continued, because Mum wants them to go into the Ministry of Magic like Dad, and they told her all they want to do is open a joke shop. A door on the second landing opened, and a face poked out wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a very annoyed expression. Hi, Percy, said Harry. Oh hello, Harry, Lorena, greeted Percy. I was wondering who was making all the noise. I'm trying to work in here, you know I've got a report to finish for the office, and it's rather difficult to concentrate when people keep thundering up and down the stairs. And if we see anyone thundering we will definitely tell them off for you, I said saccharine. Wouldn't want you disturbed. What are you working on? Asked Harry. I could have smacked him. Now we'd have to listen to Percy more, and he was undoubtedly my least favorite Weasley. A report for the Department of International Magical Cooperation, said Percy smugly. We're trying to standardize cauldron thickness. Some of these foreign imports are just a shade too thin. Leakages have been increasing at a rate of almost 3% a year. That'll change the world, that report will, said Ron sarcastically. Front page of the Daily Prophet, I expect, cauldron leaks. Or people can just learn how to brew potions correctly so that they don't eat into the bottom of a cauldron. I scoffed. So long as people clean their cauldrons out right after brewing, nothing should happen. Percy went slightly pink. You might sneer, Ron, he said heatedly, but unless some sort of international law is imposed we might well find the market flooded with flimsy, shallow-bottomed products that seriously endanger. I noticed Percy didn't say anything against me. I didn't blame him. His last year at Hogwarts he'd caught me out and about after hours and gave me a detention with Filch and docked Slytherin points. The next day he'd spent staggering around drunkenly, not realizing his glasses had been dipped in a potion consisting mostly of fire whiskey that he was slowly absorbing through his skin. The world really should fear my evil genius. Yeah, all right, said Ron, and he started off upstairs again. Percy slammed his bedroom door shut. As Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and I followed Ron up 3 more flights of stairs, shouts from the kitchen below echoed up to them. It sounded as though Mr. Weasley had told Mrs. Weasley about the toffees. The room at the top of the house where Ron slept looked much as it had the last time that Harry and I had come to stay, except now Scabbers had been replaced by the tiny grey owl that had delivered Ron's letter to Harry in Privet Drive. It was hopping up and down in a small cage and twittering madly. "Shut up, pig," said Ron, edging his way between two of the 4 beds that had been squeezed into the room. "Fred and George are in here with us, because Bill and Charlie are in their room," he told Harry. "Percy gets to keep his room all to himself because he's got to work. Thankfully, we've only got 3 in our room," Ginny said to me. "Mum about went spare trying to fit everyone in." "Why are you calling that owl pig?" Harry asked Ron. "Because he's being stupid," Ginny chimed in. "Its proper name is Pigwidgeon." "Yeah, and that's not a stupid name at all," said Ron sarcastically. "Ginny named him," he explained. "She reckons it's sweet. And I tried to change it, but it was too late, he won't answer to anything else. So now he's Pig. I've got to keep him up here because he annoys Errol and Hermes. He annoys me too, come to that. It is sweet, right?" Ginny demanded of me. I saw Hermione frantically nodding at me from behind Ginny, but I didn't need her help. I may be a year older than Ginny and one of the best duelers in our year, but I had quite a bit of respect for Ginny and her jinxes. That was why she'd never woken up and found that her shampoo dyed her hair purple. Really unique, I approved. Hermione sighed in relief and Ginny seemed appeased. "Where's Crookshanks?" Harry asked Hermione. "Out in the garden, I expect," she said. "He likes chasing gnomes. He's never seen any before." "Percy's enjoying work, then," said Harry, sitting down on one of the beds and watching the Chudley cannons zooming in and out of the posters on the ceiling. I dropped down next to him on my stomach and stretched out with a yawn. "I'd been too excited to sleep much last night." "Enjoying it," said Ron darkly. "I don't reckon he'd come home if Dad didn't make him. He's obsessed. Just don't get him onto the subject of his boss." According to Mr. Crouch. As I was saying to Mr. Crouch, Mr. Crouch is of the opinion. Mr. Crouch was telling me, they'll be announcing their engagement any day now. "Sounds about like Percy," I agreed. "Have you had a good summer, Harry?" asked Hermione. "Did you get our food parcels and everything?" "Yeah, thanks a lot. They saved my life, those cakes," Harry gushed. I scowled and flicked him in the arm. "Last time I'd take you out for ice cream, ungrateful prat," I grumbled. "That's right, you got a job," Hermione said, looking pleased. "How's that going?" "Great," I said honestly. "My boss, Amity Raincrow, is great. Didn't even mind about me running off. Granted, she's a sharp lady, she figured out pretty quickly I didn't want to be around the Dursleys and why. Course, they've been better since we told them that the escaped mass murderer Sirius Black they'd been seeing on the television was our godfather," I said with a smirk. "Have you heard from?" Ron began, but a look from Hermione shut him up, and for good reason. Ginny had no idea that we were part of the reason Sirius was a free man, or that he was in contact with us. She didn't even know he was innocent. "I think they've stopped arguing," said Hermione, to cover the awkward moment, because Ginny was looking curiously from Ron to Harry. "Shall we go down and help your mum with dinner?" "Yeah, all right," said Ron. We left Ron's room and went back downstairs to find Mrs. Weasley alone in the kitchen, looking extremely bad-tempered. "We're eating out in the garden," she said when we came in. "There's just not room for 12 people in here. Could you take the plates outside, girls? Bill and Charlie are setting up the tables. Knives and forks, please, you two," she said to Ron and Harry, pointing her wand a little more vigorously than she had intended at a pile of potatoes in the sink, which shot out of their skins so fast that they ricocheted off the walls and ceiling. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she snapped, now directing her wand at a dustpan, which hopped off the sideboard and started skating across the floor, scooping up the potatoes. "Those two," she burst out savagely, now pulling pots and pans out of a cupboard. "I don't know what's going to happen to them, I really don't. No ambition, unless you count making as much trouble as they possibly can." Mrs. Weasley slammed a large copper saucepan down on the kitchen table and began to wave her wand around inside it. A creamy sauce poured from the wand tip as she stirred. "It's not as though they haven't got brains," she continued irritably, taking the saucepan over to the stove and lighting it with a further poke of her wand, but they're wasting them, and unless they pull themselves together soon, they'll be in real trouble. I've had more owls from Hogwarts about them than the rest put together. If they carry on the way they're going, they'll end up in front of the improper use of magic office. Mrs. Weasley jabbed her wand at the cutlery drawer, which shot open. Harry and Ron both jumped out of the way as several knives soared out of it, flew across the kitchen, and began chopping the potatoes, which had just been tipped back into the sink by the dustpan. I don't know where we went wrong with them, said Mrs. Weasley, putting down her wand and starting to pull out still more saucepans. It's been the same for years, one thing after another, and they won't listen to, oh not again. She had picked up her wand from the table, and it had emitted a loud squeak and turned into a giant rubber mouse. One of their fake wands again, she shouted. How many times have I told them not to leave them lying around? She grabbed her real wand and turned around to find that the sauce on the stove was smoking. Run for it, Ginny advised, grabbing the plates and distributing them to Hermione and I to carry. We abandoned Harry and Ron to Mrs. Weasley's rant as we escaped out the back. A very loud crashing noise was coming from the other side of the house. The source of the commotion was revealed as we entered the garden, and saw that Bill and Charlie both had their wands out, and were making two battered old tables fly high above the lawn, smashing into each other, each attempting to knock the others out of the air. Fred and George were cheering, Ginny and I dissolved into laughter, and Hermione was hovered near the hedge, apparently torn between amusement and anxiety. Bill's table caught Charlie's with a huge bang and knocked one of its legs off. There was a clatter from overhead, and we all looked up to see Percy's head poking out of a window on the second floor. "Will you keep it down?" he bellowed. "Sorry, Perce," said Bill, grinning. "How are the cauldron bottoms coming on?" "Very badly," said Percy peevishly, and he slammed the window shut. Chuckling, Bill and Charlie directed the tables safely onto the grass, end to end, and then, with a flick of his wand, Bill reattached the table leg and conjured tablecloths from nowhere. By 7 o'clock, the two tables were groaning under dishes and dishes of Mrs. Weasley's excellent cooking, and the 9 Weasleys, Harry, Hermione, and I were settling ourselves down to eat beneath a clear, deep blue sky. I listened more than talked for the first part of dinner. I'd seated myself between the twins, with Harry on Fred's other side. They were listing off some of the products they'd come up with and what they did. I was listening intently and nodding as I stuffed my face with chicken and mashed potatoes, already planning on being the first in line to order. At the far end of the table, Percy was telling his father all about his report on cauldron bottoms. "I've told Mr. Crouch that I'll have it ready by Tuesday," Percy was saying pompously. "That's a bit sooner than he expected it, but I like to keep on top of things. I think he'll be grateful I've done it in good time. I mean, it's extremely busy in our department just now, what with all the arrangements for the World Cup. We're just not getting the support we need from the Department of Magical Games and Sports." "Ludo Bagman. I like Ludo," said Mr. Weasley mildly. "He was the one who got us such good tickets for the cup. I did him a bit of a favor. His brother, Otto, got into a spot of trouble, a lawnmower with unnatural powers. I smoothed the whole thing over." "Oh, Bagman's likable enough, of course," said Percy dismissively, "but how he ever got to be head of department, when I compare him to Mr. Crouch. I can't see Mr. Crouch losing a member of our department and not trying to find out what's happened to them. You realize Bertha Jerkins has been missing for over a month now. Went on holiday to Albania and never came back." "Yes, I was asking Ludo about that," said Mr. Weasley, frowning. "He says Bertha's gotten lost plenty of times before now, though must say, if it was someone in my department, I'd be worried." "Oh, Bertha's hopeless, all right," Percy agreed dismissively. "I hear she's been shunted from department to department for years, much more trouble than she's worth, but all the same, Bagman ought to be trying to find her. Mr. Crouch has been taking a personal interest. She worked in our department at one time, you know, and I think Mr. Crouch was quite fond of her, but Bagman just keeps laughing and saying she probably misread the map and ended up in Australia instead of Albania." However, Percy heaved an impressive sigh and took a deep swig of elderflower wine. "We've got quite enough on our plates at the Department of International Magical Cooperation without trying to find members of other departments too. As you know, we've got another big event to organize right after the World Cup. Percy cleared his throat significantly and looked down toward the end of the table where Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I were sitting with Ginny and the twins. You know the one I'm talking about, Father. He raised his voice slightly. The top secret one. Fred rolled his eyes. He's been trying to get us to ask what that event is ever since he started work. Probably an exhibition of thick-bottomed cauldrons. I snorted into my gravy. Best thing to do is not ask. Agreed, George and Fred chorused. We clinked forks in agreement and tucked into our food. In the middle of the table, Mrs. Weasley was arguing with Bill about his earring, which seemed to be a recent acquisition. With a horrible great fang on it. Really, Bill, what did they say at the bank? Mum, no one at the bank gives a damn how I dress as long as I bring home plenty of treasure, Bill explained patiently. And your hair's getting silly, dear, said Mrs. Weasley, fingering her wand lovingly. I wish you'd let me give it a trim. I like it, said Ginny, who was sitting beside Bill. You're so old-fashioned, Mum. Anyway, it's nowhere near as long as Professor Dumbledore's. Next to Mrs. Weasley, Fred, George, and Charlie were all talking spiritedly about the World Cup. It's got to be Ireland, said Charlie thickly, through a mouthful of potato. They flattened Peru in the semifinals. Bulgaria has got Victor Krum, though, Fred countered. Krum's one decent player. Ireland has got 7, Charlie said shortly. I wish England had got through. That was embarrassing, that was. What happened? Said Harry eagerly. I leaned in to listen too. To be honest, I hadn't even known who was playing in the World Cup. All I knew was that I wanted to go. I was nowhere near as obsessed with Quidditch as the guys were, but I was still interested and I loved the sport. Went down to Transylvania, 390-10, recalled Charlie gloomily. Shocking performance. And Wales lost to Uganda, and Scotland was slaughtered by Luxembourg. I was incredulous. How do you lose to Luxembourg? Did they even have enough people for a team? Mr. Weasley conjured up candles to light the darkening garden before we had our homemade strawberry ice cream, and by the time we had finished, moths were fluttering low over the table, and the warm air was perfumed with the smells of grass and honeys. Clee. Harry was feeling extremely well fed and at peace with the world as I lay on a bench with my head on Harry's lap and my feet on Ron's, who hadn't so much as blinked when I laid down on him. Came from having siblings of his own, I guessed, although I hadn't ever seen any of the Weasley siblings be quite as tactile as Harry and I tended to be. Ron looked carefully up the table to check that the rest of the family were all busy talking, then he said very quietly, So, have you heard from Sirius lately? Hermione looked around, listening closely. Yeah, said Harry softly, twice. He sounds okay. I wrote to him yesterday. He might write back while I'm here. I snickered slightly. He's the reason we got to come. The Dursleys have been terrified this summer, convinced that the moment they tick us off we'll summon our own personal hitman to murder them. Look at the time, Mrs. Weasley said suddenly, checking her wristwatch. You really should be in bed, the whole lot of you'll be up at the crack of dawn to get to the cup. Twins, if you leave your school list out, I'll get your things for you tomorrow in Diagon Alley. I'm getting everyone else's. There might not be time after the World Cup, the match went on for 5 days last time. Wow, hope it does this time, said Harry enthusiastically. Well, I certainly don't, said Percy sanctimoniously. I shudder to think what the state of my in-tray would be if I was away from work for 5 days. Yeah, someone might slip dragon dung in it again, Perce. Said Fred. That was a sample of fertilizer from Norway. Retorted Percy, going very red in the face. It was nothing personal. It was, Fred whispered to Harry and I as we got up and headed into bed. We sent it. Ginny, Hermione, and I had made the grave mistake of staying up talking about nothing, exchanging gossip from across our years and houses. As a result, we hadn't decided to settle down and actually sleep until something like 3 in the morning. It was only Hermione reminding us that we had to be up in 2 hours, which sounded horrifying, that actually got us to go to sleep. The 3 of us staggered around the room like zombies. I saw Hermione at one point walk over to a wall, blink wearily, then turn around and head to her trunk. I wasn't doing much better, but at least I was slightly more used to functioning on little sleep, thanks to my nighttime wandering. I managed to pack a rucksack with clothes and toiletries for the match, sliding my photo album of my parents into it along with the book I was currently reading, the one Tracy had sent. With a yawn, I dragged a pair of jeans out of my trunk and tugged them on before remembering that I had yet to take off the shorts I was sleeping in. It was about 10 minutes later that I actually managed to properly dress myself in a tank top and hooded sweatshirt. "Come on girls, hurry up," Mrs. Weasley chided, poking her head into the door. Ginny stooped under her arm and hustled back in from brushing her teeth. Hermione was struggling with her sweater and I was midway through attacking my hair. At Mrs. Weasley's appearance I gave up and whacked it up into a messy ponytail, which was easier anyway. I slicked some concealer over the bags under my eyes, which made me look marginally less dead, and added some mascara and lipstick to give me some color. Satisfied that I didn't look like an extra from a zombie flick, I picked up my knapsack, thrust my wand up my sleeve, and headed downstairs with Hermione and Ginny on my heels. The three of us entered the kitchen to find Harry, Ron, and the twins already up and sitting at the table with Mr. Weasley. "Coffee," I begged Mrs. Weasley pitifully. She took pity on me and fixed me a cup, which I took eagerly and downed in 3 gulps, much to my twins' horror. Harry absolutely hated coffee. So did I, come to it, but the terrible taste and the caffeine were both powerful forces to perk me up, and after I drained my mug, I was able to process the conversation going on around me. "We've got a bit of a walk," said Mr. Weasley. "Walk," Harry repeated. "What, are we walking to the World Cup?" No, that's miles away," Mr. Weasley laughed. "We only need to walk a short way. It's just that it's very difficult for a large number of wizards to congregate without attracting Muggle attention. We have to be very careful about how we travel at the best of times, and on a huge occasion like the Quidditch World Cup." "George," snapped Mrs. Weasley, and we all jumped. "What?" said George, in an innocent tone that deceived nobody. "What is that in your pocket?" "Nothing. Don't you lie to me." Mrs. Weasley pointed her wand at George's pocket and said, "Accio." Several small, brightly colored objects zoomed out of George's pocket. He made a grab for them but missed, and they sped right into Mrs. Weasley's outstretched hand. "We told you to destroy them." Mrs. Weasley fumed, holding up what were unmistakably more Tung-Tung toffees. "We told you to get rid of the lot. Empty your pockets, go on, both of you." I was right next to Fred. Subtly, I snapped my fingers to get his attention and offered my palm. Fred smothered a grin and began trying to subtly pass me as many of the toffees as he could while also ashamedly passing a handful to his mom. Mrs. Wellesley wasn't stupid though. "Accio, Accio, Accio," she shouted, and toffees zoomed from all sorts of unlikely places, including the lining of George's jacket and the turn-ups of Fred's jeans. I was glad she hadn't noticed Fred passing them to me. "We spent 6 months developing those." Fred shouted at his mother as she threw the toffees away. "Oh, a fine way to spend 6 months," she shrieked. "No wonder you didn't get more OWLs." All in all, the atmosphere was not very friendly as we left. Mrs. Weasley was still glowering as she keyed Mr. Weasley on the cheek, though not nearly as much as the twins, who had each hoisted their rucksacks onto their backs and walked out without a word to her. "Well, have a lovely time," said Mrs. Weasley, "and behave yourselves," she called after the twins. They did not look back or answer. "I'll send Bill, Charlie, and Percy along around midday," Mrs. Weasley said to Mr. Weasley, as we all set off. It was chilly and the moon was still out. Only a dull, greenish tinge along the horizon to our right showed that daybreak was drawing closer. "Who do you love?" I sung, catching up with the twins. "You," Fred said earnestly. George looked at him blankly. Why do we love Rena?" I looked at him, offended. "Why wouldn't you?" I sniffed, and slid my hands into my pockets. I pulled them out, fists clenched around handfuls of toffees, and thrust my hands into the twins' pockets. I glanced back to see if Mr. Weasley had noticed, but he was busy explaining all about the transport to the World Cup to my brother. I mentally thanked him for being an unknowing distraction and pulled my hands out from the twins' pockets. "I was enjoying that," George pouted. I swatted his shoulder and laughed. "Beep. Only for you," Fred said, grabbing me around the waist and tugging me to his side. I did the same to George and we walked along in a line of 3, huddled together. I was grateful for it, too, as the morning was chilly and my hands were freezing. When I lost feeling in my fingers I decided to take action. I shamelessly held up my hands and sobbed dramatically. My hands. So cold, I think they may fall off. Laughing, the twins both took one of my hands between theirs and rubbed, trying to warm me up. Don't tell anyone, but you're my favorite Weasleys, I said gratefully as the feeling returned to my fingers. Phew, panted Mr. Weasley, taking off his glasses and wiping them on his sweater as we arrived at the top of the hill. Well, we've made good time, we've got 10 minutes. Hermione came over the crest of the hill last, clutching a stitch in her side. I felt a bit sorry for her. The walk hadn't been too bad for me, given that I'd gotten used to walking several miles to work and back every day this summer. Once again I was glad for the job. Now we just need the portkey, said Mr. Weasley, replacing his glasses and squinting around at the ground. It won't be big. Come on. We spread out, searching. Or rather, the others spread out. I sort of swayed after the twins, their hands still holding mine for warmth. Over here, Arthur. Over here, son, we've got it. Two tall figures were silhouetted against the starry sky on the other side of the hilltop. Amos, said Mr. Weasley, smiling as he strode over to the man who had shouted. The rest of us followed. Mr. Weasley was shaking hands with a ruddy-faced wizard with a scrubby brown beard, who was holding a moldy-looking old boot in his other hand. This is Amos Diggory, everyone, introduced Mr. Weasley. He works for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And I think you know his son, Cedric. Cedric Diggory was an extremely handsome boy of around 17. He was captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff House Quidditch team at Hogwarts. Hi, said Cedric, looking around at us all. Fred and George merely nodded while everyone else said hi. They had never quite forgiven Cedric for beating Gryffindor in the first Quidditch match of the previous year. I stayed silent too, as much for my image as anything. It also gave me free rein to observe Cedric from head to toe. He was 3 years older than me in a Hufflepuff, but that didn't mean I couldn't stare. It was like going to an art museum. You were never going to own any of the paintings on the wall, but you could still say they were pretty. Long walk, Arthur? Cedric's father asked. Not too bad, said Mr. Weasley. We live just on the other side of the village there. You had to get up at 2, didn't we, Seed? I tell you, I'll be glad when he's got his apparition test. Still, not complaining. Quidditch World Cup, wouldn't miss it for a sackful of galleons, and the tickets cost about that. Mind you, looks like I got off easy. Amos Diggory peered good-naturedly around at the 3 Weasley boys, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and I. All these yours, Arthur? Oh no, only the redheads, said Mr. Weasley, pointing out his children. This is Hermione, friend of Ron's, and Harry, another friend. Oi, Weasleys don't corner the market on redheads, I said pointedly, tossing my own red hair pointedly. Mr. Weasley nodded. All right. Sorry Lorena. Merlin's beard, exclaimed Amos Diggory, his eyes widening. Harry Potter. Yeah, confirmed Harry, shifting uncomfortably. I forced myself not to roll my eyes. I was here too, but of course no one was pleased to meet me. No, I was just the other Potter, the spare, and no one wanted the spare when they had the real deal in front of them. It was something I'd gotten more used to over the years. Especially since at school people were equally aware of both of us. It had taken a lot of work though. Throughout the year I kept myself fresh on people's minds with my pranks and antics. Of course, then at the end of the year Harry would swoop in and rescue a herd of unicorns from Acromantulas or something and he'd be first on everyone's mind again. Ced's talked about you, of course, continued Amos Diggory. Told us all about playing against you last year. I said to him, Seed, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren, that will. You beat Harry Potter. Harry stayed in uncomfortable silence. Fred and George were both scowling again. Cedric looked slightly embarrassed. Harry fell off his broom. Dad, he muttered modestly. I told you, it was an accident. Normally modesty was something I found incredibly ridiculous. There was zero harm in being proud of what you'd accomplished, but in this case I appreciated it from Cedric. That game had cost Harry a lot. It had destroyed his beloved Nimbus 2000 and landed him in the hospital wing far earlier than normal. It was that game that got him started trying to learn how to cast a Patronus, and I joined him. I had no desire to hear what I heard when Dementors came around, even if it wasn't my mother's screams. You are no danger to me. So the question becomes, what is your fate? Your father had to die, he was in my way. Your mother, she chose her death. And your brother, he will go. But you pose no danger. Should I kill you as well? Yes, but you didn't fall off, did you? Roared Amos proudly, slapping his son on his back. The noise jerked me out of my thoughts, which I was glad for. Always modest, our seed, always the gentleman, but the best man won. I'm sure Harry'd say the same, wouldn't you, One falls off his broom, one stays on, you don't need to be a genius to tell which one's the better flyer. If we're going for the best, I said with a smirk, I seem to recall Slytherin absolutely creaming Hufflepuff last year, don't I? I said innocently. Cedric looked up at me and I resisted the urge to fan myself. His father opened his mouth again and Mr. Weasley cut him off. Must be nearly time, announced Mr. Weasley quickly, pulling out his watch again and diffusing the situation. Do you know whether we're waiting for any more, Amos? No, the Lovegoods have been there for a week already and the Fawcetts couldn't get tickets, said Mr. Diggory. There aren't any more of us in this area, are there? Not that I know of, Mr. Weasley agreed. Yes, it's a minute off. We'd better get ready. He looked around at Harry, Hermione, and I. You just need to touch the portkey, that's all, a finger will do. I split off from the twins, spinning to face them and walking backwards. Fred and George looked at me, offended. Sorry boys, I sang, and shamelessly took a spot beside Cedric, who looked at me in surprise. I took a moment to bask in his attention before saying, that was decent of you, sticking up for my idiot twin. I wouldn't have said anything if it weren't for the commotion of everyone shuffling and trying to get at the boot covering my voice. I wasn't one for public thanks, or private thanks, for that matter, but Cedric had stood up to his own dad for Harry, so I figured he deserved it. He looked a little surprised that I'd said anything, probably because I was a Slytherin and we weren't known for warm fuzzies like Hufflepuff was. But he smiled and nodded and I had to catch my breath. Merlin help me, this boy was not good for my health. We stood there, in a tight circle, as a chill breeze swept over the hilltop. Nobody spoke. It suddenly occurred to me how odd this would look if a muggle were to walk up here now. 10 people, 2 of them grown men, clutching this manky old boot in the semi-darkness, waiting. 3, muttered Mr. Weasley, one eye still on his watch. 2, 1. I felt as though a hook just behind my navel had been suddenly jerked irresistibly forward. My feet left the ground and I could feel Cedric and Ginny on either side of me, their shoulders banging into mine. We were speeding forward in a howl of wind and swirling color. My fingers were stuck to the boot as though they'd been glued there. My feet slammed into the ground. Ginny staggered into me before catching herself on Hermione and I fell over. The portkey hit the ground near my head with a heavy thud, though I had landed much softer. What was that, a boo? Ah, hello, I grunted, realizing I'd taken Cedric down with me when Ginny hit me. He had sort of crumpled, but managed to catch my head on his lap. I quickly sat up, fighting the urge to blush and knowing it would clash badly with my hair. I busied myself with adjusting the zipper on my sweatshirt and checking my wand was okay as Cedric picked himself up. You okay? He asked me, looking genuinely concerned. If I'd needed any proof he was Hufflepuff through and through, that was it. Someone from my house would have said it mockingly, but he actually seemed worried. First time's always the worst, Cedric assured me. It gets easier. Think I'll stick to brooms in the future, I complained, yanking down my wrecked ponytail and letting my hair do whatever the hell it wanted. I was past caring. Oh, and thanks, I muttered absently, trying to play it off. No problem, Cedric assured me. That would have been a nasty spill otherwise. Yeah, well, I'll trip Ginny later or something for payback, I said with a shrug. 5:07 from Stoatshead Hill, said a voice. We had arrived on what appeared to be a deserted stretch of misty moor. In front of us was a pair of tired and grumpy-looking wizards, one of whom was holding a large gold watch, the other a thick roll of parchment and a quill. Both were dressed as muggles, though very inexpertly. The man with the watch wore a tweed suit with thigh-length galoshes, his colleague, a kilt and a poncho. Oh hell, wizards can never quite manage it, I muttered, slapping a palm to my forehead. Harry looked at me sideways, biting back a laugh. Morning, Basil, greeted Mr. Weasley, picking up the boot and handing it to the kilted wizard, who threw it into a large box of used portkeys beside him. "Hello there, Arthur," said Basil wearily. "Not on duty, It's all right for some. We've been here all night. You'd better get out of the way, we've got a big party coming in from the Black Forest at 5:15. Hang on, I'll find your campsite." Weasley. He consulted his parchment list. "About a quarter of a mile's walk over there, first field you come to. Site manager's called Mr. Roberts. Diggory, second field, ask for Mr. Payne." "Thanks, Basil," said Mr. Weasley, and he beckoned everyone to follow him. We set off across the deserted moor, unable to make out much through the mist. After about 20 minutes, a small stone cottage next to a gate swam into view. Beyond it, I could just make out the ghostly shapes of hundreds and hundreds of tents, rising up the gentle slope of a large field toward a dark wood on the horizon. It reminded me vaguely of a slum. "See you around, yeah," Cedric said as he headed off after his father. I looked up at him in surprise, frowning slightly. I hadn't expected him to bother. "Maybe," I replied slowly, not quite sure how to respond. Cedric waved to us as he left. A man was standing in the doorway of the cottage, looking out at the tents. He was the first person I'd seen here that looked like a real muggle, so I guessed he was one. He turned to look at us when he heard us coming. "Morning," said Mr. Weasley brightly. "Morning," said the muggle. "Would you be Mr. Roberts?" I would," the man nodded. "And who are you?" "Weasley, 2 tents, booked a couple of days ago." Mr. Roberts repeated, consulting a list tacked to the door. "You've got a space up by the wood there. Just the one night." "That's it," said Mr. Weasley. "You'll be paying now, then?" Mr. Roberts asked. "Oh, right, certainly," fumbled Mr. Weasley. He retreated a short distance from the cottage and beckoned Harry toward him. I saw him holding out a roll of muggle money and flipping through the notes in confusion. "You foreign?" asked Mr. Roberts as Mr. Weasley returned with the correct notes. "Foreign," repeated Mr. Weasley, puzzled. "You're not the first one who's had trouble with money," explained Mr. Roberts, scrutinizing Mr. Weasley closely. "I had 2 try and pay me with great gold coins the size of hubcaps 10 minutes ago." "Did you really?" laughed Mr. Weasley nervously. Mr. Roberts rummaged around in a tin for some change. "Never been this crowded," he said suddenly, looking out over the misty field again. "Hundreds of pre-bookings. People usually just turn up." "Is that right?" said Mr. Weasley, his hand held out for his change, but Mr. Roberts didn't give it to him. He said for a third time. "People from all over. Loads of foreigners. And not just foreigners. Weirdos, you know. There's a bloke walking round in a kilt and a poncho." "Shouldn't he?" asked Mr. Weasley anxiously. "It's like some sort of—" "I dunno, like some sort of rally," said Mr. Roberts. "They all seem to know each other. Like a big party." At that moment, a wizard in +4s appeared out of thin air next to Mr. Roberts's front door. "Obliviate," he said sharply, pointing his wand at Mr. Roberts. Instantly, Mr. Roberts's eyes slid out of focus, his brows unknitted, and a look of dreamy unconcern fell over his face. "A map of the campsite for you, Mr. Roberts said placidly to Mr. Weasley. "And your change." "Thanks very much," said Mr. Weasley. The wizard in +4s accompanied us toward the gate to the campsite. He looked exhausted. His chin was blue with stubble and there were deep purple shadows under his eyes. Once out of earshot of Mr. Roberts, he muttered to Mr. Weasley, "Been having a lot of trouble with him. Needs a memory charm 10 times a day to keep him happy. And Ludo Bagman's not helping. Trotting around talking about bludgers and quaffles at the top of his voice, not a worry about anti-muggle security. Blimey, I'll be glad when this is over. See you later, Arthur." He disapparated. "I thought Mr. Bagman was head of magical games and sports," recalled Ginny, looking surprised. "He should know better than to talk about bludgers near muggles, shouldn't he?" "He should," said Mr. Weasley, smiling, and leading us through the gates into the campsite, "but Ludo's always been a bit, well, lax about security. You couldn't wish for a more enthusiastic head of the sports department though. He played Quidditch for England himself, you know. And he was the best beater the Wimborne Wasps ever had. We trudged Up the misty field between long rows of tents. Most looked almost ordinary. Their owners had clearly tried to make them as muggle-like as possible, but had slipped up by adding chimneys, or bell pulls, or weather vanes. However, here and there was a tent so obviously magical that it was obvious why Mr. Roberts needed hourly memory modification. Halfway up the field stood an extravagant confection of striped silk like a miniature palace, with several live peacocks tethered at the entrance. A little farther on they passed a tent that had 3 floors and several turrets, and a short way beyond that was a tent that had a front garden attached, complete with birdbath, sundial, and fountain. Always the same, announced Mr. Weasley, smiling fondly. We can't resist showing off when we get together. Ah, here we are, look, this is us. We had reached the very edge of the wood at the top of the field. There was an empty space with a small sign hammered into the ground that read Weezly. Couldn't have a better spot, said Mr. Weasley happily. The field is just on the other side of the wood there, we're as close as we could be. He hoisted his backpack from his shoulders. Right, he said excitedly, no magic allowed, strictly speaking, not when we're out in these numbers on Muggle land. We'll be putting these tents up by hand. Shouldn't be too difficult. Muggles do it all the time. Here, Harry, where do you reckon we should start? Harry and I had never been camping in our lives. For one, the Dursleys would have left us with Mrs. Fig rather than take us somewhere we might have fun, and for two, the Dursleys would never take themselves camping. It would mean limited food and amenities. On top of that, I didn't think they made sleeping bags big enough to accommodate people like Uncle Vernon and Dudley. However, after a long look at the instructions, we worked out with Hermione where most of the poles and pegs should go. Mr. Weasley was more of a hindrance than a help, because he got thoroughly overexcited when it came to using the mallet. But in the end we managed to erect a pair of shabby 2-man tents. All of us stood back to admire their handiwork. Nobody looking at these tents would guess they belonged to wizards. Of course, no one would ever guess that they were intended for a party of our size either, because there was no way all of us were going to fit inside. Mr. Weasley dropped to his hands and knees and entered the first tent, undaunted. We'll be a bit cramped, he called, but I think we'll all squeeze in. Come and have a look. I bent down, ducked under the tent flap, and felt my jaw drop. I had walked into what looked like an old-fashioned, 3-room flat, complete with bathroom and kitchen. I heard Harry come in behind me and whisper, "I love magic." I turned back to him and smiled, taking his hand. He smiled back and we stared at the tent. It sometimes took me aback, thinking about magic and how it was a reality for me that most people would never experience. Well, it's not for long, said Mr. Weasley, mopping his bald patch with a handkerchief and peering in at the 4 bunk beds that stood in the bedroom. I borrowed this from Perkins at the office. Doesn't camp much anymore, poor fellow, he's got lumbago. We girls decided it was time to check out our tent and left the boys alone. Ours turned out to be laid out basically the same, but with smaller proportions and without the smell of cats, which I was pleased with. I immediately swung my rucksack up onto a top bunk and called, "Dibs." "I'll take the bottom," Hermione said, placing her bag on the bed under mine without complaint. I climbed up and spread out. I liked being high and in the corner. We ladies settled in and then took a tour around the campground. We saw a few people from Hogwarts and their families. I meant the infamous Loony Lovegood, who was in Ginny's year. As the night wore on and the salesman came out, we also made a few purchases. I bought a pair of green gloves to spare my hands the cold wind again and an Irish scarf, as well as a pair of omnioculars. When I found out Fred and George had spent all of their money betting, I bought each of them pairs too and handed them over as we headed to the stadium. "You didn't have to," Fred protested, although he looked pleased with the gift. "We made the bets, we knew what we were doing," George agreed. "Consider this payment for financial advice," I said with a snort. "Seriously, thanks for the help this summer." Fred and George drew themselves up, fluffing imaginary suit collars. "Yes, that's us," they chorused. Weasley and Weasley, financial managers. They finished together, and I laughed, draping my arms over their shoulders with a grin. "Well, maybe if the joke shop doesn't work out." Fred gasped. "Bite your tongue," he said sharply. "Don't even speak such evil words," George said, looking wounded. "I have faith in you boys," I assured them. I glanced to the side and saw that we'd passed the height of the goal hoops on our way to our seats. Sweet Salazar, how much further? I whined. Here, I'll pay you back for the omnioculars, George said, stepping in front of me as we reached a landing and crouching slightly. Grinning, I clambered up onto his back and clung on. It was one advantage to being skinny, people had less problem carting my lazy butt around. Tally ho, I called, pointing forwards. Fred and George hustled to catch up to the others, all of whom laughed when they saw us. Seriously? Harry asked around his laughter. I stuck my tongue out at him. You're just jealous no one loves you enough to carry you up the stairs. Or maybe I'm just not lazy and I can walk up on my own, Harry countered. There's a difference between laziness and brains. I was smart enough to figure out a way up, and now I don't have to. I pointed out. Oi, I did offer, George reminded me. That you did, I grinned, patting his head fondly and mussing his hair. Thank you, Georgie. Really though, Ron called out. How far up are we, Dad? Well, put it this way. I froze. I knew that voice. I hated that voice. That was the voice of a pure-blooded bastard. If it rains, you'll be the first to know. I slid off of George's back and went to the rail, glancing down. One level below us, I could see Lucius Malfoy and Draco staring up at us, dressed in their finest robes. I wondered vaguely if that gigantic silk palace with the peacocks was theirs, it would certainly suit them. Who dresses up for camping? Then again, I wouldn't put it past them to have just apparated to the field for the game and fully intended to go back to their manor to sleep. Merlin's balls, I cursed. Malfoy, sod off, your face is going to put me off the game. Our rivalry had reached an all-time high in the past few years. What had been a tense civility our first year dissolved into all-out war during our second and third. Chess games were a thing of the past. In fact, the only time we even approached civility these days was during Quidditch, which was more out of necessity than anything else. Also, Malfoy was more tolerable when I could shoot off after a snappy comment before he could respond. Malfoy raised an eyebrow taunting me. I don't think you'll have to worry about that, Potter. Father and I are in the minister's box, by personal invitation of Cornelius Fudge himself. Don't boast, Draco. Lucius Malfoy's cane snapped back, the tip driving into Draco's stomach. I narrowed my eyes. Malfoy or not, parents should not act like that towards their kids, and maybe it was my abusive childhood, but it almost made me feel sorry for Malfoy. It certainly made me hate his father more, and I hadn't thought that was possible. There's no need with these people, Lucius added with a dismissive sneer in the direction of the Weasleys. Harry quickly pushed Hermione on up the stairs, placing a hand on the rail and trying to hustle everyone along before Lucy Dear made another comment. I was proud of him for the attempt, but I doubted it would work. The head of the cane smacked into the rail by Harry's hand with enough force to knock loose a chip of wood. I narrowed my eyes as Harry whipped his hand back, staring down in surprise. Do enjoy yourself, won't you? Lucius drawled. While you can. I snapped my hand out, pinning the snake head decoration on the top of the cane to the wood pointedly and drawing Lucius Malfoy's attention to me. With my free hand, I waved behind my back to Harry to keep hustling the Weasleys on. I would be careful how much you wave that around, I said dangerously, narrowing my eyes. Lucius tugged experimentally at the end of the cane, but all that succeeded in doing was pulling the covering away from the wand slightly. I smiled. That confirmed that you didn't need to be a Malfoy to pull the wand free of the cane, which I hadn't been sure about. Particularly when I can just go like this. Lucius snarled as I pulled the wand free of the cane and held it up tauntingly. I mean really, I continued. Just asking for trouble that way. I tossed the wand back down. I wasn't actually dumb enough to try and keep the thing, nor would I want to. It was an ugly wand and holding it just for that short amount of time had made me feel ill at the thought of all of the bloodshed it had dealt. Lucius shoved the wand back into his cane, looking up at me dangerously. I would be very careful, Potter. You wouldn't want to end up like your parents, would you? I narrowed my eyes and leaned forwards, crossing my arms on the rail and cocking my hip. I'd say the same, but you've already managed to screw your son up royally. He's really beyond hope. Piss off, Potter, Malfoy snapped as his father strode off with one last poisonous glare in my direction. I couldn't resist calling after him. Oi, dragon breath, 20 galleons on Ireland. Malfoy rolled his eyes. "You're on, Potter," he sneered. Nodding in satisfaction, I darted up the stairs, diving and weaving around other people to catch up with the Weasleys. I found them in the commentator's box, already seated. "What were you thinking, Mr. Weasley?" rebuked when he saw me sliding into the seat that had been left for me between Harry and Fred. Lorena, taunting the Malfoys. I know, habit," I mumbled. It was stupid. And it was stupid. The Malfoys were no joke. However, I had never been nearly as scared as many other people seemed to be of them. Maybe it was because I had always had bigger concerns, like petrification, a mass-murdering godfather, or the return of an evil serial killer who wanted my brother's head on a pike, but I just didn't have the time or energy to spend sniveling around dotting Malfoy's ass. "What did you do?" Harry asked quietly as I sat down. "Stole his wand," I said, unable to retrain a huge grin as Fred looked both impressed and horrified. Harry mostly just looked horrified. "Big drawback to that cane of his, really. I think I did him a good deed, pointing it out. Maybe he'll be more careful waving it around like that." "You're mad," Harry breathed. "You're wonderful," Fred beamed. "Seriously, I would have paid good galleons to see that. I also made a bet with Dragon Dick that Ireland wins," I added to Harry. "Far less dangerous but just as satisfying when he has to hand over the money." "I still think you're crazy." "That was never in question, brother dear," I said, settling back into my seat. That was the last time I was in my seat all night though. At that moment, the game began. The Bulgarian national mascots took the field. I squinted and tugged out my omnioculars, trying to figure out what they were and what had Mr. Weasley reaching for his glasses all of a sudden. "Vila," I heard Fred breathe. "Holy shite." I rolled my eyes and lowered my omnioculars. The blonde-haired bimbos were of no matter to me, but they were certainly causing a stir among the men. I looked to the side and saw Harry's jaw was slack and his face had gone bright red. Looking past him, I saw Ginny scowling slightly at the look on his face and Hermione rolling her eyes. "Oi, idiot, close your mouth," I ordered, smacking the back of Harry's head to get his attention. He jerked, closing his mouth and swallowing thickly. What?" he asked dreamily. I shook my head. "Hopeless, the whole male species," I mo.net aloud. Thankfully, the Irish mascots took the field then. Unsurprisingly, they'd brought leprechauns, who formed displays of rainbows and a giant version of a leprechaun in the air before flying in a stream around the stands, showering gold on the crowd. All around me I saw people diving for it and resisted the urge to laugh. Leprechaun gold didn't last, and it would be gone in a few hours. Probably before the game ended, in all honesty. The mascots settled down to watch the game on opposite ends of the field. Players in red and black shot out and the Bulgarians made their debut, Bagman calling out their names as they came. One player split off, and it was easy to tell as the stadium immediately began chanting his name. Crumb, crumb, crumb. I was starting to get what all the fuss was about. He pulled risky maneuvers and did dips and twirls I'd never seen another seeker pull of before. A glance to the side showed Harry with his mouth hanging open in awe again. At this rate he was going to end up eating bugs. Laughing, I reached over and cupped his chin, lifting it. Harry looked at me and grinned. I grinned back, the energy in the air infectious, and then turned back to the field. Figures in green shot onto the field, all of them riding on a firebolt. Bagman called their names as well. I cheered wildly, now much more invested in them winning since I'd put money on them. The referee took the field, the balls were released, and the game began. "They're off," screamed Bagman. "And it's Mullet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov, back to Mullet, Troy, Levski, Moran." It was Quidditch as I had never seen it played before. The speed of the players was incredible. The chasers were throwing the quaffle to one another so fast that Bagman only had time to say their names. We Slytherins rode some of the faster brooms on the market and we were all decent players, but we would have looked like snails playing next to the Irish team. They worked as a seamless team, their movements so well coordinated that they appeared to be reading one another's minds as they positioned themselves. Within 10 minutes, Ireland had scored twice more, bringing their lead to 30-0 and causing a thunderous tide of roars and applause from the green-clad supporters. The match became still faster, but more tough. Volkov and Volchanov, the Bulgarian beaters, were whacking the bludgers as fiercely as possible at the Irish chasers, and were starting to prevent them from using some of their best moves, Twice they were forced to scatter, and then, finally, Ivanova managed to break through their ranks, dodge the keeper, Ryan, and score Bulgaria's first goal. "Fingers in your ears," bellowed Mr. Weasley as the Vila started to dance in celebration. After a few seconds, the Vila had stopped dancing, and Bulgaria was again in possession of the quaffle. "Dimitrov, Levski, Dimitrov, Ivanova, oh I say," roared Bagman. 100,000 wizards gasped as the two seekers, Crumb and Lynch, plummeted through the center of the chasers, so fast that it looked as though they had just jumped from airplanes without parachutes. I followed their descent through his omnioculars, squinting to see where the snitch was. "They're going to crash," screamed Hermione. At the very last second, Victor Crumb pulled out of the dive and spiraled off. Lynch, however, hit the ground with a dull thud that could be heard throughout the stadium. A huge groan rose from the Irish seats. "Fool! Ned Mr. Weasley." Crumb was fainting. "It's time out," yelled Bagman's voice, as trained Metawizards hurry onto the field to examine Aiden Lynch. "He'll be okay, he only got plowed," Charlie said reassuringly to Ginny, who was hanging over the side of the box, looking horror-struck. Which is what Crumb was after, of course. It was a brilliant but dangerous maneuver, one I could definitely see Harry try to pull. The sad part was, I could completely see it working on Malfoy, too, which was possibly why we tended not to win against Gryffindor. Lynch got to his feet at last, to loud cheers from the green-clad supporters, mounted his firebolt, and kicked back off into the air. His revival seemed to give Ireland new heart. When Mustafa, the referee, blew his whistle again, the chasers moved into action with a skill unrivaled by anything I had seen so far. Clearly they were angry that Crumb had managed to get their seeker to plow himself, because after 15 more fast and furious minutes, Ireland had pulled ahead by 10 more goals. They were now leading by 130 points to 10, and the game was starting to get dirtier. As Mullet shot toward the goal posts yet again, clutching the quaffle tightly under her arm, the Bulgarian keeper, Zagraf, flew out to meet her. It was hard to follow, but elbows were definitely involved. A scream of rage went up from the Irish crowd, and Mustafa's long, shrill whistle blast said that he'd seen it too. And Mustafa takes the Bulgarian keeper to task for cobbing, excessive use of elbows. Bagman informed the roaring spectators. And, yes, it's a penalty to Ireland. The leprechauns, who had risen angrily into the air like a swarm of glittering hornets when Mullet had been fouled, now darted together to form the words, "Ha, ha, ha." The Vila on the other side of the field leapt to their feet, tossed their hair angrily, and started to dance again. I doubled over laughing. Hassan Mustafa had landed right in front of the dancing Vila, and was acting very oddly indeed. He was flexing his muscles and smoothing his mustache excitedly. "Now, we can't have that," said Ludo Bagman, though he sounded highly amused. Somebody slapped the referee. A Metawizard came tearing across the field, his fingers stuffed into his own ears, and kicked Mustafa hard in the shins. Mustafa seemed to come to himself and started shouting at the Vila, who stopped dancing and were looking mutinous. And unless I'm much mistaken, Mustafa is actually attempting to send off the Bulgarian team mascots, said Bagman's voice. "Now there's something we haven't seen before. Oh, this could turn nasty." It did. The Bulgarian beaters, Volkov and Volchanov, landed on either side of Mustafa and began arguing furiously with him, gesticulating toward the leprechauns, who had now gleefully formed the words, he, which definitely didn't help. Mustafa was not impressed by the Bulgarians' arguments. He was jabbing his finger into the air, clearly telling them to get flying again, and when they refused, gave 2 short blasts on his whistle. 2 penalties for Ireland, shouted Bagman, and the Bulgarian crowd howled with anger. And Volkov and Volchanov had better get back on those brooms. Yes, there they go, and Troy takes the quaffle. Play now reached a level of ferocity beyond anything they had yet seen. The beaters on both sides were acting without mercy. Volkov and Volchanov in particular seemed not to care whether their clubs made contact with bludger or human as they swung them violently through the air. Dimitrov shot straight at Moran, who had the quaffle, nearly knocking her off her broom. "Foul!" roared the Irish supporters as one, all standing up in a great wave of green. "Foul!" echoed Ludo Bagman's magically magnified voice. Dimitrov skins Moran, deliberately flying to collide there, and it's got to be another penalty. Yes, there's the whistle. The leprechauns had risen into the air again, and this time, they formed a giant hand, which was making a very rude sign indeed at the villa across the field. At this, the villa lost control. Instead of dancing, they launched themselves across the field and began throwing what seemed to be handfuls of fire at the leprechauns. Watching through the omnioculars, I saw that they didn't look remotely beautiful now. Their faces were elongating into sharp, cruel-beaked bird heads, and long, scaly wings were bursting from their shoulders. "And that, boys," yelled Mr. Weasley over the tumult of the crowd below, "is why you should never go for looks alone." Ministry wizards were flooding onto the field to separate the villa and the leprechauns, but with little success. Meanwhile, the pitched battle below was nothing to the one taking place above. The quaffle changed hands with the speed of a bullet. Levski, Dimitrov, Moran, Troy, Mullet, Ivanova, Moran again, Moran scores. But the cheers of the Irish supporters were barely heard over the shrieks of the villa, the blasts now issuing from the ministry members' wands, and the furious roars of the Bulgarians. The game recommenced immediately. Levski had the quaffle, now Dimitrov. The Irish beater Quigley swung heavily at a passing bludger, and hit it as hard as possible toward Crumb, who did not duck quickly enough. It hit him full in the face. There was a deafening groan from the crowd. Crumb's nose looked broken, there was blood everywhere, but Hassan Mustafa didn't blow his whistle. He had become distracted, and I couldn't blame him. One of the Vila had thrown a handful of fire and set his broom tail alight. Ron was complaining about the lack of a call. "Time out. Ah, come on, he can't play like that, look at him. Look at Lynch," Harry yelled. The Irish seeker had suddenly gone into a dive, and this was the real thing. "He's seen the snitch," Harry shouted. "He's seen it. Look at him go." Half the crowd seemed to have realized what was happening. The Irish supporters rose in another great wave of green, screaming their seeker on. But Crumb was on his tail. How he could see where he was going, I had no idea. There were flecks of blood flying through the air behind him, but he was drawing level with Lynch now as the pair of them hurtled toward the ground again. "They're going to crash," shrieked Hermione. "They're not," roared Ron. "Lynch is," yelled Harry and I. For the second time, Lynch hit the ground with tremendous force and was immediately stampeded by a horde of angry Vila. "The snitch, where's the snitch?" bellowed Charlie, along the row. "He's got it, Crumb's got it, it's all over," shouted Harry. Crumb, his red robes shining with blood from his nose, was rising gently into the air, his fist held high, a glint of gold in his hand. The scoreboard was flashing Bulgaria, 160, Ireland, 170 across the crowd, who didn't seem to have realized what had happened. Then, slowly, as though a great jumbo jet were revving up, the rumbling from the Ireland supporters grew louder and erupted into screams of delight. "Ireland wins," Bagman shouted, who like the Irish, seemed to be taken aback by the sudden end of the match. "Crumb gets the snitch, but Ireland wins. Good lord, I don't think any of us were expecting that. What did he catch the snitch for?" Ron bellowed, even as he jumped up and down, applauding with his hands over his head. "He ended it when Ireland were 160 points ahead, the idiot. He knew they were never going to catch up." Harry shouted back over all the noise, also applauding loudly. I agreed. The Irish chasers were too good. He wanted to end it on his terms, that's all. He was very brave, wasn't he? Hermione said, leaning forward to watch Crumb land as a swarm of Medawizards blasted a path through the battling leprechauns and Vila to get to him. "He looks a terrible mess." It was hard to see what was happening below, even when I had my omnioculars to my eyes, because leprechauns were zooming delightedly all over the field. I could just make out Crumb, surrounded by Medawizards. He looked surlier than ever and refused to let them mop him up. His team members were around him, shaking their heads and looking dejected. A short way away, the Irish players were dancing gleefully in a shower of gold descending from their mascots. Flags were waving all over the stadium, the Irish national anthem blared from all sides. The Vila were shrinking back into their usual, beautiful selves now, though looking dispirited and forlorn. I grinned. I was glad that the team I was supporting had won, of course, and I thought Crumb had pulled off a spectacular catch there at the end. But mostly I was anticipating the look on Malfoy's face when he had to hand over my 20 galleons. By the time we got back to the tent, even Hermione was dancing along with the rest of us. We all poured into the guy's tent because it would fit all of us to relive our favorite moments of the match. Harry, as a seeker, was on his heels from the Wronski feint Crumb had pulled, but I was more impressed with the Irish chasers. One day I hoped I'd be able to play even half as well as they could. There's no one like Crumb. Ron cried dramatically, leaping into a chair with a blanket draped around his shoulder. It's like a bird the way he rides the wind. He's more than an athlete, he's an artist. I think you're in love, Ron, Ginny cooed, patting Ron's leg as she passed by to refill her glass of butterbeer. Victor the First love you, Victor the First too. Freed began singing. Harry, George and I joined in shamelessly, lifting our glasses aloft. When apart my heart beats only for you. Sounds like the Irish have got their pride on. Fred said as the noise outside reached a new peak and there were several loud bangs from spells. It wasn't surprising, since the match had ended people had been sending off bursts of green sparks several times a minute. George threw himself at Ron, tussling for the blanket while at the same time trying to ruffle Ron's hair. Stop it, Mr. Weasley tore into the tent, prying George and Ron apart. At first I laughed, thinking he was just parenting, but then I saw his face, pale and sweaty, eyes wide with terror. What's wrong? I said, standing up sharply. It's not the Irish, Mr. Weasley said grimly, and herded us out of the tent. By the light of the few fires left burning, I could see people running and screaming as they headed for the woods, mothers hauling along small children and fathers with their wands out, looking behind them fearfully. Tents were on fire and spells lit the night sky all over, colors and noises coming together with smoke to make the world outside like some kind of dizzying nightmare. Dimly I could see figures in long robes with pointed hoods, skeletal masks covering their faces. They marched in a line, wands raised, and fired of curses and jinxes into the crowd. Everyone, get back to the portkey. Mr. Weasley yelled. Fred, George, Ginny is your responsibility. Keep up. Fred yelled as he grabbed Ginny's hand and dragged her along. I whipped around, looking for Harry, trying to grab onto him. I dimly saw him get pushed aside by a woman desperately trying to get through the crowd with her sobbing toddler in her arms. He staggered and ended up caught in a flow of people peeling off when a purple spell cut through the crowd. Harry! I screamed in horror. Harry! Rena, no! I heard George shout behind me, but I was already tearing off, shoving people behind me carelessly as I tried to catch up with Harry. In the smoke and the crush it was hard to see him. I caught a glimpse of black hair and the glint of glasses and fought my way in that direction. Turning frantically, I tried to find a sign of him, but he was gone. Someone staggered into my back. I went flying, barely managing to catch myself before I smashed my face into the tree. Desperate for a moment of clear air and a better way to find my brother, I stepped deeper into the trees, trying to get away from the press and find a better line of sight. Potter! I whipped around, fist flying out. The person who'd snuck up behind me jerked back to avoid getting hit in the nose and grabbed my wrist, still half in the shadows. Get off me! I shrieked, thrashing wildly and trying to punch the person again with my free hand. The person cursed and grabbed my other hand, pinning my wrists together in their own larger grip and tugging me closer. Merlin, Potter, it's me, stop fighting. I was panting and sweaty as I recognized the voice. Looking up I saw a pointed chin, gray eyes, and platinum hair. Malfoy. I gasped in surprise. What do you mean? What, Potter? I'm doing the same thing you are. I'm hiding, Malfoy said shortly. I drew myself up, giving him my best withering glare. I'm not hiding. I'm not a coward like you, Malfoy, I'm looking for Harry. I whipped around, yanking my hands from his grip, and started to rejoin the crowd and look for my brother. Potter, are you mad? Arms clamped around me, pulling me back against Malfoy's chest as he dragged me further back into the trees. Get off me, Malfoy. I protested, jerking and trying to get free. I have to find Harry. I have to. Malfoy shifted his grip and jerked me around so that I was facing him. I went still, glaring at him. Devil's snare, take him. He was stronger than me and struggling wasn't doing anything but wearing me out. Do you have any idea what's going on out there? Malfoy demanded, staring down at me incredulously. Yeah, some freaks in skull masks decided to start a riot, I said shortly. Malfoy shook his head like he couldn't believe me. Potter, don't you know who they are? The only thing I know is how much I want to break your stupid nose. I shouted in his face. Let me go find Harry. I thrashed once again. Potter, stop, just listen. His grip shifted until his hands were resting on my shoulders, freezing me in place. His eyes met mine, burning with intensity. Potter, those wizards out there, those are Death Eaters. I froze. I would have to be stupid not to know who they were. Death Eaters, while they weren't an open topic of conversation, were whispered about in the Slytherin common room sometimes. They were the followers of Voldemort, his loyal servants. And Harry, I whispered. Harry doesn't know, if they find him. Again I tried to rip away and again Malfoy kept me close. Forget him. Malfoy hissed harshly. Think about yourself, Potter. If they find you, they'll kill you. At the very least, they'll keep your brother alive. He's my brother, I growled back, offended by the very idea. I have to go find him. Potter, Potter. He grappled for a moment, me trying to get away, him trying to hold me in the relative safety of the woods. I raised my knee, ruthlessly going for his crotch. Malfoy quickly twisted out of the way. Merlin, Potter, for once in your life stop chasing your brother's coattails and think of yourself. I froze. Malfoy slowly took his hands off of me, looking at me suspiciously, as if he was waiting for me to make a run for it. Is that really what you think I do? I asked quietly. Chase Harry's coattails. Malfoy rolled his eyes and let out a groan. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? You never had to go down to the Chamber of Secrets our second year or go after Black our third, but you hustled along after Potter, trying to make a name for yourself, and all it ever gets you is landed in the hospital wing. This time I grabbed Malfoy, seizing him by the collar of his suit and dragging him down a couple of inches so that I could snarl in his face. Listen here, Malfoy, I know this may be a foreign concept to you, but that's not why I did those things. Every single damn time I went after Harry I was trying to protect him, trying to keep him alive. It may seem strange to you, but I actually care about people, and they care about me, without a name or a manor or a vault full of galleons driving them. I went after Harry because he is the single most important person in my life and because I love him. Do you understand? I finished venomously, tossing Malfoy back. He staggered but caught himself against the tree, staring at me. For a moment, something about the widened, startled quality of them, I thought I saw something vulnerable in his eyes, something interesting. But then it was shuttered as Malfoy slowly straightened up, adjusting his collar so that I lay flat again. Potter, I know I'm bloody good looking, but don't get close to me like that, he drawled. It's disgusting. I gaped at him for a moment, unable to believe him. With an infuriated screech, I threw up my hands and spun on the spot, stalking towards the edge of the forest. I was done wasting time on Malfoy, I had to find Harry before something happened. Potter, come back. Malfoy scrambled after me, pausing at the edge of the trees and looking around in fear. I almost felt bad for him, he didn't have the protective urge thundering through his veins and fighting down fear like I did. The Death Eaters had passed, leaving the air buzzing with magic and smoke in their wake. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Malfoy hissed at me. Get back here. No way, I said shortly, and started walking. I was surprised when I heard heavy footsteps rush after me and Malfoy appeared at my side. I stared at him incredulously. Don't look at me like that, he grumbled, shoving his hands into his pockets. My plan if we run into any Death Eaters is to toss you to them and hope they're too busy torturing you to bother with me. My hero, I said sarcastically, raising my wand aloft and keeping it ready in case any of the Death Eaters did decide to double back. I had no doubt Malfoy would do just that if we ran into any of them and vowed that, in case he cost me my life tonight, I'd come back and haunt his ass. What, just because we all don't have a disturbingly Gryffindor streak of recklessness? Bravery, I corrected absently. Call it whatever you like, it's still idiocy. I glared at him from under my lashes. Why are you following me? By all means, go off and find a hole to crawl into, you spineless worm. Harpy. Albino. Fire hazard. Inbred bastard. Dirty-blooded. Harry. I shouted, eyes fixed on a shot of green light that had just pierced the sky in the distance. I had a funny feeling that's where the trouble was, and that meant that's also where Harry was. It was like a guarantee. Oi, now that's too far. Malfoy said hotly. No, not you, I snapped irritably, and took off running. Not that way you idiot, that's the dark mark. I heard Malfoy shout after me, but he didn't follow this time. I kept running, leaping over burned-out fire pits and collapsed tents, eyes fixed on the green light in the sky. It had twisted, becoming a skull with a snake rising from its mouth like a tongue. I shuddered at the sight of it. Had that very mark blazed over our house the night my parents died. Harry. Stupefy. Jets of red light shot from all directions, several of them slicing through the trees near me. I yelped and dropped, covering my head with my hands. Stop! Shouted a familiar voice. That's my son, Mr. Weasley. I leapt to my feet and shot into the clearing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were cowering directly under the dark mark, surrounded by wizards with their wand leveled at them while Mr. Weasley tried to fight his way through the circle. Oi, you lot, get the hell away from my brother. I snarled, shoving one of the wizards aside and rushing to Harry's side, checking him over for injuries. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, Harry said. He was panting and looked shaken, but other than that he seemed unharmed. I stared into his eyes and saw the twisting snake tongue reflected back at me. Wincing, I turned away from him. Are you all right, Mr. Weasley asked as the circle finally parted and led him close to us. Out of the way, Arthur, said a cold, curt voice. It was Mr. Crouch. He and the other ministry wizards were closing in on them. Harry got to his feet to face them. I stood up as well. Hermione and Ron scrambled to their feet behind me. Mr. Crouch's face was taut with rage. Which of you did it? He snapped, his sharp eyes darting between them. Which of you conjured the dark mark? We didn't do that, Harry snapped, gesturing up at the skull. We didn't do anything, agreed Ron, who was rubbing his elbow and looking indignantly at his father. What did you want to attack us for? Do not lie, sir, shouted Mr. Crouch. His wand was still pointing directly at Ron, and his eyes were popping. He looked slightly mad. You have been discovered at the scene of the crime. Barty, whispered a witch in a long woolen dressing gown. They're kids, Barty, they'd never have been able to. Listen up, you lot, I snarled angrily. My name's Lorena Potter, and that's my brother Harry. Dunno if you've heard of us. My brother kind of defeated Voldemort after he killed our parents, marked up my face, and tried to kill him. So naturally we wanted to sign up for his little club as soon as we got the pamphlet, I said sarcastically. At the very least, my little outburst broke the tension. A couple of the wizards in the circle laughed slightly and lowered their wands once they realized who they'd caught. There was a man before, there, Harry said, pointing to a spot in the trees not far from where I'd come through. This way, Mr. Crouch said, seizing on the new information and leading his posse storming away to search the trees. Harry, who? Mr. Weasley asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. I didn't see his face. Irina, why weren't you with Ron and Hermione? I peeled off to look for your stupid self, I said gruffly. Dragging him into a hug. I was worried sick. You should have stayed with them, Harry said sternly, but he hugged me back tightly. I'm glad you're okay, he whispered. Yeah, I mumbled back. You too. Although a part of me couldn't help but admit that it was partially due to Malfoy holding me back. I'd been all set to charge blindly and, yes, recklessly, into the midst of a horde of Death Eaters to find my brother. If he hadn't held me back, I might have been in far worse shape. Hermione, Harry, Ron and I were all settled in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Ron was pouting about how all the rest of his family seemed to know about something going on later this year at Hogwarts, but they were keeping the students in the dark. It's not as if we won't find out soon enough, I reasoned, lying down across the seats and placing my head in Harry's lap. Bagman wanted to tell us what's happening at Hogwarts, Ron said grumpily, sitting down next to Harry. At the World Cup, remember. But my own mother won't say. Wonder what? Shish, Hermione whispered suddenly, pressing her finger to her lips and pointing toward the compartment next to ours. We listened, and heard a familiar drawling voice drifting in through the open door. Father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang rather than Hogwarts, you know. He knows the headmaster, you see. Well, you know his opinion of Dumbledore. The man's such a mudblood lover, and Durmstrang doesn't admit that sort of riffraff. But Mother didn't like the idea of me going to school so far away. Father says Durmstrang takes a far more sensible line than Hogwarts about the dark arts. Durmstrang students actually learn them, not just the defense rubbish we do. Hermione got up, tiptoed to the compartment door, and slid it shut, blocking out Malfoy's voice. I shook my head, standing up. No, wait, I said, opening the compartment door. I stepped over to the next compartment and yanked the door open. I wasn't surprised to see Malfoy had set up court with Crabbe, Goyle, and Zabini sitting with him, Parkinson draped off of him. Daphne was there, and her little sister Astoria was sitting crammed in the corner and looking pleased with herself. Potter, Zabini greeted me genially. Come to join the party. Nah, I've got my own to get back to here in a moment, I said easily. No, I'm here to collect on a debt. I shoved my hand in Malfoy's face. Cough up, creep. Shove off, Potter, we were having a conversation, Parkinson snapped at me. Yeah, about how Malfoy wants to go to Durmstrang, we can hear. Shame your mum likes you, Malfoy, it'd be so nice not to have to see your ugly face every day. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. You're walking on thin ice, Potter. He smirked. Or is it just you're jealous I've got a mum to care about me? Ouch, I'm an orphan, I had no idea, I deadpanned. Come on Malfoy, pay up before the perfume Parkinson bathed in suffocates me. What does he owe you for? Daphne asked curiously. Bet at the World Cup. I put 20 galleons on Ireland, I explained. You seem to be forgetting that I saved your life at the World Cup, Potter, Malfoy said smugly. I froze, narrowing my eyes. It was a miracle he was still alive from the strength of my death glare. As I recall, I said softly, dangerously, you were cowering in the forest when I found you, Malfoy. Yeah, and I kept you from running full tilt into a bunch of Death Eaters, Malfoy said shortly, standing up and using his superior height to glare down at me. I didn't flinch, just adjusted my gaze so that our eyes locked. Please, I scoffed. You wanted someone around to do the wand work if they showed up so you could slither off back to your hole. Excuse me, but I'm not the one who tried to punch you in the face. Reflex, I get touchy when bastards creep up behind me, I replied instantly. Just pay up Malfoy and I'll leave, I wheedled. Malfoy sneered, digging in his pocket and pulling out a pouch. He dropped it into my outstretched palm and sank back into his seat gracefully, spreading his arms across the back and crossing his legs. Go on, Potter, take it. 20 galleons doesn't mean much to me, he smirked. But if you're so hard up, well, Mum will be proud of my philanthropy. I debated about whether or not to whip the bag of gold into his face and break his nose, but decided against it. Instead I burst out laughing in his face. Malfoy, have you forgotten who you're talking to? I scoffed. The Potter name may be almost gone, but the money isn't. Half of the Potter fortune belongs to me. And one of the perks of having no parents. It's my money, I don't have to beg to Mum and Dad if I want something. I shook my head incredulously as I turned and left the compartment, slamming the door shut behind me. I strolled back into the compartment, tossing the money pouch up and down in my hand casually. That was brilliant, Harry said proudly. Are you sure it was a good idea to taunt him like that? Hermione asked in concern. And in front of so many of your housemates. You should have bet more, made it really hurt, Ron grinned. Didn't want to be too greedy, I said, tucking the pouch into the pocket of my robes and stretching out on Harry again. Besides, all of Slytherin House knows that, with the exception of Quidditch, Malfoy and I are enemies. What was all that about him saving you at the World Cup though? Harry asked, scowling. I shook my head. Totally in his head. I ran into him when I was looking for you and he held me back from charging out looking for you until the Death Eaters passed. He thinks that makes him some kind of hero. Hermione frowned slightly. I wonder why he bothered. I sat up, glaring at her in offense. Oi, no, not like that, Hermione corrected hastily. Just, why should Malfoy care? It's like you said, you're enemies. So why should he try and keep you safe? I bit my lip. Truthfully, I'd been mulling that over too. There were no reasons I could think of. Never before had either of us pulled any punches when it came to the other. We let each other have it verbally as well as magically. Both of us had spit out poison and curses at each other like it was our life's mission. So why break character and look out for me? Probably just didn't want to lose someone to take out his spoiled brat angst on, I said with a snort, thought I knew that wasn't it. Malfoy was self-serving in the extreme, and much as he'd like to deny it, he was a coward. Yet he'd held me back from the Death Eaters and, when they'd passed, he followed me out. Thinking about it was going to drive me crazy, so instead I rolled over so that I was staring at the ceiling, crossed my hands on my stomach, looked up at Harry, and requested, "Pet me." "Sounds so weird," Ron muttered as Harry began stroking my hair with a snort. "Ever since we were kids I had this thing about getting my hair stroked. It calmed me down like nothing else, and it was the one thing guaranteed to put me straight to sleep. That's what I wanted right then, to sleep and not think about any possible motives Malfoy might have. Within 5 minutes, I was out. I woke up again when Seamus came in to talk. He was followed by Neville, who was listening jealously as the boys relived the match and the excitement that lead up to it. Gran didn't want to go, he said miserably. Wouldn't buy tickets. It sounded amazing though. It was, agreed Ron. Look at this, Neville. He rummaged in his trunk up in the luggage rack and pulled out the miniature figure of Victor Crumb. Oh wow, said Neville enviously as Ron tipped Crumb onto his pudgy hand. You're still carrying that with you, I said in amusement, sitting up and stretching. I ruffled my hair. Nice nap, Harry asked slyly. I stuck my tongue out at him. The best. We saw him right up close, as well, Ron continued. We were in the top box. For the first and last time in your life, Weasley. Draco Malfoy had appeared in the doorway. Behind him stood Crabbe and Goyle. Evidently they had overheard the conversation through the compartment door, which Dean and Seamus had left ajar. Don't remember asking you to join us, Malfoy, said Harry coolly. That's because we didn't, he slunk in here of his own accord. I glared at Malfoy heatedly. If you're here about the bet, Malfoy. Malfoy snorted. Like I told you, Ginger, 20 galleons is hardly going to break me. Weasley, what is that? Malfoy pointed at Pigwidgeon's cage. A sleeve of Ron's dress robes was dangling from it, swaying with the motion of the train, the moldy lace cuff very obvious. He'd thrown the dress robes over the cage to try and shut Pig up the moment we started off. Ron made to stuff the robes out of sight, but Malfoy was too quick for him. He seized the sleeve and pulled. Look at this, said Malfoy in delighted disdain, holding up Ron's robes and showing Crabbe and Goyle. Weasley, you weren't thinking of wearing these, were you? I mean, they were very fashionable in about 1890. Eat dung, Malfoy, snapped Ron, the same color as the dress robes as he snatched them back out of Malfoy's grip. Malfoy howled with derisive laughter. Crabbe and Goyle guffawed stupidly. Malfoy, I was just having a lovely nap, I snapped. Piss off before I decide you need a permanent one. I aimed my wand pointedly at him. Put that away before you hurt yourself, Potter, Malfoy said, but I was pleased to note that his eyes lingered on the tip of my wand. So, going to enter, Weasley. Going to try and bring a bit of glory to the family name. There's money involved as well, you know, you'd be able to afford some decent robes if you won. What are you talking about? Snapped Ron. Are you going to enter? Malfoy repeated. I suppose you will, Potter. You never miss a chance to show off, do you? Either explain what you're on about or go away, Malfoy, said Hermione testily, over the top of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. A gleeful smile spread across Malfoy's pale face. Don't tell me you don't know. He said delightedly. You've got a father and brother at the Ministry and you don't even know. My God, my father told me about it ages ago, heard it from Cornelius Fudge. But then, father's always associated with the top people at the Ministry. Maybe your father's too junior to know about it, Weasley. Yes, they probably don't talk about important stuff in front of him. I waved my wand and let off a bunch of firecrackers. Malfoy jerked back at the noise and staggered out of the compartment. I dispelled the firecrackers and shut the door with a flick of my wand, casting a locking spell at it for good measure. Hurt myself, I said irritably. As if. When we arrived at Hogsmeade Station, we stepped out into a downpour. I stalked off the train and split from Harry and Co. without a goodbye, as was custom. Once we left the train it was understood that I swapped over to the Slytherins. Oi, Moon, hold that carriage. I shouted at Lily before she could shut the door to the carriage she was in. She held the door open and I leapt inside, slipping on the wet floor and landing in someone's lap. Sorry not. I slid off of him into the seat next to him, brandishing my wand at myself and drying out. Do me. Tracy begged. Bless her, I had no idea how she ended up in Slytherin. She was a follower to the core and knew how to curry favor, but she wasn't much of a witch. She could do spells just fine, but you had to give her a second. I gave her a tap with my wand to dry her out as Not and Lily followed my example and dried themselves off. Good holiday. I asked the compartment at large, using my wand to pin my hair into a messy bun. Decent, Tracy admitted. I stayed with some cousins in France for most of it. I went to the World Cup, Not said, nodding to me. I hear you were there. Yeah, I nodded. It was great up until a bunch of Death Eaters rolled in. I hate when that happens, I said, slumping back into my seat. Was it really like the papers made out? Lily asked curiously. I mean, that Skeeter woman is prone to exaggerating. My parents all assumed that there were only a handful of people actually doing anything. Oh no, there were a couple dozen at least, I corrected. Storming through the camp firing off spells left and right like first years. Did you see any of them up close? Tracy asked, face transfixed with horrified fascination. Yeah, I walked right up and shook their hands and introduced myself, I said sarcastically. You're lucky, Not said grimly. They wouldn't have been kind if they found you. I heard they levitated the Muggle site manager and his family and marched them through camp shouting insults. I nodded, sarcasm gone. Yeah, they did. The ministry has basically deleted the entire week from their memories to keep them from knowing about us. When we left he was telling people Merry Christmas. Tracy shook her head sadly. That's horrible. I mean I know they're only Muggles but still, they must be traumatized. And his kids. I think wizards are Muggles they would be traumatized, Lily corrected. Imagine being paraded about like that. She shuddered. It's horrible. Those men are monsters, she said viciously. Beside me I felt Not shift slightly and frowned. It was no secret that Not's father supported Voldemort last time. And knowing that Not was there at the World Cup it was all too possible that his father had been one of the men in robes. For that matter, the parents of half of my house were linked to Voldemort and could have been there. I got the feeling that life in Slytherin House was about to get more difficult than normal. We're here, Tracy said, face breaking into a wide smile as the carriage drew to a stop. We stepped out, carefully picking our way around puddles and hoisting up our robes. There was nothing worse than robes with the hem wet. Managing to dodge most of the water on the ground, we were feeling rather smug when we entered the entrance hall. Arg, Peeves. Lily, Not, and I were nailed in the face with water balloons, which succeeded in soaking us the rest of the way through. Peeves. I roared at the poltergeist furiously. Ha ha. Got Potter, got Potter. Peeves sang, doing a jig in midair and tossing another water balloon my direction. I whipped out my wand and blew it up before it could connect. Don't make me call the Baron, Peeves. I threatened. Peeves stopped dancing. You wouldn't, he said, narrowing his bulging, ghostly eyes. I thrust out my chin and smirked. Well, I drawled. I might forgive you if you can soak Parkinson in Bulstrode on the way in. Peeves laughed in delight and did a flip. As Potty commands. He grinned. It's really rather creepy how much he likes you, Not pointed out as we dried ourselves off again and headed into the Great Hall. I prefer to think of it as lucky, I admitted. I'd be screwed if Peeves didn't like me. You know how many times he's caught me sneaking around the castle and hasn't. Squealed. Potter. From the entrance hall, I heard Parkinson and Bulstrode shrieking my name. I grinned widely. Ah, they're playing my song. I scowled. Do wish Peeves hadn't mentioned me though. Parkinson and Bulstrode stormed into the Great Hall, sopping wet and furious. Daphne hustled after them with Astoria on her heels, trying to get them to stop and dry themselves off before they made a bigger scene. I was pleased to see Malfoy had been caught in the splash zone, his platinum hair dripping water down his face. Zambini was following the whole caravan of them, looking like he was trying his best not to burst out laughing. Parkinson, so good to see you, although, I blinked and looked around at Lily. Guess the storm's picked up, EH. You told Peeves to hit us with water balloons. Parkinson shouted, pointing at me furiously as she and Bulstrode sat down. Malfoy put one seat pointedly between us and glared before whipping out his and drying himself off. Ooh, do me Draco. Pansy begged. I snorted. Keep begging Parkinson, it hasn't happened yet, I sang, and heard Lily giggle into her sleeve on my other side. Shove off, Potter, you're just jealous I can get a date and you can't, Parkinson spat, face bright red. I'm not too fussed actually, I admitted. My lack of a date probably has something to do with the fact that I turn down everyone who asks. That was an utter lie. Never in my life had I had a guy ask me out. I suspected it probably had something to do with my charming personality and witty sense of humor, or, as others called it, my general bi-chiness and sarcasm. Parkinson opened her mouth to snap something back, but Dumbledore took that moment to stand up. I really had to give it to him, that man knew how to hold a room. He, Snape, and McGonagall all shared that gift. All they had to do was stand up and you paid attention. I had to figure out how to do that someday. So, began Dumbledore, smiling around at them all. Now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to tell you that the list of objects forbidden inside the castle has this year been extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office, if anybody would like to check it. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. He continued, as ever, I would like to remind you all that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below 3rd year. It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. What? I shrieked, and I heard several people around the hall do the same, mostly players. I could see Cedric looking like someone had just run over his dog. Roger Davies was looking offended. Harry looked horrified and the twins seemed to be incapable of speaking. I was sure my face was some sort of mix of rage and disappointment as well. I loved Quidditch. I loved getting out on the field and throwing the quaffle, dodging and weaving around the other players. I even loved the hype and trash talk leading up to Quidditch games, which wasn't surprising, considering half of my daily conversations involved trash talking someone. To have that gone was a big bright spot taken out of my year. Dumbledore went on, this is due to an event that will be continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. This year, Hogwarts will not only be your home, but also home to some very special guests as well. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year Hogwarts has been chosen to host a legendary event. I perked up, interested, and most people seemed to be doing the same. At least if we couldn't have Quidditch we were having something legendary. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. The hall exploded into chatter as people who knew what it was hissed their excitement and those who didn't leaned around to ask for information. Dumbledore calmly waited until there was a lull in conversation, and continued. Now for those of you who do not know, the Tri-Wizard Tournament brings together 3 schools for a series of magical contests. From each school a single contestant is selected to compete. I'm trying, Malfoy said immediately, sounding far more confident than I knew he was. Oh Merlin, please do, I snickered. It'd do us all a favor if you got yourself killed. Now let me be clear, if chosen, you stand alone, Dumbledore said grimly. And trust me when I say that these contests are not for the faint-hearted. Guess that cuts you out, Blondie, I hissed at Malfoy, who sneered in return. Please help me to welcome the lovely ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress Madame Maxime. The great hall doors burst open and revealed a group of absolutely gorgeous young women in traveling cloaks and hats tinted powder blue. I could see the guys across the great hall immediately start drooling and rolled my eyes. Clearly, Parkinson's predictions about my inability to get a date would hold true. No way I could stand out against girls like that. They all looked like Barbie's hotter cousin. They all trotted down the aisle in sync, heels clicking, as a few dived forwards, turning elegant flips and spins. Those right on the aisle leaned and craned to get looks at the girls coming and going, and some even dared to wave shyly. I saw Ron gaping after them gormlessly and set my chin on my palm. This was downright depressing. At the end of their little runway show, the girls released butterflies into the air, and good thing they did. The girls around the Great Hall looked as infuriated as the guys were infatuated. Several had smacked their boyfriends. But the butterflies made the girls all coo and smile. I sighed as several butterflies drifted over to the Slytherin table and danced along the length. It was a shame, really, they wouldn't survive long in a place this cold. It seemed a bit cruel to me, to let them loose in a place they had no chance of living. That solidly solidified my dislike of the Beauxbatons girls. And now, our friends from the north, meet the proud sons of Durmstrang, and their High Master, Igor Karkaroff. The doors opened once more and in stormed a group of the most masculine guys I had ever seen, dressed in solid black. They strode down the aisle, banging staffs on the ground and chanting in rhythm. Their staffs swirled through the air in a series of twists and then several of them took off running. They proceeded to flip and, of all things, breakdance their way down the aisle. The headmaster made his appearance, but of far more interest to everyone else was the man next to him. Victor Crumb apparently attended Durmstrang, and he was causing quite a storm amongst the guys again, although this time there were girls drooling as well. "I want one," I leaned over and whispered to Lily as one of the Durmstrang boys did a particularly impressive flip. "No, screw it, I want two." Lily nodded and giggled in agreement and we went back to watching the show. They concluded with a phoenix of fire, which in my opinion was far more impressive than some butterflies. "Your attention, please." Professor Dumbledore immediately had the attention of all three schools on him. "I would like to say a few words. Eternal glory, that is what awaits the student who wins the Tri-Wizard tournament. But to do this, you have to complete 3 extremely dangerous tasks. For this reason, the Ministry has seen fit to impose a new rule. To explain this, we have the head of the Department of International Magic Cooperation, Mr. Bartimus Crouch T. Before Mr. Crouch could do anything, the great hall ceiling lit up with sparks and lightning that jetted down, coming dangerously close to the tables. The storm outside must be getting vicious, I realized as I swiftly ducked down and looked around. A spell shot from the corner of the room, striking the sky and quieting it some, although a storm still brewed. I gasped quietly at the sight of the spell's caster. He was a huge man with grizzled hair, stumping along on one original leg and a wooden one, leaning on a gnarled staff. A big chunk of his nose looked like it had been blasted off and one of his eyes was fake, a brilliant blue orb that whizzed and spun around in a strap over his eye socket. "Who the bloody hell is that?" Tracy gasped, looking fearful. Mad Eye Moody, not said, drawing all eyes to him. He didn't seem pleased with the attention, but he appeased us all nonetheless. He was a top Auror at the Ministry until he got too paranoid to be useful anymore. Now he's retired. Or at least, he was, not corrected as we watched Moody exchange a few words and a handshake with Dumbledore. "Now I expect he's our new defense professor." I looked up at the battered man, mildly impressed. Surely an Auror would be a step up from some of our other Dada professors. Lupin was undoubtedly the best thus far, but then again he didn't have much competition. A liar and a traitor who both had no business teaching the subject could only look worse compared to a teacher like Lupin or, hopefully, one like Moody. Mr. Crouch made his appearance now that the commotion had settled. After much deliberation, the Ministry has concluded that for their own safety that no student under the age of 17 shall be allowed to put forth their name for the Tri-Wizard tournament. "That's rubbish," the Weasleys shouted from across the room. "You don't know what you're doing." They weren't the only ones who looked angry, just the most vocal. I couldn't blame the Ministry though. As dangerous as they were making this competition sound, clearly no one under 7th year level had a shot at making it through without ending up looking like Moody or dead. I was glad though, because it meant that at least Harry couldn't enter the competition, otherwise I wouldn't put it past him to try. The Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore's voice cut the riot down to silence once again. Something that I had took to be a rather elaborate table behind him suddenly opened up as Dumbledore pointed to it, pieces sliding back to reveal a heavy chalice. Anyone wishing to submit themselves for the tournament merely write their name upon a piece of parchment and throw it in the flame before this hour on Thursday night. Do not do so lightly, he emphasized as the thick goblet lit with cool blue flames. If chosen, there is no turning back. As from this moment, the Tri-Wizard tournament has begun. That seemed to be the end of announcements, because Dumbledore escorted the other headmasters to the head table and they sat down. The moment they'd done so, the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students split, looking for a place to sit. The Beauxbatons girl went to Ravenclaw, maybe because the boys over there had enough sense to not totally lose it over them, and the Durmstrang boys, to the delight of the entire female population of the house, made their way to the Slytherin table. They filtered into seats that had been left empty. Immediately people bent in to ask them questions and introduce themselves. Crumb slid into the place between Malfoy and I, and another one slid into the empty seat across from me. I could cheerfully have squealed, but I had a bit more composure than that, so instead I fixed an expression of purely Slytherin disinterest on my face and dug into the potatoes. My name's Draco Malfoy, Malfoy said immediately, offering Crumb his hand. Crumb shook it, opening his mouth to respond. And we know who you are, of course, Daphne cooed to him. She offered her hand as if she expected it to be key. Ed. Daphne Greengrass, pleasure. I'm Pansy Parkinson, Parkinson added, offering her own hand. I guessed world-famous Quidditch player trumped Malfoy. I'm the seeker for the Slytherin team, Malfoy continued. I saw you play at the World Cup, really fantastic work. If you want, the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch is. Poor Crumb looked oddly cornered, and I couldn't blame him. He had about 3 girls leaning in to introduce themselves at the same time as Malfoy was trying to butter him up with Quidditch talk. The Durmstrang guy across from me rolled his eyes and dragged a piece of chicken onto his plate. I decided to take pity on Crumb and spoke up, drawling, Merlin, you lot, quit flirting with the poor guy, you're putting me off my dinner. Shove off, Potter, Bulstrode growled. Just because you don't have a shot. I burst out giggling. Of course I don't have a shot. You'll note I'm not looking for one. Crumb seemed relieved that I had taken the attention off of him, and the Durmstrang boy across from me seemed mildly impressed. I flushed slightly as both of them stared at me. Victor Crumb, Crumb said in his thickly accented voice. And you are? Lorena Potter, I said, taking his hand and shaking firmly. I was at the World Cup too. Really great, I suppose. I'm not a seeker like the Bottle Bee. And over there, I said, nodding to Malfoy, who gave me a sneer. My twin brother is, over there at Gryffindor table, the kid with the glasses. I play chaser. And the scar, Malfoy said, rolling his eyes. Don't forget precious Potter's scar. Potter. For the first time, the Durmstrang guy across from me spoke up. As in Harry Potter. The one who destroyed your lord, Voldemort, I said bluntly. And yeah, that's him. Careful Potter, your jealousy is showing, Parkinson cooed. Just because people care more about your brother than you. I flicked my wand lazily in her direction and her soup exploded, drenching her. Messy, Parkinson, I chided. Really, didn't your mummy and daddy teach you any table manners? At least I have parents, Parkinson bit out as she dabbed her face with her napkin. If this stains. Yes, doom and gloom, I'm terrified, I said lazily. Lo brother dear, I greeted Harry as I slid into the seat behind him and next to Lily. Bless her for sitting next to Harry and remembering that I liked to be near him in the classes we had together. Thankfully, that was more than we used to have. Potions, defense, care of magical creatures, and divination we shared now. And yes, I had designed my schedule so that I could spend more time with Harry, although it helped that I found both subjects fascinating. Morning Rena, Harry replied. How was breakfast with the Durmstrangs? Ron asked only slightly jealously. I smirked. Somehow, probably thanks to my actions at the welcome feast, Crumb had started sitting beside me at meals. Likely it was because he knew I wouldn't bug him. His friend, who I'd figured out was named Elia, tended to sit near me too. None of us talked much, which I think he was thankful for. He wasn't like Harry. Harry constantly sought out attention, while Crumb actually seemed disappointed by it. He wasn't going out, pulling dangerous and stupid moves, barring the odd Wronski feint, getting into things that weren't his business. He seemed to actively avoid the attention as much as possible. I'd heard he had taken up residence in the library often, trying to find some quiet. Yes, Ron, it was a great breakfast full of silence and with little to no drooling, I said pointedly. Merlin, and you wonder why Crumb hides in the library. Nobody's drooling over him, Ron said defensively. Don't lie, I snorted. You drool. I know how to handle famous thanks to Mr. I save the world twice before breakfast over here, I said, jerking a finger at Harry. Thanks, Rena, love you too, Harry grumbled. I grinned widely. Professor Moody made his entrance then, stumping through the door and up the aisle. He seized the chalk and in an almost overly aggressive manner began to scrawl his name across the chalkboard. Alistair Moody, he growled out in an Irish lilt. Ex-Auror, Ministry Malcontent, and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. He tossed the chalk onto his desk carelessly. I am here because Dumbledore asked me, end of story, goodbye, the end. Not surprisingly, there were no questions. Not only because we had never had a teacher sweep into class and start off that brusquely, but because it was really creepy watching Moody's eye dart here and there, pinning different students for a moment and then moving on to a new target. When it comes to the dark arts, I believe in a practical approach. Constant vigilance. Moody barked, making half the class jump and the other half reel back from him. Now, which of you can tell me how many unforgivable curses there are? I stared at him incredulously. Unforgivables. Sure, they were good to know about, but there wasn't much in the way of defense you could have against them, and I was certain that fourth years weren't supposed to be learning about them. Sixth years maybe, but I'd wager it was seventh year material precisely because of how illegal it was. 3, sir, Hermione asked, sounding wary. No surprise she had answered, but I was a little surprised she knew the answer. Unforgivables and other illegal dark curses were more Slytherin territory than Gryffindor. In fact, I knew of at least 3 books on the shelves down in the common room that dealt exclusively in unforgivables. I'd read them all, and they are so named. Moody pressed. Because they are unforgivable, Hermione explained. She still sounded unsure, like she wasn't sure if she should know the answer or not. Huh, who'd have thought? I figured they let you off with a slap on the wrist and a warning, I muttered to Lily sarcastically, who snorted into her sleeve, trying not to draw Moody's magical eye. Hermione continued, the use of any one of them will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban, correct, Moody finished. Now the ministry says that you're too young to see what these curses do, I say different. Now I was outright awed. Learning about them was one thing. Seeing them, Moody was really pushing the envelope on this one. Using those curses, even in classroom environments for education purposes, was strictly monitored. I got a feeling that this lesson was going to send a couple of people over in the ministry into a tizzy. You need to know what you're up against, Moody continued. You need to be prepared. You need to find somewhere else to put your chewing gum other than the other side of your desk, Mr. Finnegan. I whipped around as I heard Seamus mutter something bitterly. And here across classrooms, Moody whipped a piece of chalk at Seamus, who ducked to avoid it. The chalk broke against the desk behind him and clattered to the floor. He's mad, I whispered. That is part of his name, Lily pointed out. I love it. You would, I heard Harry mumbled from in front of us. I took the opportunity to kick the back of his chair before facing the front again. So, which curse shall we see first? Moody's magical eye whizzed around the room, looking for a target. Weasley. Yes. Ron shot up almost a foot off his seat when Moody addressed him. Give us a curse. Well, he looked around for support of some kind, but I don't know what he was expecting to find. My dad did tell me about one. The Imperious Curse. Ah, yes. Your father would know all about that, gave the ministry quite a bit of grief a few years ago. Perhaps this will show you why. On his desk was a jar of large, long-legged spiders. I shivered. I didn't like spiders, but I wasn't paralyzed with fear of them like Ron was. I could hear him whimpering in front of me. It probably came from living under the stairs and having at least 3 sharing my room at all times, but I wasn't fond of the little buggers. Still, unforgivables. Angrogio. Imperio. The spider grew in size until it filled Moody's palm. He flicked his wand and it leapt out of his hand and landed on Dean Thomas's books. Dean leaned away as far as he could without toppling out of his chair. Moody cackled madly as he made the spider leap to Crabbe's head and then over to crawl up Padma Patil's arm. The spider went to Ron next, who whimpered and whined as the spider danced on top of his head. What are you laughing at? Moody snarled at Malfoy, who was howling with laughter. Malfoy gave a very unmanly screech as the spider launched itself over to land on Malfoy's face. I was doubled over laughing at this point. Moody must have noticed and not taken it well, because the next thing I knew the spider was leaping over to land on my parchment. It made to come towards me and I seized my notes, flipping them to the side and shamelessly hurling the spider at Greengrass, who screamed, recoiled, and toppled off her chair. What should I have her do next? Moody asked loudly, the smile falling from his face. Make her jump out the window. The spider hit the glass with a painful slap that made me wince in sympathy. The class seemed to hold its breath, waiting as the lesson went from funny to frightening in a snap. Drown herself. Scores of witches and wizards have claimed that they only did you-know-who's bidding under the influence of the Imperious Curse. But here's the rub, how do we sort out the liars? His magical eye was darting between Harry and I as he looked around the room with his real eye. Another. Come on. He turned to the table that was directly beside Nott and motioned for Neville Longbottom to stand. I winced. Defense had never really been Neville's class. Then again, nothing but herbology was really Neville's class. If even Hermione wasn't comfortable being on the spot in this class, one could only imagine how Neville felt. Longbottom, is it? Professor Sprout tells me you have an aptitude for herbology. Yes, sir, Neville mumbled weakly. There's the, Cruciatus curse. Correct. Particularly nasty one, the torture curse. Moody set the spider down on his desk and beckoned Neville forwards. Slowly, unwillingly, Neville stepped from behind his desk and towards Moody's. Crucio. Professor Moody cast the spell. I could hear the spider's terrified screams and see it writhing. I hadn't realized a spider could make that kind of sound, and immediately it made me wonder how much pain the thing had to be in, and more chillingly, how much pain it would cause if cast on a human. Neville's face twitched and screwed up as he seemed torn between watching the spider and looking away. Stop it, can't you see it's bothering him? Hermione shrieked at the professor from behind me. Stop it, I backed her. We had all seen, we all understood, and Neville looked like he was about to collapse. He'd gone pale and sweaty. The class was clear on how grim the curses were, how monstrous, and it was time for the show to end. Professor Moody ended the spell. The spider relaxed into a shuddering mess, still making soft, pained chittering sounds. He picked the spider up and cleared his throat, carrying it over and setting it down on the pile of books on Hermione's desk. Perhaps you could give us the last unforgivable curse, Miss Granger? Moody asked quietly. Hermione shook her head, jaw set to keep it from trembling. She looked traumatized, and so did Neville. She knew the last curse, we all did, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. So Moody did it for us. Avada Kedavra. There was a burst of green light and the spider toppled over, dead before it even fell. I looked from the spider to Harry. I could only see the side of his face, his eyes shielded by his glasses, but I could see the looseness in his jaw and the wrinkle in his nose that showed he was very much not okay right now. The killing curse, Moody gruffed. Only one person has been known to survive it. And he's sitting in the room. Moody stumped over to Harry, staring down at him pointedly. Harry lifted his eyes to meet Moody's. I couldn't see Harry's face, but I could see Moody's, and his expression was odd. It was almost like he was torn between hatred, fear, and anger. I had no idea what that expression meant. Moody fumbled for his flask, taking a deep swig of whatever was inside it and breaking the moment. He shut the flask, wiped his mouth gruffly on the back of his hand, and then his eyes flicked back to me. Of course, the unforgivables aren't the only illegal dark curses, are they? Moody asked the room at large. It was obviously a rhetorical question. There are lots of other curses that will earn you time in Azkaban. The entrail expelling curse, a rather nasty bit of business. Attempts at necromancy, while doomed to fail, will also land you there. And there's some rarer ones. The reminder is one of those. Sounds harmless, doesn't it? But does anyone here know what it does? Moody looked around the class and it was clear he actually wanted an answer on this one. His eye lingered on Hermione, on several Slytherins. It lingered on Malfoy for quite a while before coming to land on me. On your feet. I stood. Any guesses, Miss Potter? Moody whispered, and suddenly I realized what spell he was talking about. The reminder. An innocuous name for a horrible thing. I remembered in my second year, during one of my many hospital stays, asking Madame Pomfrey if anything could be done for the scar on my cheek. Her response had been an immediate and pitying no. Because my scar would never go away. That was the point of the spell Voldemort had used. He wanted that mark, his mark, to stay on me until the day I died, and I was the only one who knew why. He wanted me to remember every day that I was still alive only because he allowed it. The spell wasn't illegal because of the pain it caused. It was illegal because of what it did to you mentally. It carved an eternal mark into your flesh, one you could never get rid of, so that every day, when you dressed, when you showered, when you glanced at yourself, you remembered how you got it. It never left you. It leaves a scar, I said aloud, forcing myself to look up and meet Moody's gaze. For the first time, his real and fake eyes were focused on the same thing, me. A scar that will never heal, so that the victim always remembers how they got it. Right in one, Miss Potter, Moody said quietly. His hand snapped out and he seized my chin, dragging it forwards and tilting my head so that he could see the scar on my cheek. I staggered and had to brace my hand on the desk to keep upright. Harry stood up sharply and shouted, "Let her go. The scar will fade some, over the years, but it never goes away, not all the way, not really," Moody whispered, and raised his hand to touch the scar. I wrenched myself away from him with a snarl. "No," I said hoarsely. "No one touches it. Not you, not anyone, not even Harry. No one," I reiterated with a growl. I bent down, seized the strap of my bag, and fled the classroom, sweeping down the aisle. I didn't duck my head though, oh no. I kept my chin held high, my nose in the air. Let the rest of the class judge me all they wanted. Let them see what Voldemort had done to me and what that meant. But be damned if anyone was ever going to touch that part of me. Harry and Ron caught up with me in care of magical creatures. Needless to say, I hadn't been back to class. In fact, I'd headed immediately for my retreat of Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid had been confused but welcoming when I appeared on his doorstep and let me rant about Moody all I wanted as I helped him drag crates around to the front of his house for class. What I was surprised to realize, though, was that I wanted to write Amity and tell her about it. Like Snape, she could be counted on for a certain reaction. With Snape it was blunt logic and an intolerance for bullshit. With Amity it was agreement followed by advice for what to do, and that's what I wanted right now. Rena, Harry and Ron were running across the grounds ahead of the rest of the class to get to me. Moody was way out of line, was the first thing out of Harry's mouth. Doing that in a classroom, what was he thinking? Hermione's up in arms about it too, talking about going to Dumbledore, Ron said supportively. No. Harry and Ron looked at me in surprise. What'll that accomplish? I countered. Getting him fired. Great, then we have no defense teacher. All he did was make me an example. He did the same thing to Neville, to Harry, to that spider. It's worth more to keep him than it is to get him in trouble. But Lorena, Harry protested. He drew attention to your scar, you hate that. You hate it too, I retorted. Or you say you do, but you didn't do anything when Moody pointed you out, did you? I was lashing out, I was trying to drive him away, and I knew it. Harry had his own scar from that night, but he didn't understand that our scars meant different things to us. To Harry it was like a neon sign on his forehead, an identifying feature, telling others what he'd done when he was too young to even remember it. To me, it was part of me. That scar was part of who I was. Maybe it was sick and twisted, but that scar was a sign that I had come through that night alive too. I had survived Voldemort too, and maybe I hadn't taken him down like Harry did, but I was alive. And maybe it was Voldemort's will, but it didn't matter. That scar carved into my cheek was a sign of my existence. It was a part of me, personal. Harry narrowed his eyes. I know what you're doing, Rena. Do you? I challenged, raising my eyebrows. Yes, you're being the martyr, Harry snapped. You're trying to take the fall for something and there's nothing wrong with calling Moody out. I stared at him incredulously. Was he actually serious? If you looked up martyr in the dictionary there was a bloody picture of my brother there with his patented sad yet determined orphan face on. I wasn't thought of enough to be a martyr. No, I'm just not dumb enough to be petty when in the end I know it will screw me, brother mine, I hissed to Harry, and stomped over to the cluster of Slytherins who'd joined the class, taking shelter in the ranks of green. That looked ugly, not observed as he looked me over from my messy red hair to my clenching and unclenching fists. Care to share? Harry Bloody Potter, I growled incoherently, practically trembling with rage at my own brother's hypocrisy. I'm the martyr, son of a, I'll kill him. No you won't, not sighed. Calm down and focus Potter, I'm counting on you to keep us alive through whatever's in those crates. I forced down the anger, something I was unnervingly good at these days, and focused on the crates. I had no idea what was in them, Hagrid hadn't said, merely smiled and said it was a surprise. I did know that I'd heard what sounded like tiny explosions coming from inside, which didn't exactly fill me with hope that whatever was inside was 100% safe. Hagrid, I called out to him as the rest of the class trickled down. What are we learning about today? Got a real treat fair yay lot today, Hagrid said, practically glowing with excitement. He reached down and, with seemingly no effort, tugged off the lid of the crates. The class pressed forward slowly, curious but wary about what we were going to be dealing with. Lavender Brown was the first to reach the crate. You! She shrieked, and quickly backed away. I shoved past a Hufflepuff and peered into the crate curiously. I loved animals, even things like opossums that most people said were ugly. But these whatever they wares had nothing redeeming about them. They looked like deformed, shell-less lobsters, horribly pale and slimy looking, with legs sticking out in very odd places and no visible heads. There were about 100 of them in each crate, each about 6 inches long, crawling over one another, bumping blindly into the sides of the boxes. They were giving off a very powerful smell of rotting fish. Every now and then, sparks would fly out of the end of one, and with a small thud, it would be propelled forward several inches. Blast-ended scroots, Hagrid said proudly. Oni just hatched, so y'all be able to raise 'em yourselves. Thought we'd make a bit o' a project out o' it. And why would we want to do that? I glared at Malfoy, who was standing well clear of the crates with his arms crossed and an expression on his face like he'd just been asked to down a bottle of sour milk. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him, as usual, giggling stupidly. I mean, what did they do? What's the point of them? Let him teach before you start asking questions and maybe you'll find out, Malfoy, I spat. Hagrid was one of my favorite teachers, right behind Snape. His classes were almost always hands-on, which I enjoyed, and he taught one of my favorite subjects. Hagrid floundered for a moment, before clearing his throat and announcing, "This next lesson, Malfoy. Just feedin' him today. Now, y'all want, try 'em on a few different things. I've never had 'em before, not sure what they'll go fair. I got ant eggs and frog livers and a bit o' grass snake, just try 'em out with a bit of each. Have fun, Potter," Nott said, and backed up from the nearest crate, gesturing for me to go ahead. Traitor, I muttered under my breath as I approached the table laden with potential Scroot food. I wrinkled my nose at the smell a little, but I'd worked with far worse in potions, so I only gagged a tiny bit when I picked up several pieces of frog liver and carried it over to the crate. I looked around. The Gryffindors, true to their house, were bravely making an attempt. Most of the girls had picked up ant eggs, which were undoubtedly the least gross thing on offer, but a couple of the guys had handfuls of frog liver like me and were stealing themselves to tempt the Scroots. Deciding that Madame Pomfrey wasn't too far away, I thrust my hand into the crate to offer up the frog liver. The Scroots didn't even blink, which was possibly because they didn't seem to have eyes. They also didn't seem to have mouths, so I wasn't sure if they even could eat. One of the Scroots crawled over my hand and I bit my lip to keep from shouting. They felt absolutely nasty. "There now," I cooed to the Scroot, hoping it wasn't about to take off. "Stay calm, just eat some frog liver or something and move on." The Scroot wandered off my hand casually, knocking the frog liver to the bottom of the crate with a wet thump. I pulled my hands out and held them up to my fellow Slytherins, smirking widely. "No problem," I said proudly, and the other Slytherins seemed emboldened by my success. They moved forwards, making faces, the girls steadfastly refusing to pick up any food. "There, you're not dangerous at all, are you?" Malfoy said with a sneer, thrusting his hand into the crate of Scroots, offering up some bits of grass snake. He looked up and met my gaze, looking even more obnoxiously smug than he usually did. "Couldn't be too hard, if Potter managed it." "Careful, Malfoy," I sneered. "Remember what happened last time you said." "Arg." Malfoy ripped his hand back from the crate. The skin on the back of his pale hand was bright red as he clutched it to his chest. Dean Thomas seemed to have had much the same experience, because he was being fussed over by a couple of Gryffindors. "This is the second time," Pansy ranted as Malfoy clutched his burned hand, hissing curses through clenched teeth. "That oaf has no business teaching. Does it hurt, Draco?" She cooed, reaching for his hand. "Do I need to take you to the hospital wing?" "Quit whining," I said, shoving my way past Crabbe and Goyle and brandishing my wand. Malfoy's eyes widened and he took a step back. "Potter," he said warningly. "Relax," I huffed, and pointed my wand at his hand, muttering a spell. There was a flash of blue and the redness on Malfoy's hand began to recede. "There, better." Malfoy flexed his hand, opening and closing his fingers, looking at me in surprise. Potter." I turned and saw Lily looking at me in surprise. In fact, several people were looking at me like I'd just announced I was going to join Hufflepuff. Clearly they were taking my fixing Malfoy at face value. I rolled my eyes at the lot of them. "What? Malfoy's hand is fine, nothing to say against Hagrid now." Malfoy's characteristic sneer slid back into place almost immediately. And here I thought you'd finally given in to my charms. I gagged. Charms. Please, Malfoy, those Scroots have more charm than you do. Well, at the very least I'm not a walking fire hazard, Malfoy retorted, referring to my hair. Fire hazard was one of my very first nicknames in Slytherin. I hadn't heard it in a while. Right, better to look like an old man, I said with a sneer, and headed back over to the table laid out with food for the Scroots. I examined the options, trying to figure out which one they might prefer. I'd assumed they were carnivorous, and maybe they were, maybe they just had very small mouths. I picked up some ant eggs in one hand and turned around, venturing back over to the box of Scroots, thrusting my hand in immediately this time to get it over with. Who does Potter think she's kidding? I had Parkinson's sneer. I don't know how she managed to trick the Sorting Hat into putting her in Slytherin. She's practically a Hufflepuff. Greengrass and Bulstrode laughing along with several others. It's like she goes around collecting lost causes. That oaf, and you remember how she used to help Neville. I mean, she's practically one herself. The other Potter, and no prizes for guessing why, Moody already got on her bad side for it. Look at how messed up her face is. Oh no, she didn't. I turned around and whipped my arm through the air. With reflexes born of several years of playing Quidditch, my aim was true, and Parkinson suddenly found her laughter cut off by a mouthful of ant eggs. She shrieked and choked, spitting eggs frantically. Potter, she screamed, eyes streaming as she glared at me furiously. I'm going to kill you. Take a number, I said carelessly. I mean it, Potter, you'll pay for this. I'm so scared, I snorted. Trembling, really. Needless to say, I didn't join my house for lunch that day. I had no desire to eat while Parkinson glared and hissed nasty comments under her breath. Instead I got a sandwich from the kitchen and smuggled it into the library. Pulling a Hermione, I sought refuge amongst the shelves. There was a particular spot I liked. Near the back of the library, in the section on enchanting items, which was very rarely used, there was a window seat with a squishy red pillow. It was my favorite spot in the library, and it was mostly hidden, so I didn't have to worry about being busted for eating. I grabbed a book off the shelves and headed to my sanctuary, settling in against the window. The storm had blown out and the sun was shining, so it was pleasantly warm. I opened my book, propped it against my knees, and took a bite of my sandwich. The core of a Patronus charm is happy memories. Achieving a corporeal, that is, fully formed Patronus requires a powerful memory. This is the part most casters struggle with, choosing memories that are not powerful enough. However, some casters have had moderate success with dreams. Instead of focusing on a memory, they focus on a dream or visualize themselves achieving a goal of theirs. The emotions this evokes has, in some cases, been enough to produce a fully formed Patronus. Some scholars argue that this is sloppy casting, however, because the image being used is not a true memory. Others say that it is a perfectly acceptable way to cast a Patronus, given that the emotion it evokes is strong enough. My goal for this year was to be able to produce a Patronus. A fully formed one, like Harry's. He'd told me all about his little time travel adventure with Hermione and the stag Patronus he'd produced. I could make a strong shield of silver light, but I'd never managed to make a corporeal one. On top of that, everything Lupin had told us said that the form our Patronus took was meaningful. It said something about our personality or our inner selves. I was wary of this at first, remembering my last disastrous encounter with my inner self in the mirror of Arised back in first year. Something about this summer, getting a job, buying food and clothes with my own money, I felt like I was older. I felt like I was ready for more. I wanted to know now, I wanted to see what I could learn from my Patronus. Harry had guessed at what it might be, jokingly suggesting a doe to match his, or a snake for my house, but neither of those things had struck me as even remotely possible. There was no way my Patronus matched Harry's. We were siblings, but other than that we were nothing alike, either in looks or manner. There were times that I hated him for the way he risked himself for others. In his mind he was not worth as much as anyone else. He saw no problem in dying to make life better for someone else. To me, he was my brother, he was the most important person on this earth, and I'd kill 100 people to save him. I also could think of very, very few people I would ever even consider giving my life for. Harry was at the top of the list. The twins, Hagrid, perhaps. Snape and Sirius, maybe Lupin. As far as I was concerned, anyone else was on their own. I wouldn't be swooping in at the last minute with a wish and a prayer as my only defense. I reached into my bag and pulled out a bit of parchment, a quill, and a bottle of ink. Smoothing the parchment against the pages of the book across my knees, I dipped the quill in and began to write, already planning my project for next year. Dear Snuffles, sorry it's been so long since I've written. Things have been a bit mad here, as you can imagine. You've probably heard of the Triwizard Tournament taking place at Hogwarts this year. The Durmstrangs and Beauxbatons students are making quite a stir. The girls are gorgeous and French, so the guys can't control themselves, and Durmstrang came with Victor Crumb, so the girls can't contain themselves either. Anyway, no champions have been chosen yet. I'll write again when they have, keep you up to date on how the tournament's progressing. Thank God for the ban on anyone under 17 entering, or I'd guarantee Harry would get himself involved. Voldemort can't seem to do him in, but I'd bet the tournament could do a decent job. As Mooney's probably told you, I started trying to learn a Patronus last year. I've got the shield form down, but it's not corporeal yet. Any advice? Whenever I ask Harry, he just tells me to focus on a stronger memory. I don't think he understands that I don't have stronger memories. I'm guessing you do. Advice in casting a Patronus isn't the only thing I'm interested in. I saw how you and Pettigrew transformed, and hearing stories about my dad, I've decided I'd like to learn how to be an animagus too. I know it's a bit much for someone my age, but I hope to at least make some progress on learning the theory and the basics. I was hoping you could give me some advice or recommend some books from the library. Hope you're doing well, give my love to our feathery friend. LP. Oh. Sorry, Lorena. I looked up from my letter, quickly folding it up and sliding it inside of my robe. Hermione, I greeted, vaguely surprised to see her. She should be at lunch with Harry and Ron. What are you doing here? Research, Hermione said, gesturing vaguely to her book. I wordlessly passed the book over to Hermione. She scanned the page it was open to, looking up at me with raised eyebrows. The Patronus charm, but I thought you could. Not a corporeal one, I explained shortly. Hermione paused, biting her lip. Well, even a non-corporeal one is quite impressive for our age. There are many older wizards who can't even get that much. I know, I said obviously. But I want to be able to cast a corporeal one. Hermione hesitated. I could tell there was something she wanted to ask but was hesitant too. Instead of pressing her, I just twisted to face her, raising my eyebrows and observing her coolly, waiting for her to ask. Finally, she did. Is this, she began uncertainly, because Harry can? I let out an annoyed snarl and scowled at Hermione thunderously. Why is it, I asked icily, that everyone in this godforsaken school seems to think that every action I make is totally centered around Harry? Tell me, Hermione, please, because I want to know. Hermione's eyes were wide. She wasn't dumb enough to expect I'd take her question well, but I guess that my response wasn't what she'd expected. She seemed to mull over her answer, and I couldn't blame her. I was well known for having a temper to match my hair, and people had been sent to the hospital wing either by a quick jinx or a thought-out prank, depending on how mad they'd made me or how bored I was. I think, she mused slowly, it's because you're always following him. And everyone sees that and just assumes that you're jealous, that you're trying to become as famous as he is, because she cut herself off abruptly. Because I'm a Slytherin, I said. Bluntly, and knew I'd hit the nail on the head by the way she winced. Yeah, I figured. And Slytherins and Gryffindors don't get along. But what people don't realize is that for the first 11 years of our lives Harry and I were all we had. So now, whenever he's doing something more stupid than usual, I go along with him to make sure he's safe. Hermione stared at me like she'd never quite seen me before, and to be honest, she probably hadn't. She'd been viewing me, like most people did, through green-tinted glasses. The reality was that I was just a person trying to figure everything out, just like the smartest Ravenclaw or the friendliest Hufflepuff or the bravest Gryffindor. House didn't matter. I was just a 14-year-old kid who was used to protecting her big brother from harm, and that's what I kept trying to do. Tell anyone I said any of this, and I'll hex your hair even bushier than it already is, I said gruffly, standing up and snatching back the book from Hermione's startled hands. I've got to get to divination. After dinner that night, which was filled with glares from Parkinson, silence from Crumb, and confused looks from Malfoy and Elia, I beat a hasty retreat to one of the few places at Hogwarts where I could guarantee I wouldn't be disturbed. "Sir, I have had the absolute worst day and I need you to tell me to get over myself," I announced as I breezed into Snape's office. Snape didn't so much as flinch, just looked up at me and glared like he wasn't even surprised I'd showed up. We really did have a beautiful relationship. I seated myself in front of Snape's desk. Most people cringed at the idea of even being in Snape's office. It was dimly lit, just like everything in the dungeons, but there was always a fire crackling in the fireplace and the things floating in jars were significantly less creepy once you knew what they were. "Yes, I heard about the events in your defense class today," Snape said, leaning back in his chair with a sneer. "Storming out of class, quite dramatic, wasn't it? Totally warranted. You also threw ant eggs at Parkinson. Needed. And you were late to divination." I opened my mouth, hesitated, and admitted, "Okay, that was less than necessary." Snape shook his head. "Potter, you have barely been back at school for a full day and already you're causing me trouble. Professor Moody is now insisting he speak with you about the events in his classroom and Miss Parkinson is back to begging me to expel you." "They can both stuff it," I grumbled, slumping down in my chair. "I gathered that was the point of the ant eggs." I grinned. "This is why I like you, sir. You get me." Snape rolled his eyes. "Then I suppose I shall be regularly subjected to your presence this year as well." "Joy." I smirked. "Don't lie, sir, you know you like me." "You are not a dunderhead," Snape allowed, which was high praise coming from him. He turned back to his paperwork, wordlessly handing me some summer essays from his second years and a bottle of red ink. I eagerly got started. "So, sir, how was your summer?" I asked him, almost positive I wouldn't get much of a response. "Dull." Dumbledore once again denied my request to journey to Romania to search for potions ingredients and insisted I remain behind to help with preparations for this ridiculous tournament. I winced in sympathy. "Sorry about that, sir. Did you go to the World Cup?" Snape's eyes flicked up to pin me disdainfully. "And why on earth would I attend, Potter?" "I dunno, sir, get some sun." I responded cheekily. I got a glare for that one. "Now, you're supposed to ask me how my summer was. That would first require caring, a prerequisite I do not meet. However, I strongly suspect you intend to tell me anyway." "You would be correct," I announced as I cheerfully marked through 3 whole lines of a Hufflepuff's essay and wrote a scathing comment in the margins. Really, nothing made me feel better than tearing into a student's essay. I was starting to consider getting detention just to help Snape grade essays as the world's weirdest form of therapy. "I got a job this summer," I began. Snape looked up, seeming mildly interested. "I was under the impression that your aunt and uncle wouldn't allow that." "You'd be correct, which is why they have no bloody idea. They're used to me wandering around during the summer so they just assume I'm off taking a walk." "You are 14, Snape said pointedly. So it is illegal for anyone to hire you." I nodded. "You're right. Which is why my salary is listed on the finances as an office expense," I muttered irritably, earning an amused smirk from Snape. "But my boss, Amity Raincrow, said that as long as no one brought up my age or came yelling at her about it, she didn't care how old I was, and if they did, she'd just lie and say I told her I was 16. "You do not look 16, Snape countered. I rolled my eyes. "That would be a problem, sir, but Amity's blind." Snape seemed mildly interested now. "You work for a blind woman?" "Yes. I swear, sir, she'd be a Slytherin if she were a witch. She told me point blank that she would lie to save her own ass and people would believe her because people always agree with the blind woman. But she pays well and all I have to do is handle inventory, since she can't stock the shelves very easily. She even said she'd take me back next summer so long as I asked." "I see," Snape said, looking thoughtful. "This boss of yours seems to be incredibly accommodating to a relative stranger." "She is, but then again, Amity's weird." "In what way?" "Not in a dangerous way," I assured him. Snape rolled his eyes, like he was annoyed with me for even thinking he cared about my safety. "But she's American. She has all sorts of interesting stories." I shook my head. "It's like she knows things even though she can't see them, sir." I wondered if maybe she was a seer, but like I said, she's not a witch. "Do you know if muggles can have sight?" Snape sneered. "If you have questions about divination, speak to the quack in the tower." I tend to avoid Trelawney outside of the necessary. Yes, I have a similar stance. I settled on the tiered seats of the room where the goblet of fire waited. That morning I'd sent Harry a note, asking him to meet me there to watch the submissions, and also to make up. I did not want to start our 4th year already angry with each other. I'd traded my uniform skirt for pants and was sprawled across the top tier gracelessly, one leg bent, holding the same Patronus book from earlier over my face as I did. I glanced to the side, observing the room. Hermione was settled several rows down with her own book, and Harry and Ron were standing near the silvery line dancing in the air around the goblet. Dumbledore's age line was impressive, I'd give it that. It and the goblet were the only sources of light in the room, barring what filtered through the gray day outside. A Durmstrang boy tossed his name in, followed almost immediately by a burly Ravenclaw I recognized as one of their beaters. I'd played against him last year and had to dodge one of his bludgers for fear of my life. Go on Cedric, put it in. Cedric was pushed and shoved good-naturedly towards the goblet of fire by some of his fellow Hufflepuffs. He was a favorite to win Hogwarts champion from what I'd heard. He was on the Quidditch team, made good grades, and he was nice to everyone on top of being devastatingly attractive. Most people thought he was the ideal choice. Cedric tossed his name in and retreated from the age line into the congratulatory backpats from his friends. I smirked slightly as I saw Ron raise a hand awkwardly for a high five, only to be completely missed. He and Harry thrust their hands in their pockets, loping casually over to the seats. Yeah, familiar voices were shouting from the door. I stood up, tucking my book under my arm. Fred and George ran into the room like race winners doing a victory lap, shouting and waving their hands and giving high fives as they ran along the seats. Well, we've done it, lads. George announced. Cooked it up this morning. Fred continued as they twins proudly held up 2 corked vials of potion. It's not going to work. Oh look, Granger had emerged from her book. Fred and George flung themselves down on either side of Hermione, leaning into her. And why's that, Granger? George asked. You see this? Hermione said, gesturing pointedly to Dumbledore's line. This is an age line. Dumbledore drew it himself. So. Fred shrugged carelessly. So. Hermione huffed, shutting her book with a thump. A genius like Dumbledore isn't going to be fooled by a dodge as pathetically dim-witted as an aging potion. Ah, but that's why it's so brilliant. Because it's so pathetically dim-witted. Let them do it, Hermione. I called from my spot along the back. I leapt down a few tiers and sat down right behind them, leaning in with interest. I want to watch this. Haha, see, Rena agrees. Fred grinned. Ooh, Rena never said that, I whispered slyly as Fred and George stood up. Rena agrees with Granger, actually. Ready Fred. Ready George. Bottoms up. The twins uncorked their vials, wrapped their arms around each other, and tossed back the contents of the potion. I gave them credit for not wincing. Aging potion was known for having a truly foul taste, and considering most potions tasted about as good as dragon dung smelled, that was saying something. The twins leapt over the line, hesitated a moment, and when nothing happened they cheered again. The crowd applauded and cheered for them as they danced around triumphantly inside the age line. The twins sauntered confidently up to the goblet and tossed their names in, turning around to face the crowd with big grins. The goblet behind them suddenly burned red, spitting out their charred bits of parchment. The age line pulsed, hurling Fred and George several feet and sending them skidding along the floor. They landed in a heap of knotted robes and tangled limbs. Groaning slightly, both twins sat up, revealing that their famous ginger hair had gone stark white and they'd sprouted beards. I laughed wildly as they began to scuffle. Told you, Hermione sniffed, and opened up her book primly. I snickered as I stood up, leaping off the seats and darting over to the boys. All right you both, this is what you get for not listening to Granger, I said as I tugged at Fred's robes. Don't you know she knows everything? Oi, I said indignantly as a missed kick at George's shins nearly hit mine. Annoyed, I dove in and seized the pair of them by the ears, jerking them apart. Ow ow ow. Rena, ow. Go shave. I laughed at the pair of them, shoving them towards the door. The twins staggered and then hastily corrected their course as Crumb walked in, flanked by Karkaroff. I took a step back, out of their way, watching curiously. Crumb stalked through the age line without flinching, tossing his name in. He glanced to the side, locking eyes with Granger and holding her gaze for a longer moment than was strictly necessary. Hermione surprised me by giving a tiny little half-smile. I raised my eyebrows. Well, that was certainly interesting. Krum walked out of the age line and back along the aisle the students had created for him. He noticed me out of the corner of his eye and nodded a greeting. I smirked in reply, crossing my arms and nodding approvingly. Drooling over Krum now, E.H. Potter. I didn't bother turning around. I'd know that drawling voice anywhere. Last I checked that was your job, Frosty, I said, rolling my eyes. I started to walk off, intent on heading back to Harry and the others for a nice evening of companionable chatter, possibly skipping off to the kitchens later for a mug of cocoa. Instead, a pale, strong hand curled around my upper arm and tugged me back. I staggered and spun slightly. Malfoy, what the? I blinked. I felt even tinier than usual with Malfoy towering over me, his hands wrapped around my biceps and holding tight to keep me from dashing off or going for my wand, both of which were equally likely. I just wanted to say something. What? I demanded irritably, thrashing uselessly in his grip before sagging. I knew it was no good before I even started. Malfoy was much stronger than me, curse him. Spit it out, Malfoy, I have better prospects for conversation than a slug like you. I saw his jaw clench and his eyes flash with anger at the insult, but instead of spitting out an insult like I had expected, he took a breath, like he was forcing down something nasty. Probably whatever his retort was going to be. Potter, about Moody's class. My jaw clenched. A couple of people had been bold enough to approach me and ask if they could see my scar, for class. A few had even started asking personal questions. Did it hurt? Did I remember it? One Ravenclaw even had the balls to ask if I knew what Voldemort wanted to remind me of. He was in the hospital wing with his feet on backwards and I had detention with Snape tomorrow night for that one. Quit looking at me like that, Potter, it's not what you think, Malfoy snapped. I just wanted to say, Moody was out of line. I stared. Then I blinked. Then I stared some more. Moody was obviously out of line. That wasn't even a question. However, Malfoy saying something about it, that was surprising. I had expected him to be front of the queue asking me tactless questions, not, I thought he was trying to comfort me. Or at least I would have, if it weren't Malfoy. But it was, so my shield shot up. I opened my mouth to respond, but Malfoy beat me to it. But you handled yourself, well, like a real Slytherin. With that parting comment, which might have actually passed for a compliment, Malfoy released me, spun on his heel, and stalked off. I watched him go, mouth open wordlessly, mind spinning. What in the name of Merlin had that been? Shaking my head, I decided that conversation could wait. That cup of cocoa was far more important. It was time for Moody's class again. I wasn't looking forwards to it, unlike a lot of people. Moody's hands-on lessons were drawing a lot of interest, and a lot of terror. Of course, the fear only fed the interest, and was quickly making his lessons some of the most anticipated of the year among most people. I sat in the same spot behind Harry and Ron's table, Lily sharing my desk with me. Behind me were Tracy and Nott, who I suspect were sitting there in some kind of show of solidarity. It was appreciated. I made sure my expression was icy and disdainful, arms crossed over my chest and chin tilted back defiantly, fixing Moody with a hateful stare no matter where he moved as he stumped around the classroom. Dislike and annoyance absolutely radiated off of me, which was the goal, and which was apparently working well. Harry turned around and flinched when he saw my expression. Merlin, Rena, you look like you're about to kill him. Contemplating it, I replied coolly. Harry shook his head. From the desk to my left, Hermione leaned over. Lorena, he's made his point about your scar. If you keep looking at him like that you'll just draw attention to yourself, Hermione hissed. He'll be even harder on you. Lily gave Hermione a dark look. Maybe you can let Lorena handle her own life, Granger. She sneered pointedly. Hermione scowled in reply and her eyes flicked to me. I saw the silent question in them. Was I going to say anything to my housemates on her behalf? The answer was a resounding no. I still wasn't pleased with her after her comments in the library. Everybody stand up. Moody barked suddenly, and class began. Wordlessly, we all stood up and gathered our bags. With a flick of his wrist, the desks flew out of the way and stacked themselves against the far wall, clearing a wide space in the middle of the class. Today, you're going to be attempting to throw off the Imperious curse. A horrified mumble broke out at that, and even I dropped my icy facade for a moment to gape at him. He was going to perform unforgivables on us. In front of us was one thing, but actually on us. That was crossing some kind of line, it had to be. However, I knew that the Ministry and, more importantly, Dumbledore had to be aware of what he was planning. If Dumbledore had okayed it, then Moody had no one stopping him. That old man really was crazy. But you said it was illegal, Professor, Hermione said uncertainly, the first to voice her concerns loud enough to be heard by everyone. You said the use, on another human being. Dumbledore wants you taught what it feels like, Moody growled, his magical blue eye swiveling to land on Hermione, pinning her with its stare. If you'd rather learn the hard way, when someone's putting it on you to control you, then you're welcome to leave. There's the door. You're excused. Moody pointed at the door with one gnarled finger that was missing the tip. Hermione went pink, mumbling about not leaving. Harry and Ron exchanged subtle smiles behind her and I smirked. Hermione would never just walk out of class in protest like I had, divination being the one exception. She would be too afraid of missing something. Moody crooked a finger at Dean Thomas first, who promptly went ashen. He stepped forward hesitantly, moving to the middle of the classroom. He faced Moody, an expression of suppressed fear on his face. Moody raised his wand and flicked it at Dean, crying, Imperio. Dean's expression immediately went glassy, his features going slack. He opened his mouth and began, of all things, to sing the national anthem. He started hopping his way around the room. He made 3 circuits before Moody removed the curse. Dean was mid-jump and he staggered slightly as he came back to himself, shaking with the horror of being controlled. Head down, he moved back to the cluster of students, where Seamus clapped a supportive hand on his shoulder and whispered something. Dean was still pale, but the corner of his mouth quirked slightly, so I assumed he was okay. Lavender Brown was up next. She imitated a squirrel, holding her hands up by her cheeks like paws and making chittering sounds. She darted about the classroom, pausing every now and then to straighten up and look around, swishing her rear like she had a tail. Neville performed an astonishing series of gymnastics, doing cartwheels and handsprings that I highly doubted he could do in his normal state. I winced in sympathy. He'd be feeling the effects of that last split tomorrow for certain. Potter. The bark was unexpected and made me flinch. I looked up, wondering which one of us Moody meant. He was staring at me though, and I saw Harry slump a little in relief out of the corner of my eye. I couldn't blame him though. People were making chattering noises in Lavender Brown's direction already. Some people would not be coming out of this place with their reputations intact. Still, I steeled myself and stepped forwards into the middle of the room. I turned so that I faced Moody. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at my classmates. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked worried, as did Neville. A couple of the Gryffindor and Slytherin girls looked like they were waiting to see what kind of show I would put on. Lavender Brown seemed hopeful that whatever I did would make people forget about her squirrel impression. Not, Zabini, and even Malfoy looked grim. I focused my attention on Moody, who flicked his wand. I only barely heard him shout the spell before my mind was wiped blank, leaving nothing but a sense of serene happiness. My eyes closed, relaxed. That blankness was soon filled with one thought. Dance. I raised my left foot off the ground slightly, toes pointed, but paused. No, I wasn't going to dance. I didn't dance. I couldn't dance, and I wasn't going to try in front of everyone here. Dance. The voice insisted, and my foot shook, still hovering a few inches off the ground, but I didn't move beyond that. Dimly, things drifted across my mind. Moody, this was class, he had me under a spell, he was trying to make me dance. Do it. My eyes snapped open. Moody stood across from me, his magical and normal eyes fixed on me, his expression pulled into a frown of concentration as he tried to make me do what he wanted. But I wouldn't. I did not do what other people ordered me to. That part of my life was over. I did what I wanted, and right now, I wanted to make Moody pay for what he'd done. I won't. With a great, mental shove, what felt like rubber bands breaking freed my mind. A headache pounded into being immediately on the heels of that, but my lips curled into a sneer as Moody staggered slightly, my mental shove throwing him off balance. Well done, Miss Potter, Moody said quietly. I think we're done, I said coolly, and turned my back on him, striding back to the line of odd students. Lily grinned and Tracy gave me a thumbs up as I approached. Zabini flashed me a smile that had broken many a girl's heart and nodded approvingly. I smirked in reply. Potter. Moody barked again. This time, there was no question. Harry stepped forwards, feet leaden as he slumped over to stand in front of Moody. Moody cast the spell on him and I leaned forwards. Part of me was worried about my brother, but the other part of me wanted to see if he could do what I had just done, if he could throw the curse off. Harry's expression went glazed and loose like everyone else's. He stood for a moment, trembling. His knees bent suddenly and he looked like he was about to jump, but he didn't. For a moment he just crouched there and shook, and then his knees suddenly snapped straight, sending him pitching head first into the desk. "Look at that, you lot!" Moody shouted as Harry picked himself up with a wince. "Potter fought, and he damn near beat it." "Yeah, but you did beat it." I heard Lily hiss indignantly next to me. I shook my head. "Yes, but that would mean acknowledging that I did something right," I murmured back. "Somehow, I don't think that's going to happen." When I walked into Snape's office that night, he was sitting behind his desk grading, a stack of essays and an extra quill and bottle of red ink across from him. Briefly I wondered if he ever regretted giving so much work for the time he had to spend grading assignments. Then again, I could always be counted on to get detention and help him with grading, so it wasn't really that bad. "Good evening, sir," I said as I sat down in the chair opposite Snape. I ignored the quill for a moment in favor of pulling out the grubby letter I'd received that morning from Sirius. "Lorena, I've heard about the tournament. I try and scrounge papers when I can. They're usually pretty out of date, but I manage to keep up with what's going on. I'm a little jealous, to be honest. They haven't had a Triwizard tournament in decades. As far as your Patronus goes, shield form is impressive on its own. Don't get too caught up trying to get to a corporeal form. I know you're going to though, so I'll just say this, I do know what it's like to not have many happy memories. I also know that there are moments, rare and precious moments, times you may not even consider important, but the emotions attached to them are so strong that they can create a Patronus. Don't focus on big events. Look smaller, maybe you'll find something. Animagus and a corporeal Patronus. You do intend to actually attend classes, don't you? As far as general advice, I'd say brace yourself. The process isn't easy and it takes a long time. If you're going to do it, make sure you're determined or you won't be able to get through. And once you start, don't stop." Following that was a list of a couple of titles. I made a mental note to check the library for them tomorrow. "Potter, fascinating as your correspondence undoubtedly is, you are here to be punished." "Of course, sir," I said, and tucked the letter into my pocket. I reached for the stack of essays and tugged them closer, seizing my quill and lifting it aloft, ready to wreck some grades. For a long time there was only the sound of scratching quills and the odd huff from Snape or me as we read something particularly stupid. If you tried to collect dragon's blood like this, the dragon would eat you, which wouldn't really be a loss. I scribbled on a third year's essay and then paused. "Sir," I asked curiously, "if you were still a student here, would you have entered the Triwizard tournament?" Snape looked up at me and raised an eyebrow. "What a ridiculous question. The tournament is for those wizards who need a grand platform to become great. Those who cannot get by on their own wits and cunning. In other words, Gryffindors," I rephrased dryly. "Exactly so, although not them exclusively. Nothing is so common as the wish to be extraordinary. The difference is how we go about it." I nodded appreciatively. "That's deep, sir. What of you, Miss Potter? Were you old enough? Would you submit your name?" Snape asked, eyeing me calculatingly. I paused, really thinking about it. I hadn't seriously considered it before because I couldn't enter anyway. But if I was old enough, if it was a real option, would I? "I don't think so, sir," I admitted. "I'd rather make a name for myself on the Quidditch field or as a potions mistress. I'm not interested in risking my life for fame when I can do it in a much safer way." Snape looked at me approvingly. "And that is what makes you a Slytherin." It was the night the champions would be chosen, and everyone in the Great Hall was excited. The noise was almost deafening as I slid into an open spot at the Slytherin table next to Lily and across from Daphne. The two of them were discussing who it might be. "Well, it might be Diggory," Lily reasoned. "A Hufflepuff." Daphne scoffed. "Please, it'll be some Gryffindor lunk. Someone who's all brawn and no brains. Did any of the Ravenclaws even enter?" Lily asked, frowning as she tried to recall. Parkinson jumped in with the names of the 3 Ravenclaws who had submitted their names and the debate continued. Personally, I wasn't even trying to figure it out. I had no idea what kind of criteria the goblet even looked for. Brains or brawn? Older or younger? Male or female? Were there some things that automatically put you out of the running? And how did the bloody cup even know? Unlike the Sorting Hat, it didn't seem to have any brains. It had certainly never burst into song. I looked at the goblet of fire curiously. It sat in the middle of the room on a pedestal, blue flames flickering lazily inside of it. It was a fascinating magical object. Sit down, Dumbledore urged. Sit down. Those who had been milling around talking quickly took seats with their friends, poised eagerly. The whole hall was silent, waiting. There were some particularly tense knots around the room, usually centered around someone who had put their name into the goblet. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the champion selection. Dumbledore called. I saw Karkaroff and Maxime huddled with their students, waiting breathlessly to see which one would be chosen. Dumbledore raised his wand and flicked it. The fires burning in the braziers around the hall dimmed, casting the room into an eerie half-light, the blue of the goblet's flames standing out sharply. I found my eyes drawn towards it inexorably. How do you think it announces the winners? Parkinson hissed nearby. Maybe it shouts it, like the Sorting Hat, Bulstrode guessed dumbly. Where's its mouth? I countered quickly, then hissed, Shish. Dumbledore approached the goblet of fire slowly, his hands outstretched. He placed his palms against the worn metal of the cup and then stepped back, drawing one hand along in front of him as if he planned for something to follow his hand away. For a moment nothing happened, and then the flames burned Arlette and blazed higher, startling a few people. I heard one younger Hufflepuff give a little shriek and several people around the hall flinched as a charred bit of parchment was shot into the air. Dumbledore caught the smoking paper as it fluttered down, turning it over in his hands. The Durmstrang champion is, the Durmstrangs leaned forwards tensely, Victor Crumb. No surprises there. Zabini laughed, applauding with the rest of the hall as Crumb got up and approached Dumbledore. His schoolmates were going mad, cheering him on like they were at one of his Quidditch games. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight of all the brooding boys suddenly animated and wild. Crumb took Dumbledore's hand and shook it heartily. Dumbledore clapped him on the shoulder in a congratulatory way and then gestured to a side door. Crumb nodded, took his paper, and left the room. People began to calm down as he left, going dead silent when the cup blazed red again. Another singed parchment was fired into the air. Dumbledore caught it, turning it over in his fingers before announcing, the champions from Beauxbatons is Miss Fleur Delacour. A gorgeous girl with a sheet of silvery blonde hair stood up from the Beauxbatons cluster and trotted over to Dumbledore, smiling angelically as she shook Dumbledore's hand. He passed her parchment over and gestured her to the same door Crumb had gone through only moments before. The goblet burned red again and we all leaned forwards in interest. This was what we had been waiting for. The Hogwarts champion, the one we'd be supporting for the rest of the year. I still had no idea who it might be. Those Ravenclaws were all genii, they had a good shot. There weren't any Slytherins in the running, which wasn't surprising, but a fair number of Gryffindors had thrown their hats into the ring. It wouldn't surprise me if it was one of them, they all seemed the type. Dumbledore caught the final piece of paper as it fluttered down and announced proudly, the Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded into cheers, and I couldn't blame them. It wasn't often Hufflepuff got recognized for anything. They weren't exactly a power player on the Quidditch field and they didn't usually lead their classes. Well, if it had to be a Hufflepuff, at least it's a cute one, Daphne announced, applauding with the rest of us as Diggory approached the headmaster to shake his hand. She leaned over and nudged Parkinson. He won't be bad to stare at all year, Diggory vanished through the same door as Fleur and Crumb and the great hall quieted again as Dumbledore raised his hands for silence. Excellent, he announced. We now have our 3 champions. But in the end only one will go down in history. Only one will hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory. Dumbledore flung a hand behind him. Barty Crouch had just placed yet another goblet on a pedestal behind Dumbledore. The covering over it whipped away and revealed a gleaming goblet made of pewter and crystal, Triwizard etched in glittering letters on it. The Triwizard Cup. Dumbledore finished grandly. The applause shattered the room. I stared at the cup. It was impressive, certainly, and it was much prettier. But in the end it was just a trophy. Maybe I was a bit odd, but I was far more interested in the Goblet of Fire, despite its clunkier and more weathered appearance. I was one of the only people still looking, so I was one of the first to fall silent as streams of blue fire began to curl out of the top of the Goblet of Fire. Its flames flickered and danced, but this wasn't that. "What's happening?" I murmured. People were starting to notice, the applause replaced by whispers as the goblet continued to let off streams of fire. Dumbledore approached the goblet, hands raised over his face protectively. The fire burned Arlet for a fourth time and shot yet another slip of parchment into the air. My eyes widened. "No way. Is this some kind of surprise?" Lily murmured. I shook my head. "No, not the way Dumbledore was acting. Did you see him? He had no idea what was going on. And look at Crouch," I added, nodding to the other man. Crouch's eyes were bugged out and his jaw was loose under his toothbrush mustache. He clearly didn't know what was happening either. The parchment slip came fluttering down and Dumbledore caught it. He held it carefully, like it might suddenly attack him, turning it over to find the name. He murmured something, and though I strained, I couldn't hear it. It sent a ripple out from the students close enough to hear though. A moment later, Dumbledore roared, "Potter!" "Of bloody course," Parkinson said in disdain, kicking my shin under the table. "Your brother just couldn't handle not being in the spotlight for a year, could he?" "It makes you wonder how he did it," Daphne said a little bitterly. "How'd he get around the age line?" I was watching Harry. "I don't think he did," I whispered. Harry was slowly trying to sink down out of sight, his expression one of pure shock. He hadn't been expecting that at all, not even a little. There was a difference between power and skill. Harry had power, he was a strong wizard, and he could do some pretty impressive magic. But he didn't have the skill for the finer stuff, that was my domain. The Goblet of Fire was a powerful object, it would take more than brute force to overcome it. It would take subtle, finessed magic, and that wasn't Harry's area of expertise. Hermione grabbed Harry's shoulder, hissed something to him, and yanked him upright. Staggering gracelessly, Harry made his way down the aisle to Dumbledore, his expression still one of blank shock. "He's a cheat," someone yelled. "He's not even 17. Harry reached Dumbledore, but he didn't get a handshake or a clap on the back. Dumbledore simply stared at him intently for a moment, blue eyes twinkling, before he held up the slip of paper. "It says, Potter. Just, Potter." All eyes turned to me and I felt my head swim and my heart pound. Potter. Just Potter. Of all the reasons for me to hate sharing a surname with someone, this definitely took the cake. I stared at the stunned and suspicious faces of my housemates. A few looked grudgingly impressed but others were sneering down their noses. I looked helplessly to the teachers lined up along the stage, to Barty Crouch, who was in charge of the whole thing. There was no help there, they all looked as surprised and severe as Dumbledore himself. In desperation I looked to Snape, waiting for him to step forward and say there was some mistake, that I didn't need to go anywhere because this was all a joke, that I wasn't going to have to risk my life over a damn trophy. Snape saw me looking at him. He met my gaze. And he flicked his head, just a little, a tiny gesture, but I understood it. I had to go. I had to stand up and walk down the aisle and listen to people yell hateful things at me just like they had at Harry. It took everything in me just to stand up. And just like that everyone's eyes were on me. I felt simultaneously hot and cold under the stares. But just like I had when I left Moody's class, one held my head high, shook my hair out of my face, and walked proudly. She cheated too. I bet she did it. Couldn't handle Harry having all the fame, probably. She'd underaged too. I hadn't had this many eyes staring at me like they wanted me gone since second year, since I'd stood up on top of the Slytherin dinner table and screamed at the whole bloody school in Parseltongue to leave my brother alone. They'd shut up after that, staring at me in horror like I had just announced I was going to pull a Dementor and S.K. out their souls. I stood silently in front of Dumbledore. He was looking back at me suspiciously. I felt Harry worm his hand into mine supportively and squeeze, hidden by the sleeves of our robes. I appreciated the gesture and it made me straighten my spine even more as Dumbledore stared at me like he was waiting for me to break down and confess to cheating. But I didn't. He gestured to the door the other champions had gone through. Harry started walking and I followed after him, the whispers bearing down on my ears as we passed. Of course it's them, it's always them. Don't know why we're all surprised. Poor Cedric, how's he going to feel? I wonder how they did. Course it's the bloody Potters. We had reached the head of the Great Hall when I snapped. I dropped Harry's hand and whirled around to face the Great Hall at large. I opened my mouth. Harry and I heard what I yelled. Shut your damn mouths, you don't know anything. Nothing. To the rest of the Great Hall, it was a strangled snarl of a hiss, and those closest reared back as they were reminded of the year when they'd split in the hallway for fear of me and my brother. I smirked in satisfaction. Like before, they'd stopped talking. Rena, Harry hissed, and grabbed my hand, hauling me mercilessly through the door and shutting it behind us. What were you thinking? He demanded as we descended into the room. Trophies glittered all over the various tables and from within cases, torches on the wall and a huge, roaring fireplace lighting the room. Crumb leaned on the mantel while Fleur lounged near one table of trophies and Cedric stared at some of the names on a cluster of small plaques. I shut them up, didn't I? I replied coldly. Do they want us back in Z, all? Fleur asked as we stepped off the last stairs. Not exactly, I replied shortly. Harry grabbed my shoulder, whipping me around and holding my shoulders tightly, forcing me to face him. The green eyes behind his glasses were desperate and his face was paler than usual as he begged, I didn't do it, Rena, you have to believe me. I snorted. Of course you didn't. You're not a skilled enough wizard to trick the Goblet of Fire, and you also know I'd kill you for dragging me into this with you. Harry looked at me incredulously. Thank you. And you know I didn't do it either, right? Right. I glared. You hesitated. Rage pounded in my ears as Harry's eyes shuddered a little, his grip on my shoulders loosening. You son of a banshee, you think it was me? I demanded furiously. I wouldn't. The door banged open and in rushed a giddy Ludo Bagman. Ladies and gentlemen, as incredible as it may seem, Bagman announced with a grin on his face. He grabbed my arm and Harry's and shoved us towards the other champions. These are the 4th and 5th Triwizard champions. Cedric was looking bewildered while Crumb scowled at the pair of us. Fleur, meanwhile, just tossed her hair and chuckled. Oh, very funny joke, Mr. Bagman, she laughed. Joke. Bagman chortled. Why not at all? The name, Potter, just came out of the Goblet of Fire. Crumb was looking less and less pleased by the minute. Cedric looked like someone had just kicked his puppy, and Fleur was staring down her nose at Harry and I. That is a mistake, she said contemptuously. They are too young. Well, it is amazing, said Bagman, rubbing his smooth chin and smiling down at us. But, as you know, the age restriction was only imposed this year as an extra safety measure. And as their names come out of the goblet. I mean, I don't think there can be any ducking out at this stage. It's down in the rules, you're obliged. Harry and Lorena will just have to do the best they. The door banged open again, and this time there was a rush of teachers and headmasters with Barty Crouch bringing up the rear and looking stressed. McGonagall went to Harry's side supportively as Maxime and Karkaroff moved to stand by their own champions. I was relieved when Snape came to stand behind me, putting a hand bracingly on my shoulder. Fleur looked up at Madame Maxime and said indignantly, "They're saying that they say children are to compete also." Children. Ooh, she'd pay for that later. You'd better guard that pretty silver hair of yours, you French by.ch, I snarled under my breath. Snape's hand tightened on my shoulder warningly and I winced. Maxime swatted a dangling lantern out of the way as she approached. Dumbledore. What is the meaning of these, Dumbledore? She demanded imperiously. I'd rather like to know that myself, Dumbledore, said Professor Karkaroff. He was wearing a steely smile, and his blue eyes were like chips of ice. 3 Hogwarts champions. I don't remember the host school getting special treatment. He gave a short and nasty laugh. Say impossible, said Madame Maxime, resting her giant hands on Fleur's shoulders. Hogwarts cannot, Avenue 3 champions. It is most unjust. We were under the impression that your age line would keep out younger contestants, Dumbledore, said Karkaroff, his steely smile still in place, though his eyes were colder than ever. Otherwise, we would, of course, have brought along a wider selection of candidates from our own schools. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? He asked calmly. Harry shook his head frantically. No, sir. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? Dumbledore pressed, and again Harry shook his head. But of course, he is lying. Maxime insisted. I scoffed. Clearly, you've never met my brother. He can't tell it convincingly to save his life. I'd drawn all eyes to me and I knew it. I was resigned to it by this point, but at least Harry was looking a little relieved to have all the attention off of him. Was it you, Miss Potter? Dumbledore asked me sternly. I shook my head. No sir, it wasn't. Are you sure? He pressed. Between you and your brother you have the history with tricks. I narrowed my eyes, staring at the headmaster hatefully. I said I didn't do it. Sir, I tacked on as disrespectfully as possible. Z's one is a Parselmouth. Maxime said, thrusting a finger at me accusingly. Not to be trusted. So's Zat one, I said mockingly, thrusting a finger at Harry. If my student says she did not do it, then she didn't, Snape said firmly, but he was currently squeezing my shoulder so tightly I was sure I'd have a bruise by the next morning. I knew I shouldn't be shooting his mouth off, but damn it, it was just so tempting a way to let off some of my stress. They could not have crossed the age line, said Professor McGonagall sharply. I am sure we are all agreed on that. Dumbledore must. Avenue made a mistake with Z-line, said Madame Maxime, shrugging. It is possible, of course, said Dumbledore politely. Dumbledore, you know perfectly well you did not make a mistake, said Professor McGonagall angrily. Really, what nonsense. Harry could not have crossed the line himself, and as Professor Dumbledore believes that he did not persuade an older student to do it for him, I'm sure that should be good enough for everybody else. Mr. Crouch. Mr. Bagman, said Karkaroff, you are objective judges. Surely you will agree that this is most irregular. Bagman wiped his round, boyish face with his handkerchief and looked at Mr. Crouch, who was standing outside the circle of the firelight, his face half hidden in shadow. He looked slightly eerie, the half-darkness making him look much older, giving him an almost skull-like appearance. When he spoke, however, it was in his usual curt voice. We must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament. Well, Barty knows the rule book back to front, said Bagman, beaming and turning back to Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, as though the matter was now closed. Hang on, I burst out. I'm not competing in the bloody thing. No way am I risking my life for that damn trophy. Count me out. I shook my head vehemently. I don't want to compete either. Harry agreed. Cedric's name came out first, he wanted to compete. We'll back out, he can be the Hogwarts champion. Barty Crouch shook his head. You don't understand. The Goblet of Fire works similarly to the magic in an unbreakable vow. I said it makes a binding contract. To break that contract would not be wise, he finished delicately. I don't know if there is any change because the paper simply read your last name, but I suspect you shouldn't risk it. I lowered my head, defeated. Harry was slumped as well, looking crushed. I insist upon resubmitting the names of the rest of my students, snapped Karkaroff, an ugly snarl on his face. You will set up the Goblet of Fire once more, and we will continue adding names until each school has 3 champions. It's only fair, Dumbledore. But Karkaroff, it doesn't work like that, said Bagman. The Goblet of Fire's just gone out, it won't reignite until the start of the next tournament. In which Durmstrang will most certainly not be competing. Exploded Karkaroff. After all our meetings and negotiations and compromises, I little expected something of this nature to occur. I have half a mind to leave now. Empty threat, Karkaroff, growled a voice from near the door. You can't leave your champion now. He's got to compete. They've all got to compete. Binding magical contract. Convenient, Moody had just entered the room. He limped toward the fire, and with every right step he took, there was a loud clunk. I scowled at him. Oh lovely, just what I needed, I grumbled. Convenient, repeated Karkaroff. I'm afraid I don't understand you, Moody. Don't you? Said Moody quietly. It's very simple, Karkaroff. Someone put the Potter's name in that goblet knowing they'd have to compete if it came out. Evidently, someone, who wished to give Hogwarts more bites at the apple. Said Madame Maxime. I quite agree, Madame Maxime, said Karkaroff, bowing to her. I shall be lodging complaints with the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. If anyone's got reason to complain, it's the Potters, growled Moody, but, funny thing. I don't hear them saying a word. Why should they complain? Burst out Fleur Delacour, stamping her foot. They, Avenue Z chance to compete, Avant Z. We, Avenue all been, hoping to be chosen for weeks and weeks. Z honor for our schools. A chance to be remembered, Z's is a chance many would die for. I tore my shoulder out of Snape's grip before he could give me a warning squeeze and stepped closer to Fleur. You're not terribly bright, are you? I asked her shortly. She swelled up with rage and opened her mouth, but I cut her off. A chance to be remembered. Our names are already in history books, and I mean that literally, or did you forget? I tilted my head so that the flickering firelight caught the scar on the side of my cheek. Fleur paled. Good. Fame is something I neither need nor want. Potter. Snape growled, dragging me back to his side. I went willingly, glaring at Fleur the whole way. Maybe someone's hoping the Potters will die for it, said Moody, with the merest trace of a growl. An extremely tense silence followed these words. Ludo Bagman, who was looking very anxious indeed, bounced nervously up and down on his feet and said, Moody, old man, what a thing to say. We all know Professor Moody considers the morning wasted if he hasn't discovered 6 plots to murder him before lunchtime, said Karkaroff loudly. Apparently he is now teaching his students to fear assassination too. An odd quality in a defense against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore, but no doubt you had your reasons. Imagining things, am I? Growled Moody. Seeing things, It was a skilled witch or wizard who put the name in that goblet. Ah, what evidence is there of that? Said Madame Maxime, throwing up her huge hands. Because they hoodwinked a very powerful magical object. Said Moody. It would have needed an exceptionally strong confundus charm to bamboozle that goblet into forgetting that only 3 schools compete in the tournament. I'm guessing they submitted the Potter name under a 4th school, to make sure they were the only one in the category. You seem to have given this a great deal of thought, Moody, said Karkaroff coldly, and a very ingenious theory it is, though of course, I heard you recently got it into your head that one of your birthday presents contained a cunningly disguised basilisk egg, and smashed it to pieces before realizing it was a carriage clock. So you'll understand if we don't take you entirely seriously. There are those who'll turn innocent occasions to their advantage, Moody retorted in a menacing voice. It's my job to think the way dark wizards do, Karkaroff, as you ought to remember. Alistair, said Dumbledore warningly. Moody fell silent, though still surveying Karkaroff with satisfaction. Karkaroff's face was burning. I stared at the Durmstrang headmaster. I had something else to look up in the library now, old court cases. Karkaroff had apparently done something very naughty and I wanted to know what. How this situation arose, we do not know, said Dumbledore, speaking to everyone gathered in the room. It seems to me, however, that we have no choice but to accept it. Cedric, Lorena, and Harry have been chosen to compete in the tournament. This, therefore, they will do. Ah, but Dumbledore. My dear Madame Maxime, if you have an alternative, I would be delighted to hear it. She didn't. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. I was suddenly popular in Slytherin House, which was a new one on me. The Gryffindors seemed furious with Harry for going behind their backs and slipping into the tournament. In Slytherin, that was something to be admired. The fact that I insisted I hadn't even entered and wouldn't admit to cheating my way in seemed to make them even prouder of me. What's next, Potter? Going to wiggle your way onto the Ravenclaw team? Malfoy sniped as I ate breakfast Monday. Most people were, anyway. I spent Sunday squirreled away in the library looking for records of past tournaments trying to figure out what I might come up against. The problem was a lot of effort was put into keeping the tournament fresh, so all I'd really figured out was what I wouldn't be doing. I scowled and stood up from the Slytherin table, abandoning my breakfast. I wasn't hungry lately. The prospect of potential death did terrible things to my appetite, oddly enough. The Hufflepuffs were usually friendly, even being decent enough to us Slytherins, but when I walked past I was glared at with more venom than I'd ever believed the Badgers had in them. In response I tossed them my best Slytherin sneer and strutted from the Great Hall. I headed to the Ollery. The place reeked as usually, but I was too out of it to notice much. Artemisia flew down from the rafters and landed on my shoulder. I smiled at her and scratched her under the wing. She hooted happily and ruffled her feathers. Think you can take a letter to Sirius for me? I asked her. She fluttered off my shoulder and landed on the window sill, offering her leg helpfully. I grinned as I tied the letter onto her leg and sent her on her way. At least one person doesn't hate me, I muttered as I turned away from the Olary. My first class was Care of Magical Creatures. Normally I'd be pleased, but even I couldn't defend the Scroots. Not to mention it was a Slytherin Gryffindor class, so I would be dealing with not only my brother's angry housemates but my own proud ones. It was a recipe for disaster. I was one of the first down to Hagrid's cabin, which wasn't surprising given how early I'd left breakfast. "Hello, Lorena," Hagrid called as I approached. I smiled and waved as I set my bag down against the steps to his house. "Hello, Hagrid," I greeted. He was heading around the back of his cabin. I leaned around, calling after him, "Do you want some help?" "No, Don, bother yourself, I've got it." I sat on the step next to my bag, watching as students began to spill out of the castle and make their way down. I stood up and watched, waiting for a familiar black head of hair to appear. I perked up when Ron came out, but, to my surprise, I saw only Ron and Hermione. Harry was lingering behind a different clump of Gryffindors. When he arrived by the cabin, I rushed over and grabbed his arm, dragging him a little bit away from the rest of the class. "Why didn't you come down with Ron and Hermione?" I asked him, confused. "I get the rest of your house is pissed, but they should be protection against the rest of them." Harry tossed a dark look at the back of Ron's head. "They would be, if Ron wasn't such a prat. He's as convinced as the rest of them that I cheated my way in, or at least got you to do it for me." No offense. I wasn't even paying enough attention to be offended. Instead I was glaring at the back of Ron's head as well. "Are you serious?" I demanded. "Has he met you?" "Exactly," Harry burst out, throwing his hands up in the air helplessly. "It's not like I asked for all of this too. You're not smart enough to have tricked the Goblet of Fire." Harry's face fell. "I got my own glare." "Thanks, Rena. Really supportive." I shrugged. "Just being honest." "And Hermione?" I asked, tossing my head at her. Trying to keep the peace and get Ron and I talking, Harry said, grudging appreciation written all over his face. I raised an eyebrow. "So it's going well then?" I asked sarcastically. Harry shook his head tiredly. Exhaustion and sadness was written on his face. I couldn't help but feel bad for him. He was from the house that valued honor and justice. In their eyes, he'd just done the incredibly dishonorable thing of cheating his way to the prize. To them, he'd undermined everything their house stood for. "How have the Slytherins taken it?" Harry asked me. I snorted. "They're delighted. They think I cheated my way in, of course, and they think I'm an idiot for getting you in as well, but they think it's great. I don't think I've ever been more popular." Harry rolled his eyes. "Figures. Of course, there have been a couple of people who are still as dickish as usual," I said, narrowing my eyes as I saw Malfoy approaching with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. "Aw, look, boys, it's the champions," he called casually. "Got your autograph books? Better get a signature now, because I doubt they're going to be around much longer. Half the Triwizard champions have died. How long do you reckon you're going to last, Potters?" 10 minutes into the first task's my bet. Crabbe and Goyle guffawed sycophantically, but Malfoy had to stop there, because Hagrid emerged from the back of his cabin balancing a teetering tower of crates, each containing a very large blast-ended Scroot. To everyone's horror, Hagrid proceeded to explain that the reason the Scroots had been killing one another was an excess of pent-up energy, and that the solution would be for each student to fix a leash on a Scroot and take it for a short walk. The only good thing about this plan was that it distracted Malfoy completely. "Take this thing for a walk," he repeated in disgust, staring into one of the boxes. "And where exactly are we supposed to fix the leash? Around the sting, the blasting end, or the S. Cur?" "Round, the middle," said Hagrid, demonstrating. Ye might want ter put on dragon hide gloves, just as an extra precaution, like." "Harry, Lorena, you come here and help me with this big one." Hagrid just wanted to talk to us, it turned out. He waited until everyone else had set off with their Scroots, then turned to us and said seriously, "So, we're competent. In the tournament. School champions." "Some of the champions," Harry corrected him. Hagrid's beetle black eyes looked very anxious under his wild eyebrows. "No idea who put names in ferret, Harry." "You believe we didn't do it, then?" said Harry eagerly. I wasn't surprised. Hagrid always trusted us, no matter the situation. "Course I do," Hagrid grunted. "Ye say it wasn't you, and I believe ye, and Dumbledore believes and all." Dumbledore believes Harry, I said bitterly. I think he's still on the fence about me. Wish I knew who did do it, said Harry, sounding just as put out as I did. The class was widely scattered now, and all in great difficulty. The Scroots were now over 3 feet long, and extremely powerful. No longer shell-less and colorless, they had developed a kind of thick, grayish, shiny armor. They looked like a cross between giant scorpions and elongated crabs, but still without recognizable heads or eyes. They had become immensely strong and very hard to control. Look like they're having fun, don't they? Hagrid said happily. I assumed he was talking about the Scroots, because my classmates certainly weren't. Every now and then, with an alarming bang, one of the Scroots' ends would explode, causing it to shoot forward several yards, and more than one person was being dragged along on their stomach, trying desperately to get back on their feet. I grinned when Malfoy got dragged 5 feet across the ground by a particularly aggressive Scroot. When he stood up, the front of his robes was stained with grass and dirt. I don't know, ye too, Hagrid sighed suddenly, looking back down at him with a worried expression on his face. School champions, everything seems happen you, docent, it. Everything happens to him, I said, pointing a finger at Harry accusingly. I just get dragged along for the ride because someone has to keep his skin mostly attached to his meat. Harry winced. Charming visual, Rena, thanks. Welcome. Things continued in much the same vein for the next few days. Most of the school hated me, as per usual, while a surprising number of my housemates were on my side. Malfoy and Pugginson were still laughing it up and calling out to me in the halls, asking if they could have my stuff after I snuffed it or making loud predictions about how long I'd last. If double potions on Friday was hell for my brother, it was heaven for me. I could forget all about the tournament for a while and focus on nothing but getting the week's potion as perfect as possible, hopefully winning some points for my house in the process. I descended gratefully into the dungeons and let the cool air embrace me, having a soothing effect on my temper as I went deeper under the castle. I arrived outside of the potions door and squinted. There were a lot of Slytherins already waiting there. And they all seemed to be wearing badges. The red letters stood out brightly in the dim lighting. Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion. I looked around and noticed it was all mostly Malfoy's fan club lingering by the door. Them, I had no problem insulting, so I took a deep breath, strode forward, and loudly announced, "You're all real bastards, you know it." A platinum head of hair pushed its way through the crowd. Unsurprisingly, Malfoy had one pinned to the front of his robes and was grinning widely. Like them, Potter. I made them myself. Yeah, that's how you'll pass your classes, I said, rolling my eyes and giving him a thumbs up. Nice use of your time, Dragon Breath. Malfoy smirked. Some of us are smart enough that we don't need to spend all our time locked up in the library to make it through the school year. I rolled my eyes. I was definitely antisocial, and my house wondered why, but I didn't spend all of my time locked up in the library. Only when I had something important to focus on and occasionally whenever a subject had gotten stuck in my head. It's called improving your mind, Malfoy, you should look into it. I think you hit 11 and froze mentally. Better than dying at 14, Malfoy countered. 13 years longer than I should have lived, I said coldly, and that shut him up. If I ever wanted to stop the Slytherins in their tracks, I could just remind them of why I had that nice little beauty mark carved into my face. It was usually enough to throw them off at least a little. Malfoy's eyes flicked over my shoulder and lit with interest. I sighed, already able to guess that my brother had probably just arrived. Like them, Potter, said Malfoy loudly as Harry approached. And this isn't all they do, look. He pressed his badge into his chest, and the message upon it vanished, to be replaced by another one, which glowed green. Harry Potter stinks. The Slytherins howled with laughter. Each of them pressed their badges too, until the message Harry Potter stinks was shining brightly all around us. I saw him going red and winced. This wasn't going to end well. Oh, very funny, Hermione said sarcastically to Pansy Parkinson, who was laughing harder than anyone, really witty. Ron was standing against the wall with Dean and Seamus. He wasn't laughing, but he wasn't sticking up for Harry either. Want one, Granger? Offered Malfoy, holding out a badge to Hermione. I've got loads. But don't touch my hand, now. I've just washed it, you see, don't want a mudblood sliming it up. Watch your language, I snapped at him. People scrambled out of the way and an infuriated Harry drew his wand and stared Malfoy down. "Harry," Hermione said warningly. "Go on, then, Potter," Malfoy said quietly, drawing out his own wand. "Do it, if you've got the guts." For a split second, they looked into each other's eyes, then, at exactly the same time, both acted. "Furnunculus!" Harry yelled. "Dansaggio!" screamed Malfoy. Jets of light shot from both wands, hit each other in midair, and ricocheted off at angles. Harry's hit Goyle in the face, and Malfoy's hit Hermione. Goyle bellowed and put his hands to his nose, where great ugly boils were springing up. Hermione, whimpering in panic, was clutching her mouth. "Hermione!" Ron had hurried forward to see what was wrong with her. He dragged Hermione's hand away from her face. It wasn't a pretty sight. Hermione's front teeth, already larger than average, were now growing at an alarming rate. She was looking more and more like a beaver as her teeth elongated, past her bottom lip, toward her chin. Panic-stricken, she felt them and let out a terrified cry. "And what is all this noise about?" said a soft, deadly voice. Snape had arrived. The Slytherins clamored to give their explanations. Snape pointed a long finger at Malfoy and said, "Explain." "Potter attacked me, sir. We attacked each other at the same time," Harry shouted. "And he hit Goyle, look." Snape examined Goyle, whose face now resembled something that would have been at home in a book on poisonous fungi. "Hospital wing, Goyle," Snape said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione," Ron announced. "Look." He forced Hermione to show Snape her teeth. She was doing her best to hide them with her hands, though this was difficult as they had now grown down past her collar. Pansy Parkinson and the other Slytherin girls were doubled up with silent giggles, pointing at Hermione from behind Snape's back. Snape looked coldly at Hermione, then said, "I see no difference." Hermione let out a whimper. Her eyes filled with tears, she turned on her heel and ran all the way up the corridor and out of sight. "Sir," I protested aloud. "They did strike at the same time, I saw it." It was that both Harry and Ron also started shouting at Snape at the same time. Our voices echoed so much in the stone corridor it was impossible for him to hear exactly what they were calling him. He got the gist, however. "Let's see," he said, in his silkiest voice. 50 points from Gryffindor and a detention each for Potter and Weasley. "Potter, you will serve detention with me tonight. Now get inside, or it'll be a week's worth of detentions for all of you." We all filed inside and I settled into my usual seat between Lily and Nott. The pair of them were glancing at me sideways. I couldn't blame them. I was giving Snape dirty looks, and that was odd for me. Even I had to admit though that what he'd said to Hermione was a little too harsh. "Antidotes," announced Snape, looking around at us all, his cold black eyes glittering unpleasantly. "You should all have prepared your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then, we will be selecting someone on whom to test one." A knock on the dungeon door broke through Snape's lecture. It was Colin Creevey. He edged into the room, beamed at Harry, gave me a look of terrified awe, and walked up to Snape's desk at the front of the room. "Yes," said Snape curtly. "Please, sir, I'm supposed to take Harry and Lorena Potter upstairs." Snape stared down his hooked nose at Colin, whose smile faded from his eager face. "The Potters have another hour of potions to complete," said Snape coldly. "We'll come upstairs when this class is finished." Colin went pink. Sir, Mr. Bagman wants him," he said nervously. "All the champions have got to go, I think they want to take photographs." Very well, Snape snapped. "Potter, leave your things here, I want you back down here later to test your antidote." "Please, sir, he's got to take his things with him," squeaked Cone. "All the champions." "Very well," snarled Snape. "Potter, take your bag and get out of my sight." Harry swung his bag over his shoulder, got up, and headed for the door. I stood up and grabbed my own bag, tossing it over my shoulder, and followed him out. "It's amazing, isn't it?" said Colin, starting to speak the moment the dungeon door closed behind us. "Isn't it, though? You both being champions." "Yeah, really amazing," said Harry heavily as we set off toward the steps into the entrance hall. "What did they want photos for, Colin?" I asked. Colin shivered slightly as I spoke and I couldn't resist the urge to smirk. The little kid seemed equal parts fearful of my very presence and awed by my history. It was fun to tease him. "The Daily Prophet, I think." "Great," said Harry dully. I agreed. Exactly what I need. More publicity. Good luck, said Colin when we had reached the right room. Harry knocked on the door and we entered. It was a fairly small classroom with most of the desks pushed away to the back of the room, leaving a large space in the middle. 3 of them had been placed end to end in front of the blackboard and covered with a long length of velvet. 5 chairs had been set behind the velvet-covered desks, and Ludo Bagman was sitting in one of them, talking to a witch Harry had never seen before, who was wearing magenta robes. Victor Crumb was standing moodily in a corner as usual and not talking to anybody. Cedric and Fleur were in conversation. Fleur looked a good deal happier than usual. She kept throwing back her head so that her long silvery hair caught the light. A paunchy man, holding a large black camera that was smoking slightly, was watching Fleur out of the corner of his eye. Bagman suddenly spotted us, got up quickly, and bounded forward. Ah, here they are. Champions number 4 and 5. In you come, Harry, Lorena, in you come. Nothing to worry about, it's just the wand weighing ceremony, the rest of the judges will be here in a moment. Wand weighing, Harry repeated nervously. We have to check that your wands are fully functional, no problems, you know, as they're your most important tools in the tasks ahead, said Bagman. The expert's upstairs now with Dumbledore. And then there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter, he added, gesturing toward the witch in magenta robes. She's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet. Maybe not that small, Ludo, said Rita Skeeter, her eyes on Harry and me. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. I hated her on sight. I was saved from having to interact much with her by Dumbledore stepping into the room with the headmasters of the other schools and Mr. Crouch. Ollivander trailed behind them all, looking just as absent-minded as I remembered him. Dumbledore, cried Rita Skeeter, with every appearance of delight. How are you? She said, walking up and holding out one of her large, mannish hands to Dumbledore. I hope you saw my piece over the summer about the International Confederation of Wizards Conference. Enchantingly nasty, replied Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. I particularly enjoyed your description of me as an obsolete dingbat. Rita Skeeter didn't look remotely abashed. I was just making the point that some of your ideas are a little old-fashioned, Dumbledore, and that many wizards in the street. I will be delighted to hear the reasoning behind the rudeness, Rita, said Dumbledore, with a courteous bow and a smile, but I'm afraid we will have to discuss the matter later. The weighing of the wands is about to start. The champions were ushered forward to chairs in the corner of the room. I made sure to take one that was closer to Harry than anyone else. The judges seated themselves behind the velvet-covered tables. May I introduce Mr. Ollivander, said Dumbledore, taking his place at the judges' table and talking to the champions. He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament. Mademoiselle Delacour, could we have you first, please? Said Mr. Ollivander, stepping into the empty space in the middle of the room. Fleur Delacour swept over to Mr. Ollivander and handed him her wand. He said. He twirled the wand between his long fingers like a baton and it emitted a number of pink and gold sparks. Then he held it close to his eyes and examined it carefully. Yes, he said quietly, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me. An heir from Z.E.A.D. of Avila, said Fleur proudly. One of my grandmothers. Well, that explains a hell of a lot, I mumbled and heard Harry snort softly next to me. Yes, said Mr. Ollivander uncertainly, yes, I've never used Vila hair myself, of course. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands, however, to each his own, and if this suits you. Mr. Ollivander ran his fingers along the wand, apparently checking for scratches or bumps. He muttered, orchideous, and a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. Very well, very well, it's in fine working order, said Mr. Ollivander, scooping up the flowers and handing them to Fleur with her wand. Mr. Diggory, you next. Fleur glided back to her seat, smiling at Cedric as he passed her. Ah, now, this is one of mine, isn't it? Said Mr. Ollivander, with much more enthusiasm, as Cedric handed over his wand. Yes, I remember it well. Containing a single hair from the tail of a particularly fine male unicorn, Must have been 17 hands, nearly gored me with his horn after I plucked his tail. 12¼ inches, ash, pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition. You treat it regularly. Polished it last night, said Cedric, grinning. Harry gathered a fistful of robe from his knee and tried to rub the fingerprints off of his own wand surreptitiously. Several gold sparks shot out of the end of it. Fleur Delacour gave him a very patronizing look, and he stopped. I glared at the French witch. Mr. Ollivander sent a stream of silver smoke rings across the room from the tip of Cedric's wand, pronounced himself satisfied, and then said, Mr. Crumb, if you please. Victor Crumb got up and slouched, round-shouldered and duck-footed, toward Mr. Ollivander. He thrust out his wand and stood scowling, with his hands in the pockets of his robes. Said Mr. Ollivander, this is a Grigorovitch creation, unless I'm much mistaken. A fine wand maker, though the styling is never quite what however. He lifted the wand and examined it minutely, turning it over and over before his eyes. Yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring. He shot at Crumb, who nodded. Rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid, 10¼ inches. Avis. The hornbeam wand let off a blast like a gun, and a number of small, twittering birds flew out of the end and through the open window into the watery sunlight. Good, said Mr. Ollivander, handing Crumb back his wand. Miss Potter, if you would. I stood up and walked over to Mr. Ollivander, pulling my wand from inside my robes. The white wood gleamed brightly and the dark speckles on the wood stood out sharply. The carvings in the handle were free of dirt and oil. Unlike Harry, I'd been expecting this thanks to my research on the tournament. I offered the wand to Mr. Ollivander and he took it, turning it over thoughtfully in my fingers. Ah yes, he said softly. Phoenix feather core, supple, 12¼ inches. I saw Karkaroff perk up and Maxime looked vindicated. I wasn't stupid. Sayings about wandwood were a dime a dozen. Yew was one of the ones with a darker reputation, literally, wielders of a yew wand were supposedly more liable to turn to the dark arts. A yew wand in the hands of a parselmouth, I was a walking advertisement for, this kid is going dark. You take good care of your wand, he observed. It was true, I polished it monthly and checked it for cracks or wear often. I was as attached to my wand as I had been when Mr. Ollivander first gave it to me. I remember when you gave it to me. You said I would do great things with it, I reminded him. Mr. Ollivander nodded and I knew he remembered just as well as I did. That I did. Serpensortia. Mr. Ollivander cast, his eyes lingering on the Slytherin crest on my robes. A snake, an adder, shot from the tip of my wand. I scowled at him as Fleur recoiled and screamed girlishly at the reptile. It raised its head and peered around the room, letting out a low hiss. Where in holy hell am I? What is this? Oi, did you do this? It snapped. I glared at Ollivander darkly as the snake looked at me. I bent down, not in the least bit afraid of the adder despite the fact that they were venomous. Snakes didn't bother me at all. Sorry about this, I hissed at the snake. Crouching down. If the adder could have, I think it would have grinned. Hey, you speak snake. Great, someone I can have a decent conversation with. Perhaps later, we're getting some odd looks, I requested, offering it a hand. The adder crawled up my arm, the cool, scaly weight of it soothing as it wrapped itself around my shoulders. I straightened up and turned to Mr. Ollivander. Can I have my wand back now? I asked him tartly. Mr. Ollivander looked at me blankly. Behind me, Harry advised, English, Rena. She wants her wand back, he added to Mr. Ollivander. I scowled and licked my lips. I had trouble pulling out of Parseltongue sometimes. It lingered in my mouth for whatever reason. I took my wand back from Ollivander and stalked back to my chair. Thanks, I said in English. Harry grinned. No problem. That leaves. Mr. Potter, Mr. Ollivander said. Harry stood and approached the older wizard to hand over his hand. Harry's wand didn't interest me, I knew it had been up a troll's nose. Keep that creature away from me, Fleur sniffed, scooting her chair farther away from me and closer to Cedric. The adder flicked out a tongue and lifted its head from my chest. I don't like her, the snake hissed. I smirked. I don't either, I cooed to it, stroking its head with a finger. Fleur shuddered and leaned even closer to Cedric. Want to scare her? Just scare, I said sternly. It would be my pleasure. The snake reared up and hissed at Fleur, opening its mouth wide and flashing its fangs. She shuddered again and curled closer to Cedric, fluttering her eyelashes at him. I don't know how she can stand to have it touch her. Fleur shuddered delicately. Cedric smiled at her sheepishly. I've always thought it was a bit impressive. I blinked at Cedric, thrown. You, what? I asked incredulously. He nodded. Yeah, I thought it was really brave how you stood up for your brother 2 years ago, Cedric explained. His eyes lingered on the adder and my lazy stroking of it. He raised a hand curiously. Can I? I looked down at the adder. I like this one, don't bite him, I ordered sternly. The adder bobbed its head. Got it, boss. I saw Fleur's eyes widen at the gesture. Cedric chuckled and reached out hesitantly. You really can talk to them, he said softly as his fingers made contact with the adder. Tentatively, he stroked it. I grinned as Cedric's face showed a childish delight. It wasn't often that snakes got the recognition they deserved. Personally, I thought they were brilliant. Then again, I was biased. I thought it'd be slimy, for some reason, he admitted. The adder hissed angrily. Oi! Cedric whipped his hand back. I hissed a warning back at it and looked at Cedric apologetically, stroking along the adder's spine soothingly. They don't really like that, I explained. Apparently, Cedric said faintly as Harry seated himself next to me again. Made a new friend? Harry asked dryly, nodding to the snake. There was a flash of light and we both jerked as we were blinded. We whipped around and saw Rita Skeeter's cameraman lowering his camera. Rita swaggered forward. I'm Rita Skeeter, she announced, shaking hands. I write for the Daily Prophet. But then, you knew that. It's you we don't know, Rita said, stepping back quickly. It's you we don't know. You're the juicy news. What quirks lurk beneath those rosy cheeks? She patted Fleur's cheek a bit harder than was strictly necessary. What mysteries to the muscles mask? She stroked Crumb's arm. Does courage lie beneath those curls? She ruffled Cedric's hair. I think the adder kept her away from Harry and I, for which I was grateful. I'd be fetching him some eggs from the kitchen before I turned him loose on the grounds. In short, what makes a champion tick? Me myself and I want to know, not to mention my rabid readers. So, who's feeling up to sharing? Awkward silence reigned. Shall we start with the youngest? Rita seized Harry's arms and dragged him upright and towards a door. Lovely. I shook my head and stared after my brother sympathetically, settling back into my chair. I reached into my bag and dug around. My Transfiguration textbook and the book on Patronus charms, and finally. With a small sound of triumph I tugged free my potions textbook and flipped through it thoughtfully to the section on antidotes. My own antidote for today's class was written on a clean sheet of parchment for easy reading, but it could also been found in cramped note form in the margins of my books. I skimmed over it again, looking for any improvements I could make there. I have heard you are good at brewing, said a thickly accented voice. For once, it wasn't the one that made me cringe. I looked up and blinked at Crumb. Oh yeah, I'm the best in my year, I said proudly. I've never good at brewing, Crumb admitted quietly. I've always best at flying. I rolled my eyes. No kidding. I'm a little jealous, to be honest, I admitted. I've never seen anyone fly that well. You like flying? Crumb asked eagerly. I was quickly picking up on his type. Surly until he found something he could talk to you about comfortably, then he opened up. Love it. I grinned. I tried out for the team's second year and made chaser. I've been playing ever since. Potter's a brilliant chaser, Cedric put in. I'm glad I don't have to go up against her on the pitch. I was befuddled and Fleur looked incredibly put out. For once, I was the one that the man Candy was doting on, not her. It felt good. I sent her a triumphant look and said, yeah, well, I'd say you're a brilliant seeker but I'm biased you know. Cedric nodded in understanding. Of course, he said wryly. My friend Elia, he flies as well, Crumb put in. Does your brother's friend like to fly? With the curly hair. I blinked at him incredulously and I could see Cedric looked amused over my shoulder, both of us reaching the same conclusion. Victor Crumb had a thing for Hermione Granger. Well now, that was unexpected. Then again, it would explain his constant haunting of the library with a sullen Elia trailing after him. Hermione Granger, I told him, and watched his face brighten slightly. No, sorry. Hermione's a terrible flyer, actually. Brilliant though, completely brilliant. Really brave too, I added. Did you know that in our second year she got petrified? Crumb's eyes widened in horror. She vas. But even though she was petrified, she ended up helping save lives. She had a page from a book in her hand, see. It helped Harry figure out it was a basilisk haunting the school. Fleur's face was disbelieving. You had a basilisk in your school. She sniffed. I don't believe you. I snorted. Believe what you want. I can take you down to see the thing's corpse if you like. Harry killed it. I settled back and watched the two foreign students come to the same conclusion Cedric already had. Despite us being younger, Harry and I were no pushovers. We'd been in more dangerous situations than some wizards twice our age. Then there was the werewolf last year, I added as the door Skeeter had dragged Harry through opened up. Harry emerged looking infuriated. Crumb and Fleur gaped after me as Rita Skeeter crooked her finger at me. Normally I would have denied her out of spite, but the moment was too good to pass up. I rose, leaving the slack-jawed foreigners and amused Cedric behind me. What's she like? I whispered to Harry as I met him on my way across the room. Vile, Harry spit out. Best not to say anything. Rena, he cautioned. I nodded and kept going towards the door. I stared inside it incredulously. This is a broom cupboard, I said blankly. I know, cozy isn't it? Skeeter cooed and shut the door sharply, stepping in with me. She seated herself on a crate of magical mess remover. I sat down on the crate opposite her. Between us was stretched a piece of parchment, already halfway filled, where an acid green quill hovered. Don't mind if I use a quick quotes quill, do you? Skeeter asked sweetly. It lets me talk to you normally. That's fine, I allowed, watching her carefully. Lovely. Now, let's start with what made you enter the tournament. I didn't, I replied dully. It had become an instinctive reply. I didn't even think about it. Skeeter winked at me. Course you didn't. She smiled widely. But come on, just between us, you're a Slytherin, and one with a reputation at that. So how'd you do it? I didn't enter the tournament, I insisted. Skeeter looked slightly annoyed, but continued. All right, keep your secrets. How about what we saw out there? How long have you been a Parseltongue? Parselmouth, I said shortly. Pardon, I am a Parselmouth, I explained slowly, as if I was talking to a very slow child. I speak Parseltongue. Right, Skeeter said carelessly. So is that why your little friend isn't attacking us right now? I stared at her incredulously. Adders had a reputation for being very shy around people, they avoided confrontation with humans. Attacking her, the adder would have slithered off into a crack in the wall somewhere if I hadn't stopped it. My eyes flicked from her overly made-up face to the quill, which was scribbling furiously across the parchment. Lorena Potter strokes the snake around her shoulders thoughtfully, seemingly unconcerned by the dark reputation of Parseltongues. Or is it her house that gives her such ease around dangerous creatures? He's not dangerous, I said defensively as I glared at the quill. It continued to scribble. Perhaps it is her growing dark reputation that makes Miss Potter confident enough to enter such a dangerous tournament. I didn't put my name in the tournament. And I don't have a dark reputation, I said furiously. Ignore the quill, Skeeter said sharply. Tell me, do you think dark magic would be effective in the tournament? I scoffed. Of course. Any kind of magic would be effective, it being a magical tournament. Lorena leans forwards and purrs. I think dark magic definitely has its uses. Do you think your parents would be proud of your actions? Skeeter pressed. I scowled. I wouldn't know, I said shortly. They died. Miss Potter draws back, suddenly hesitant. I don't know. I never met them, she says, seeming much more like the young girl of 12 one would expect her to be. I'm 14, I exclaimed hotly. Right, of course. Do you think your past brushes with danger will make you more qualified to compete in this tournament? Skeeter continued eagerly. Her hand reached out towards my cheek and her eyes held an ugly, eager light. I was done with this woman. Scare, I hissed at the adder, who reared up and hissed loudly. Skeeter pulled her hand back with a shriek. In English I continued, listen here, you absolute hag, I snarled. I don't know what you're planning to write, but I warn you. Be very careful what you say about myself or my brother, or I will end up with that dark reputation you seem so keen on, do you understand me? With that I turned and stormed out of the broom cupboard, pushing the door open so sharply that it banged loudly against the wall and rattled. All eyes turned to me as I stomped over to the chairs again. Rena, Harry groaned upon seeing my face. What did you do? The usual. Was sarcastic, threatened bodily harm, I said shortly. See you later, Harry. I slung my bag over my shoulder, being careful of the adder, and stalked from the room, red pounding at the corners of my vision. My fists coiled and uncoiled at my sides as I swept through the hallways, making a beeline to the kitchen. The pair was less tickled than it was toughly clawed at, but it turned into a doorknob nonetheless and I stepped into the kitchen. The familiar bustle of the house elves and the scent of lunch being prepared calmed me a little and I looked around. Lorena. It had taken me all of 3 years, but Tippy had finally started calling me Lorena at the end of last year. I took a deep breath and pulled myself together. I knew Tippy would start blaming herself if I was angry, and the last thing I wanted was her shutting her ears in the oven door. Hello Tippy, I greeted, crouching down slightly so that the little house elf didn't have to crane her neck. Tippy is glad to see Lorena. Tippy squeaked. Tippy has heard that Lorena will be in the tournament, Tippy has. Tippy has been very worried about Tippy's friend Lorena. I'll be fine, Tippy, I assured her. But do you think I could get some snacks? Yes, Tippy said eagerly. What would Lorena like? Could I get a couple of eggs and some hot chocolate? I asked. Tippy made a face. Eggs and hot chocolate. Lorena has very strange cravings. I chuckled. The eggs are for him, I said, nodding to the adder. Just take them out of the carton, please. Tippy's face brightened. Lorena is feeding a snake. Lorena is a nice person. I shook my head helplessly and straightened up as Tippy hustled off. I wasn't that nice, I was just grateful for the adder's assistance and figured he deserved a treat. Tippy returned only moments later with a basket holding 3 eggs and a thermos of hot chocolate. Here you go, Lorena, here you go. Tippy said brightly. I thanked her. Anything for Lorena. Anything Tippy can do to help Lorena, Tippy will do. That's sweet of you, Tippy. Say hi to Dobby for me. I said gratefully before waving at the rest of the house elves and leaving the kitchen. I headed outside and towards a rocky section of the shore around the Black Lake. It would get lots of sun in the daytime and had plenty of places to hide. Perfect for releasing a snake. Here we are, I said, sitting down on the rocks. I lifted the snake off my shoulders and set him down on the rocks. You're free to go. Thanks for the help. No problem, boss, and thanks for the food, the snake hissed in reply as I pulled the eggs out of the basket and set them out for him. I took a swig of my hot chocolate. Say, what's this tournament thing? I explained the Triwizard tournament, trying not to focus too much on the fact that I was having a full-blown conversation with a snake. He was a great listener though. I feel bad, I admitted once I'd finished. I've been calling you, the snake, in my head. Do you have a name? The snake made a slight squelching sound as he finished forcing the second egg down his unhinged jaw and replied, Nah, we don't really do that naming thing you humans do. Would you mind terribly if I gave you one? I asked curiously. The snake bobbed its head thoughtfully. Might as well. Might be fun, having a name. I tried to think of a suitably snaky name. Silas, I suggested. The snake pondered for a moment before nodding. Yeah, I like that one. Silas. Yeah, I'm gonna be Silas. He seemed excited about having a name. Say, boss, want me to look around, try and find out some information on the tournament for you. I bit my lip thoughtfully. On one hand, having a snake as a spy could be a big advantage. On the other hand, if Silas was seen, he'd probably be blasted on sight by the nearest person with a wand. Of course, if he stayed out of the castle, then he would be able to sneak off into the grass or underbrush before anyone saw anything. You don't have to do this, I assured him. I didn't do anything, really. I'm sure you have other things you could be doing. Silas made a rolling motion with the first foot of its body. It was a snake shrug, I guessed. Yeah, but I don't have much going on lately. Besides, you saved my life when most people try to kill me. Just bring me an egg every now and then, huh? I nodded. I could do that, I said thoughtfully. It really would be an advantage. But stay out of the castle, I said sternly. It's too dangerous for you in there. Okay, Silas replied eagerly. He seemed delighted at the idea of being a spy. This has been a great day. Eggs, a name, and I got something to do. I chuckled. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, I replied, and stroked his back. Just be careful, I don't want you getting hurt on my account. You won't even know I'm here, Silas replied smugly before unhinging his jaw to take on the last egg. I was right on time to my detention with Snape and in a much better mood than I had been when I stormed out of the broom closet. I still wasn't pleased with him for what he'd said to Hermione, but I understood his annoyance with her as a teacher. I settled myself in at my usual seat opposite Snape's desk and drew out my parchment from inside my bag, passing it over the desk to him. "Well?" I asked eagerly as Snape took the parchment and scanned over my antidote. "Would it work?" I waited for his response as he combed over the steps and instructions I'd neatly written out. Finally, he looked up and nodded. "Yes, Potter, your hypothetical poisoning victim would survive if you gave them this," he replied, passing the paper back. "Although you could simply shove a bezoar down their throats and save yourself the trouble of brewing," he added pointedly. I groaned and smacked my forehead with my palm. "See, sir, this is the problem with you. I considered writing that down, but then I figured that'd get me detention." "Well, you got that anyway," Snape countered. "But, as it happens, I gave you detention for a reason." "Aside from my general misbehavior?" I asked blankly. Snape gave me a dark look. "This is not a joking matter, Potter," he said shortly. "It has been a week since you were announced as a champion. I want to know what you've done to prepare yourself for the first task." I stared at him, surprised. Snape wanted to talk strategy with me. A slow smile crept across my face. "Ah, sir," I said saccharinely, "you do care." Snape sniffed. "You are one of the few slightly promising students I have seen in my teaching career. I would be most disappointed if you died and left me to a class full of dunderheads." I snickered at that. "Sure, sir, whatever you say." I sobered and got down to business. "I've done research on the task used in previous Triwizard tournaments, but they are very strict about making sure a task isn't repeated. I've come up with is what I won't be doing, which isn't much help." "I'm just glad I won't be fighting a quintaped," I admitted weakly. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Is that all you've discovered?" he asked shortly. "It appears my faith in your ability to research was misplaced." I scowled. "Now hold on, sir, that's not entirely fair. I know that the first task usually involves retrieving a clue to the content of the second task. And the third task is usually an obstacle course of some kind. But the first task is always a surprise." "A surprise," Snape repeated slowly. "So, a lack of information. Are you incapable of gathering the necessary information?" I narrowed my eyes slightly. "Sir, what you're suggesting sounds dangerously close to cheating." Snape snorted. "You're a fool if you think Karkaroff and Maxime aren't willing to cheat to get their champions to victory. If you don't cheat, then you're disadvantaging yourself for something as pathetic as the moral high ground, and that's never been your style. Your brother's perhaps," Snape allowed, "but never yours." I tilted my head at Snape. "Sir," I asked suspiciously, "do you know what I'm going to have to do?" Snape settled back in his chair, lacing his fingers on the desk in front of him. "I do." I raised an eyebrow. "You're not supposed to tell me, are you?" "No. Will you?" "Of course not." I chuckled dryly and raked a hand through my hair. "Thought not. You couldn't make it easy on me just this once, sir?" I asked him with a pout. Snape rolled his eyes. "Stop that at once, Potter, it's appalling and infantile." I pulled in my lip immediately and Snape nodded in satisfaction. "Dangerous as this tournament is and determined as I am to see you come out alive, I am also aware that you wouldn't be pleased with yourself if I were the only reason you came out of the tournament alive, a sentiment I understand and accept." I grunted. "I just have to hope that Silas comes up with something, then." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Silas? Who is Silas?" I explained quickly about the Serpensortia and the events that followed, as well as Silas's offer to spy for me. Snape's eyes lit with pride as I told him about my acceptance of the offer, and it made me feel warm and appreciated, something that was definitely lacking lately. "Well done, Potter," he said. "Your methods are subtle, unexpected, and unique, exactly as I would hope. Just don't rely too heavily on this adder," he cautioned. I nodded. "I won't, sir. I plan to go back to researching in the library and trying to come up with something. Hopefully, even if Silas can't figure out exactly what's going on, I'll be able to find out enough to come up with some kind of defensive measures." Snape nodded approvingly. "You are off to a better start than most would be, Potter. I would recommend researching defensive and protective potions. Play to your strengths," Snape advised. I blinked. "I can use potions?" I asked in surprise. Snape nodded. So long as they are brewed by yourself and either a teacher or judge can verify that, they can be used. I nodded in understanding, biting my lip thoughtfully. I smiled. I can work with that, sir. Would you be willing to monitor my work, sir? I would, he replied, standing. That brings me to the second reason I gave you detention. And here most teachers only need one, I smiled. Always going above and beyond, sir. Snape scoffed. Follow me and keep your mouth shut, Potter. Can't make any promises, sir, I said as I stood up and followed Snape out of his office. I looked around curiously as we turned down a corridor I'd never gone down before. It seemed less used than other corridors, going by the way the torches were banked. They blazed higher as we entered the corridor. Snape paused, seemingly randomly. On his left was a small niche where a silver statue of a snake coiled around a cauldron rested on a pedestal. Opposite that was a blank wall. Snape turned to face the snake. It blinked its emerald eyes and lifted its head away from the base of the cauldron. Password, it asked lazily, its voice holding a metallic edge to it. Sorcerer's apprentice, Snape said sharply. The snake lay back down and the blank wall suddenly turned into a door. Snape opened the door and held it wide for me, nodding for me to go ahead. Curiously, I crept inside. Torches blazed alight at my entrance and I looked around. It was the bare bones of a potions lab. The room was too small for much. There were 3 cauldrons resting along one wall, divots under them where fires could be made. On the opposite wall was an empty countertop for preparing ingredients. Empty racks lined the walls above the countertop for ingredients and completed potions. Opposite the door was a single bookshelf against the wall. In one corner was a carved gargoyle head with a divot in the floor under it and a tap coming out of the mouth for water, a bucket resting in the dip. The room was small, it would take me maybe 2 steps to get from the counter to the cauldrons. Where are we? I asked, looking around curiously. This room, Snape said quietly, is a throwback to the days of the master-apprentice dynamic. Professors here used to frequently take on graduated students as apprentices. The practice has mostly fallen by the wayside here at Hogwarts, but this was the lab for the personal use of the potion master's apprentice. For the duration of the year, it is open to your use. I turned around, gaping at Snape incredulously. A lump rose in my throat. "Yes, sir," I said thickly. "Why you mean? Don't you dare cry," Snape snapped. "I am not taking you on as an apprentice, you're far too young and I haven't the time besides. But, I understand the value of privacy when brewing. The classroom is entirely too public and I'm not letting you into my personal lab. This room wasn't being used anyway, so it will suit your purposes." I bit my quivering lip as Snape continued, "You will not tell anyone about this room. Should you wish to work on a potion, you will alert me by all no later than breakfast the morning of. I will not assist you in any brewing and I will not go." It had been 4 years since I had last hugged Professor Snape, and he didn't seem to appreciate it any more than he did last time. I was at least pleased that this time I wasn't sniffling into his robes. I kept myself from crying, but I wrapped my arms around my professor's waist and squeezed tightly. "Thank you, sir," I murmured. It means a lot." Red-faced, I let go of my ruffled professor. Snape took the time to smooth down his robes and stared down his nose at me, giving a huff. "Control yourself, Potter. As I said, I'm only doing this so I'm not left with classes full of dunderheads." I smiled faintly. "Right, sir. But still, thank you." I was still on a high from the idea of having my own potions lab to work in, even if it was temporary and only for tournament business. The idea was heady enough. Potions was what I wanted to do with my life and the idea of having my own lab to putter around felt like practice for when I was old enough to have my own real lab, a place where I could do whatever I wanted. Not only that, but I was deeply touched by Snape's gesture. I knew that he wasn't exactly pleased with me about not waking him up after he was knocked out in the Shrieking Shack the year before, but he seemed to have forgiven me. Stiff and surly as the man was, I knew he cared about me and wanted to see me succeed. Now that I knew it was an option, I was even considering approaching him for an apprenticeship once I graduated. But I couldn't brew anything if I didn't know what I was facing. My research in the library hadn't turned up anything meaningful. Silas hadn't come to me with anything and the first task was getting closer and closer with every day. It was still almost 2 months away, but I felt completely unprepared with nothing to work on and no leads to follow. So, I turned to my own projects for the time being to keep me from going spare. I had planned to focus on Patronus charms this year, but that was a defense spell. With Lupin gone to who knew where and Moody my only other option, I was tossing that project for next year when we'd presumably have a new teacher and focusing instead on the much more difficult and time-consuming process of becoming an animagus. Professor McGonagall. McGonagall looked up at me in surprise as the last of the students filed out of my transfiguration lesson. I didn't blame her for being surprised. It was almost unheard of for a Slytherin to hang back to talk to her unless they were inches from failing the class. House rivalries ran too deep. Miss Potter, she greeted coolly. Can I help you? Yes ma'am, I replied politely. I was wondering if I could meet with you privately. I have a few questions about a transfiguration-related topic and I was wondering if you'd be willing to grant me some of your time to discuss. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Potter, you know very well that I can't help you with the tournament. This isn't about the tournament, I said hastily, then wrinkled my nose. Well, I mean it might, but I don't have high hopes of getting a handle on it before the end of the year. Before the end of next year either, really. McGonagall was looking intrigued. I knew that would be my best weapon here, keeping her interest. And what is this mysterious topic you wish to discuss? McGonagall asked sharply. I glanced at the clock over her head. I actually have to run to divination professor, but could I come by your office after dinner tonight? McGonagall hesitated briefly, then nodded. Yes, I suppose that would be all right. Great, thank you, Professor, I beamed, and dashed from the room. It wasn't a lie, I had to run to get up to the North Tower before class started and I collapsed in a panting mess onto a purple poof next to Lily. I laid my sweaty forehead on the tabletop and closed my eyes. Running late? She asked innocently. I opened one eye and glared. Go chase a unicorn. She snorted softly and not looked amused. Charming as ever, Potter. What held you up? You came here from Transfiguration like the rest of us. Stopped for a quick word with someone, I said briskly, straightening up and looking around absently. So what are we doing today? Tarot cards, Nod replied suspiciously. Who did you want a word with? He pressed. Your mum, I replied smartly and whipped out the pack of tarot cards I'd gotten at the beginning of the year. Or rather, that Mrs. Weasley had gotten for me. She had done the shopping for all of us while we were away at the World Cup, having no interest in Quidditch herself. I was relieved to see it was a nice-looking pack, with a blue back dotted with stars that, when I looked closer, were actual constellations. I successfully avoided Not for most of class by partnering up with Lily. We attempted to read each other's future from the guidelines in the books. In the end, I'd come up with Lily dying next Thursday, which pleased Trelawney to no end. Lily said I would find true love, which was equally ridiculous, and we headed off to dinner. I ate like a wild animal, scooping vegetables into my mouth at lightning speed and barely chewing before I swallowed. Merlin, Potter, slow down before you choke yourself. Malfoy exclaimed in disgust, setting down his own spoonful of peas. Hogwarts isn't going to run out of steamed carrots. I rolled my eyes at him and swallowed with some difficulty. I downed a gulp of pumpkin juice and explained, I need to go to the library. Surprise, surprise, Daphne rolled her eyes. You're turning into Granger, Potter. I felt Crumb shift uncomfortably to my right and resisted the urge to smirk. I hadn't spoken to him since Ollivander showed up and I went all Parselmouth on everyone, but he was still sitting near me at meals, which I took to mean he wasn't too appalled by what I'd done. Worse things to be, I replied with a careless shrug and shoved a piece of pork that was about twice as big as it should be into my mouth. Worse than a cosmetically challenged mudblood. Parkinson rolled her eyes. I can't think of much. How about a pug faced by .ch who pines after a guy who doesn't want her? I replied sweetly. Parkinson's face reddened as Malfoy shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I saw Zabini smirking on Malfoy's other side. I smirked back and buried myself back in my plate. I swear, Potter, you shouldn't keep harping on my love life when you don't have one to speak of. Parkinson snapped. Yeah, I replied absently. I'd heard it all before. My lack of a boyfriend was one of Parkinson's favorite topics. It was fair, I liked to point out that Malfoy still wasn't her boyfriend frequently. At least I knew why guys weren't interested. My face, my personality, my general lack of manners and penchant for spending half of my free time in detention. Parkinson seemed blissfully ignorant to how obnoxious she was. I had to feel bad for her, really. No, I didn't. I downed the last of my pumpkin juice like I was taking one of Pomfrey's nastier medicines and darted off the library. I was excited to finally have a topic where I could go somewhere, make some kind of progress. I didn't have much time if I wanted to meet with McGonagall, but I knew what I needed. I dropped off my book about Patronuses and darted down the aisles, pulling out the books I needed, the ones from Sirius's list, and piling them in my arms. There were about 5, and neither of them were what you would call light reading. I heaved my load back to the front desk. Madame Pants looked at me suspiciously as she scanned her wand over the books and checked them out. I tapped my foot impatiently, barely waiting for her to set the last book down before I scooped them into my bag and took off again. I shot off from McGonagall's office like a woman possessed, my bulging bag bouncing painfully against my side. I rounded a corner and shrieked in surprise as I slammed into someone and went flying. I collapsed onto my butt and shook my head, looking around dizzily for whatever I'd collided with. "Elia," I said in surprise, taking in Crumb's friend sprawled on the ground. He groaned and brought a hand to his dark curls. "You seem to be in a hurry," he said in accented English. His accent wasn't as strong as Crumb's though. I nodded weakly. Yeah, I'm supposed to be meeting a professor." "I see," Elia nodded, shaking himself off. He looked down and saw the book resting by his leg. It had been flung out of my bag by the impact. He picked it up and read the title. Theory of Animagus Transformations. He looked up at me and raised an eyebrow. "Something for the tournament." No, a personal project," I said, harried. My cheeks were flushed but I was glad I could pass it off as exertion instead of embarrassment. "I don't know what I'm doing for the first task." Can I have that back please?" Of course." Elia passed over the book and I crammed it back into my bag. I stood up sharply. "Excuse me, sorry to hit and run, but I really need to go." "Of course," Elia said, scrambling to his feet as well. "I won't keep you. I will see you at breakfast tomorrow." He smoothly reached out and snagged my hand, bowing over it and planting a quick key on my knuckles. I stared at him incredulously. Depends, might be in the library," I muttered uncomfortably, snatching back my hand and tucking it against my chest. "'Scuse me." I darted around him and hustled off down the hall, my face as red as a tomato and cursing myself in my head. He was being nice, was even maybe flirting, and what did I do? Say I'll be in the library and rush off too. Meet a teacher like a good little Granger. Here I was making jokes about snagging a Durmstrang for the year, and when the opportunity presented itself I turned into a wreck. Joy. I arrived at McGonagall's door and knocked. She called for me to enter and I stepped inside. McGonagall sat behind her desk, scratching on a piece of parchment. I entered and sat down opposite her. McGonagall finished a line on her paper and set it aside. She folded her fingers on the desk in front of her and frowned at me. "Are you all right, Potter? You're red." Sorry. I stopped by the library and ended up running most of the way here," I explained, shifting uncomfortably. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. She didn't believe me. "If something blows up, Miss Potter, I'm going to come looking for you." I winced. "That's fair, but nothing's going to blow up. Were you in the library looking up information on this mysterious topic you wish to ask me about?" McGonagall pressed. I nodded in reply. "I'll come out and say it, Professor. I want to become an animagus," I said firmly. McGonagall's eyes widened. Whatever she thought I wanted to talk about, this definitely wasn't it. "Well, you're right, Miss Potter. There is no way you'd be able to use that in the tournament, or even next year," McGonagall said faintly. She shook her head. "Much as I hate to discourage anyone in the pursuit of transfiguration, you have other things you should be focusing on right now." I winced. "I know that, ma'am, and trust me, I'm doing what I can. But there's only so much I can find out before the first task and I've hit wall. And without something to keep me interested, I'm going spare worrying that I'm going to have to, I dunno, swim through a bunch of runospores or something." McGonagall raised an eyebrow and looked almost amused. "Yes, I can see how that would be disconcerting. Can I ask why the sudden interest in animagus transformations?" Her eyes were gleaming and cunning and she was slightly tensed, waiting for me. I could have rolled my eyes. This was the problem when Gryffindors tried to be sneaky, they got so excited to see if they'd pulled it off that they gave it all away. McGonagall was waiting for me to say something, that much was obvious, and it wasn't much of a leap to figure out what she wanted. She was the deputy headmistress after all, and Dumbledore's right-hand woman. I didn't doubt that she knew all about what happened in the Shrieking Shack and where exactly Sirius Black had run off to. My father was an animagus, and so is my godfather, I said bluntly. I want to carry on the tradition. McGonagall seemed pleased that I'd told her the truth. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. I'd have told her that the sky was purple and bunny rabbits flew if that's what I thought she wanted to hear. I'm not saying I'm going to try and turn into a porcupine tomorrow or something, I explained. I know that an alarming amount of research goes into this. I figured that I could use my free time this year to do that. McGonagall looked at me skeptically, her lips pursed tightly. What you're undertaking requires a massive amount of commitment. There are plenty of experts in the field who never bother to become animagi because of the amount of time and dedication it takes. Not to mention skill. Transfiguration is not your best subject, she finished bluntly. I sighed. I know that, Professor. I've spoken with my godfather, I know it took him 3 years to manage it. But he didn't have anyone supporting him who knew what they were doing. I was hoping you'd be able to answer any questions I may have and guide me. McGonagall looked thoughtful. I'm always pleased when a student wants to look deeper into my subject, she said. But let's see if you have the ability first, shall we? I blinked as McGonagall rose from her desk. What are you talking about, ma'am? McGonagall was approaching a worn old chifforobe. She pulled open one of the drawers and began to dig around inside. It's been years since I even bothered to pull this out, she called over her shoulder, before pulling out a hand mirror triumphantly. It was ovular, with a heavy silver filigree handle and what looked like runes etched into the edge of the mirror. What is that? I asked, surprised. McGonagall moved to sit behind her desk and held up the mirror so that I could see the back. In the center was a bear, but as I watched it slowly shifted into a woman, then back into a bear. A very old artifact, McGonagall explained. People found long ago that it was easier to perform an animagus transformation when you knew what you were trying to turn into. So, mirrors like this one were invented. You can look inside and it will show you what your animagus form would be. In addition, the clearer the reflection is, the more likely you are to achieve it. It can also show what form your corporeal Patronus would likely take. Because they're usually the same, I recalled from my reading. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Exactly. This is another reason many who study transfiguration never bother to become animagi. They may see no purpose in becoming a cricket. Observe. McGonagall tilted the mirror so that I was able to see her reflection in it. Except instead of a Scottish witch in a pointy hat and spectacles, it was a silver tabby cat with markings that resembled her glasses. The image was completely clear, like a cat really was sitting in front of the mirror. That's amazing, I breathed, leaning closer. And I could learn my Patronus form from this as well. I asked eagerly. McGonagall nodded and passed over the mirror. Well, she asked, looking interested despite herself as I stared into the mirror. My eyes widened. What do you see? She asked impatiently. I stared at the reflection. I can't, that's not possible. I said sharply, lowering the mirror. Show me, McGonagall ordered. I twisted so that she could see my reflection. Only it wasn't my reflection but the golden and Arlet plumage of a rather battered phoenix, its red feathers the exact same shade of my hair. Claw-like scars wrapped around the side of its body and tiny golden feathers formed a small S on its face, mirroring my scar. More than that, was that the image was remarkably clear. The edges of the feathers blurred together and faded into nothingness around the ends, but the green eyes were bright and the golden beak gleamed. Miss Potter, McGonagall breathed. Taking the shape of a magical creature is exceptionally rare. I know, I said faintly. This can't be right, I'm not. I mean a phoenix. That's not, I'm not. But apparently you are, McGonagall said firmly, looking at me like she'd never quite seen me before. I couldn't blame her. I was dizzied by the idea myself. Phoenixes were dignified, noble, loyal creatures. Not exactly the kind of traits that came to mind when I was mentioned. That sounded more like Harry than me. Your mirror has to be broken, I told her, hastily passing over the looking glass. McGonagall took the mirror back and laid it on her desk but shook her head confidently. The mirror is working fine, you saw my reflection. However, apparently there's more to you than meets the eye, Miss Potter. I glanced back down at the mirror and picked it up again, staring at the phoenix in the glass. I tilted its head. The phoenix tilted its. I blinked lazily and the phoenix blinked back at me. Slowly, the realization washed over me and I was grinning, leaning forward eagerly. Professor McGonagall, please, I have to learn how to do this. I can understand your eagerness, McGonagall said, and she was looking eager herself. But as you yourself agreed, you have the tournament to worry about. I shook my head. I told you, I can't do anything about the tournament right now. I can work on this. Please, Professor, help me. I nodded to the bag on the floor by my chair. I've already got books and I'm ready and willing to put in the time to do this right. Please, Professor. McGonagall raised an eyebrow and seemed startled by my vehemence. I was too, to be honest. When I'd looked in the mirror, I don't know what I expected to see. Maybe something like what Harry had predicted for my Patronus. A snake or a doe. A phoenix, a creature like that. Never in my wildest dreams had I believed myself capable of that. Things like animagi and Patronus forms were reflections of your inner self. I'd rather self-deprecatingly wondered more than once if maybe my inner self was a slug or something. To see that it's something beautiful and magical and goo like a phoenix, it made me think that maybe I wasn't as bad as I thought I was. Maybe I wasn't all bitterness and anger. You seem much more eager now that you know what you'll be turning into, McGonagall noted. I stared at her. Wouldn't you be? McGonagall nodded. Indeed. How about this, she offered. I will recommend books and papers for you to read on the topic throughout the year. When you have free time, she stressed. At the end of the year, I will see what you've learned and we will revisit the topic. Then we will decide if, during your 5th year, we can move on to actually attempting transformations. That was more than I'd hoped for, to be honest. I was expecting McGonagall to give me a reading list. The way she was talking, she intended to teach me and walk me through the process. Having an actual animagus to guide me, that would be a huge advantage that most people didn't have when they were learning. It had taken my father 3 years to become an animagus from when he first started research, and I knew it had taken McGonagall too. She was a transfiguration prodigy, but I didn't care. I wanted to shoot for less than 2 years. Sounds perfect, ma'am, I said truthfully. McGonagall nodded, and there was a spark of excitement in her eyes. I wondered how long it had been since she'd have a student approach her about learning to become an animagus. Had anyone ever had the guts to approach the stern head of Gryffindor? I will prepare a list and have it all to you within a few days, McGonagall explained. Will that suffice? Yes. Yes, I really appreciate this, ma'am, I said earnestly, reaching across her desk to shake her hand. Thank you so much. It's quite all right, Miss Potter, McGonagall said, rising and moving towards the door. I shrugged my bag over my shoulder and followed her. I look forward to seeing what kind of progress you make. Oh, and good luck in the tournament. I will, of course, be supporting your brother first and foremost, but I wish you and Diggory all the best. Thanks, Professor, I said, stepping out. McGonagall shut the door behind me. I looked around and started down the hall, ducking into a niche that I knew was concealed behind a tapestry of a swan. Once I was inside, I promptly dropped my bag, clutched my hands over my mouth, and proceeded to scream in delight, prancing around the tiny space in celebration. I quickly got myself together, fixed my hair, and pulled my bag back onto M's shoulder, emerging from the tapestry and looking just as put together as I always did. When I left History of Magic the next day, my nose was buried in theory of animagus transformations. It was a pretty day and the siren song of sun and a nice breeze lured me away from the silent stuffiness of the library out into the courtyard. I laid myself out on a bench with my bag on the ground next to me, the book held over my face as I read. The original animagus was Falco Echelon, who turned into a falcon. Among other early animagi, here meaning those who predate the registry, or the famed dark witch Morgana Le Fay, who assumed the form of a bird, and Clyodna, who became a seabird. This suggests an interesting trend among animagi towards avian forms, something that has been the subject of several studies. Why so tense, Potter? Called a familiar, slimy voice. I looked up, wondering why he thought I was tense when I was the picture of ease, lounging on a bench and reading. It took me a second to find Malfoy, because he was lounging in the branches of a gnarled tree, Crabbe, Goyle, and Zabini huddled under it. As it turned out, he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to Harry, who was frozen in surprise near an entrance to the courtyard. Annoyance was written across his face as he looked at Malfoy. My father and I have a bet, you see. Malfoy continued. You see, I don't think you'll last 10 minutes in this tournament. Malfoy slid down and landed with a thud on the ground, swaggering forward with the boys flanking him. He disagrees. He doesn't think you'll last 5. The boys all cackled at the joke, but Harry stormed forward, shoving Malfoy. I don't give a damn what your father thinks, Malfoy. He snapped, sounding angrier than I'd heard him in ages. He's vile, and cruel. And you're pathetic, he added, turning away. Pathetic. Malfoy snapped, his hand diving into the pocket of his robes for his wand. I sat up sharply, letting my book fall to the ground as I rose. Harry, I shouted in warning as I darted forward, but I needn't have. From out of nowhere burst Moody, limping forwards angrily and brandishing his wand. Hold it right there, Sonny. He bellowed, and a jet of light shot out from his wand and connected with Malfoy. The B-Own gave a startled yelp that I would be teasing him about later. Malfoy shrunk, B-Owned hair spreading, and between one blink and the next he was a ferret on the ground. I'll teach you to curse someone when their back is turned. Moody ranted, coming even closer. The Mal-ferret chattered fearfully as Moody raised his wand again and began to bounce him up and down in the air. What had been funny turned a bit sad as Malfoy writhed helplessly. Professor Moody, McGonagall cried, flying over with her robes streaming behind her. What are you doing? Teaching. Moody snapped as he continued to bounce the ferret. McGonagall's eyes widened in horror. Teaching. Is that a student? She demanded. Technically it's a ferret, Moody replied shortly, reaching over and grabbing Crabbe by the waistband. He tugged it out and dumped Malfoy down Crabbe's trousers as the watching crowd howled with laughter. It's Malfoy, Professor, I called around my own smothered chuckles as the platinum ferret waved one paw pathetically before sliding out of view down Crabbe's pant leg. Stand still, Goyle said, and shoved his hands down Crabbe's pants to try and retrieve the ferret. Everyone laughed louder as Goyle whipped back his now bleeding finger. The ferret slipped out of the end of Crabbe's pants and made a break for the castle. I bent down and snatched him around the middle, lifting him up. Oh no you don't, Malfoy. I snapped, lifting him aloft so I could look into his beady eyes. You head in there and you'll get trampled. Miss Potter, kindly escort Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall shook her head wearily. I wondered if this was the first time she'd had to deal with a student turned into a ferret. By the look on her face. It wasn't, and I'd dearly love to know the story behind that. Take him to Madame Pomfrey. I stared at her. Professor, shouldn't you? I have other things to deal with, McGonagall said, rounding on a scowling Moody. Right, I said, and turned away hastily. Much as I would have dearly loved to see Moody laid into, an angry McGonagall was not something you wanted to be nearby for. Do me a favor and chuck him in a toilet, Harry murmured to me as I passed him. I gave him a scolding look. Normally I'd have no objection but he's all cute and fuzzy. Harry looked vaguely ill. Did you just call Malfoy cute? He asked in disgust. I shrugged and held out the ferret, which had ceased squirming and now hung limply in my hands, trembling. I could feel his little heart pounding against my fingers. Look at his little face, I cooed, slipping unintentionally into the girlish response to all things small and fuzzy. Look at his whiskers. Harry shook his head. I mean, it's not exactly good that he makes a cuter ferret than he does a person, is it? I was unpleasantly reminded of Pettigrew, who made a better rat than he did a person. My face twisted into a scowl and I remembered that I was holding Malfoy, not an animal. Right. I'm gonna go get him back to his normal slimy self, I said, stepping away. I wonder though, why a ferret? I agree, some kind of bottom feeder would be more appropriate, Harry grinned. His smile faltered slightly. Hey, Rena. Yeah, I asked, pausing on my way back into the castle. How are you coming on preparing for the first task? Harry asked. I debated telling him that I had no leads and that I was helpless. But that would mean admitting that I didn't know what I was doing and no way in hell was I going to do that. Not only would my pride not allow it, but I had no idea if Malfoy would remember this or not and I wasn't going to hand him anything to use against me. I tossed Harry a cocky grin and called over my shoulder as I continued into the castle, think I've got it pretty well in hand, actually. I moved through the corridors, ignoring the odd looks I got for the traumatized ferret in my hands, and made my way up to the hospital wing. Somewhere along the way I ended up absently petting his back. I caught myself as I was about to start stroking his tail when I was reminded that I would essentially be fondling Malfoy's rear. I glanced down at the animal in my hands and smirked slightly when I saw how relaxed Malfoy looked. His shivers had all but faded and his eyes were half closed. His heartbeat had slowed down too, which was a good sign. Who'd have thought, Malfoy? You like being petted, I snickered as I pushed open the door to the hospital wing. I covered Malfoy's ears before calling, Madame Pomfrey. The Medowitch came bustling out from her office and she threw her hands up in exasperation when she saw me. Lorena Potter, the year's barely started and you've yet to do anything death-defying. Why are you here? I held up the ferret wordlessly. Madame Pomfrey gave me a thoroughly unimpressed look. I am not a vet, she sniffed. It's Malfoy, madam, I explained. Pomfrey's eyes widened. Ah, I see, she said, bustling forward and reaching for him. What happened? Moody got him for trying to curse Harry when his back was turned, I explained as I moved to turn Malfoy over. He immediately began thrashing and making this ominous hissing sounds as Madame Pomfrey's hands came closer. She whipped her hands back just in time to avoid getting bit on her thumb. Well, it seems he wants to stay with you, Madame Pomfrey said, looking torn between amusement and annoyance. Sit down on one of the beds and hold him, please. You're never living this down, I told the ferret. As I sat down on one of the beds and set him on my lap, holding him gently but firmly. I looked up at Madame Pomfrey. What are you going to do to him? Madame Pomfrey was used to me asking questions. Metawizardry was a hobby of mine, which Harry had always found hilarious considering our family made their fortune from inventing medical potions like Skele-Gro. Whenever I was in the hospital wing I always barraged her with questions about what spells she was using and what potions she was pouring down my throat. She usually sent me off with a book recommendation and an exasperated expression, but I knew she enjoyed my questions. This spell normally is used to reverse accidental transfigurations, but considering there's no way of knowing what spell exactly Moody used on him, it'll serve us well enough here. Pristinus. What neither Madame Pomfrey nor I had considered was that when Malfoy was back to his normal size, he would still be in my lap. The Malferret burst out into Malfoy, which wasn't exactly an improvement. I groaned as his weight settled on my thighs, his head whipping around. When in Merlin's name had he gotten this heavy? Wait until that my father hears about what that old madman did to me. He ranted furiously. He'll be out on his ear in no time. Now Mr. Malfoy, Madame Pomfrey scolded. The headmaster will handle Alistair, don't you worry, and there's been no lasting damage. In the meantime, you should probably get off of Miss Potter. I should, what? You're so fat, I groaned from underneath him. Malfoy leapt up and whipped around. I glared at him darkly as I rubbed my thighs, trying to get some blood flowing back into him. Why was I sitting on you? Malfoy demanded. Because when I tried to hand you to Madame Pomfrey to get fixed you lost your mind and tried to bite her. I snapped back at him, standing up and thrusting my finger in his face. You wouldn't let anyone but me touch you. I added smugly. Malfoy's cheeks were slightly pink. Well that's not, I mean I didn't. Yeah right, I snickered, crossing my arms and looking up at him slyly. You were practically purring in my hands on the way up here, you know what? Malfoy shuddered. This never happened, he snapped at me before turning and stalking from the hospital wing. The doors shut with a bang behind him. Not even a thank you. Madame Pomfrey said in annoyance. He's very rude, I agreed conversationally. Nice to see you, Madame P. You know, when I'm arriving under my own power and all that. Yes, you as well Miss Potter. We should do this again sometime. Perhaps after you've read Magical Medicine for Magical Maladies. Maybe. See you around. Probably, dear. Lorena Potter, the less famous sister of the legendary boy who lived, is another surprise entrant to the Triwizard Tournament. Despite being barely 12 years old, the Slytherin will be competing against her very own brother. Perhaps this is her chance to snatch some of the fame from her brother for the first time in her life. The Daily Prophet can exclusively reveal that Miss Potter is a Parseltongue. Readers are reminded that this is the art of talking to snakes, long thought to be a dark talent and one possessed by the founder of Slytherin House himself. Lorena Potter seems to flaunt this ability, using it to scare and intimidate her fellow students in what can only be a desperate cry for some of her brother's attention. The young witch even arrived to her interview with a nearly 6-foot poisonous snake around her shoulders, which she later made attack Rita Skeeter, special correspondent, when she was pressed on the subject of her parents and her reputation. In contrast to her brother, Lorena Potter seems to favor the shadier and darker methods of magic much associated with her house. On top of being a Parseltongue and having a wand made of yew, a wandwood much associated with the dark arts, Miss Potter is reported to be very well versed in illegal curses. Perhaps an interest sparked by the curses used on her and her brother on that famous night many years ago. Miss Potter has openly admitted that she had no problem with dark magic. When asked if she believed it would have any place in the Triwizard Tournament, she leaned forwards, stroking her snake, and purred, "I think dark magic definitely has its uses." The darker Potter twin seems unfazed by the reputation she is gathering for herself with talk like this. Undaunted, Rita Skeeter, special correspondent, asked about her parents. It was as if a transfiguration spell had been cast as Lorena Potter turned from a dark witch in the making to a wounded child. Miss Potter drew back, suddenly hesitant. I don't know. I never met them," she says, seeming much more like the young girl of 12 one would expect her to be. One thing is for certain. Despite being much older, the competitors of the Triwizard Tournament must assuredly be watching their backs. There's no telling what Lorena Potter will attempt, perhaps even against her own brother, as the first task of the Triwizard Tournament draws closer. I tossed aside the Daily Prophet in disgust as I finished the section of the paper about myself and Harry. Harry's section had been just as bad. She portrayed him like some kind of traumatized crybaby and me like some kind of slutty dark witch you read about in trashy romance novels. If Rita Skeeter turns up dead, who's going to be my alibi? I asked aloud. Parkinson cackled. Careful, Potter, keep talking like that and they'll send the Dementors after you. Did you really turn up with a snake, Potter? Malfoy sneered. Melodramatic, much. I flushed. Malfoy had been nastier than ever since the ferret incident. I suspected he was embarrassed. Ollivander conjured one when he was checking my wand, and you all know snakes like me, I snapped hotly. You'd think she'd at least get her facts straight, not sneered as he scanned the paper. He nodded absently in my direction. You're a Parselmouth. You speak Parseltongue. Thank you, I exclaimed, throwing up my hands. I even told her that, an owl landed in front of me, one of the barn owls that the school employed. An envelope was tied to its leg. I stared at it and then recognized the Gryffindor seal on the flap and realized what it must be. Eagerly, Daily Prophet article forgotten, I reached for the letter and tugged it free. I slit the flap with a knife and pulled out the parchment inside. It was a list, a very long list, containing various book titles, some with specific chapters or pages for me to focus on. At the end was a quickly scrawled good luck. I grinned as I stuffed the book list into my bag. There was a Hogsmeade trip coming up and I was already anticipating hitting up the second-hand bookstore in the village for some of the titles so I could have copies to refer to and wouldn't have to keep getting them from the library. In addition, I wanted to get a copy of the Patronus book I'd returned recently and the book Madame Pomfrey had mentioned. I winced as I considered how much all of that was going to cost, but then I recalled my bet with Malfoy and smirked. He'd be covering my reading addiction this time, it seemed. I grinned to myself. I was once again buried in books in the library as the first task loomed on the horizon, only a month away. I didn't have much time left. Any potions I could think of that might do me real good would take a month to make, so time was running out for me to find out what I would be up against. I had abandoned my animagus research and dived fully back into records of past tournaments. You seem to be taking this very seriously. I looked up sharply and realized that Elia had taken a seat across from me. He looked down his slightly overlarge nose at the mounds of books in front of me and the sheet of scratch parchment where I'd been writing down random ideas that came to mind in disorganized lines. Many of them were crossed out, some rather aggressively. I like being prepared, I replied shortly. I nodded in the direction of a table 2 aisles over where I knew Hermione was seated. I'd seen her when I came in. I assumed she was still there. Crumb still stalking Granger creepily. Elia winced. He's very obvious. I scoffed. Aside from the staring and the fact that he can't go anywhere without a flock of fangirls throwing up a fuss. It also didn't help that he asked me if she liked to fly. Ah, yes. Does she? I looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. You looking to get Granger too? Elia chuckled. No, no. What kind of friend would I be? No, merely curious. Victor told me of his conversation. He mentioned that you enjoy flying. I nodded. I do. I play chaser on the Slytherin team, I reminded him. Then I scowled. Or at least I do when I'm not dealing with this nonsense, I said, gesturing to the books in front of me in disgust. Elia shifted uncomfortably. And how are you coming on, this nonsense? I narrowed my eyes at him. I'm not telling you, I replied shortly. Why not? Elia asked, playing innocent. Very badly at that. He was fidgeting worse than ever. I rolled my eyes. You'd make a terrible Slytherin, can't gather information subtly at all, I chided him. Elia's eyes widened. No, you misunderstand, he said hastily. I was not trying to, well I was a little, he admitted sheepishly. But mostly I was trying to have a conversation. I flicked a hand again in the general direction of Hermione. Go save you friend from the hordes, then. Elia shook his head. Victor is a good friend, do not misunderstand. But he is not, he doesn't really. All brooms, no books. I guessed Riley. Elia nodded in relief. Yes exactly. It's not a bad thing, just, makes for very limited conversation. I snorted. I understand. Well Georgie. What's this, Freddy? Looks like our little Rena is fraternizing with the enemy. Naughty, naughty, Rena, the twins chimed as they swooped down on me from opposite sides of my chair. Elia looked vaguely put out as both twins gave me a one-armed hug. Lo boys, I greeted cheerfully. My self-imposed isolation in the library meant that I hadn't seen the other twins much. How are you? Very disappointed, George said sadly. I blinked at him. Beg pardon. We taught you everything we know and you've yet to raise even a little bit of hell this year, Fred scolded me. I stared at him incredulously. Well excuse me for trying to keep myself in one piece instead of blowing up toilets, I huffed. Elia stared at me incredulously. You, blow up toilets? He asked me uncertainly. What does that mean? I stared at him. It means I blew up a toilet. Boom, I said, miming something exploding. I scowled. I was an accident too, I meant to get them all but only managed one. Again, Elia looked confused. Why did you do this? For shits and giggles, I shrugged. Our little Rena here, Fred explained, ruffling my hair. I swatted his hand away and glared, is the third biggest puller of pranks and maker of trouble in Hogwarts. After us, of course, George said smugly. I see, Elia said, looking amused now that he understood. You enjoy making mischief. I smirked and glanced at the twins. I prefer mischief managed. The three of us laughed at the inside joke as Elia stared at us blankly. The twins suddenly sobered, crouching down so that each one of them rested a head on one of my shoulders. Back to our original question, Fred said sternly. Why are you fraternizing with the enemy, Rena? I rolled my eyes. He's not the enemy. He's Crumb's friend, George chided. He could be pumping you for information. That would be unfortunate for two reasons, I explained. 1, I don't know squat. 2, he's already tried and he's crap at it. Just know that we're watching you, Fred warned Elia sternly. Oh, and Mum's furious about the Daily Prophet article, George added. She wanted us to tell you that she thinks it's all lies and anyone that knows you will know that too. I stared at him, feigning offense. You mean I'm not planning to take over the world with the power of dark magic and say, appeal? Fred and George burst out laughing. You, dark magic, say, appeal, please. Oh, sod off. I grumbled. They headed off, still laughing uproariously as they went. Hope Madam Pants catches you, I cursed them as they left. Who are they? Elia asked, staring at the retreating Weasleys in bewilderment. Fred and George Weasley, 5th years, I explained. They're friends of mine. Friends, Elia repeated, seeming pleased. If you're looking for conversation, I'd chase after them, I advised. They're much better at it than I am these days, I said, giving the books another dirty look. Elia shook his head. I disagree. You are a girl who blows up toilets and talks to snakes. He chuckled. Very interesting. I flushed. Oh, is that right? Would you mind having a conversation with me? Elia asked, his voice going low and his eyes getting darker. I blinked. What in holy Hufflepuff? I was being flirted with. And by a reasonably attractive older man at that. Eat your heart out, Parkinson. I gave him my best sly smile. I suppose that can be arranged, I said, doing my best to purr like Skeeter said I did. I shoved my books around so that they were no longer a block between me and Elia, but rather a wall hiding all but the tops of our heads from anyone who walked past the aisle. And then, because the world hated me, my stomach picked that moment to make a sound like a dying walrus. I went beet red as Elia chuckled. Hungry? He asked pointedly. I grinned weakly. Been skipping meals to read, I explained. Perhaps we should find someplace with food for our conversation, then. Elia suggested, starting to rise. No need, I said, beckoning for him to sit down again. He did so, looking at me curiously. I glanced around and then said, Tippy, could I have a plate of sandwiches and some pumpkin juice please? There was a crack and a puff of smoke and a plate of turkey sandwiches appeared along with 2 goblets and a jug of pumpkin juice. I gestured to it. Help yourself, I said, smirking at Elia's startled expression. It pays to be nice to the Hogwarts house elves, I explained. House elves. That's how the castle stays clean. That's who makes the food. Elia said interestedly as he poured himself a goblet of pumpkin juice. He did the same for me and offered the goblet to me. I took it, blushing when Elia's fingers brushed mine. Yeah, they do everything. I make them cookies at Christmas, and I get special treatment. They really are sweet, I said fondly, taking a bit out of a sandwich to shut my stomach up. You make them cookies? Elia asked uncertainly. Did they not? I mean, aren't you a little? I narrowed my eyes at him warningly. If you go addle, wizarding supremacy, on my I will hex you, take my sandwiches and go. And I'll kick Crumb on my way out for good measure. No no, Elia said hastily, waving his hands as a startled laugh erupted from his mouth. I just meant, well, I don't really know much about house elves, he explained. I nodded. That's understandable. Most people don't take the time, but their magic is amazing. Like for example, they can apparate inside of Hogwarts despite the anti-apparition wards. And they don't need to bother with wands to work magic. It's impressive. Elia was looking impressed, but he seemed more impressed with me than the house elves. I preened. You know a bit about a lot, don't you? I nodded sheepishly. Yeah, I spend a lot of time reading. Keeps me out of detention. Well, you know, mostly. Sometimes I get detention on purpose so I can talk to Snape. The potions professor? Elia asked, surprised. He wrinkled his nose. High Master Karkaroff doesn't seem to like him very much. I chuckled. Oh, that's fine, he's an ass. Elia looked surprised that I agreed with him. I shrugged. What? I admire the man, but that doesn't mean I'm blind. He's a jerk to everyone. He gets away with it though because he's a potions master. That's what I want to do one day, become a potions mistress, I explained to him. Elia nodded. So you get detention to ask him for advice. I nodded. Exactly. I see, Elia nodded. Not a way I've ever considered getting help from my own potions teacher. I'm fond of brewing as well, but I want to do something more in the way of healing. Metawizardry is another interest of mine, I said eagerly. I've just been reading about. I spent nearly 2 hours talking with Elia. I loosened up and learned to take his sporadic flirting in stride. He was really knowledgeable about metawizardry and was able to answer some higher level questions that I'd never gotten around to researching or asking Madame Pomfrey about. He told me a little about Durmstrang and I told him a little about Hogwarts. We talked about a lot of different things as we made our way through the jug of juice and plate of sandwiches. Our conversation was ended when Madame Pants found us behind our book fort, the crumb-covered plate and half-empty goblets monuments to our blasphemy. She chased us out of the library shouting abuse. Elia and I fled in fear before she started firing spells. We parted ways and headed off to our own respective groups, he to the Durmstrang ship and me to the Slytherin dorms for a nap. Normally I wasn't one for naps, but I was planning a late night in the library and I knew I was going to need some sleep beforehand if I was going to make it past 11. 11:05 found me in my favorite window seat with a book across my knees, illuminated by my wand propped against my stomach and the moonlight coming through the glass. I had 3 more books ready and waiting on the floor next to me. Animagi are most common among criminals and people who wish to move undetected. An animagus form is a useful disguise. When one is looking for a spy, the neighborhood stray or one of the half-dozen birds in the tree are hardly the first suspects. A loud crack split the air and I jerked, grabbing my wand and pointing it randomly into the darkened library. The lit tip illuminated the stacks of books, and standing in the middle of the aisle. "Dobby," I said blankly, staring at the house elf in disbelief. What are you doing here?" Dobby hurried forward, blinking a little in the light from my wand. I hastily lowered it out of his eyes. "Lorena needs to come," Dobby insisted. "There is things happening in the kitchen." "What kind of things are happening, Dobby? What's going on?" Dobby was nervously fiddling with his fingers. "Lorena's snake. He came to the kitchen and Hilly hit him with a frying pan." "Lorena's snake is fine," Dobby hastily assured me, seeing my worried face. "But Hilly is shutting her ears in the oven and Lorena's snake is very angry." "Oh Lord," I groaned, bringing a hand to my head. "My snake is named Silas, Dobby. So you think you can take me to him? I can calm him down." "Dobby can take you," Dobby said eagerly, reaching out a hand to me. I grabbed his hand, expecting him to pull me towards the door. Instead I had the uncomfortable sensation of being squeezed down a tube that was far too small for me, pressure on all sides, and just when I thought I'd pass out from lack of breath, the pressure faded and I found myself in the kitchens. I'd just been apparated. Worse than a portkey, I groaned, grabbing the edge of a counter to steady myself as I took a couple of deep breaths, trying to settle my stomach. I heard a torrent of cursing coming from one corner where several house elves were clustered. "This way, Lorena Potter, this way," Dobby squeaked, taking my hand again and pulling me towards the knot. "Make way for Lorena Potter," Dobby said importantly. The house elves hustled aside as Dobby dragged me through the crowd. Sure enough, there was Silas looking furious and spitting curses every which way while the house elves tried to soothe him. Tippy was at the forefront, wringing her hands helplessly. "We's very sorry, Mr. Snake. Hilly's gonna punish herself for hurting you, Mr. Snake." Silas was spitting out an unceasing stream of curses and threats that grew more and more ridiculous. He had just threatened to eat all of you in your damn pans when I reached him. "Quiet," I shouted. The house elves and Silas immediately fell silent. There was a loud bang and a whimper from the direction of the ovens and I winced. "Hilly, you can stop that please." The sobbing house elf fled from the oven, clutching her ears. "Thank you, Miss Potter. Hilly's sorry for hurting your snake, Miss Potter." It's fine, I assured the little elf, pulling out my wand and tapping her ears. She sniffled and perked up as a pleasant cooling sensation covered her ears. I knew she'd be offended if I tried to outright numb the pain, so I just gave her the equivalent of a magical ice pack. "Thank you, Miss Potter," Hilly sniffled, pulling her hands away from her ears. I turned to Silas, who had stopped shouting and was now knotted into a sulky coil. "I'm sure Hilly didn't mean anything," I assured him. "She just panicked because you're so, big and threatening." Silas brightened. "You think so?" I nodded immediately, not wanting an angry adder on my hands. "Of course. She just saw you and was scared." Silas grumbled, "Story of my life," but he also loosened his coils slightly. "I came here to give you information. I thought maybe I'd find you with the house elves, but then this one hit me," he said, jerking his head in the direction of Hilly. Hilly tugged at the hem of my robes and asked nervously, "Is Miss Potter's snake mad at Hilly?" No, I said hastily. "He's just explaining the situation." Hilly looked relieved. I turned back to Silas. "First off, are you okay?" I asked worriedly. I didn't see any blood, but then I also wasn't 100% sure the house elves wouldn't have immediately cleaned the mess up. Yeah, Silas grumbled. "She just clipped me with the frying pan. Still hurt though," he pouted. I tapped him with my wand, casting a spell to numb pain on him. He stretched out cautiously. "Hey, that's better. Thanks," he said. I grinned at him. "No problem. Now you said you had something to tell me." "Yeah." Silas crawled closer to me eagerly. I sat down and let him coil himself up in my lap, raising his head to look up at me. "I found out what you've gotta do." Elation washed over me. Finally, a solid lead. Something I could work with. "What is it?" I asked, eagerly. "How did you find out?" "Well, I headed into the forest, when I noticed a lot of people running around. So I went closer. That's when I saw them," Silas said dramatically. "Saw what?" I pressed eagerly. "Dragons," Silas whispered mysteriously. I paled. Of bloody course, we'd have to fight a dragon. Because what else do you do when you're a wizard? No, you can't do normal things, you've got to go slay a bloody dragon. And dragons didn't help much at all. After all, different dragons were capable of different things. Some were poisonous, some used their spikes, some had flames that ballooned out or that came in long streams. Dragons in general held a lot of possibilities for ways to kill me. And not only that, but fighting dragons wasn't exactly something you did on a Friday afternoon. People didn't fight dragons anymore, they just preserved them, and that wouldn't do me much good. Even experienced dragon workers lost limbs and got burned. Fighting dragons was the stuff of legends, and myths were not exactly a precise manual. What color were they? I pressed Silas. I spent enough time with dragon-obsessed Hagrid that I could identify the different types of different dragons by descriptions. Knowing what dragons I was facing would help me know how to prepare. How many? Silas stared at me, unimpressed. I'm a snake, he said bluntly. I winced, recalling that he couldn't see so much in colors as he did in shades and hues. There's 5, he added. But that's all I got. I like heat, but that was too much. He gave a snaky shiver. I saw what they were and got out of there fast. Good choice, I praised him, even though I wished he'd lingered long enough to hear something about the kinds of dragons that there actually were. Excuse me, Miss Potter. I looked up and saw Hilly, Dobby, and Tippy still standing there. Most of the other elves had gone back to work and left me to my conversation. Hilly stood there very shyly, holding out an egg in her spindly fingers. Hilly wants to apologize to Miss Potter's snake, Hilly said, shame-faced. Can Hilly give Miss Potter's snake an egg? I smiled at her kindly. Sure. Be nice, she's saying sorry, I added to Silas, who nodded. Hilly approached and presented the egg to Silas. Hilly is very sorry, Miss Potter's snake, she said contritely, and placed the egg in front of Silas. His eyes lit up. Tell her thanks, he said, and dove onto the egg, eagerly unhinging his jaw. He says thank you, I assured Hilly, who brightened noticeably. I glanced past her to Tippy and Dobby, a thought crossing my mind. 5 dragons ate a lot of food. Like, absolutely ridiculous amounts of meat. There was no way they were hunting in the Forbidden Forest. For one thing, the only large enough game was the centaurs, which was a definite no as a food source, and for another, the centaurs wouldn't allow the hunting it would take to feed that many dragons. So the food was coming from somewhere else. The kitchens, perhaps. Tippy, Dobby, I asked slowly. Do you know anything about dragons in the Forbidden Forest? Tippy grinned. Oh yes, Lorena. The elfs prepare lots of meat for them. Dobby agreed. I grinned. Success. Could you tell me what color the dragons are? What they look like? I asked them innocently. Tippy nodded eagerly and began to tick them off on her fingers. One is blue, and it breathes blue fire too. Tippy recalled. I paled. A Swedish short snout. They stayed relatively isolated, so they didn't have many human deaths to their name, but their fire was hot enough that they could turn bone to ash in seconds. They didn't have forward limbs though, so they weren't particularly agile on the ground. One's green, Dobby announced brightly. That was a common Welsh green. Not too surprising, they'd be one of the easiest to get your hands on in this part of the world. They were smaller than the short snout and their flames came in narrow jets, so outright dodging would be my best bet there. One is red and spiky, Tippy continued, miming with her fingers a fringe of spikes around her face. I scowled. That was a Chinese fireball, no doubt. That would be a rough one. The fireball's name was apt, and that meant that if it got me in range for a shot I would be hard-pressed to dodge out of the way. On top of that, they were heavy and the most aggressive breed she'd named thus far. One is black and it has bronze horns, Dobby recalled. He spread his arms as wide as they would go. It's huge. I could have cheerfully burst into a torrent of curses. That could only be a Hungarian horntail. Gigantic, vicious, and they could turn rocks cherry red in seconds with their flames. On top of that, they could breathe fire for a range of 50 feet. They were also particularly fast and agile flyers. And the last one? I asked weakly. At this point the only thing worse could be if she announced I was going to have to face a Peruvian vipertooth, tiny, fast, sneaky, and venomous. It's big and blackish too, Tippy explained. But it's got ridges down its back. I breathed a sigh of relief, even felt a bit of fond nostalgia. A Norwegian ridgeback. The second largest dragon mentioned, but one of the least dangerous. Less hostile than the horntail, at least. Their fire wasn't really special in any way, aside from the fact that they developed it sooner than most other breeds. The problem with those was that they were venomous, and that didn't concern me overmuch. If I got close enough for it to bite me, I might as well just bent over and key my A.S. goodbye anyway. Thank you, Tippy, I said gratefully. You've been a huge help. You too, Silas. MPHWMPHMPH, Silas said around a mouthful of egg. I chuckled slightly and shook my head. Well, it was something. I knew what I was going up against, and that was more than I'd had this morning. The only problem was what I was going up against. Bloody dragons. I dragged my fingers through my hair. No wonder they didn't want anyone under 17 getting involved in the tournament. I pictured some tiny first year in front of a dragon. My imaginary firstie promptly crapped himself and passed out. The biggest problem was obvious: fire. I wasn't fire retardant and I didn't know any spells or potions that would make me that way. Or did I? I straightened up. Something about that felt familiar. Fire, potion, a potion to walk through fire. To come out unharmed. One among us 7 will let you move ahead. If Snape had been in the kitchen, I might have hugged him again, dirty looks be damned. I remembered the obstacles Harry had told me about guarding the Sorcerer's Stone. One of Snape's potions let him pass unharmed through fire. It was spell fire, granted, not dragon fire, but it was a place to start. I dug in my pockets for parchment and a quill but came up with just my wand and some lint. Tippy, do you happen to have any parchment? I asked her curiously. Dobby snapped his fingers and held out a stack of parchment, a bottle of ink and a pretty eagle feather quill on top of it. Thank you, I said gratefully, and took the things from him. I spread 2 sheets of parchment on the floor and scrawled quick messages on them. First task. Dragons. LP. Sir, I need to know about that potion that you used in your riddle to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. The one that let people pass through fire. More specifically, would it work against dragon fire? LP. Could you make sure these get eld for me? I asked Tippy, folding up the letters and addressing them to Harry. And Snape. I don't think I could get up the Ollery and back to the dungeons without getting seen, I admitted, then frowned. Or back up to the library to get my books, I admitted glumly. Hilly will do it. Hilly volunteered eagerly, jumping to my aid. Hilly will do it all. I grinned at the elf. Thank you, Hilly, I said, and passed her the notes. She vanished with a crack and barely a full minute later she returned with my books in her arms, the stack nearly as tall as she was. Thank you, Hilly, I really appreciate your help, all of you, I said, hastily taking the books from her shaking arms and addressing my corner full of weird little allies. Anything for Miss Potter. You is welcome, Lorena. Dobby is happy to help his friend. Sure thing, boss. The next morning I watched carefully as owls carrying my notes landed across from Snape and Harry. Tippy had used Artemisia for Harry's letter. I saw him feed her a bit of bacon and smile at me from across the hall. My eyes flicked between the two of them eagerly. They both looked to me and did almost the exact same thing, flipping my notes over and writing quick responses to my notes, handing them to the owls and directing them towards me. They both arrived at almost the exact same time. You're popular, Daphne observed as she hastily moved her goblet out of the way of one of the owls. Tournament business, I explained as I tugged the responses from both owls and flipped them over, waving the animals off. Ooh, tournament business, Tracy asked interestedly. Tell us. Do you know what the first task is going to be yet? Lily pressed. My eyes flicked to Elia, who caught my stare. He shifted uncomfortably and offered me a sheepish grin. They're playing it very close to the chest, I replied honestly. But I've got a couple ideas. Do tell, Potter, Malfoy sneered. I need to know how you'll die so I know who to send flowers to. Stuff it, in bread, I grunted, reading Snape's reply first. The potion you mentioned only works against spell fire. It was popular to drink before duels several centuries ago. It's called Flame's Foil, since I'm sure you're curious. We will discuss it after dinner in your lab. I scowled, not pleased at the fact that my first and at the moment only idea for how to counter the dragon's fire was a bust, but I still had a few more weeks to prepare, so hopefully Snape and I could work something out tonight. I shoved his note in my pocket and turned to Harry's. I was expecting some kind of panic-ridden scribble or a thankful gush, but instead I got 2 words that made my blood boil. I know. He knew. He knew and he didn't bother to tell me. What? He figured I didn't need to know. We were fighting dragons, for Merlin's sake, not taking a stroll down to the Black Lake. I glared across the hall to where Harry sat, glumly prodding some eggs and shooting Ron disgruntled looks every now and then. I couldn't even bring myself to feel sorry for him. His best friend was peeved at him. Well, my big brother was going to toss me to the dragons, literally. Trouble in Potterland, Zabini said, following my gaze. What's he done now? It's what he didn't do this time, I growled back. Zabini looked surprised. Really? He didn't do something? That's surprising. Was to me too, I grunted and stood up sharply. I'm going to the library, was the chorus from most of my year. I looked at them all in surprise. It's not exactly surprising, Daphne said shortly. You're turning into a Granger. We don't blame you, preparing for the tournament and everything, Lily added hastily. It's just, we've hardly seen you this year. I sighed, rubbing my eyes. I know. But once the first task is over and I have some idea of what I'm doing, I'll probably have some more free time. Why don't you join us for some butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks? Tracy offered. My treat. That's right, the first Hogsmeade weekend was coming up soon. Strictly speaking, I could get there without a Hogsmeade weekend, but since one was so close I didn't see much point to risking it. I've got some books I want to grab, but then sure, I said gratefully. An afternoon spent with people instead of books sounded absolutely heavenly. Sorcerer's Apprentice, I told the silver statue of the snake. It blinked at me and the wall behind me turned into a door. I stepped into the apprentice's lab and found Snape already there and waiting, sitting at the counter on a tall stool. Sir, I greeted, pulling up another stool. Tell me what you know, Snape replied. I smirked slightly. Of course, down to business. I explained to him all about Tippy coming to get me after the incident with Silas and Hilly. He listened incredulously as I told him that my sources were a snake and couple of house elves, but even he couldn't deny that they were credible. You are correct, Potter, you will be dealing with dragons, Snape confirmed. No offense, sir, but how do you know? This seems like the kind of thing they would keep secret. Otherwise teachers might play favorites. Snape smirked. Who do you think has been brewing extra strength burn salve for the past month? A dunderhead could figure out what they have planned. A dunderhead like my brother, I said bitterly, my anger at him leaping up my throat. It stayed curled in my stomach, waiting for a reminder that Harry hadn't told me about the dragons, and then it would jump on me and make my face turn red and my fists clench. I tried to force it down, telling myself that Harry might have just found out and hadn't had time to tell me yet. Maybe he really thought I would handle it. That excuse appealed to my pride. I kept shoving the rage back down and trying to stamp it out with excuses, but they were getting flimsier and flimsier. I noticed you sent him a note as well, Snape recalled. I take it he already knew. That he did, I said bitterly. But did he tell me? No, a snake did. If it weren't for the fact that I know Harry doesn't have a malicious bone in his body, I'd hunt him down and hex his balls of. Snape snorted. Charming. Whether or not Potter meant you any harm, the dragons are what you need to be concerned about. Right, I nodded, and began to explain what I'd come up with. I plan to take a Bezoar in with me, just in case I get the Ridgeback. Snape nodded approvingly. That would be wise. That still leaves the fire though. Flame's foil can't help you there. Dragon fire is much stronger than spell fire. Right, I grumbled. And that's not even my biggest problem. Dragon scales are resistant to most forms of magic. Snape finished my thought for me and nodded. I'll have to aim for the eyes, I reasoned. Which is going to be tricky, seeing as they're right over the bit with the teeth and the fire. That's why many people who work with dragons wear dragon skin, because dragon scales possess a natural resistance to dragon fire. I gave a weak laugh. Right, is there anything else that does that that's a bit easier to come by? Snape scoffed. Of course not, Potter. I sighed and banged my head on the countertop. Of course not, I repeated. Because that would be easy, and God forbid my life be that. There are other substances that possess a similar resistance, Snape mused. But as I said, all are hard to come across. Demiguy's hair would protect against magic, basilisk skin against magic, and fire to some degree. Phoenix tears of course can heal even dragon fire burns, but by that point it's a bit too late for you, isn't it? My head throbbed as I recalled my animagus form. That was another thing running circles in my brain. But then I reviewed what Snape had said and my head snapped up. "What did you say?" I demanded. Snape raised an eyebrow at me. "Phoenix tears. You could possibly procure some from the headmaster, but that's not." No, before that." I corrected. "What was that about basilisks?" Snape snorted. "Potter, you can hardly." His eyes widened. "Ah, but you can of course." I nodded, a grin splitting my face. "It's been 2 years," I said, wincing as I considered what state the basilisk's corpse might be in. "But there should be some skin left, and if there isn't, I know where I can find some of it shed." "It will only be enough to protect you from a glancing blow," Snape warned. "Not a direct blast." Well, I wasn't exactly going to stand in front of its mouth and scream, "Roast me." "Sir," I said tartly. Snape stared at me pointedly. I winced. "Sorry, sir." "Right," Snape said shortly. "I can give you a bezoar, but while you will be more resistant to dragon fire, the dragon will still be resistant to your spells." "I don't know much about magic that affects the eyes," I admitted. "I mean, barring just letting off a bunch of firecrackers in its face." "I unfortunately don't know much about fighting dragons either," Snape admitted, sounding deeply annoyed that he had to admit to not knowing something. I covered my smile with a hand. He wouldn't appreciate it. It used to be a somewhat popular sport among wizards, but it was banned centuries ago, and any spells used for it were lost to time. I believe the last wizard to actively hunt dragons for sport died nearly 5 centuries ago. "Don't suppose he left a spell book lying around?" I asked hopefully. "How to Slay a Dragon for Beginners." Snape gave me a dark look. "Please stop being childish, Potter, nothing will be handed to you." I sighed. "Right, sir." I paused, considering what he'd said. Anyone who could possibly tell me what they'd done was long since moldering in the ground, and any records they left were likely in personal collections. If only I could talk to their ghosts, I breathed, smiling slightly. Snape looked at me sideways. "Pardon, ghosts," I announced grandly. "People who fight dragons may be dead, but some of them are still lingering. Hogwarts has been around for 10 centuries, and the last one died 5 centuries ago. Someone who knows something has to be floating around here. And even the painting S might know something," I continued, the idea striking me. I looked up at Snape and found him giving me the strangest look. I shifted uncomfortably. "Do you think I'm wrong, sir?" I asked uncertainly. Snape shook his head wordlessly. He stared at me a little more before finally speaking. "Miss Potter," he began. "I have met resourceful people, but you are without a doubt the most resourceful girl I have ever met. You use sources most people wouldn't even consider." I glowed under the praise, feeling over the moon. "Thank you, sir," I beamed. "That really means a lot." And it did. It made me feel appreciated, like I was doing something right for a change. But another thought struck me and I groaned aloud, slamming my head on the countertop. "What's wrong now?" Snape snapped at me. "I have to go to the Chamber of Secrets," I Ned, clutching my throbbing head. Snape raised an eyebrow at me. "It can't be that bad." I looked up at him darkly. "You wanna come, sir?" "Potter," he said warningly. Fine, I sighed. "While I'm down there, you want some basilisk fangs for brewing, sir. They're class A non-tradable materials, but..." Snape smirked. "If you wouldn't mind." I sighed and banged my head on the counter one last time. It seemed I had one more thing to research in the library now, magical sewing. It hadn't been easy to get the ghosts of Hogwarts together, it took me nearly a week. For one, a lot of them didn't like me purely for the reason that Peeves liked me. For another, they had their own squabbles among each other. In the end, I just cornered the Bloody Baron. No easy feat, cornering a ghost. They had a bad habit of drifting through walls. And asked him if he could get the ghosts together for me at a specific date, hoping that his fearsome reputation would be enough to get them to listen. It apparently was, as I was the only living person in a crowd of about 15, all of us crammed inside the apprentice's lab. I could think of no better place to meet where we wouldn't be disturbed. I spotted all the house ghosts. Peeves was blessedly absent, as was Ning Myrtle. There were a few random ghosts I'd seen over the years. The Cavalier, the knight with an arrow in his forehead, the ghost of a keeper who hung out by the Quidditch pitch and occasionally helped teams practice. The apprentice's lab was a little too small for a gathering this size. I was seated at the counter, and every now and then I'd feel the cold brush of a stray bit of ghostly cloth or a limb. A couple of the ghosts were half in the wall and the cavalier was hovering with his feet in one of the cauldrons. The bloody baron and the ragged man in chains were in a corner clanking around together. I took a deep breath and began. "So you're all probably wondering why I wanted to talk to you," I said. The few ghosts who'd been having quiet conversations stopped and looked at me. "Well, live ones don't usually stop to talk to the local specters," sniffed the cavalier. I blinked. I'd never actually heard him talk before. He sounded as snooty as Malfoy. Right. I shifted on my stool. "Well, it's like this, I need your help with something." The cavalier sniffed. Typical. "Oh, hush up Lord Drabin, or I'm telling the Wailing Widow what you said about her rear next time she visits," snapped a young, pretty witch lingering in the back of the room. Her hair was tucked under a kerchief and the apron she wore was covered in a disturbing amount of silvery bloodstains. The cavalier scowled at her. "Shouldn't you be haunting the hospital wing, peasant?" "Oi, lay off Kriya you old windbag," protested the highwayman. I'd seen him riding down the halls on his horse sometimes. I knew he had a bad habit of snatching heads away from the headless hunt and leading them on a chase through the corridors. Thankfully, he'd left the horse behind today. The blood-stained witch smiled. "Thank you, Turpin." The highwayman flashed her a dashing smile. "Not at all, milady." "Right," I said, looking between Kriya and Lord Drabin uncertainly. I didn't know much about them or their temperaments, so I had no way of knowing if this would be just the first of many interruptions I'd have to deal with from the two of them. "Wait, did she call you Turpin?" I demanded of the highwayman. "As in Dick Turpin." He swept off his hat and bowed deeply, grinning. "At your service, milady." I gaped. But you're famous." "Yeah, and old Lord High Hat over there is jealous," he whispered, nodding in the direction of Drabin and his towering top hat. I snickered, still a bit dizzied by the fact that a famous thief was running around Hogwarts as a ghost. "You called us here for a reason." Everyone fell dead silent as the bloody baron spoke in his deep, mournful voice. His chains gave a rattle as he drifted forward slightly. I flushed and cursed myself for getting distracted. "Yeah, I did," I said apologetically. "Sorry. As you know, the Triwizard Tournament is happening here this year, and I've got to compete." "Old news," sniffed Sir Nick. As the ghost of Gryffindor House, I was a bit surprised he'd even turned up. "Now Nick," scolded the fat friar. "It won't hurt to hear the poor girl out, will it? After all, she's much too young for this competition." I beamed at the Hufflepuff ghost. "Thanks friar. What I wanted to ask you all is what you know about fighting dragons." Silence reigned. "I beg your pardon," said the ghost of the Quidditch player. "Why would you want to do that?" "That's the first task," I explained. "I've got to fight a dragon, and I've got no idea how." "That's not really a thing that happens nowadays, but maybe when some of you were alive." I asked them hopefully. Lord Drabin scowled at me. "Just how old do you think I am, young lady?" he demanded irritably. I winced. There was no good way to answer that. Some of them liked to be thought of as older, some of them liked to be thought of as younger. Some of them were so attached to their own specific period of history they wouldn't hear of anything else. Thankfully, his nickname gave him away. 3.5 centuries, give or take half a century." I offered. The cavalier seemed a bit mollified. "Well, you're not wrong," he allowed. "But that sort of nonsense was dead and gone by the time I was alive. If you don't mind, I have better things to do with my time." He huffed and vanished through the wall. I scowled at the place on the wall where he'd vanished, and, unable to help myself, I flipped that bit of stone off. Turpin moved to my side. "I agree wholeheartedly. But unfortunately, I can't help. That was before my time as well. Before most of our times, actually," he admitted. "I should go check on my horse," he said by way of a goodbye before heading out as well. "Sorry, I play Quidditch, I don't fight dragons," shrugged the Quidditch player before fading out of sight. "I would help," said a ghost with a long beard, speaking for the first time. But that wasn't exactly my area of expertise. I recognized him from one of the portraits in Dumbledore's office. I'd seen him drifting around the castle, but I'd never gotten a very good look at him before. "You're Ambrose Swat, you used to be headmaster here." Headmaster Swat smiled, seeming pleased to be recognized. "Ah yes, so good to be remembered. I'm sure those of us who can, will help," he said, shooting some of the ghost's pointed looks. But like Lord Draben said, not a lot of us are that old, contrary to what you might expect. I slumped, disappointed. I see. Come along, Marley, stop clanking in the corner, Swat said, beckoning to the other man in chains who stood near the bloody Baron. He drifted out of the corner with a groan and floated out of the room after the headmaster's ghost. Was that Jacob Marley? I wondered aloud. Like Dickens. Yes, unfortunately, said Kriya, wrinkling her nose. Rather unpleasant fellow, just drifts around and occasionally spouts off random bits of advice. I shook my head. Hermione will die when I tell her. Right, I said, clearing my throat and looking at the remaining ghosts hopefully. The fat friar held up his hands apologetically. I'm a pacifist, sorry. With that he drifted out of the room, the Grey Lady following silently behind him, the bloody Baron trailing after him. Ironically, the Gryffindor ghost is the only house ghost I'm left with, I mumbled to myself. I looked up at Sire Nick hopefully. What do you say, Nick? He sniffed and followed the other house ghosts. I made a face at his back. Same to you, pal, I grumbled under my breath, thoroughly disheartened. I was down to 2 ghosts, Kriya and the Silent Knight with the arrow in his face. I looked at the pair of them, not expecting much. Can either of you give me anything? Kriya drifted forward, smiling at me kindly. As it happens, I can. I used to be a healer and a brewer. And the Black Knight knows a bit about dragons as well, she said, nodding to the knight who was still hovering quietly in a corner. He remained silent. Kriya drifted closer. Oh come on, knight, don't be that way. Can he speak? I asked curiously. I don't think I've ever heard you talk before. I can talk, the knight replied. His voice had a metallic echo from inside his helmet. I wondered briefly why he didn't raise the visor, then it clicked, he couldn't. The arrow prevented it. I winced. That must be a horrible afterlife, seeing everything through a slit in a helmet. What you need is Sign Fraxinus. That's just what I was thinking. Kriya smiled. I stared at them blankly. I'm sorry, what? Is that a spell? A potion, the Black Knight corrected. Dragon hunters used to carry vials of it with them when they went out. Vials. I repeated. Why vials? Why not just down it beforehand? And what does it do exactly? It's a one-use potion, Kriya explained. In more than one way. It will only protect you against dragon fire, so it's no use for anything else. Also, it only works for one blast. After that, you'd need to down another vial or the next time you got roasted you'd be well done. Wonderful description, the Black Knight muttered darkly, and I guessed that he was scowling behind his helmet. But unfortunately, Sign Fraxinus is very rare. Why's that? I asked curiously. The ingredients are hard to come by, Kriya scowled, and going by the look on her face this was a problem she'd faced personally when she was alive. I myself only made about 3 or 4 batches of it in my entire life. But you know how to make it. I pressed eagerly. Kriya nodded cheerfully. Oh yes, I have a photographic memory, I just need to see a potion's recipe once and I can remember it forever. She bragged. Immediately I dug in my bag and dragged out a parchment, quill, and ink. Tell me, I begged, dipping my quill in the ink and scrawling Sign Fraxinus across the top. Kriya's memory was infallible, even several centuries after she died. She easily listed off the ingredients and instructions, explaining clearly and precisely what I needed to do. It wasn't an easy potion, but if I started within the next few days I'd be fine. It wasn't tricky in that it took a long time to make, but in the ingredients and the complicated stirring it required. Some of the things that were needed were still hard to come across even now. Carry more than one vial, the Black Knight cautioned as Kriya scanned the parchment to make sure I'd copied everything down correctly. With that last warning, he faded out backwards through the wall. I made a quick note about that on the paper and Kriya approved it. That's all, she chirped. Good luck on the first task. She waved to me cheerily and drifted towards the door. Hang on, I have a question. I called after her. Kriya paused. What's that? Well, the Cavalier said that you haunt the hospital wing, I recalled. I've never seen you there though, and I spend a lot of time there. I don't show myself often, Kriya admitted. It puts people off, me drifting around like this. She gestured to her blood-stained apron. I wondered if, in life, she'd been a battlefield metawitch. I suspected she had been, seeing as there was blood splashed around her hem like she'd run through it. I also wondered morbidly how she'd died, if any of the blood down her front was her own. Oh, I said blandly, not sure how else to reply to that. All right. Kriya gave me one last smile and drifted through the door. I turned back to the parchment and ran over the list of ingredients. Lacewing flies I could get from my own potion supplies, and Snape would let me borrow some of the more expensive ingredients, of that I had no doubt. The only hard bit was the Phoenix Tears. 2 days later I got my wish. It took letting off a synchronized barrage of dung bombs down a populated corridor to make a teacher mad enough to ship me off to Dumbledore. In fact, Sinistra was left gaping after me as I rushed off to his office. She'd barely gotten the word, "Headmaster," out before I was off like a shot, yelling over my shoulder, "Dumbledore, right, gotcha." "Gumdrops," I said to the griffin statue that guarded his office. It gave me an unimpressed look, used to seeing me, and then leapt aside to reveal the staircase slowly grinding upwards. I hopped on, tapping my feet impatiently as I rose higher and higher. It took a full minute to get to the landing. I knew I'd ridden the stairs often enough that I had timed it more than once. I pushed open the door and stepped into the headmaster's office. He was sitting behind his desk, his weird little machines puffing and whirring away as usual. I half wondered if any of them did anything or if they were just there to add to Dumbledore's somewhat dotty persona. "Miss Potter," Dumbledore greeted me, blue eyes staring at me over the top of his half-moon spectacles. "I must say it's taken you longer than normal to come to visit me." "Well, I've had other things on my mind lately," I said pointedly. Dumbledore nodded sympathetically. "I can imagine." He gestured to the chair in front of his desk. I sank down onto it and dropped my bag next to me. "Can I ask how you're doing?" "You can," I allowed, smirking slightly. Dumbledore's eyes glinted. "How are you doing?" he rephrased, and my smirk widened. "Pretty well, actually, sir," I admitted. "That's why I came to see you. I found a potion that I think can help me with the first task, but one of the ingredients is rather hard to come by." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "And this is why you let off dung bombs in the charms corridor?" I stared. It had barely been 5 minutes since it had happened and he already knew. I was convinced Dumbledore had some kind of magical monitoring set up around the castle. There was no other explanation for his creepy way of knowing everything almost before it happened. I shook my head and relaxed in the chair lazily. "Well, I figured it would be faster than making an appointment." "Do you need assistance retrieving this mystery ingredient?" Dumbledore guessed. "I suppose a special allowance could be made to allow you a trip to Diagon Alley, if the apothecary in Hogsmeade can't meet your needs." "Actually, it's a little easier than that, sir," I explained. I nodded to Fawkes, where he rested in all his Arlet and gold-plumed glory on the stand next to Dumbledore's desk. My eyes wandered jealously over his gleaming feathers. I wondered if mine would ever shine like that. Fawkes warbled a greeting. "Phoenix Tears," I said. "I was wondering if I could get some." Dumbledore held up his hands. "That's not up to me. You'll have to take the matter up with Fawkes." He gestured to the bird. I stood up, pulling the large vial I'd brought with me out of my pocket. I moved to the phoenix's stand and crouched slightly, holding up the vial in front of the bird's eyes. "What do you say, Fawkes?" I asked, reaching out and stroking my hand down his back. "Can you help me out here?" Fawkes lowered his head, and for a moment I thought that was his way of saying no, but then I saw the water start to drip down the hook of his beak. Hastily, I unstoppered the vial and held it under the tip of the gleaming gold beak. Tear and after tear rolled into the vial. I felt a bit bad, actually. The potion only called for 4 Phoenix Tears, but this might be the only chance I had to get my hands on some Phoenix Tears, so I'd take as much as I could get. When the vial was almost full I pulled it away and Fawkes lifted his head to look at me, warbling again. The sound made my heart swell and I smiled at the bird, stroking his long tail feathers. "Thank you, Fawkes," I said softly. "Hagrid is correct," Dumbledore spoke up. "You do have a way with animals, Miss Potter." "Thank you, sir," I said, stoppering the bottle and tucking it into my pocket. "Well, if that's all." Dumbledore looked at me knowingly. "No, it's not all. You did still let off those dung bombs, which are banned inside the castle." I winced. "Ah yes. That. It was for a good cause." "I tried." Dumbledore shook his head. "Nice try, but you will be serving detention with Professor Snape tonight after dinner." I stared at him. That was no punishment and he knew it. In fact, it was almost a blessing, because it meant that hopefully I could go ahead and get started on the signed Fraxinus tonight instead of waiting until the next day. This was good, as it would already take nearly all of the time I had remaining before the first task to get the potion finished. Take some Lemo. Drops with you when you go, I just bought some the other day, Dumbledore said, nodding to a bowl of Lemo, drops in a pile of small drawstring bags sitting next to it. Shaking my head, our headmaster really was losing his marbles. I shoved some Lemo. Drops into a bag, tucked it into my pocket with the Phoenix tears, and headed out of the office. I didn't return to class. I wasn't too fussed, to be honest, considering it was divination. I could get any notes from Lily later, and if Trelawney asked I could just make up something about being too distraught by the leaves in my morning tea to come to class. So long as I put in lots of bad omens, she'd eat it up easily. Instead of going to class, I headed to the dorms, digging through my potions kit until I found the ingredients I'd need for brewing signed Fraxinus. Cradling the bottles and jars in my arms, I headed for the apprentice's lab, giving the password to the snake before awkwardly shuffling the load around until I could open the door. I staggered inside and carefully deposited my load of ingredients on the counter. I pulled out the Phoenix tears and tossed the Lemo drops onto the counter as well for good measure. Then I settled myself down with the recipe and began measuring out the amounts of ingredients I would need into individual vials so I didn't need to keep carting my stock around between potions class and the lab. I tripled the amount. I planned to make a batch in each cauldron. I'd never brewed the potion before, and if I messed up I'd need backup, and I didn't have time to start from scratch at this point. I set the measured ingredients in 3 rows on the racks over the countertop, ready to be used, and pushed my stock aside. I grabbed another fresh vial and the one with the remaining Phoenix tears. I poured a few tears into the new vial and tucked it into the pocket of my robes, in case of an accident with the basilisk fangs. I grabbed a piece of parchment from the small stack I'd left in the lab after interviewing the ghost and grabbed a quill and bottle of ink out of my bag and started writing. Professor Snape, I found a potion that will do what I need. Signed Fraxinus, have you heard of it? I got the ingredients and directions from the ghost of a healer that haunts the hospital wing, didn't even know she existed. Anyway, most of the ingredients are in my kit and I got Phoenix tears from Fox. You may have heard a little bit about some dung bombs. That's why I needed to talk to Dumbledore. That's also why I have detention with you tonight. I was hoping that my detention could be served in the apprentice's lab. Please, sir, out of the kindness of your heart. Like I said, I have most of the ingredients, but I do need a couple from you if you don't mind. I followed that up with a list of what I needed from him, added that I still needed that bezoar from him, and signed with the letter with my usual LP. I rolled the parchment up into a scroll, gathered up my supplies, and left the room with the letter shoved into my bag. I dropped off my bag and ingredients back in my dorm. Classes would be letting out in about 10 minutes, I noted as I left the dorms again. This time, I was headed to the kitchens. I tickled the pair and opened the door, stepping inside. Tippy, I called into the bustle. The kitchen was busier than usual with dinner preparations. House elves bustled here and there and a cloud of steam hung over the ovens from various bubbling pots of soups and sauces. The whole place smelled wonderful, like baking bread and cooking meat. I took a deep breath as Tippy appeared from the crowd and scurried over her. Lorena, Tippy greeted happily. You was coming to see Tippy a lot. I smiled, but it was a little forced. I was visiting the kitchens a lot, but not to see Tippy. To ask her for favors. While I knew she didn't mind, house elves were wired to be people pleasers, they couldn't help it. I did feel a bit bad about it. I made a mental note to make Tippy an extra helping of whatever my Christmas baking this year was. That had become a tradition since first year, and my sweets were always a hit. Tippy, I was wondering if you could help me with something, I said, crouching down so that I was on Tippy's eye level. Anything, Lorena, Tippy said eagerly. I was wondering if you could give me the pattern for some robes. I asked her. I knew the house elves did the mending for the castle. I'd had robes that had small holes or popped stitches on them, and if left out overnight they'd be repaired by the morning, waiting folded and pressed on your trunk. Does Lorena need new robes? Tippy asked in confusion. I nodded. Yes, I need to make a very special set of robes for the tournament, I explained. That was what I'd learned in all of my reading. Things like potions and enchanted artifacts were allowed, but they had to be made by the competitor during the time frame of the tournament, and there had to be at least one witness to say confirm that the competitor had done everything on their own. For the tournament. Tippy's big eyes widened. Yes, Tippy wants to help Lorena with the tournament. Tippy snagged the arm of a passing house elf. I recognized it as Hilly, and told her my request. Hilly vanished with a pop to go and get what I needed. I looked at Tippy curiously, tilting my head. It was a silly, sentimental question, but it was nagging at me. I opened my mouth, closed it, made up my mind and asked, Tippy, why are you so eager to help me with the tournament? Tippy looked up at me and smiled sweetly. Tippy knows Lorena is a good girl. Lorena is good to us elfses. Tippy doesn't want Lorena to die. Lorena is House Elf's friend. It got to me, it really did. I knew the house elves liked me, but the way Tippy said it made it sound like being a friend to them was something rare and wonderful. I got the feeling that it really was, and that crushed my heart a little bit. I knew what it was like to be treated like a servant, and it had made me bitter, I knew that. But the house elves didn't have a bitter part of them, they served happily. They were much better than me. Thank you, Tippy, I said thickly. Tippy's smile widened. Lorena is welcome, she chimed as Hilly reappeared. There was a packet in her hands with a stylish set of robes being modeled by a pretty witch on the front. Also, there was tracing paper, which I guessed was to help me outline the robes, a tape measure, a needle, and 2 spools of thread. Slither in green and silver, I noticed in amusement. I took the pile from Hilly's hands. Thank you Hilly, Tippy, this is a big help, I told them earnestly. Hilly smiled at me. Hilly is glad to help Miss Potter. Hilly would also like to know how is Miss Potter's snake. Silas? I asked, surprised. He's fine, Hilly, completely recovered, I assured her. After the incident in the kitchen, he'd slithered off into the walls to digest his egg. I hadn't seen him much since, but I was certain he could take care of himself. If he needed anything, he'd come find me, and the kitchens were safe for him now that the house elves knew he wasn't going to bite them. Does Lorena want some food to take with her? Tippy asked hopefully. I saw a couple of nearby house elves perk up at the mention of giving me food. I considered requesting a sandwich or something, then recalled where I was going after this. I was heading down to the Chamber of Secrets to skin a basilisk corpse. It had taken some time to find a spell that would turn snakeskin from regular skin into hide that could be sewn into clothing, but after combing several books about specialty magical fabrics I found my answer. Dragon hide was my particular focus, seeing as it was the closest match, and I doubted there were any spells specifically for basilisk skin, the snakes themselves being extremely illegal. The idea of heading into the chamber and facing down whatever was left of the basilisk with much food in my stomach didn't seem like a good plan, so I declined the offer and left with just the sewing supplies. I was capable of mending small holes and torn seams myself from years of fixing Harry and I's clothing, but real sewing, that was beyond me. I'd learned a handy spell that would do the sewing for me if cast on the threaded needle. All I had to do was lay out the fabric the way I needed it sewn and trace the path it needed to follow with my wand, and the needle would do the rest. It was perfect. I dropped the pile of sewing supplies in the apprentice's lab. It was a convenient place to store anything related to my tournament projects without people getting into it or figuring out what I was up to. I set it all on one shelf of the bookcase after flicking my wand to get rid of the coating of dust, and then remembered the letter in my pocket. Classes were over for the day, so I blended seamlessly into the flow of students as I made my way to the Ollery. I gave the letter to Artemisia and told her to deliver it to Snape. She took off and I left the Ollery, headed back to my dorm for the 3rd time in an hour. I sighed as I entered. All of the running around the castle was starting to wear me out. I wasn't done yet though. I stripped off my school robes and replaced them with grungy muggle clothes I kept in reserve for lounging around the common room on weekends. A pair of jeans with holes in the knees, old trainers, and a sweatshirt that was about 2 sizes too big were tugged on, and I pulled my hair up, covering it with a green bandana. I dumped out my bag onto my bed. I'd need it to carry the hide and the fangs out of the chamber. I pulled it over my shoulder and shoved my wand and the vial of phoenix tears inside. I dug into my potions kit and pulled out the silver knife to use to cut out the fangs and slice away the skin and tucked it into the bag. I was about to head out when I glanced back at my trunk thoughtfully. Basilisks were highly venomous, some more precautions wouldn't be out of place. I snagged my heavy dragon hide gloves and pulled them on. Feeling as ready as ever to face the Chamber of Secrets, I left the dormitory. I got some funny looks as I moved through the common room. I couldn't blame them. I looked like a homeless woman in my ratty, oversized, mismatched clothes. Potter, what in Salazar's name are you doing? Not, Malfoy, and Zabini were all sitting in a table in the corner. Zabini and Malfoy were playing chess and not seemed to be alternating between watching and reading the book open on the table in front of them. They were all staring at me incredulously now though. I sighed and walked over, placing my hand on my hip. Why do you ask? I asked innocently, but my sass was nowhere near what it usually was. I was too tired, and it was starting to hit me hard. Long nights in the library and skipping meals were usually no problem for me, but I'd been doing it consistently. Normally by this point in the year I'd be a healthy weight, but I was still a couple of pounds under what I should be. Not only that, but I had some monstrous dark circles under my eyes and I was paler than usual. You look a fright, Zabini said bluntly. Not nearly as attractive as you usually do. I rolled my eyes. I bet you say that to all the girls. Not if I want to see them again, I don't, Zabini snorted. I shook my head at him. Please, everyone knows you go through girlfriends like a Ravenclaw goes through books, I challenged. You'll have gone through the whole population before we graduate. Zabini pouted. You make me sound so heartless. I snorted. Some would argue that you are. Really, Potter? Not asked, looking me up and down from my bandana to my dirty trainers. Where are you going? His eyes narrowed. Are you sneaking into the Forbidden Forest? Dressed like this? No, I'm going to a ball, I said smartly, gesturing to myself smugly. Potter, Not said warningly, if you lose us points. Relax, I soothed. It's nothing that will get the house in trouble. I'm not even leaving the castle, I said with a mysterious smile. Then why do you look like you're headed off to war? Zabini demanded. He snatched at my bag and lifted the flap. I tugged it away from him with an indignant cry and held it protectively against his side. Zabini looked me over carefully. Potter, why are you carrying your wand and your potions knife? He asked slowly, suspiciously. I sighed. Nowhere that will get us in trouble, I reiterated. Potter, you look like hippogriff shit. I could have cheerfully backhanded the bee, owned. And he'd been so nice and silent up until then too. Instead I scowled and turned on him. I opened my mouth to make a scathing comment, but something made me pause. He was looking up at me with those stormy eyes of his, but instead of being mocking or disdainful like they normally were, he looked almost. Was that concern on Malfoy's face? For me, either someone had replaced Malfoy or I looked worse than I thought I did. As fast as I thought I saw it, the whatever it was gone and replaced with his usual sneer. I know you're no catch, Potter, but really, you've just given up, haven't you? He smirked. I lifted the flap of my bag and stuck my hand inside. Do I need to remind you of what's in here? I said shortly. Malfoy rolled his eyes. You're not fast enough to get me with a wand or the knife, he said confidently. I'd hex you before you could blink. Besides, you might just topple over. When was the last time you actually slept? He asked pointedly. I sniffed and again, I started to make a snappy comment. But just the mention of sleep had me letting out a jaw-aching yawn. I hastily covered my mouth with my hands. I have things to do, I don't have time for you Malfoy, I snapped, lowering my hands and turning away. I left the common room and headed up towards Ning Myrtle's bathroom. I kept mostly to lesser-used passages and the secret passageways that peppered the school. I didn't need to be held up by more people having a go at my clothes. I pushed open the door to the bathroom and peered around. There were no crying or splashing sounds coming from the stalls, so I took that to mean that Ning Myrtle wasn't in. I let out a sigh of relief. Myrtle was a pain at the best of times, and she wasn't particularly fond of me. She went out of her way to be a pest whenever she saw me, which was why I usually actively avoided her. I approached the sinks and focused my eyes on the snake carving on the tap. I opened my mouth. Open, I commanded. It sounded normal to me, but if I paid attention, then I could hear the hiss under it that everyone else heard. The granite sink slowly ground backwards and sank down into the ground. A grate slid out of the way, leaving the gaping hole in the middle of them open for me to slide down. Already, I could smell the musty, damp scent of the pipes and it was bringing back bad memories. I'd gone down into the chamber with Harry, Ron, and Lockhart in our second year. Unfortunately, when the tunnel caved in, I'd been stuck on the other side with Ron and Lockhart. Not only that, but a particularly bastardous falling boulder had clipped my shoulder hard enough to dislocate it. I spent the time Harry was defeating Tom Riddle's diary sitting on the ground and cradling my arm, trying not to scream from the pain as Ron alternated between grunting as he moved rocks, trying to comfort me, and cursing Lockhart. My shoulder throbbed. I knew if I stood there absorbed in memories any longer I'd psyche myself out too much and it would be even worse. There's nothing to be scared of down there, I scolded myself. The basilisk is dead and Riddle's gone. I bounced on my toes a minute, getting myself ready, and then jumped, dropping down into the pipe. It was as bad as I remembered, the jagged stone scraping along my back and rear as I slid down the pipe. I clutched my bag to my stomach, fearful of losing it in the darkness of the tunnels. My breath came faster and faster as my eyes strained for any kind of light in the blackness. My old fear of darkness began to settle over me and I could feel my heartbeat pick up as I rounded a corner in the pipe. Blessedly, that was the end of it. I shot out and landed hard on the floor, managing to keep my footing enough to land on my feet. I staggered a few steps and then regained my balance, looking around me. Bones of all kinds still littered the floor. I could see several crushed skeletons from the last time I'd been down here. Turning away from the bones, I dug out my wand and raised it. Lumos Maxima, I said hastily, and I was annoyed by how nervous my voice seemed. The light burst from the tip of my wand, illuminating the dark, slimy stone walls of the tunnel. I breathed a sigh of relief now that I could see and tucked my bag closer to my stomach. I twisted around and aimed my wand, wincing when I saw the dirt and filth that covered my back. Deciding that a scourgify on my clothes would definitely be needed in addition to a good wash once I got out of here, I headed down the tunnel, keeping my wand raised aloft and looking around. My shadow danced along the wall beside me. I moved faster than I had 2 years ago. I knew what I was walking into and I moved quickly to get this over and done with instead of creeping along warily. I mentally recalled the path we'd taken back then. It was down, the pipe curved slightly to the right and then straightened out, and then. Even though I knew it was coming, the shed skin of a basilisk still made me take a quick step back when my wand light landed on it for the first time and made the scales glint. Even though it must have been shed years and years before, the scales still shone a vivid, poisonous green. I winced. I'd never seen the thing alive, but I could just imagine how terrifying it must have been. Again, I cursed myself for getting hurt, for being useless, for hanging back while Harry ran off to face danger on his own. That seemed like it was always the way it was. Me waiting in the wings while Harry ran out on stage. Sometimes I preferred it that way, but other times I wished I had joined him out there. This was definitely one of those times. I continued on past the snake skin. It was just past it that I found the place where the ceiling had caved in when Lockhart's memory charm backfired and exploded. The place where Harry had wriggled back through seemed smaller than I remembered. I was glad I hadn't gained as much weight as I usually did, because I had to s.k. in my gut and squirm to get through the hole as it was. I popped out the other side and looked around cautiously. This was officially new territory for me. I crept warily along the tunnel, around one bend and then another, making sure my wand illuminated as much space in front of me as I could. I rounded a third bend in the tunnel and stared. On the wall in front of me were carved 2 entwined serpents, their bodies coiled around each other. Rubies were set deeply into their heads where their eyes should be. They shimmered menacingly in the light. My spell caught and flickered across the edges of the carving and the snakes seemed to move and shift subtly. I liked snakes, but these put my teeth on edge. Quickly, I barked out, "Open." The serpents parted as the wall cracked and ground open. The halves parted and slid smoothly out of sight. I stepped forwards and strained my arm up, lifting my wand to try and take in as much of the chamber as I could. It was a long and dimly lit. The ceiling was so high that it was lost in darkness. Towering stone pillars rose up to support it, more serpents carved around them. They cast long black shadows through the greenish gloom. Water lined the walkway on either side. I couldn't tell how deep, and I didn't want to get close enough to find out. I continued on towards the opposite edge of the chamber, where I knew the basilisk would be. My footsteps echoed ominously off the stone, sending up small splashes that dampened the hems of my jeans. The cold fabric clung to my ankles and made my feet feel unnervingly numb and clammy. I had reached the last pillar and I smelled it before I saw it, the stench of death and decomposition. The basilisk was twisted, half on its stomach and half on its back, its long tail trailing into the water. It lay between the feet of a towering stone statue. I looked up the sweeping robes to the ancient, monkeyish face of the founder of my house and the long beard that trailed down his front almost to the ground. I took a moment to gape in awe at the man who had founded my house. Rendered in stone, 100 feet high, it was easy to imagine him as one of the greatest wizards of his age. He wasn't why I was here though. I turned away from him and focused on the basilisk's corpse. It seemed in decent shape, better than I'd expected at least. Large portions of the skin were still intact, but some had been eaten away by mice and rats. A pool of blood and fluids was stained into the stone around the body, particularly around the hole in its head and the places the rats had gotten to it. Gritting my teeth and trying to push away my disgust, I clenched my wand between my teeth and reached into my bag to pull out my potions knife. Shaking my head and trying my hardest not to breathe at all, I stepped towards the closest big patch of intact skin that I could find and started to cut. It was probably a result of the decomposition, but the skin came away easily and in large chunks once I had gotten my knife between it and muscle. I carefully spread the pieces on the floor as I pulled them free. I took more than I would reasonably need, not only as a precaution in case I messed up, but also because when else was I ever going to get the chance to get my hands on basilisk skin? In the end, I managed to disconnect my mind from what I was actually doing and just focus on the motions. Sliding my knife, peeling the skin away, carefully laying it out, stepping around a chunk of something that might have been an internal organ. I went on autopilot, cutting and peeling and spreading. By the time I pulled myself out of it, I had taken almost all of the remaining skin, but for the parts that were underneath the basilisk or the bits closest to where the rats had been. I turned away from the skinned animal, bile rising in my throat as what I'd just been doing washed over me again. I had no problem using things like organs and eyes in potions, and I was one of the few girls who hadn't even squealed a little the first time they cut into a frog liver, but this was a little much even for me. I peeled off my gloves and cast a quick cleaning spell on them to get rid of the gore. Then I pulled my wand out of my mouth and began to walk around to the various pieces of skin and murmur the spell I'd gotten from the book in the library. Every piece I passed tanned and dried, shrinking slightly as it became more workable and less juicy. Once they were all ready, I rolled them up into long strips and set them aside. Only the smaller pieces would fit into my bag. Then I put my wand back into my mouth and grabbed my knife up in one hand and the vial of phoenix tears in my other. I crouched down by the basilisk's skull and set the vial down within easy reach. This was where it got really dangerous. A slip could make one of the teeth cut into my arm and I didn't fancy poisoning myself today. I worked carefully as I dug the tip of the knife into the receded gum around the easiest fang to get to. I worked it slowly around, peeling away the skin before digging the knife into the jaw, trying to pry the fang out. It came away with a wet, king sound and a rush of fetid air. I leaned away, wrinkling my nose, and laid the fang down next to me. I took out half of the upper jaw before I was satisfied. I cleaned the blood and bits of gum off of the teeth and placed them into my bag. I was happy to pack up my gear and spoils into my bag, tucking the larger sections of skin under my arm. I made my way back through the tunnels quickly. I desperately wanted a shower before my detention, and the prospect of being clean in hot water made me nearly sprint out of the place. I had to Wingardium Leviosa myself back up the tunnel, which was tricky to do while balancing my load, but I managed to land safely in the girls' bathroom and took a relieved gulp of fresh air, stowing my wand in my pocket. "What were you doing down there?" I whipped around. Myrtle was sitting in the toilet, her arms folded on the rim and her head leaning on them casually. "None of your business," I said shortly, before ordering the chamber to close and hustling off. Again I was careful to stay out of the public eye. I dropped off all of the skin and fangs in the apprentice's lab, but by then I was running really low on time. I nearly tripped a couple of times as I sprinted back to the dorms in a combination of haste and exhaustion. "Nagana," I panted out the password and staggered inside. Salazar spit Potter. Lily stood up sharply from the couch. The entire common room was staring at me in a mixture of disgust and disbelief. I glanced down at myself and cursed aloud when I realized I'd forgotten to scourgify the grime of the Chamber of Secrets off of me. I was still covered in slime and dirt and blood. Potter, even Parkinson was speechless as she gaped at me. Are you all right? Not. Zabini and Malfoy were still sitting at the same table where I'd left them, but chess and reading had been exchanged for homework somewhere along the way. They were all pale as they stared at me, which was a real feat for Malfoy. What are you staring at? I demanded of them. Never seen a girl fresh from the Chamber of Secrets before. Zabini looked like he'd seen a ghost. That's where you ran off to. Potter, what the hell? He struggled for words then exclaimed, just what the hell? I don't want to talk about it, I said bluntly, before making a quick escape into my dorm. I did the belated scourgify on my clothes before hopping into a scalding shower. I would have dearly loved to stand under the water for about an hour and let it wash away even the memory of everything that had gotten on me, but I didn't want to be late for detention. So after a quick but thorough scrub and 2 rounds of shampoo, I jumped out and tugged on more casual clothes, a pair of slacks and a white button front shirt. I cast a quick drying charm on my hair and pulled it up into a ponytail suitable for keeping it out of the way while brewing. It was waist length and I'd need to take my potions knife to it soon, whacking off the last couple of inches. I emerged from the bathroom and quickly refilled my bag for the next day of classes. A note was resting on my bedside table. I picked it up and opened it. It was Snape's handwriting, and it simply read Lab. I grinned. He was going to let me brew instead of doing a real detention. I could have screamed in delight. After everything I'd been through, the idea of losing myself in the process of brewing a potion was like a vacation. I tucked my wand up my sleeve and headed out for detention. I got several strange looks as I walked through the common room, and I couldn't blame them, but with me looking normal again no one seemed to care enough to press for more about what I'd been off doing. A lot of them probably didn't even believe I'd been in the Chamber of Secrets. I entered the apprentice's lab for the second time today. Snape was already there, sitting at the counter that was spread with basilisk skin and fangs. He looked from the pile to me, slight incredulity on his face. I felt vaguely ill as I recalled the image of the skinned basilisk and shook myself off. Please don't ask, sir, I begged. It was disgusting and I don't really want to talk about it. Snape looked me over, and he must have seen something that convinced him not to pry, because he nodded to me and said, fair enough. He gestured to the piles of basilisk parts, the organized racks of ingredients, and the sewing supplies on the shelf. You've been busy, he observed. You've no idea, sir, I said with a sigh as I moved to the spigot on the wall and turned the knob. Water poured out of the gargoyle's mouth and into the bucket below. The room was silent except for the sound of running water. Your bezoar, Snape said, pulling it out of the pocket of his robes and setting it on the countertop. I glanced back at the stone and nodded. Thanks, sir. You haven't been sleeping, Snape said. I nodded, turning off the water and lifting up the bucket. My arms shook from the weight and the water sloshed alarmingly as I carried it closer to the cauldrons. You haven't been eating much either, Snape continued. He might have been talking about the weather, as casual as he sounded. I nodded again, flushing slightly. I could feel him watching me as I ladled water into the 3 cauldrons. I carried the bucket back to the spout and dumped the rest of the water out, turning the bucket itself upside down over the divot to drain. Potter, stop trying to pretend you can conquer basic biology. It's tiresome and not at all constructive. Something snapped in me. I whipped around, throwing my arms up into the air. Well, excuse me, sir. I snapped at the professor. Excuse me for spending my nights researching because if I close my eyes I have these dreams about me or Harry getting eaten or burned alive. Excuse me for not eating a lot because whenever I do it upsets my stomach thinking about the fact that I might not survive this damn tournament. I'm sorry I'm being tiresome worrying about my life, sir. I know it may not be important, but I'm rather attached to it. My voice echoed off the stone walls, sounding at the same time furious and nearly broken. I paled as I realized exactly what I'd been shouting and, more importantly, who I'd been shouting it at. I trembled at the sight of Snape's blank expression as he stared at me. Oh sweet Salazar. "Yes, sir," I stammered weakly. I'm sorry, I just feel better, Potter. I gaped. Do I, what? Do you feel better? Snape repeated slowly, like he was talking to an imbecile. While I support self-sufficiency, you're being a dunderhead. I recoiled. Coming from Snape, that was downright hurtful. You are weakening yourself to a dangerous point, Snape said coldly. You have time. I've looked over the specifications for the potion. He held up the parchment that I'd left sitting on the counter. You should have several days between finishing it and the first task. You needn't do everything overnight. I slumped. He was right and, worst of all, I knew it. I know, sir. But once I run out of things to do, I end up worrying or getting angry. It's not productive, I added with a weak attempt at a smirk. Snape scoffed. As I understand it, you have animagus reading you could be doing instead of worrying. Aside from that, I can tell you with complete confidence that you're the only one putting this much effort into getting ready for the first task and that you are easily the most prepared candidate. If not one of the most absent-minded, apparently. I stared. Absent-minded. Snape placed the parchment back on the counter and tapped it with one finger. With this, you have no need of that. He nodded to the stacks of basilisk skin. I stared. Then I stared some more. He was right. The potion would keep me from getting burned, which had been the original hope of the basilisk skin before I knew about Sine Fraxinus. It was a rookie mistake, something stupid and something I shouldn't have done. I was smarter than that, I cursed myself. I think that was when it really hit me how much harm I was doing myself by not sleeping or eating normally. And, because I was running on little food and even less sleep, I picked that moment to burst into tears. I sagged against the stone wall behind me and covered my face in my hands. I'm sorry, sir. I stammered, trying to wipe away the tears and make myself stop crying. I bit down hard on my lip to stop the sobs from coming out. I'm just. You're overexhausted and you're starving, Snape said shortly. Now pull yourself together or I'm leaving. He stared down his nose disdainfully. At this rate, you'll kill yourself before the tournament gets a chance to. Oh, okay. I managed to get my sobs under control. I wiped away my tears with the cuffs of my sleeves and took a deep breath. Snape raised an eyebrow at me. Are you done wasting my time? He asked shortly. To anyone else it may have seemed callous of him. To me, it was the best thing he could have done. He wasn't letting me linger on my screw-up or letting me sit and stew. He was giving me a verbal kick in the pants and telling me to get over myself and do what needed to be done. I was proud of how steady my voice was when I said, "Yes, sir." I moved to the first cauldron and jabbed my wand under it, lighting the fire. Can you read me out the first step, please? Crush 5 rue seeds into a fine powder. I stared at my reflection in the mirror of the dorms. After a couple of nights of real, solid sleep, aided by just a sip of dreamless sleep before I went to bed, the dark circles under my eyes were almost entirely gone. My color had come back a little too, thanks to some decent meals. My housemates had been surprised to see me back to eating with them, but Lily and Tracy, at least, were supportive, sliding bits of food onto my plate when they thought I wasn't looking. I kind of loved them for it. It was the day of the first Hogsmeade visit and the Sine Fraxinus was coming along well. All 3 of the batches had come out, thought it was a near thing at one point. Snape barely caught me before I messed up one of the more complex stirring patterns, actually catching my hand and completing the set himself. All that was left was to let them simmer for another day and then add the Phoenix tears, and I should be golden. I'd asked Kriya to come to the apprentices' lab tomorrow night. Not only did I want her to take a look at the potion and make sure it looked right, but I also wanted to ask her a couple of other questions, see what other kinds of lost potions she might know the recipes to. For now, though, I locked any and all concerns about the tournament up in a box in my mind and chucked away the key. I was determined to enjoy myself. I'd even dressed up for the occasion, in a mid-thigh length emerald green sweater dress, cream-colored tights, and a pair of brown leather riding boots. This was without a doubt the nicest outfit I owned, and it had been one of the first things I ever did with my income from Amity's. I added a slick of bright red lipstick, gray eye shadow, and the snake earrings I had gotten from Daphne first year. Aunt Petunia had pitched a fit when I came home from my second year with my ears pierced. I'd gotten it done in Diagon Alley by a giddy witch with multiple nose piercings who didn't seem to care that I didn't have a parent or guardian there to approve. When on Privet Drive I usually wore cheap studs and covered my ears with my hair so as not to push Aunt Petunia too far. That first summer she'd all but ripped my studs out of my ears in the hopes that my holes would close, but I just unbent paperclips and poked them through my ears. Thankfully, like the one about Harry's hair, Aunt Petunia had eventually accepted defeat on that one. I wrapped a cream-colored scarf around my neck, one Mrs. Weasley had taught me how to make. It was a simple stitch and all I could do, but I could manage a scarf, and that was good enough for me. Giving my reflection one last look over, I grabbed the pouch of money and a list of the books I wanted from my trunk, tucked them into my boot, stuck my wand down the other one, and headed out. Filch gave me a highly suspicious look as I checked out of the castle. I couldn't blame him, it was a rare Hogsmeade trip when I came back without something from Zonko's. Fortunately for him, I wasn't planning to hit up the joke shop this trip. I was after books and butterbeer, and alright, maybe some more dung bombs to replace the ones I'd used in the charms corridor. The walk down to the village was chilly. A cool wind had whipped up in the past couple days, and I was grateful for the thick knit of my dress as I hurried down to the village, my hair whipping in long strands around me. I passed several other students on my way down, even a couple of knots of Durmstrangs and Beauxbatons. They got the day off too, apparently. My favorite bookshop in Hogsmeade was a tiny little second-hand place called Tomes and Scrolls jammed between the potion shop and a greengrocer's. I pushed open the door and stepped inside, smiling at the smell of old books. I pulled my book list out of my boot and scanned over it. Hello Lorena. Mr. Simonson was a tiny old man who ran the shop. He had glasses like Trelawney, with big lenses that magnified his eyes. He was completely bald except for a shock of hair behind his ears that usually stuck out and made him look like he'd just stuck his finger in a light socket. I was regular in Tomes and Scrolls, and Mr. Simonson was used to seeing me. I'd even venture so far as to say he liked me, probably as much for the amount of money I'd spent in his shop as because of my fondness for books. Looking for something specific, I see. He nodded to the list in my hands. May I? I approached the counter and passed over the list. Mr. Simonson took it and let out a low whistle when he saw the topics covered. Animagus transformations, the Patronus charm, and advanced metawizardry. He shook his head. I know you're a capable witch, Lorena, but this is a little much, don't you think? Just curious, I explained smoothly. Do you have any of them? We have most of them, Mr. Simonson said, nodding thoughtfully. The only ones I'm not sure about are these last two Animagus books. They should all be up there, in advanced topics, he said, pointing to the upper floor. Thank you, I said, and took my list back. The ancient, skinny staircase creaked under my weight as I made my way up. I reached the landing and moved among the stacks, trying to hurry. Tracy and Lily wanted to meet at the Three Broomsticks at noon, which gave me a little under an hour to find everything, pay, and get over there. Thankfully, Mr. Simonson was nearly obsessive-compulsive about organizing his stock. Once I found the books on Animagi, I could be certain that that was all the store had on the topic, and if they had the books I needed, they'd be there. I felt a bit bad as I cleaned off nearly a whole shelf, loading the books into my arms and staggering around the corner towards where the defense books were. Whack! My books hit the ground in a series of thumps and I staggered backwards, barely managing to catch myself. I shook myself and blinked, trying to figure out who I'd run into. Sorry, the apology died on my lips as I caught sight of owned hair. Oh, never mind then. Malfoy sneered at me. I see you're finally emerged from the library. Or no, you haven't really, have you? He stared around at the shelves full of books pointedly. I'm starting to get the feeling you get off on reading, Potter. I rolled my eyes. Better than getting off on being an ass, I snapped back, bending down to pick up my books. I pulled 5 of them into my arms and cast around for the 6th one. It couldn't have gotten far. Animagi transformations in history. My head snapped up. Malfoy stood over me, reading off the title of my missing book. He smirked down his nose at me. Well, look at that, you've finally figured out where you belong, Potter. I was crouched at his feet. I glared up at him, tossing my hair as I stood. Give me that back, I snarled, making a swipe for the book. Malfoy held it up over his head. Damn him and his height. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of watching me leap for it. Instead I stood and death glared at him. Malfoy, I don't have time for you, I snapped. Hand it over, ferret. Stormy gray eyes swirled like a hurricane as Malfoy's smirk dropped. Watch yourself, Potter, he growled. I told you, that never happened. What's the matter, Malferret? I sang. Embarrassed that you made a better ferret than a person. Again, my mind was cast back to hearing the same thing said in the Shrieking Shack about Peter Pettigrew. I winced. It almost made me want to take it back. Malfoy was a prick, but he was no Pettigrew. Thankfully, that kind of evil was relatively rare in this world. It took a special type of twisted to sell out your friends. Looks like you're wanting to be something other than a person as well, Malfoy said, wiggling the book pointedly. Hoping you can get rid of that thing on your face if you're not human. That hurt a lot more than it should have. My hand wanted to instinctively fly up to cover my cheek, an ingrained response after years of having passers-by stare and my aunt and uncle comment on it callously. But if I did that, Malfoy would know he'd gotten to me. I gripped the spine of one of the books so tightly my knuckles went white and glared. That's not how animagi work, I said coldly. Every mark on me would still be on an animal form. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, looking startled. Wait, you mean you're actually trying to become one? You thought I was just lugging all of these books around to keep in shape? I huffed, shifting the weight onto my hip. Malfoy looked down at the other books, realizing they were all about animagi. His eyes widened. Merlin, I figured you were just being a bore as usual, but you're actually going to try it. He realized, looking between the books and me in disbelief. Potter, are you mad? You've got bigger things going on than turning into a gecko or something. I scowled. I would not be a gecko, I huffed. And I'm just researching right now, it's not like I'm about to try and transform right here. I narrowed my eyes at him. That weird expression that might have been concern was back on his face. And why do you care, Malfoy? I asked silkily. I don't, he said immediately and firmly. I shook my head. What, you think my brother won't last 10 minutes but you think I will? You're worried I'll be too distracted to pull myself through. Malfoy sneered. Don't flatter yourself, Potter. Am I wrong? I countered. Otherwise why would you have said I was crazy to try? Transfiguration isn't exactly your forte, Malfoy snapped. It's not like you've got much of a chance of becoming an animagus. I just thought maybe you'd be more focused on keeping yourself alive than a vanity project you've got no hope of doing. For your information, Malfoy, I growled, I've got a very good chance of becoming an animagus. The image of the phoenix in McGonagall's mirror burned even clearer in my mind and I was more determined than ever to make it a reality. And I'm as prepared for the first task as I could ever be, don't you worry about me. I gave one leap and managed to snatch the book away from him, rounding the corner into the defense section. To my surprise, Malfoy actually followed me, dogging my heels as I moved down the aisle looking for the book about the Patronus charm. I did my best to ignore him, and it was even easy to pretend he was just another random shopper. But then he opened his mouth. I already told you I wasn't worried, Potter, Malfoy drawled. I gritted my teeth and ignored him, still scanning the shelves. I found the book I wanted and reached for it, but with a seeker's reflexes, Malfoy reached out and snatched it first. Answer me this, Potter, he said, casually depositing the book on a shelf above my head. I glared at the book and then at him. And why would I do that? I snapped. Answer it and you can have your precious book, Malfoy taunted. Are you going to actually try in the tournament or are you going to let your brother win? I blinked. I'd expected him to ask something nasty, like did I really think I could pull of magic like that, was I ready to start sprouting fur, instead he asks me something like that. But it was something I hadn't considered. If it came down to Harry and me in the tournament, would I surrender and let him win or would I try my best to beat him and steal the win for myself? The answer presented itself easily, I would try to win. Of course I would. Because much as I hadn't wanted to be in this tournament in the first place, I didn't want Harry to win. More specifically, I didn't want him to beat me. I was so sick of Harry beating me at Quidditch. I was sick of being left behind while he ran headfirst into danger. I was sick of him being the most popular, the most well-liked. And I knew I'd never be well-liked. I wasn't strictly speaking a likable person, but I still wanted it nonetheless. If I could do this, if I could just beat Harry at something that mattered more than a potion's grade or the number of detentions we had, then maybe I could stand next to Harry for once. I closed my eyes and remembered the mirror of Arised and the image it had shown me. Myself standing in front of our parents with Harry as the afterthought, with Harry as the background. The image still made my gut churn with self-loathing, but after all these years I had accepted that selfishness was part of my nature. There were worse flaws to have, right? I'm a Slytherin, aren't I? I said dully. Malfoy shook his head. Not good enough, Potter, because you're the least Slytherin I've ever met. I gaped at him, offended. I could be just as big of a jerk as he could, just as prideful, just as arrogant, and he was saying I was a bad Slytherin. You care too much, Malfoy explained simply. I smirked. He thought I cared too much. I thought I didn't care enough. Maybe I was hovering nicely in the middle then, and I wasn't quite as messed up as I thought I was. I'd take the win for myself, I replied bluntly. I dug my hand into my boot and pulled out my wand. Accio book. Malfoy had to duck as the book soared off the shelf and nearly clipped him in the head on its way to my arms. I tucked it onto the pile and turned away, heading around the corner and into another aisle. This time, he didn't follow. I stood, frozen, in the middle of the aisle, waiting for Malfoy to either come after me or leave. Going to get herself killed, he finally muttered, and I heard the stairs squeak and groan as he stomped down them. I sighed in relief and sagged back against a shelf, closing my eyes. Behind my lids, a ghostly version of myself lifted aloft the Triwizard Cup to cheers from the rest of the school. I could see Harry's face in the crowd, but I couldn't quite figure out what expression he should be wearing. Would he be proud of me? Or would he feel betrayed? Much as Harry said he didn't like the attention, he did expect it. He expected people to know who he was and to recognize him for defeating Voldemort. He was used to being in the spotlight, and much as he said it was too hot, I didn't see him stepping off stage and ushering me on. I shook myself out of my thoughts. I was supposed to be happy and normal and not worrying today, and I quickly found the Medwizardry book Pomfrey had recommended. Like Mr. Simonson had said, the shop was only lacking 2 of the books on my list. I can order them for you, he offered as he gave me the price. I accepted the offer as I passed over the galleons for my purchases. He bagged up my books and waved me off with a smile. I promised to come back next Hogsmeade weekend to get the books and headed down the street. I didn't have very long to get to the 3 broomsticks, but Zonko's was on the way, and I knew exactly where the dung bombs were. I could probably map the entire shop in my sleep at this point. I nipped in quickly and grabbed 2 boxes of dung bombs, snagged a package of sugar quills for myself and a bar of frog spawn soap for Parkinson, and was out the door in under 5 minutes. The 3 broomsticks was blessedly warm inside and jam-packed. A couple of Hufflepuffs were swapping chocolate frog cards at one table and Cho Chang was surrounded by her usual gaggle of Ravenclaws at another table. Ron, Fred, and George were at another table and Moody and Hagrid were there as well, the pair of them being given a wide berth. Potter, Tracy and Lily had managed to snag a quiet booth in a corner. They were both waving me over. I grinned and made my way over, carefully maneuvering my bag so that I didn't bang it into anyone. I waved at Fred and George as I passed their table, scowled at Ron, called out a cheery greeting to Hagrid, and finally dropped into the empty seat next to Tracy. They already had a butterbeer waiting for me. Bless you, I told them gratefully, taking a swig and reveling in the sweet taste. Are you trying to start your own library? Lily demanded, peering at my bulging shopping bag. I shook my head. Some of it's from Zonko's, I explained. Needed to get some more dung bombs. Right, we heard about that, Tracy giggled. I heard it took a couple of Hufflepuffs about 3 showers just to get the smell off, they were right next to one. We all shared chuckle at the idea of little Hufflepuffs frantically scrubbing off the smell. Why'd you do it though? Lily asked curiously. Just hadn't made much mischief yet this year. She added pointedly. I shook my head. Nah, I needed to talk to Dumbledore. About what? Tracy asked curiously. What could Dumbledore possibly do for you? Well, you see we've been having a secret love affair, I said casually, hesitating just long enough for Lily to take a sip of her own butterbeer. She sputtered and choked as Tracy and I grinned. Lily gave me a dark look. Not funny, she rasped, dabbing the butterbeer off of her lips. Disagree, I chirped. No, I needed Phoenix tears from him for something. Ooh, a potion, Tracy asked eagerly. I nodded. Something for the tournament. She pressed further. Yeah, it'll be ready tomorrow, too, and it's looking good, I explained. Tomorrow would be the real yay or nay, when Kriya told me if I'd done it right or not. And then after that, I'd be betting my life on it. I failed to see the purpose of this, Snape said, staring down his hooked nose at me as I cut out the last sleeve from the basilisk skin spread on the floor. Well, I've got the pattern, I've got the skin, it's magic resistant, I might as well, I said with a shrug. There's no telling if these might come in handy later in the tournament or not, and if it's already made, then that's less for me to worry about. Snape raised an eyebrow. And you are capable of sewing robes? He asked skeptically. I looked up at him, blowing a chunk of hair out of my face. I can darn a sock or fix a seam. Sewing robes by hand? No. By magic. Yeah, I think I can manage. And it's not like I don't have extra, I added, nodding to the rolled skin in the corner of the room. Snape nodded thoughtfully as I arranged the pieces of the garment on the ground, lining up edges and making sure everything was straight and even. Then I picked up the silvery needle and threaded it with a bit of the emerald green color Hilly had given me. I tapped the needle with my wand and muttered, "Consuetani mecum." The needle lifted itself into the air, poised and ready. Carefully, I began dragging my wand down all the seams, gingerly separating the layers of fabric to do hems. The needle followed the trail my wand made, sewing nearly as fast as a sewing machine. The robes were nearly half done when Kriya finally drifted through the door with a smile on her face. The needle kept stitching as directed when I stood up and greeted her. "Kriya." "Hello," Kriya said kindly, nodding to me and then to Professor Snape. "Potions Master," she greeted respectfully. "Thank you for coming," I said politely, and gestured to the 3 bubbling cauldrons. The phoenix tears had been added about an hour ago, and if Kriya gave the okay, I would be able to pull them off the fire and start bottling. Kriya drifted closer to the cauldrons and peered inside, observing the color. "It looks to be the right shade of red," she said. I sighed in relief. "Could you ladle some out and pour it back in so I can see the consistency?" Snape obliged, plucking up a ladle from the counter and approaching one of the cauldrons. He walked down the line, pulling out a little and letting it fall back in. Kriya observed all of this closely, crouching down and leaning half into the cauldron to get a good look. She smiled brightly. "Looks to be the right consistency," she encouraged. "Now, what does it smell like, would you say?" "Nutmeg and old socks," I said bluntly. Kriya winced. "Ah, yes, unfortunately it tastes about the same. I think you've done it though," she added bracingly. If Snape hadn't been there, I might have pranced around the lab in delight. As it was, I contented myself with grinning like an idiot. "Well done," Snape approved. He flicked his wands and doused the fires under the cauldrons. "You may survive the first task." "Good luck," Kriya encouraged. "I'm thinking of going. I'll be rooting for you." I grinned and waved a goodbye to her as she drifted off through the door. I'd try to track her down later and asked her my questions. For now, I had a ridiculous amount of bottling to do. Snape and I sat down at the counter. By the time we were done, I had about 4 racks full of vials that just contained Sine Fraxinus. I may or may not have overdone it, I said with a wince. "Better too much than too little," Snape countered, holding up a pair of bottles to the light. "Do you mind if I take a few vials for study?" I nodded. "Sure, go ahead, I don't really need 3 cauldrons full of the stuff." I pulled down about 4 vials of Sine Fraxinus and lined them up on the counter. Next to them, I set the bezoar Snape had given me weeks ago. Now when it was time for the first task, all I'd have to do was nip down, grab what I needed, and I'd be off. I glanced to the side and saw that while Snape and I had been bottling, the needle had finished its work. It had stabbed itself into the spool of thread and the completed robes lay on the ground. I gathered them up, brushed off any dust, and flipped them right side out. I shrugged them on over my clothes and turned to face Snape. "Do I look menacing, sir?" I smirked. Snape rolled his eyes. "Menacing is not the word I would use." He turned away to examine the vials of potion again and I stuck my tongue out at his back. "Potter." I quickly ked my tongue back in. "Nothing, sir." The day of the first task, classes ended at midday. Thankfully, it spared me divination. I had transfiguration though, so I told McGonagall about my shopping trip and explained that the last 2 books were on order. She seemed pleased with the progress I'd made and asked me a few questions to see how I was comprehending what I'd read so far before ushering me off to lunch. Instead of heading straight to lunch, I headed to the apprentice's lab to grab my potions and bezoar. I tucked them into the pockets of my robes along with my wand and left my bag in the dorms before heading off to lunch. "Nervous?" Lily asked as I sat down and spooned some potatoes onto my plate. "I'll send flowers to your funeral," Parkinson sneered. I rolled my eyes and took a hefty bite. Crumb was sitting to my right, as usual, and he looked a little stressed. I swallowed my mouthful and clapped him on the back encouragingly. He jerked in surprise. Clearly, he had been lost in his own head. Good luck, I told him smoothly before taking another bite. Ah, thank you, Crumb said awkwardly, looking down at his lap. Elia smiled at me across from the table. He reached out and placed a hand over my free one. Good luck to you as well, he said to me, his voice going low and intense in that way that made my stomach flip. I bit my lip and blushed in reply as Parkinson gaped. Potter, maybe you should focus less on flirting and more on keeping yourself alive, Malfoy said loudly. Embarrassed, I tugged my hand away from Elia and glared at him. Don't you worry about me, Malfoy. Someone's gotta be around to keep your head from getting so big you don't fit into the common room anymore, I snapped at him. The only one with a big head around here is your brother, Malfoy said shortly. I glanced across the hall. Harry was sitting with Hermione at the Gryffindor table, looking like he was lost in his food. He was pushing around peas on his plate absently and didn't look like he'd actually taken a bite. My face scrunched up in worry. He knew, and I was still angry at him for knowing and not telling me. But what I knew was that there was no way Harry was going into this task as well prepared as he could be. My hand slipped to my pocket. I shouldn't need that many vials. What if one of them just happened to spill into Harry's goblet? I was halfway through rising when McGonagall approached Harry and spoke to him. He dropped his fork with a clatter. Miss Potter, Mr. Crumb. I looked around and found Snape standing behind me. His eyes flicked between the pair of us. The champions are to report to the grounds to prepare for the first task. I nodded grimly and stood up, patting my pocket to reassure myself. Crumb rose as well, looking even grimmer and more serious than usual, which was quite a feat. Snape took off, black robes flapping around him, and we both followed. Are you prepared, Potter? He asked me bluntly as we crossed the grounds towards the Forbidden Forest. I patted my pocket. Snape's eyes followed the motion and he nodded in satisfaction. Good. We edged around the forest until we got to a large striped test. I guessed it was covering the view the champions might have had of the dragons. Didn't want to spoil the surprise, after all. I glanced to the side. I wondered if Crumb and Fleur knew. Did Cedric? Yeah, Harry probably would have told him. Cedric and Fleur were the only champions in the tent yet. They looked up when Crumb and I entered. Fleur wasn't looking quite so haughty as usual, which I was pleased to see. Cedric looked faintly green, and I knew he'd been told about the dragons. I turned around to say something to Snape, but he was already gone, heading back up the castle. Miss Potter, Mr. Crumb, wonderful, Bagman said brightly. He and Crouch looked like they'd been in the midst of a conversation, but Bagman completely abandoned Crouch to approach us. You'll need to change your robes. I looked down at my school robes. Into what? I asked uncertainly, eyeing Fleur and Cedric. Cedric gave me a weak smile and plucked at the front of his house-colored shirt. Fleur was wearing a powder blue tracksuit and what looked like an expensive silver dueling vest, a powder blue robe resting across her knees. You can change back there, Bagman said, gesturing to the back of the tent which had been filled with curtained-off cubicles, each with a name pinned to it. I noticed Potter written twice, once in green and one in red. I headed towards the green one and ducked inside, wondering what on earth they were about to put me in. It wasn't bad, all told. Dark pants and a pair of trainers, a green and black shirt with Potter written across the back, and a baggy green and black hooded sweatshirt with Potter written on it again. There was also a pair of fingerless gloves. I was relieved that I couldn't be deprived of pockets, at least. I quickly changed and slipped my wand up my sleeve, tucking the bezoar and vials into the pockets on the hoodie. I swept my hair up into a tight ponytail and left my cubicle, glancing around. Crouch and Bagman had gone somewhere, it seemed. There were a few chairs scattered around, as well as a jug of water and several cups resting on a table. I got myself a glass of water and sat down, staring at my reflection in the liquid. I looked skinny and pale and scared. I watched as I shifted my features into something harder, more determined, and was pleased when I was glaring back at myself from the water. Water, wouldn't that be the perfect way to get Harry with the potion? Smiling slightly to myself, I looked up. McGonagall ushered Harry into the tent, looking concerned. Harry himself was pale and looked like he'd had a sleepless night. I'd taken some dreamless sleep to prevent just that from happening. Harry, I said, standing up and going over to him. McGonagall nodded to me. I took Harry by the arm and guided him towards his cubicle. Get changed, I urged him quietly. Harry nodded wordlessly and stepped through the curtains. I returned to my chair and sat down, still staring at the jug of water. If I was caught, I'd definitely be in trouble, not to mention it would be embarrassing and Harry would be angry that I didn't trust him to handle the task himself. I'd rather have him irritated than incinerated. Mind made up, I waited for Harry to emerge. He saw me at the table and moved over, taking a seat. He reached for the jug of water, more for something to do with his hands than because he was thirsty, it seemed. Let me do it, I said hastily, snatching the jug from him. One hand dove into my pocket and uncorked the vial as I poured the water into an empty cup. I set the jug aside and used my other hand to pass the cup over. The vial was tucked between my pinky and ring fingers, tilting and pouring into the water as I passed it over. Harry took the water and raised it to his lips without paying attention. His eyes widened as he tasted it, nutmeg and old socks, and he met my eyes across the top of the cup. I stared him down. I could see in his eyes that he wanted to dump the cup out and spit out what he'd already drank. I narrowed my eyes, daring him to do it, trying to tell him that this was for his own good. I squeezed his knee under the table, and Harry relented, chugging the whole cup of water down. What was that? He hissed as he passed the cup back to me. I did a subtle scourgify to remove any traces of the potion. I shook my head at him. Just trust me, I breathed back. It'll help. Harry still looked a little uncertain, but I guess something on my face kept him from protesting what I'd done, because he stood up and started pacing the tent. I remained seated, taking periodic sips of my own untainted water and wondering just what was about to happen. I could hear hundreds of feet moving past the tent and I knew that things had to be starting soon. I looked up, squinting in surprise as I saw Harry with his ear pressed to the side of the tent, a dim outline of another person on the other side. I rose and moved closer, standing in front of Harry so he didn't look quite so suspicious. I peered through the gap in the panels of fabric that made up the tent, recognizing a familiar head of curly hair. Hermione. Lorena. Hermione greeted me, looking stressed. Do you have a plan? I nodded. Hermione's head bobbed up and down distractedly. Good, good. Just concentrate. After that you just have to battle a dragon, Harry filled in grimly. Green eyes locked across the short distance between us before a flurry of canvas blocked my view. Hermione flew through the fabric and enveloped Harry in what looked like a back-breaking hug. There was a brilliant flash from over my shoulder. I whipped around and Hermione removed herself from Harry. Rita Skeeter was beaming, her cameraman standing next to her. She looked just as hideously colorful as the last time I'd seen her. Young love, she beamed. How stirring. Her quill, floating in the air next to her, scribbled something on a notepad. If everything goes, unfortunately today, you two may even make the front page. Rita smiled saccharinely at Harry and Hermione before her eyes turned to me. I saw a bit of a bite in her smile. What about you, Miss Potter? Any thoughts on this couple? They're not a couple, I suggested coolly. You have no business here. Crumb stalked over, looking delightfully intimidating with that surly expression on his face. This tent is for champions. And friends, he added, eyes lingering on Hermione, who blushed slightly. Rita raised an eyebrow and grasped her quill out of the air. No matter. We've got what we wanted. She trailed the feathered tip of the acid green quill across Crumb's jaw before moving off. Thanks, Victor, I murmured as the camera flashed again. He shook his head, blinking away stars from the picture. No problem, he replied thickly. Good day, champions. Bagman announced grandly, making his way into the tent. Crouch and the headmasters all followed him into the tent. It was starting to get a little crowded. I noticed Rita didn't leave, just slipped off to the side and kept quiet, watching interestedly. You've waited, you've wondered, and now the moment is at hand. Bagman crowed, gesturing for us to circle around him. Karkaroff stood behind Crumb, Maxime behind Fleur, and Dumbledore stood behind Harry, Cedric and I. Miss Granger, he said in surprise. What are you doing here? Oh, Hermione shifted uncomfortably. Sorry. She hastily made her escape and I saw Rita smirk in the corner, her quill off and writing again. I understand one of you has prepared a potion they wish to use during the task. Crouch asked. I nodded, reaching into the pocket of my robe and pulling out a vial of the sign Fraxinus. You prepared it yourself? He asked sternly. I nodded. And you have a witness. Professor Snape. I saw Karkaroff sneer at the mention of Snape and wondered what his problem was. He watched me brew it. Very well, Crouch nodded approvingly. But you must take it now. I nodded, opened the vial and downed the potion, wincing at the taste. Barty, the bag. Bagman announced grandly, seeming not to mind that Hermione had snuck in. Crouch jostled forward to stand in the center of our circle. He pulled a large purple velvet drawstring bag from inside his robes and loosened the top. A plume of smoke drifted out unnervingly. Miss Delacour, he said, offering the bag to Fleur first. She pulled out by its tail a highly annoyed-looking green dragon and dropped it into her palm. It had a small number 2 tied around its neck. The Welsh green, Crouch announced as Fleur looked up at Maxime uncertainly. Her headmaster patted her shoulder supportively. Mr. Crumb. Crumb reached in the bag and pulled a dragon out without flinching. It had a 3. I recognized the distinctive spiky face even before Crouch spoke. The Chinese fireball. Ooh. Karkaroff seemed pleased with the choice. I guessed he knew as well, at least Crumb hadn't gotten the horntail. Cedric was next. He reached in and pulled out the dragon with a 1 around its neck. The Swedish short snout, Crouch announced. I could have cheerfully punched Cedric in the face. Why couldn't he have picked out the horntail? Then at least Harry and I wouldn't have had to worry about it. Crouch offered the bag to Harry, who gave me a nervous glance as he reached inside. He knew what was still in there too. He winced and recoiled slightly before dragging out and placing in his hand the Hungarian horntail. Damn, I said softly. Harry's had a number 4 around its neck, which meant that I was going last. I didn't know how I felt about that. On one hand, I didn't have to run straight out into the fray. On the other hand, I got to sit there and worry about how everyone else was doing before I headed out. I reached my hand in and drew out the Norwegian Ridgeback, a 5 around its neck. Crouch spoke again. The Nor. I know what it is, I said shortly, staring at the tiny dragon in my palm. It looked up at me and let out a small cry before blowing a thin stream of fire. I smiled slightly. That tiny dragon noise reminded me so much of Norbert and I absently wondered how he was doing. Crouch pulled the empty bag away, looking mildly annoyed. These represent 4 very real dragons, each of which has been given a golden egg to protect, Bagman explained. Your objective is simple, collect the egg. Inside is a clue to the second task. Any questions? I didn't have a question. I had a complaint. Female Ridgebacks were more aggressive than males, and if there were eggs involved that would be even truer. The tent was silent. Dumbledore stepped forward. Very well, Mr. Diggory, at the sound of the cannon you may. Bang! The tent swayed unnervingly as the cannon fired. Everyone stared up at Filch, who was positioned by the cannon on a platform on the main post. He shrugged helplessly. All right then, Dumbledore said, motioning Cedric forward. He stood at the mouth of the tent, taking deep breaths as the crowd in the distance chanted, Diggory. 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 It was terrible, sitting in the tent and listening to Bagman's commentary is the only idea of what was going on out there. He wasn't very descriptive. The crowd's groans, screams, and cheers set my teeth on edge. I retreated to one corner, my wand folded between my hands as I waited. Crumb went, then Fleur, and then it was Harry's turn. I grabbed his hand as he walked past me towards the opening. Good luck, I said, squeezing his hand tightly. He looked down at me and gave me a weak but fond grin. You too. You die and I'll kill you, I warned him. Harry's grin strengthened a little. I know. With that he walked out of the tent. I purposefully blocked out the noises then. I knew if I got caught up in the crowd screaming I'd end up tearing my hair out in frustration. And now, our final competitor. From Slytherin House, Miss Lorena Potter. Bagman roared. I surged to my feet and left the tent, stepping out into the enclosure. I could see the pale faces of the crowd around me, they were raised up high above the ring, for safety reasons probably. Some held posters supporting different champions. A few more equality-minded people had just painted things like the Hogwarts crest or, Go Team Hogwarts. The arena itself was a rocky wasteland, random jags of stone shooting up out of the ground. I couldn't see the nest. That wasn't surprising. Things would of course have to be as difficult as possible, meaning that the nest would be on the opposite side of the arena. Accio golden egg, I cried, pointing my wand. The golden egg didn't come soaring at me. I wasn't surprised. If it was that simple, this wouldn't be much of a test. Dimly, like it was coming through a badly tuned radio, I could hear Bagman narrating, "Potter tried a summoning charm on the egg. Good opening tactic, but we can't make it that easy, eh." A huge roar went up from the crowd and I heard someone bellow, "Potter, behind you." I whipped around as a shadow loomed over me. Standing on a rocky ledge over me was the Norwegian Ridgeback, its wings flared. I knew that posture. Oh dear Merlin. I dove to the side desperately, but I couldn't escape it. Heat like I'd never felt before enveloped me for a second. It didn't hurt thanks to the sign Fraxinus, but that didn't take away from the fact that I'd basically just been tossed into a pit of lava. I came out of the fire and people screamed in fear and disbelief as I emerged unscathed. Great Scott, I thought it got her. But no, Miss Potter seems unharmed, thank goodness. Bagman was still narrating. I fumbled in my pocket for another bottle as I scrambled to my feet, ripping out the cork and downing it. I tossed the vial aside and heard it shatter against the rock and I dove behind a boulder for protection, panting wildly, my heart racing. At least I knew my potion worked. I listened and heard Rocky crunching as the dragon shifted, its weight and claws tearing into the stone under it. I could see its shadow and watched as it spread its wings and stretched its neck. A gigantic pair of lungs breathed in. It was looking for me, trying to find me. Apparently the fire had been enough of a distraction that it hadn't noticed me dart behind the boulder. The dragon let out a triumphant bugle and I saw its shadow surged forwards. I pressed back against the boulder, staring up in horror as the ground shook under me. A head half as large as my whole body poked over the edge, smoke drifting out from the nostrils. I could see mixed glints of green and red on the teeth, blood and venom. Yellow eyes burned down at me. Well, I'd joked about it before, but maybe it wasn't a bad idea. I stabbed my wand at the dragon and shouted the spell I'd used on Malfoy on the train. Several strings of fireworks shot out of the tip of my wand and exploded inches from the dragon's face. The surprised burst of fire and noise made it rear back, but it would only distract it for so long. Now it would be even angrier. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, I took off sprinting across the arena, trying to cover as much ground as I could before the Ridgeback got itself together. Unfortunately, she seemed to be used to smoke and fire and loud noises, being a dragon and all. The firecrackers barely slowed her down and then she was on me again. I heard a loud inhale and guessed she was about to breathe fire again. I lunged to the side, rolling and letting out a cry as a random jag in the stone tore into my shoulder. I smacked into another boulder and quickly scrambled behind it, panting as fire bloomed only a few feet away. The dragon swung its head around and the stream of fire shifted. It wrapped around the edge of the rock and surged around me. Again came the horrible, scalding feeling of being dunked in lava, but my skin didn't bubble or peel and I wasn't reduced to ash. I didn't know how long the potion would hold out against a sustained burst of fire though, so I kicked off the rock and lunged to my feet, staggering away from the rock. My hand dropped to my pocket. I'd given one vial to Harry and taken 2 myself, 2 to go. I couldn't do this much longer. Now I know I saw it. Miss Potter was hit by the dragon's fire, but she seems completely unharmed. Is this the result of the potion she drank before the task? I raised a vial to my lips, ripped the cork out with my teeth, and downed the potion, tossing the vial aside like I had before. The ground shook under me as the dragon followed, its footsteps sounding as loud as thunder. It was so close. Thankfully, the Ridgeback couldn't just let off shot after shot of fire. After a sustained burst like that, it would take it at least a minute or 2 to work up another. I jumped, trying to get a burst of distance between us during that time. Hot breath and the fetid smell of dragon breath wrapped around me. I glanced back and screamed aloud as I saw the dragon was right there, close enough to touch, anger raging in its eyes. Its bared teeth glinted in the sun and gnashed shut. Pain exploded up my leg as one fang dragged a bloody line down my calf. I hit the ground hard on my back, terrified out of my mind but trying to stay calm. The more panicked I was, the faster my heart would beat, and the faster the poison would spread. I remembered it had taken a night for Ron's hand to swell up and turn green, but that was when he was bitten by a baby Norwegian Ridgeback. A fully grown one. I probably only had a couple of minutes before I wasn't in any shape to manage getting a bezoar down my throat. My good leg scrambled at the rock, trying to push me away from the dragon's mouth as my hand scrambled in my pocket for the bazaar. A single vial of Sine Fraxinus was left, but if I didn't do something about my leg then that vial wouldn't do me much good. My hand closed around the gnarled bazaar. I tried not to think about the fact that what I was eating had come out of the stomach of a goat as I crammed it past my lips and swallowed, gagging and choking slightly at the size of it and the taste. My eyes watered as my throat and my leg burned. Boom, boom. Through teary eyes, I looked up. The dragon had taken 2 steps closer and now loomed over me. From my vantage point, the thing looked as large as the whole castle. My vision bent and twisted, or maybe that was the poison. The bazaar didn't seem to have kicked in yet. From my periphery I could see dragon handlers poised at the edges of the arena, their wands raised. But they seemed frozen, staring at the dragon. Something was surprising them. Something was surprising me too. I was still alive. I hadn't been gulped down a dragon throat or roasted like vegetable in the Hogwarts kitchen. I looked back up at the dragon, who was just standing there, looking down at me. It made a soft sound, almost questioning, and bent its head down. Its nose lowered towards me. I was reminded of my words to Snape. That's the bit above the teeth and fire. Those teeth were now so close I could have reached out and touched them. The dragon breathed in deeply once, and then out, the force of its breath blowing my hair back from my face and making my eyes water from the smell. I resisted the urge to cough and just watched the dragon. I couldn't exactly slip off now, not with a foot planted on either side of me and a mouth within reach. The dragon looked at me, and I was able to actually watch as the anger faded from its eyes. It made a warbling sound, a sound that a baby dragon might make. It reminded me with a pang of Norbert. I wondered if he was okay. We hadn't heard anything since we handed him over to Charlie's friends. Charlie's friends. Charlie Weasley, who I could see out of the corner of my eye looking odd. He was a Hogwarts graduate, one who now worked with dragons. And why wouldn't Hogwarts, when in need of dragons, turn to a Hogwarts graduate? Norbert had been too young to display any obvious signs of gender and we had taken Hagrid's word that he was a boy. What if? I looked up at the dragon, hesitantly stretching out a hand towards it. The arena was silent, the crowd holding its breath. I whispered, unable to believe it was possible, "Is that you, my lovely?" The dragon didn't understand me, of course, but I'd called Norbert, my lovely, enough that he knew I was addressing him when I said that. In answer, the dragon stretched out its head, not towards me, but over me. I found myself staring up at a wide swath of brown-black scales. I was under the dragon's chin, just where I used to scratch Norbert. That answered my question for me. I doubted every Norwegian Ridgeback grew up on a steady diet of chin scratches. I reached up and dug in my fingers. Norberta's, scales were much harder than they'd been as a child and I was awed by the shine they possessed now. The dragon made that same warbling sound it had made before and then let out a sound that could only be described as a purr. I heard Bagman whisper out an odd, sweet Merlin. My heart melted and I was torn between laughing in disbelief or crying in relief as I added my other hand to the scratching. I could hear the crowd murmuring in awe. That reminded me, this wasn't a private reunion. I was here for a reason. I was being timed. I had to get the golden egg, and I had to do it soon. Norbert remembered me apparently, but that was no guarantee she'd let me near her eggs. And I had to get over there first. I stood up and Norberta. Screw it, she was forever and always Norbert to me, lifted her head obligingly. I took a few steps back, limping on my injured leg. Norbert made a small sound of protest. She apparently didn't get many chin scratches these days, and shuffled forward a bit to keep my hand on her preferred spot for scratching. Grinning slightly, I took a couple more steps. With an indignant huff, Norbert shuffled along after me. I'm walking a dragon with chin scratches, I thought dizzily as I clambered over a boulder towards the opposite side of the arena, Norbert following me as I continued to rub and love on her. I crawled up a spike of rock and slid down the other side, and there it was, the nest. It looked like a bird's nest for the biggest bird to ever live, made of sticks and twigs. In the middle of it rested a clutch of coal-black eggs that were each easily the size of my head. And, I knew from experience, they were ridiculously heavy as well. In the center of the pile, shining innocently in the sunlight like it belonged there, was the golden egg. Norbert balked when she saw that we were back at her nest. Like I'd expected, she trusted me, but I was still coming around her kids and instinct was telling her to barbecue me and have me for lunch. It's okay my lovely, I cooed to her, trying to keep her calm. Remember, I love dragons. I'm nice, my lovely, I won't hurt your babies. Come on, why don't you show them to me? Let's go see them, huh? It'll be fine, all fine, my lovely, no one's going to get hurt. It didn't matter what I said, it was the way I said it. I kept my voice low and soothing, just like I used to talk to her when she was a baby. I peppered my speech liberally with, my lovely, to try and keep Norbert calm. Continuing my scratching, I took a few steps forward. Norbert came with me. The purr in her chest was leaning more towards a growl, but she let me stroll right up to the edge of her nest. I dropped to my knees beside it and Norbert seemed to relax slightly at the gesture. Now I wasn't towering over her babies. I reached out my free hand towards the nest. The purr changed fully to a growl then and I could see the glimmer of venomous teeth as Norbert's lips pulled back slightly. I know, my lovely, but one of these isn't yours, I cooed to her. It's not yours, it's an outsider. I don't know what it is, it might hurt your babies, my lovely, so I'm going to take it away, okay? I'm going to keep your babies safe. Moving painfully slowly, sweat trickling down my face. I stretched out my hand towards the golden egg. The growl picked up in volume, but I just kept reaching. I touched it, the golden exterior of the egg warm from basking in the sun for who knew how long. I gripped it by the latch at the top and pulled it free of the nest. Then, turning around, I offered it to Norbert. She sniffed the egg and drew back, blinking in surprise. I know, my lovely, I know. It's not your egg. They tricked you, didn't they, those mean old judges? I whispered. But I'm going to take it away now, okay? You won't need to worry about it anymore. Slowly I rose and began to back towards the entrance to the arena, the egg cradled in my arms. Miss Potter has done it. Bagman announced, and like someone had lifted a silencing charm, the crowd exploded into roars and cheers. Dragon handlers surged forward to keep Norbert calm in the sudden burst of noise. Charlie Weasley paused beside me. Nicely done, Potter, he muttered. You ever considered a career with dragons? I grinned. Not that it didn't sound exciting and dangerous, but I liked the idea of a career with a long life expectancy, my Slytherin self-preservation rearing its head. Besides, I doubted I would have done nearly as well had I not known this particular dragon beforehand. I headed back to the opening of the enclosure. Hagrid and Snape were waiting there. Hagrid was beckoning me over and beaming widely. Snape stood there with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face, but he was looking even smugger than usual. I knew he was proud as well. Well done, Lorena, Hagrid cried, clapping me on the back so hard that my injured leg crumpled. Snape quickly caught and righted me before I could take a nosedive. I was hoppin' yet get the ridgeback. Hagrid leaned closer and gave what was, by his approximation, a conspiratorial whisper. I knew he'd remember yay. I corrected with a snort and Hagrid's grin widened. Well done Potter, Snape congratulated me. Your potion performed admirably. I was glowing, outright shaking in relief, and possibly weariness, my leg and shoulder were throbbing worse than ever. To the medical tent, Snape said decisively, looking down at my leg. He clamped a hand on my shoulder, partially to guide me and practically to keep me upright, I guessed, and steered me out of the arena. Madame Pomfrey was standing in the opening of a second tent looking more furious than I'd ever seen her. Dragons, she shouted as she snatched me away from Snape and dragged me into the tent. Dragons, Dementors, what's next? Turning a batch of Lethifolds loose in the dungeons. Releasing some quintupeds on the grounds. The tent was divided into 5 separate cubicles by curtains, one for each of the champions, I guessed. Harry was just leaving one as we passed. Her eyes widened as he saw my charred clothes and bleeding leg and shoulder. Rena, he breathed. Are you okay? I grinned at him brightly and shifted my egg so that he could see it. No problems, I said proudly. Miss Potter, you've been bitten by a venomous dragon, please sit down, Madame Pomfrey said sternly, pointing inside the cubicle next to Harry's. Harry's eyes went wide and he grabbed my uninjured shoulder desperately. You got bitten. Are you okay? Merlin Rena, you need to sit down, you need to. Calm down, I've already downed a Bazour, I assured him, brushing his hand off my shoulder. That one might not be bruised but it was still sore from the spectacular amount of falling I'd done. You okay? Yeah, Madame Pomfrey patched me right up, Harry said, giving the Medowitch a glowing look. And she'd like to do the same to your sister, Madame Pomfrey said tartly. I slipped away from Harry and sat down on the bed inside my cubicle. Madame Pomfrey all but dove on my leg, running her wand over it several times and whispering spells before confirming that the bazaar had done its job. You're lucky you thought to bring one, Madame Pomfrey said as she dabbed a thick, purple potion that burned and smoked onto my leg and shoulder. I winced at the smell the potion let off but recognized it as something to clean out the wound and prevent infection. Madame Pomfrey cleared away the disinfectant and healed the cuts with her wand. When I reached up to feel my shoulder, the skin was smooth and unblemished. I glanced down at my shin. A wavy, uneven line about a foot in length ran down my calf. I sighed. Magical creature. Can't heal it any better. I guessed. Madame Pomfrey winced. I knew she felt bad about every single scar she'd been forced to leave on my body over the years. I'm sorry, Miss Potter, but... Don't worry, I'm used to it, I said dully, hopping off of the table. I'm gonna go get my scores now, thanks for your help. Whoever was trying to get me and Harry killed had picked a genius way to pull it off. They didn't even need to get their hands dirty. They could just sit back and watch as the tournament did their work for them. In one task I'd nearly had my leg ripped off and gotten poisoned. This first attempt had failed, but they still had two more, and they would most likely be even more dangerous than fighting dragons. You can go see your score, Madame Pomfrey offered. I nodded. That sounded good. It'd be nice to see how I did. I wasn't anticipating a high score considering how long I'd taken, but I'd accept beating Fleur. I left the tent and ventured back towards the arena. Harry was waiting there with Ron and Hermione, eyes fixed on the judges. How'd the others do? I asked. Lorena. Hermione cried, whipping around. She took in my bedraggled appearance. You're okay. I thought when that dragon fire hit you, I really thought you were dead. I filled in bluntly. No, just hot as hell. You got hit by dragon fire, Harry repeated blankly. I looked at him and nodded. How are you alive? I reached into the pocket of my robes and smugly held up the last vial of Sine Fraxinus. Harry's eyes widened in understanding. That's what you gave me, he hissed. That's what it does. Makes you imperious to dragon fire. Just once though, I clarified. Hermione looked horrified. You dosed Harry. But any potions the champions take they have to make themselves. If you'd been caught, I'd be in trouble but I'd have a fire retardant twin, I said shortly. You're not going to make me feel bad about it, Hermione, so don't try. I whirled on Ron, who was standing sheepishly in the back. And why are you here? I snapped. Don't you have someone to dog my brother with? Ron winced. Right, well, it's all right, Harry said hastily, grabbing my shoulder. We made up Rena, we're friends again. Ron cleared his throat and looked at me apologetically. Sorry Rena, I reckon whoever put your name in there, they want you dead. I'd noticed that, oddly enough, I said shortly. Harry raised an eyebrow at me, frustration creeping over his face. What's got your wand in a knot? He demanded. I sighed and shifted the torn-up leg of my pants away, revealing the long scar down my leg. It wasn't that bad, just a wide, faintly purple line tracing down my calf. But it was still one more scar that I didn't need. Harry winced. Sorry Rena. Can't Madame Pomfrey get rid of it? Hermione asked sympathetically. I shook my head. Wounds made by the claws and teeth of magical creatures will almost always scar even if you've got a professional healer standing in the wings. Their natural magic counteracts spells to some degree and makes it almost impossible to completely heal the injury. Well, here's something that should brighten your day, Ron said, pointing to the judges. They're ready for scores. Where do they stand? I asked. Harry and Crumb have 40, Cedric has 35, and Fleur has 32, Hermione rattled off. I grinned. Fleur was in last place. What happened to Delacour? I asked. She got set on fire, Ron said bluntly. I threw my head back and laughed. I watched as Madame Maxime, the first judge, pointed her wand. A long silver ribbon launched itself into the air and twisted into a 6. Ron made a sound of annoyance. That's what she gave Fleur, he noted in disgust. Guess she wasn't impressed you made it through the flames. I doubt they'll all be so nice about it, I said shortly as Crouch waved his wand and shot a 7 into the air. Lorena, You brewed a potion that helped you survive dragon fire and you had a bezoar on hand when you got bitten, Hermione chided. I looked at her sideways and smirked. Saw me down that, huh? Of course, she replied immediately. Even Madame Maxime and High Master Karkaroff have to recognize that. Dumbledore gave me an 7 as well, which I still thought was a little generous as apparently I'd taken the longest of any of the champions. Then again, he was my headmaster, so I guess he was playing favorites a little. I glanced to the side. I wonder what he gave Harry. Definitely more than an 8. Bagman fired a 10 into the air. I wasn't entirely surprised. He seemed like the type that would appreciate the show more than the magic that was actually done. I could have been out there conjuring pansies and so long as I made it exciting I'd have probably gotten a 10. Karkaroff looked grudging, but he raised his wand into the air and gave me a 5. Harry roared indignantly. But you did way better than that. What did he give you? I asked curiously. He's probably just trying to get his champion a win. Harry looked a little sulky as he admitted, 4. I snorted softly. So, at least one judge had scored me higher than he had Harry. That was nice to know. Then again, it was Karkaroff, which was a little odd. Maybe it was because his Durmstrangs were on the best terms with his Slytherins. Or maybe Elia or Krum had put in a good word. Then again, Elia had said Karkaroff hated Snape, so why would he give one of Snape's students more points? Unless it wasn't necessarily hatred Karkaroff felt for my head of house. Maybe it was more like fear. He wouldn't be the first person that Severus Snape had terrified, now would he be the last? But that begged the question of why. Why would Karkaroff be afraid of Snape? You're third. Hermione cheered. I did some quick mental math and realized with a dizzy spin of my head that she was right. I guessed things like taking up a little extra time didn't matter when I walked through dragon fire and tamed the dragon who breathed it. I grinned smugly. I'd beaten Fleur. Now my next target was Harry. You're tied in first place, Harry. You and Krum, said Charlie Weasley, hurrying to meet us as we set off back toward the school. And Lorena, you're third. Listen, I've got to run, I've got to go and send Mum an owl. I swore I'd tell her what happened, but that was unbelievable. Oh yeah, and they told me to tell you you've got to hang around for a few more minutes. Bagman wants a word, back in the champion's tent. Hermione wanted to send her parents and all about the first task, so she headed back up to the castle. Ron offered to wait outside though as Harry and I entered the tent. I settled down on one of the more comfortable chairs, much more relaxed than I had been before the task. I crossed my leg, scarred one on top, and twirled my wand around my fingers thoughtfully. Fleur, Cedric, and Krum all came in together. One side of Cedric's face was covered in a thick orange paste. I wrinkled my nose. There were better potions than that for burns. Cedric grinned at Harry when he saw him. Good one, Harry. And you, said Harry, grinning back. Cedric's eyes flicked past him to me. I smirked at him from my chair. Not your best look, Diggory, I said mockingly. Cedric winced, gently touching the paste on his face. I know, he admitted sheepishly. But Madame Pomfrey told me to wear this through the night and then scrape it off in the morning. I rolled my eyes. I've got something better, I'll get you some. Do you really? Cedric asked in surprise, his one visible eye widening. He smiled at me genuinely and his eyes went soft in a way that made my stomach flip slightly. Bad Rena, I scolded myself. Don't get ked in by the pretty boy. Thanks Potter, that's really nice of you. It's no trouble, I said bluntly, trying not to look as twitterpated as I was. I got some for myself and I just happened to have extra. Cedric opened his mouth to respond, but he was cut off. Well done, all of you, said Ludo Bagman, bouncing into the tent and looking as pleased as though he personally had just got past a dragon. Now, just a quick few words. You've got a nice long break before the second task, which will take place at 9:30 on the morning of February the 24th, but we're giving you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at those golden eggs you're all holding, you will see that they open, see the hinges there. You need to solve the clue inside the egg, because it will tell you what the second task is, and enable you to prepare for it. All clear? Sure. Well, off you go, then. I tucked my egg under my arm and left the tent with a spring in my step, Harry on my heels. I grinned when I saw Not, Lily, and Tracy standing outside waiting for me. Tracy darted forward and enveloped me in a hug. That was amazing, she yelled in my ear. You were amazing. How did you do that? Potions and preparation, as usual, I said smugly, separating myself from Tracy. So is that it? Not asked, nodding to the egg in my arms as we started up to the castle. Your clue to the next task. Have you opened it up yet? Lily asked curiously. Do you know what it says? I shook my head. Nope, I'm not thinking about the second task until tomorrow, I swore to them and to myself. For right now I'm going to ride the high. You've earned it, not agreed with me. You came in third. Tracy sniffed. If you ask me, you should have come in first. Crumb blinded his dragon. It staggered around and smashed some of its eggs. I winced at the idea of baby dragons getting killed. And your brother just summoned his broom and flew circles around the dragon. I rolled my eyes. Why was I not surprised? Actually, that was a lie. I wouldn't have pegged Harry for thinking up something like that, because it was sort of clever. He wasn't the youngest Seeker in the century for nothing. The plan definitely played to his strengths, but I knew for a fact that a week ago Harry couldn't even cast an Accio. Something was up. Someone had helped him out. I bet you're ready for dinner, huh? Tracy asked as we stepped into the castle. I nodded, my stomach rumbling aloud. You all go ahead, I want to put this away and get some proper clothes on first, I said, gesturing to the egg in my cinched clothes. I could smell the faint scent of burning hanging in the air around me. All right, Lily said, waving as they all entered the great hall. I hustled down to the apprentice's lab and set the egg on the counter. The lab had quickly become my base of operations for anything tournament related. I used the parchment and scrawled out my account of the first task for Sirius, including Karkaroff's odd bit of favoritism towards me and the strangeness of Harry using a broomstick. I assured him that I was probably being paranoid, but I figured he'd like to know. I stuffed the note in my pocket to mail later along with a vial containing a few phoenix tears and went to the common room. I dodged a few congratulatory pats on the back, citing a desire for a shower and some food, and made my way to the dorm. I managed a quick shower, used a charm to dry my hair, ignored makeup and dressed in slacks and a button front as usual. Feeling much more refreshed, I left the common room and headed for the Great Hall. That seemed to be where most of my year mates had congregated. A lot of the Slytherin table burst into cheers when I approached. I smirked at the for once positive attention and slid into the empty seat between Crumb and Zabini. Well done, Zabini crowed, slapping me on the back. You really are a genius with potions, Potter, Daphne said politely, but she was grinning widely and I knew she was glad that the Slytherin champion was doing so well. She tossed her cornsilk hair and glanced over at Crumb. Nicely done to you as well, Victor, she purred. Crumb shifted uncomfortably. Thank you, he said uncomfortably, and proceeded to bury himself in his steak. I nodded to him sympathetically. Pity about those eggs, but conjunctivitis wasn't a bad idea. I'm guessing that's what you used. Victor grunted noncommittally, which I took as a yes. Better than what I did to try and distract it. Crumb looked up curiously. He hadn't seen my performance, evidently. That did you do? She let off a load of fireworks in its face, drawled a familiar voice. I rolled my eyes and glared over my shoulder as Malfoy continued, not exactly special, but as much as she could manage, I guess. Oh stuff if dragon breath, I huffed, recalling with a mental smirk just how bad dragon breath actually was and making a mental note to call Malfoy that more often. You're just jealous I'm a better brewer. And a dragon tamer, Lily added. Really Potter, how'd you do it? Jealous of you, sneered Malfoy. Not even in your dreams, Potter. But I'm curious too, how'd you convince the dragon not to eat you? I smirked widely and leaned around Zabini to look Malfoy in the eye. You seem oddly surprised that I knew how to handle a Norwegian ridgeback, I purred. You of all people should know that I'm good with animals. Dragons in particular. Malfoy looked confused for a split second and then his eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled our first year. Him catching us with Norbert was the reason we had to send the dragon away. It wasn't, Malfoy breathed. There's no way. Oh but it was, I cooed. It really was. Zabini looked between the two of us blankly. What in Merlin's name are you both on about? Ancient history, I said simply and turned back to my meal. But Malfoy wasn't done. If that's true, Potter, then you cheated. He said smugly. All I've got to do is go and tell the judges. Tell them what? I countered. No one believed you then and no one will believe you now. Give it up, Malfoy, I've got you this time. Malfoy scoffed. Don't get cocky just because you made it through one task, Potter. You just scraped by on the skin of your teeth. I bet the next task will do you in. He said certainly. I raised an eyebrow. Oh really? I asked slyly. You bet, do you? And just what do you bet? Another 20 galleons. Malfoy shook his head. Let's make it 30, I bet you will come out of the second task with at least another scar for your troubles, he said, nodding to the one on my face. I scowled, annoyed at him for mentioning new scars when I'd already gotten one from this tournament. And I bet you I won't, I countered, reaching over Zabini to shake on it. Malfoy's hand clasped mine. I was caught off guard by the fact that his hand was warm, not cold and slimy like I always imagined. Not a hot and sticky kind of heat either, but a soft, pleasant warmth. His long fingers wrapped nearly all the way around my bony hand and made me feel smaller than ever. Deal, Malfoy said, and shook my hand up and down before pulling his hand away. I quickly whipped my own hand back. Malfoy carefully wiped his hands on his robes. I rolled my eyes. Don't listen to him, Elias said, leaning across the table and putting his hand over mine like he had several times before. This time, instead of being caught off guard by the warmth of the hand, I was comforted by it. It was familiar. You did wonderful. You really are an amazing brewer, coming up with a potion like that. I smiled at Elia and shifted in my seat. The vial of phoenix tears poked my hip and the parchment crinkled aloud. I scanned the Hufflepuff table and realized Diggory wasn't there. He must have been down in the Hufflepuff common room already. Thank you, I told him hastily, but I've just remembered, I've got something to do. Potter, Daphne said in surprise as I stood up hastily. Don't worry about it, I said quickly. Just something I wanted to check. I hustled out of the great hall and down the corridor that led to the kitchens. Instead of pausing at the bowl of fruit, one moved down the hallway towards a pile of barrels in a niche on the right-hand side. In spite of what one might expect, the Hufflepuff basement was actually one of the more difficult ones to get into. You had to tap the barrel 2 from the bottom, second in the middle row, with your wand in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. If you got the rhythm or the barrel wrong, you got doused in vinegar. I tapped the barrel and leapt back, just in case I'd done it wrong. The lid to the barrel lifted and revealed a passageway into the Hufflepuff basement. The common room always surprised me. It felt perpetually sunny with light let in through round windows that looked out onto grass and dandelions. Copper lamps hung from the ceiling. The furniture was, of course, upholstered in yellow and black. I didn't like it. A little bit of it was probably house loyalty, but I had always preferred the Slytherin common room, with its slightly dim, greenish lighting and the darker colors and colder temperatures. All of that combined with the lapping of the lake made for an incredibly relaxing sort of room. The Hufflepuff basement was bright and cheerful and happy, and it made me feel like I was a black cloud walking in. It exhausted me. The Hufflepuffs looked horrified when they realized the person who had just come in was not only not a Hufflepuff but was a Slytherin. Hey. I looked around and saw a tiny first year standing up from a table full of his fellows, trying to look threatening. Why, you shouldn't be here. How'd you get in? Relax, if I was here to do damage I'd have come at night and been a little sneakier about it, I said shortly, addressing the entirety of the room. I'm here for Diggory, is he in? One of the Hufflepuff prefects stood up and addressed me. And why do you want him, Potter? He asked calmly. I rolled my eyes. That's not really your concern, is it? I replied, letting my wand slide from my sleeve and into my hand as I crossed my arm. My wand tapped against my bicep pointedly. Cedric is resting, the prefect said coolly. I'm not going to bother him unless you tell me why you need him. I sighed and shook my head. Thankfully, I don't really need you to figure out where he is. I'd never actually been as far as the dorms. But I assumed that like the other common rooms the boys were on the left and the girls were on the right. I knew I'd guessed correctly when I approached the door on the left and the prefect moved to block me. Potter, you're not getting in, he said shortly. Not until I'm sure you're not going to curse him or something. Yes, because Slytherins are known for our bold recklessness when we take out our enemies, I said sarcastically. It's not like we're known for poisons and subtle poisons. Oh wait. I pretended to ponder that for a moment. Move it, prefect, Diggory knows I'm coming anyway. The prefect snorted. Right, I completely believe you. I sighed and turned as if to leave, then darted around the prefect and opened the door, slipping inside. I shut it behind me and flicked my wand. The next person to come through would get a pie in the face. I started down the hall just as the door snapped open behind me. Sure enough, a key lime pie flew into the prefect's face. I laughed mockingly as I strolled to the 7th-year dorms and opened the door. The Hufflepuff boys' dorms were a little cleaner than the Slytherin guys, and nearly pristine compared to Gryffindor. I knew that for a fact. The patchwork quilts covering the beds were all neatly made and the copper lamps and bed warmers on the walls were burnished to a bright glow. Cedric was easy to find. His was the only bed that was occupied. He was apparently more worn out than I'd thought, because he seemed to be passed out under the covers, the clean side of his face resting on the pillow. I shut the door behind me with a click and cast the same spell on the door again. Then I calmly strolled over to Diggory's bed and gave the mattress a good, hearty kick. He came awake with a jolt, casting around blearily. "Was it? What's, Potter?" He gaped at me, sitting up sharply. His quilt fell down, revealing a bare and well-toned chest. I smirked and gave him a quick once-over. He flushed and quickly gathered the sheets up to his chin. "How did you get in here?" he asked, staring at me in disbelief. "The password is ridiculously overcomplicated and annoying, but not difficult once you know it," I replied simply. Diggory raised an eyebrow at me skeptically. "And no one stopped you from coming back here?" I smirked as I heard footsteps pounding down the hall outside. "Not quite." The door burst open. Pot, splat. Another pie, this time banana cream, hit the prefect in the face. He staggered back, letting out a shout of frustration, and frantically wiped whipped cream off of his face. He was scrubbing his eyes and cursing as he staggered into the room. I looked at him sympathetically. "That key lime probably stung a little." "They tried to stop me," I corrected. "It didn't work." The prefect spit out a mouthful of banana cream, finally managed to clear his eyes, and stormed forward. "Potter," he raged. "I swear, you're going to lose so many points. Don't think you'll feel that way here in a second," I disagreed, digging in my pocket. I offered the vial of Phoenix Tears to Cedric. The prefect blinked in surprise as Diggory took it without question. "Thanks for this," he said, nodding to the vial. He held it up to the light, squinting at the little bit of clear liquid. "What is it, anyway?" "Phoenix Tears," I said like it was no big deal, leaning my hip against Diggory's nightstand. His Swedish short snout was curled up in a ball on it, snoring and letting out tiny curls of smoke from its nostrils. Diggory jolted. Phoenix Tears. You're serious?" he confirmed. I nodded. "What, you think potions that make you invulnerable to dragon fire come cheap?" I had to take a trip to Dumbledore and get some Phoenix Tears for the potion. And since I was there, I got a bit extra, I added with a careless shrug. Came in handy, apparently. "Now would you please get that orange nonsense off your face? It's annoying me." "What's your problem with Madame Pomfrey's potions?" the prefect demanded belligerently. "She's a trained Medowitch after all, and you're just a 4th year. "Who's the best potions student in the castle?" I said shortly. I'm guessing that Burn Sav was not part of the batch Snape brewed up, because the color's a couple shades off. "It would have done the job," I admitted to Diggory, "but the side of your face would probably have been tender for the next week. Eating and talking would have been a pain." "You're going to trust her?" the prefect warned as Diggory raised a hand to wipe off the orange paste. Diggory hesitated and glanced at me. I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow, giving off an intense aura of, "I don't care." In reality, I knew I'd be a little stung if he didn't trust me. It was smarter not to, of course, but in this particular instance I was being nice. "Yeah, I am," Diggory said decisively, vanishing the paste from his face. I winced at the burns as he poured the tears out onto his fingers. He winced as well as he rubbed the tears onto the burns, but the moment the liquid touched the injury it started to heal at a visible rate, burned skin sloughing away and being replaced with new, unblemished skin. Diggory reached up, touching his face. He prodded carefully under his eye and along his jaw, and looked up at me appreciatively. "Thanks, Potter," he said gratefully. "That's loads better. Don't mention it." "No really, seriously, don't," I said shortly. "I can't have my house thinking I've gone soft. But to be blunt, if I can't win the tournament you're my next choice." "I am?" Diggory asked, bewildered. I nodded. "I've got to at least beat Harry for the sake of sibling rivalry, and I really don't like Fleur, so she's going down if I have to hex her myself. Frankly, I've got nothing against Crumb, but I don't like his headmaster, so he can't win either. That leaves you, which is still a Hogwarts victory, so I'm satisfied. Don't get cocky though, I'm not just going to hand you the win, I said sharply. Diggory smiled. Course not. He lifted the empty vial. Thanks again for this, Lorena, it really means a lot. You, might want to go though, he added, glancing in amusement at the thunderstruck and pie-covered prefect standing next to me. Maybe fewer pies next time you drop by, he suggested. I smirked. No promises, I snickered before turning and taking my leave. I strolled casually out of the dorms, sidestepping the remains of the pie, and walked down the hallway. I gave a leap over the remains of the key lime pie as well and stared around at the befuddled Hufflepuffs. Your precious seeker is unharmed, I said as I made my way towards the exit. That table of first years was still there. I paused by the door, leaned over, and shouted, "Boo!" They toppled over themselves to get away from me. Laughing uproariously, I left the Hufflepuff basement. During the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the illegal fifth entrant, 12-year-old Lorena Potter, displayed an alarming amount of control over the dragon she was supposed to get past. Many more optimistic souls are hailing young Miss Potter as a dragon tamer, and one of the great magical creature handlers of our time. Other, more skeptical parties, suspect something amiss. One of the dragon handlers who was held on site during the first task, who wished to remain nameless, had this to say. I've been doing this for 20 years, and the guy who trained me had been doing it for 40 more. I've never heard of anything like that happening. It's more than just impressive, it's impossible. Some are curious if Lorena Potter's control of the dragon relates to her talents as a Parseltongue. She was reportedly able to understand the basilisk during its attacks on Hogwarts during her second year. Is it that far of a stretch to understanding a dragon? Many crowd members reported seeing Miss Potter whispering to the dragon at multiple times throughout the task. Telling it to stay calm, perhaps. Or, even more sinister, working some sort of dark spell on the creature. I tossed aside the article in disgust. Rita Skeeter was at it again, trying to paint me as some kind of dark witch. I wasn't particularly surprised she was trying to get revenge, considering how short I'd been when I spoke to her. On the other hand, I was amused by how bad her hack job was. She still hadn't figured out the correct usage of Parseltongue and saying I could use it to control a dragon. Yes, because snakes and lizards were exactly the same thing. I sat in the apprentice's lab, staring at my egg. It had been 2 days since the first task ended and I had yet to open the thing. Honestly, I was putting it off. I had plenty of time, the lazy part of my brain whispered. The task wasn't until February. The paranoid and rational parts of my brain had finally teamed up and by.ch slapped the lazy part into submission, and now it was time. Reaching up, I twisted the latch at the top of the egg and let the sides fall open. Inside was what looked like a teardrop-shaped crystal structure, with shining bubbles swirling in it. I briefly registered how gorgeous it was before an ear-piercing shriek roared out of the egg, like nails being dragged on a chalkboard and a cat being strangled, but about 1,000 times worse. Lunging at the egg, I snapped it shut and rubbed my temples as the stone walls echoed with the remnants of the god-awful sound. That sounded like a bloody banshee. I whipped around. Kriya had drifted through the door and was floating just inside with her hands clapped over her ears. She lowered her palms and smiled at me. "Hello," she greeted cheerfully. "You said you wanted to talk. The Baron said he saw you coming in here and I wondered if this would be a good time." Right, I said, completely content to set the egg aside for a while until my ears stopped ringing. I dragged a stack of parchment towards me along with a quill and ink. "Well, here's what I was wondering. You've been around a while." 7 centuries, Kriya supplied helpfully. I opened my mouth to reply and then what she'd said clicked in my head. "Seriously?" Kriya nodded cheerfully. I shook myself, trying not to get lost in the idea of what it would be like to hang around that long. "Right, well, I was thinking that since you've been around that long, Sign Fraxinus might not be the only potion you know of that's been lost. Something else that might help me with the tournament maybe?" I asked hopefully. Kriya drifted over to the counter thoughtfully and settled herself down on the stool Snape usually occupied. "Perhaps," she admitted, "although most of the potions from my day have been improved upon since then." The potions you're familiar with would be better than mine. What about things for dealing with magical creatures? I asked, casting a glance at the golden egg. Banshees, maybe. Kriya made a face. Sorry, once you hear a banshee's cry it's all over. I can't believe it's a banshee though, she tried to comfort me. There are plenty of professionals who can't take a banshee, they shouldn't expect kids your age to handle it. They shouldn't expect kids our age to handle dragons either, I grumbled, reaching down and rubbing a hand along my calf. Well, it does definitely sound like some kind of creature, Kriya insisted. So maybe, have you heard of the stone skin potion? I frowned and shook my head. I'm not surprised, Kriya admitted. It was more in vogue back when your average wizard carried a wand and a sword. Anyway, it'll keep you from being cut by anything but the strongest of magical creatures. How do you make it? I asked eagerly, readying my quill. Kriya outlined instructions and I was off and writing. We worked for nearly an hour, and by the end of it I had written down the instructions for 2 other potions. One would let me turn invisible and the other was an advanced healing potion for ruptured organs. I really hoped I'd never use that one. I set the 2 pieces of parchment aside with the paper on signed Fraxinus. Briefly, I toyed with the idea of starting a journal of all of my tweaked potions and the new ones I'd learned from Kriya, but that sounded like a good project for next year during breaks on working on my Patronus and my Animagus reading. People had developed a nasty habit of seeking me out in the library to try and find out what the clue in the egg was. How was I doing? Had I figured it out yet? Did I have a plan? It got so annoying, particularly now that was getting into the trickier texts on Animagi, that I completely retreated from the library and took my reading down to the apprentice's lab most days. I'd been practicing my corporeal Patronus about once a week as well, and I was finally getting close. My random misty shield shape was starting to coalesce into something winged. Not distinct, but definitely bird-like, and I was excited. I kept trying new memories, trying to get the sentiment powerful enough, but nothing was working. I'd taken Sirius's advice. I stopped focusing on big memories, finding out Sirius wasn't a traitor, the day I got my first job, my first Quidditch game, the day I got my Hogwarts letter. The problem was that so many of my memories held at least a little bit of bitterness or anger. My Hogwarts letter. I was angry at Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. My first Quidditch game. It was Harry's 2nd year playing, it was only my first. I started trying small things, the contentment that washed over me when I got one of the squishy armchairs by the fire of the Slytherin common room and I could relax and just sit for a while, knitting absently. The warmth of cuddling up with Harry in cold winter months when the cupboard under the stairs was so cold we could see our breath. It was at this point that I started to see some progress. I'd gotten through nearly half of my Animagus books and I was chugging right along. Animagi transformations involved a complex understanding of transfiguration that I didn't quite possess yet, but with a little bit of supplemental research I was usually able to grasp the concepts pretty quickly. I was hoping that the progress I had made would allow McGonagall to help me try a real transformation in my 5th year. Then there was the second task. I spent hours on the clue, even once downing a headache draft and then lying on my back on the floor of the apprentice's lab and letting the egg scream for a solid half hour, trying to discern something from it. The only thing I'd noticed was that it wasn't a solid scream, it dipped and fluctuated randomly. Not exactly groundbreaking progress. All in all though, I was satisfied with my various projects as the year progressed. I made sure not to let my grades in my regular classes slip though. I would not let Malfoy get better grades than me, life-threatening tournament or no. I was still sleeping less than I would in a normal year, but I remembered Snape's warning and made sure I got at least a solid 8 hours a night. I didn't eat meals in the Great Hall much, but I was eating. I had Tippy send small plates of sandwiches up to the library or stopped by. And grabbed a picnic lunch to take down to the apprentice's lab. I was eating well again, and it was starting to show. My ribs weren't plainly visible anymore and my cheeks had filled out enough that I didn't look ill anymore. And then came the announcement. The Slytherin 3rd years and older were gathered in a room off the Great Hall. It was lined with tiered seats along the length of the room. Girls were pointed to one side, boys to the other. In the middle of the room, Professor Snape stood next to Filch, who was fiddling with an oversized record player. Lily leaned over and hissed, "Snape looks like he's contemplating homicide." More than usual, I agreed, and we shared a laugh. Tracy bent down from her seat above us. It's exciting though, isn't it? She pressed. A ball. I winced. I knew about the traditional Yule Ball from my reading on the tournament as a whole. Apparently it was a centuries-old tradition. Personally, I thought it was a tradition that should have been done away with. I was decidedly not a ball person. I wasn't a social butterfly like the other girls in my house, and I'd never danced a step in my life. It did explain one thing though, why Mrs. Weasley had gotten me dress robes. She'd done the shopping for all of us while we were at the World Cup. I'd been surprised to come back and find a flat white box on my bed with a shoe box beside it. Both of them had fancy letters swirled around the top in silver. There was even a jewelry box with a note from Mrs. Weasley saying that it held a Potter family heirloom that she'd thought would match my dress perfectly. I hadn't been able to bring myself to look in any of the boxes. I knew Mrs. Weasley had enough taste that I wouldn't look hideous, but then I'd never thought of myself as particularly attractive to begin with. Not ugly, just not something to write home about. I wasn't looking forward to seeing all the girls in my house wearing expensive dresses and looking like porcelain dolls while my skinny self stumbled around in heels that were way too high for me. Quiet, Snape said softly. He didn't have to yell. We all shut up the moment he opened his mouth. He stared around at us imperiously. As many of you are well aware, the school will be holding a Yule Ball on Christmas evening. As students of the host school, attendance is mandatory. I saw a few of the guys across the way groan or look disheartened. Crabbe and Goyle actually looked eager, which confused me for a minute until I realized. I tapped Tracy's leg. She leaned down and Lily leaned over. Look, and Crabbe and Goyle. They're ready for the buffet, I chuckled. They looked across the way and had to smother their own laughter at the sight of the two apish boys rubbing their stomachs and looking hopeful. In an attempt to prevent anyone from embarrassing the school in general, Snape continued, our headmaster has graciously provided time for the heads of house to hold what is, in essence, a dance lesson. Snape's mouth was twisted into a sour scowl. I tried to picture Snape dancing, but it just didn't work. He swooped and stalked, he didn't dance. I wonder if Dumbledore knew how close he was to death when he told Snape he had to lead this. Daphne hissed loud enough for all the girls for several feet in either direction to hear. We all smothered laughter and Snape gave our section of the seats a dark look. I am aware that many of Slytherin House have had previous dancing instruction. Not surprising. You couldn't spit in the Slytherin common room without hitting someone who was the equivalent of pure-blooded royalty. However, this does not excuse you. You may think of this time as a refresher. I want to dance with Draco, Parkinson said eagerly. Do you think he'll ask me to the ball? She asked Bulstrode. No. He's at least got some taste, I said, just loud enough for her to hear. Parkinson whipped around to scowl at me. Like you'll even get a date, Potter, she sneered. I shrugged. Oh no, I'll go stag and spend the night talking to people I actually like instead of stuck to some random guy. The nightmare, I said sarcastically. We will have a volunteer pair to demonstrate, Snape announced. Potter, Malfoy on your feet. I sat up sharply. Across the way, Malfoy was standing up with a smirk and moving towards Snape. Sorry sir, I called. I think you mispronounced Parkinson. She's the one who wants to dance with Ferret Face. Watch your mouth, Potter, Snape warned, narrowing his eyes. I did not misspeak. On your feet, he said, his voice rising ever so slightly and gaining enough authority that it echoed around the room despite being only slightly louder than a normal speaking voice. Snape meant business. Wincing, I stood up and shuffled over to Malfoy and stood across from him. Malfoy smirked down at me and I scowled up at him. Have you any dancing experience? Snape asked, mostly for the benefit of the students watching. Malfoy smirked. I've taken lessons since I was 4. I grunted, I've never danced a step in my life. Thankfully, Potter, it will not fall to you to lead, Snape said dismissively. Take Mr. Malfoy's hand. Mr. Malfoy, take her waist. Malfoy reached for me and I took a large step back. Don't be difficult, Malfoy hissed, stepping after me. He grabbed my hands and smacked one down on his shoulder, holding the other in a tight but graceful grip. His free hand landed on my waist. I made a face. Someone behind me wolf whistled. I was about 98% sure it was Zabini. I whipped my head around to snap something at him, but Malfoy's free hand seized my chin and yanked me back around to face him. We will begin with a basic box step, Snape said. He nodded to Filch, who started the record player. Tinny waltz music came out of it. I was acutely conscious of the eyes on me. Most of my housemates could probably waltz and tango and foxtrot in their sleep. They knew what they were doing, and they were watching for any tiny mistake I made. Malfoy made a sharp step back and dragged me along after him. He stepped to the side and I ended up staggering into some kind of half-turn. Malfoy dragged me back in front of him and stepped forward. Hastily, I scrambled backwards and he hauled me sideways again. "You really haven't danced," Malfoy observed, raising an eyebrow and looking down his nose at me. I wasn't lying, I snapped at him, staring down at our feet and trying to make mine follow his. "Shut up, I'm trying to concentrate." I stepped on Malfoy's foot. For once it wasn't on purpose, but it was actually an accident. I winced and tried to back away off of his foot. Malfoy tugged me in a different direction and I ended up thrown off balance. I stumbled after him, trying to keep time. 1 2 3, 1 2 3, Snape drawled. I staggered again and tried to step forward just as Malfoy did the same. I smacked my nose into his chest and let go of him, hustling backwards and clutching my nose. It wasn't broken or even bleeding but it still stung. "Really graceful, Potter," Parkinson called mockingly. I stuck one hand behind my back and flipped her off out of Snape's view. "Sir, can I try something?" Malfoy requested. Snape nodded. "Please do, or we'll never get a decent example out of Potter." "I'd be glad to go sit down and send Parkinson up here," I offered hopefully. "Greengrass maybe. I'd even sell Moon out at this point, I don't really care." "Oi," Lily protested from behind me as chuckles ran through the hall. "Come here, Potter," Malfoy said, seizing me around the waist. I let out an indignant screech and tried to kick him in the shin as he picked me up and settled me on his feet. I gave a little bounce and was gratified to see a wince flicker across Malfoy's face. "Hey, I'm starting to enjoy this," I announced. Malfoy positioned our hands again. And there it went, I sighed. Malfoy started waltzing, keeping my balanced on his shoes. I scowled, not at all pleased about being hauled around the room like some 3-year-old who couldn't be trusted to stay upright on her own. My shoulders slumped and I scowled at Malfoy's chin, which was directly in front of my face. 1 2 3, 1 2 3, Malfoy continued to count quietly. Now that I could feel my feet moving properly, I figured out what I was supposed to be doing with them. Instead of just getting yanked around in seemingly random directions, I felt like I was actually dancing. It was even kind of fun. Now if only I had a decent partner. Malfoy dumped me off his feet, trying to trip me up. I smirked as I managed to keep my balance and keep up with his steps. To be honest, I was proud I'd picked up on it that fast. Then again, it was only a couple of steps repeated over and over. Now if someone tried to twirl me, I could see it on Malfoy's face right before he did it. My eyes widened. "Don't you dare." Malfoy spun me out. I staggered away from him. He dragged me back by our connected hands and then pulled me into a dip. The world spun dizzily around me and I ended up bent backwards with one foot in the air in a frantic attempt to keep myself balanced. My hair was coiled on the floor beneath me and I was staring at Snape's upside-down knees. Malfoy yanked me back up and I staggered away from him. "Think I'm gonna be sick," I muttered. Thankfully, that was the end of the demonstration. A more apt name would be Humiliation of Lorena Potter. Snape called for everyone to rise and find a partner to practice the box step. In the shuffle to find someone you didn't absolutely hate, I slipped away from Malfoy and sniggered as Parkinson cheerfully took my place. Malfoy actually looked rather disappointed. Then again, he was dancing with Pugginson. I made my way through the crowd, dodged Knott's attempt to seize me as a partner, and slipped out the door to freedom. Care of magical creatures had dissolved into anarchy. Again, the blast-ended Scroots, it seemed, were deeply against the idea of hibernation and did not at all appreciate being put into pillow-lined crates. The smoking remains of the crates covered the lawn in front of Hagrid's cabin. Most of the class had barricaded themselves inside. I was the only Slytherin to remain behind with a couple of brave Gryffindors, trying to wrangle the animals. One blasted off and hit another one. Like it had hit a ramp, the Scroot shot into the air and landed on its back. Its underbelly wasn't armored like its top was, so I hit that one with a stunner and floated it into one of the only remaining crates. One Scroot came at me, stinger bared. I quickly sidestepped and cried, "Incarcerus!" The Scroot ended up tangled in a couple of thin ropes. It thrashed and flailed its stinger angrily as I levitated it into the crate with its stunned friend. I turned around. The rest of the class had handled most of the Scroots, but one was still loose. "Don, frighten him, now!" Hagrid shouted as Ron and Harry used their wands to shoot jets of fiery sparks at the Scroot, which was advancing menacingly on them, its sting arched, quivering, over its back. "Just try and slip the rope round his sting, so he won't hurt any o' the others." "Yeah, we wouldn't want that," Ron shouted angrily as he and Harry backed into the wall of Hagrid's cabin, still holding the Scroot off with their sparks. Well, this does look like fun." Rita Skeeter was leaning on Hagrid's garden fence, looking in at the mayhem. She was wearing a thick magenta cloak with a furry purple collar today, and her crocodile skin handbag was over her arm. Hagrid launched himself forward on top of the Scroot that was cornering Harry and Ron and flattened it. A blast of fire shot out of its end, withering the pumpkin plants nearby. "Who are you?" Hagrid asked Rita Skeeter as he slipped a loop of rope around the Scroot's sting and tightened it. "Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter," Rita replied, beaming at him. Her gold teeth glinted. "Thought Dumbledore said you weren't allowed inside the school anymore," said Hagrid, frowning slightly as he got off the slightly squashed Scroot and started tugging it over to its fellows. "She's not," I said shortly, scowling at the reporter. My consistent complaints about the bi.ch were part of the reason she was banned. Rita acted as though she hadn't heard what Hagrid had said. "What are these fascinating creatures called?" she asked, beaming still more widely. "Blast-ended Scroots," grunted Hagrid. "Really?" said Rita, apparently full of lively interest. "I've never heard of them before. Where did they come from?" That was actually a very good question. Hermione, who seemed to be thinking along these lines, said quickly, "They're very interesting, aren't they?" "Aren't they?" Harry. "What? Oh yeah, ouch, interesting," said Harry as she stepped on his foot. "Ah, you're here, Harry," said Rita Skeeter as she looked around. "So you like care of magical creatures, do you? One of your favorite lessons?" "Yes," said Harry stoutly. Hagrid beamed at him. "Lovely," said Rita. "Really lovely. Been teaching long," she added to Hagrid. I noticed her eyes travel over Dean, who had a nasty cut across one cheek, Lavender, whose robes were badly singed, Seamus, who was nursing several burnt fingers, and then to the cabin windows, where most of the class stood, their noses pressed against the glass waiting to see if the coast was clear. "This is Animi's second year," said Hagrid. "Lovely. I don't suppose you'd like to give an interview, would you? Share some of your experience of magical creatures. The Prophet is a zoological column every Wednesday, as I'm sure you know. We could feature these, bang-ended scoots." "Blast-ended Scroots," Hagrid corrected eagerly. Yeah, why not?" I had a very bad feeling about this, but there was no way of communicating it to Hagrid without Rita Skeeter seeing, so I had to stand and watch in silence as Hagrid and Rita Skeeter made arrangements to meet in the Three Broomsticks for a good long interview later that week. Then the bell rang up at the castle, signaling the end of the lesson. "Well, goodbye, Harry, Lorena," Rita Skeeter called merrily to us. "Until Friday night, then, Hagrid." "He's screwed," IMO.net allowed. As it turned out, Hagrid and the Scroots were the least of my problems. Somehow I had become popular, and I wasn't a fan. It meant that suddenly people who had never spoken to me were coming up to me. Mostly, they were guys trying to get me to go to the Yule Ball with them. Some came bearing gifts, too, like flowers or chocolates. The chocolates were trashed for fear of potions and the bouquets were separated and secretly stuffed into girls' bags with notes from your secret admirer. I caused 13 squeals when the flowers were discovered, 4 pileups in the hallway as the girls theorized with their friends, got 3 people dates to Hogsmeade when the girls confronted the guys they thought gave them the flowers, and ended a Hufflepuff relationship. I was quite proud. Some guys who had spoken to me before were smart enough to come bearing things a bit more my speed, like books or more expensive potions ingredients. I shamelessly took the books and ingredients and then turned the boys down flat. One particularly ballsy Ravenclaw 6th year came up and opened with, "When should I pick you up for the Yule Ball?" My response was a biting, "Never," and a curse that turned his knees backwards. All in all, I'd been very successful at keeping my prospective dates at bay, and I hadn't even been causing much trouble this year. Which was why it came as a surprise to me when Snape told me to stay after class. Something wrong, sir? I asked as I approached. Lily. I offered him a bouquet of the flowers. They were the overwhelming majority of the ones I'd received from people trying to be cute by giving me the flower I had for a middle name. Lily Moon's nightstand had vanished 2 days ago under a heap of lilies. It hadn't been heard from since. I'm flattered, Potter, but no, Snape said shortly. I shrugged. Suit yourself, sir, I said and set them on his desk anyway. I dug in my bag and pulled out the most recent box of chocolate, chucking it into the bin by his desk. Snape raised an eyebrow. You have something against dark chocolate? He asked, observing the ribbon on the box. I don't have anything against dark chocolate. I have serious things against chocolate from dubious sources that may or may not be dosed with amortentia. Snape nodded approvingly. Very wise, Potter. But you know that you will eventually have to accept someone's invitation. I stared at him blankly. I will. You will. Snape nodded firmly. It is traditional that the champions and their partners open the dance. If only for the first song, you will have to have a partner. Damn, I muttered. Language, Potter. I've been fending them off for 2 weeks. I protested. You couldn't have told me earlier that I'd have to put up with one of them. Snape raised an eyebrow. I assumed you were waiting for a particular person to ask you. However, with the ball in only a week, I began to wonder. Apparently, that was warranted. I threw up my hands. Sir, do you know how annoying it's going to be to find someone to go to the dance with me? I'm sure you will take your punishment and suffer in silence, Potter. I stared at Snape incredulously. Honestly, sir, have you met me? From Milan. Mother had them specially made from the finest silk and the color is just perfect for my skin tone. If Parkinson didn't shut up about her bloody dress robes, I was going to throttle her. With my bare hands. After beating her over the head with the jug of pumpkin juice. I might also drown her in the soup. I was still debating on that one. Why so glum, Potter? Zabini asked, clapping a hand on my shoulder. Aren't all you girls supposed to be giggling about the ball? I glared at him darkly. Move your hand, or die. Zabini whipped his hand back so quickly I might have spat venom in his face. Then again, metaphorically, I had. She is pissed, Zabini grumbled. Parkinson cackled. Potter's just mad she doesn't have a date to the ball. What's the matter? No one wants to go with a scarred blood traitor. Oh no, a ton of people want to go with me, I replied saccharinely. The problem is, I have to let one of them. Lily stared at me incredulously. How is this a problem? She asked uncertainly. It was only 2 days ago that a fifth-year Hufflepuff had worked up the nerve to ask her, confessing he'd liked her for over a year. He came bearing her favorite flowers, so Lily accepted him. Apparently, me and my date have to open the dance, I grumbled. Meaning I have to have one. I had planned to just spike the punch and sit back and watch, maybe set loose a couple spiders, I pouted. Now I'll have someone hanging on my shoulder all night. I'm avoiding you the whole night, Daphne said bluntly. I nodded. Probably wise, Greengrass, probably wise. Bet you regret turning down that Ravenclaw now, huh? Lily asked, nudging my foot with hers under the table. He was attractive enough, and a 7th year. He'd even come bearing a really interesting book on metawizardry, which showed he cared enough to do some research and find out a little about me. Yeah, he'd have been decent. What was his name again? I tried to recall. Maybe he's still available. Elia cleared his throat. I looked up at him. You know the Ravenclaw? I asked hopefully. Elia shook his head, looking mildly annoyed. No. Lorena, I would like to ask you to the Yule Ball, he explained. I grinned widely as Parkinson gaped. Yes, great. I beamed. Thanks Elia, that's a huge help. You won't try to stop me from spiking the punch. I confirmed. He shook his head, laughing slightly. I would never. I nodded. Then this could actually end up being a decent evening. I said happily, rubbing my hands together. Do you even have robes, Potter? Parkinson sneered. I smirked. Parkinson used to routinely dig through my stuff, stealing quills and parchment and ink, sometimes even my textbooks. It wasn't until I doused the whole thing in itching powder and casually mentioned getting a bit of jewelry from a secret admirer that she finally stopped doing it constantly after spending 3 days scratching her hands raw. She'd tried a couple of times since then, but the bubotuber pus I used the next time broke her of the habit completely. I do, I replied with a shrug, spearing a forkful of salad and biting into it. Who designed them? Parkinson shot off. What color are they? What are they made of? I shrugged again. No idea. How can you not know? Daphne asked incredulously. I had someone else do my shopping for the year while I was at the World Cup, I explained. I have the robes and shoes, but I haven't looked at them. Why not? Lily demanded. You don't want to know what you're wearing. I shook my head. I'd rather be surprised. Besides, I don't imagine I'll be the belle of the ball anyway, so I'm not too fussed about what I look like. You've got that right, Parkinson sniped, straightening her back and peering down her nose at me disdainfully. Wipe that look of your face, Parkinson, you won't be either. Oh yeah, Parkinson shot back. Then who will be? I was smug as I replied, Hermione Granger. As one of the only female friends Hermione had, I was the only person she'd told she was going with Victor Crumb. Giddily, she'd shown me her robes for the night and explained how she'd planned to do her makeup and hair. From what I could tell, this was the last night anyone would think of Hermione Granger as that Gryffindor girl who hangs out with Potter. She was going to look good. Parkinson howled with laughter. The mud. I'd been expecting the insult. Parkinson didn't even get the word all the way out before her soup exploded on her. When would she learn? The Hogwarts staff, demonstrating a continued desire to impress the visitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, seemed determined to show the castle at its best this Christmas. When the decorations went up, they were the most stunning I had yet seen inside the school. Everlasting icicles had been attached to the banisters of the marble staircase. The usual 12 Christmas trees in the Great Hall were bedecked with everything from luminous holly berries to real, hooting, golden owls, and the suits of armor had all been bewitched to sing carols whenever anyone passed them. It was quite something to hear, "O come, all ye faithful," sung by an empty helmet that only knew half the words. Several times, Filch the caretaker had to extract Peeves from inside the armor, where he had taken to hiding, filling in the gaps in the songs with lyrics of his own invention, all of which were very rude. Rena. Oi, Rena. I turned and saw Harry hustling up the hall after me. I raised an eyebrow and paused, leaning against the wall next to a suit of armor that was halfway through, Silent Night. What can I help you with, brother dear? I asked as Harry came to a stop. He looked red-faced and a bit disappointed. Will you dance the opening dance with me? He blurted out, looking horribly embarrassed. I stared. While yeah, I would prefer going to the ball with Harry than 9/10 of the guys who had asked, it was a bit pathetic. Why? I asked, startled. Harry scowled. I asked Cho Chang. I blinked. She's going with Cedric Diggory though. Harry gaped at me. What? How did you know that? Why didn't you tell me? He whined. I shook my head. Well, how was I supposed to know you were going to ask her? I demanded. Harry shook his head helplessly. She said no, of course, he said glumly, then paused. Wait, really, how did you know that? I shrugged. I was in the library the other day. Some Hufflepuff came up and asked me to the dance. I turned him down. Cedric was there, we started talking about the ball, I shrugged. I dunno, he just mentioned it. Harry swelled up with brotherly indignation. What Hufflepuff? What's his name? How old is he? This was the first time I'd seen Harry in protective big brother mode. It was the first time he'd really need to be though. I normally wasn't nearly this popular with guys, as my track record of 0 dates could attest. It was actually kind of hilarious to watch Harry get all puffed up and indignant on my behalf. You've got a lot of people to go after, I chuckled. I've been turning people down for weeks. Harry stared at me in disbelief. What? People have been asking you? My smile dropped instantly and Harry paled, taking a quick step back. He held up his hands innocently. I didn't mean it like that. He protested. Then how did you mean it, brother mine? I growled. Harry winced. Just, you know, girls get asked. Guys have to do the asking, he explained. Slightly mollified, my glare lessened. Yeah, I can see how that could be awkward, I admitted. So you still need someone to open the ball with? Harry nodded earnestly. I know it's not ideal, but I figured since we both need dates. I raised an eyebrow. When did I say I needed a date? Harry froze, staring. Why you said you'd been turning them all down. And I had, I agreed. Until Snape told me about the opening dance, I grumbled. Then I knew I needed a date. I mentioned it at dinner one night and Elia offered to go with me. I accepted. Harry scowled. Who is Elia? He demanded. I might have announced I was going with Malfoy for as unhappy as Harry seemed. I rolled my eyes. Crumb's friend, the one with the black curly hair. Tall and skinny. Harry bristled. You're going with a Durmstrang. He yelled loudly. A couple of people shot us curious looks. I sent them all rude gestures and turned back to Harry. Yeah, so, he's Crumb's friend. He's probably trying to see where you were on the egg, get information, Harry said, a protective glint in his eyes. I snorted. He's not, I said confidently. How do you know? Because he already tried before the first task and he's crap at it. That's what he wants you to think. I huffed. Look, Harry, I've talked to Elia several times before, he's a decent guy. He asked me, I needed a date, so I said yes. End of story. Harry looked me up and down suspiciously. So you don't like him? He confirmed. That wasn't entirely true. Maybe it was just the first time I'd ever had a guy show some kind of real interest in me, but I did like Elia. We'd talked a couple more times in the library since the first time and I always enjoyed it. He didn't press, just made a coy comment or placed his hand over mine every now and then. I didn't exactly see future for us, he being older and from another country being only the most obvious of reasons why. Still, it was nice to feel wanted. But I knew that's not the answer Harry wanted. No, I lied and Harry nodded, appeased. All right then. He paused, then groaned. That means I still need to find someone. Eloise Midgen, I suggested innocently. Harry gave me a dark look. No. All right, no need to be testy. Christmas Day dawned bright and early, and I was woken up by Dobby appearing by my bed. I let out a yip and jerked in surprise. Dobby is very sorry, Lorena Potter. Dobby squeaked apologetically. Dobby didn't mean to startle Lorena Potter. "'S fine, Dobby," I said, swatting at my nightstand until my hand hit my glasses. I shoved them on and Dobby turned from a blob into himself. What's going on? Dobby wanted to give Lorena Potter her Christmas present. Dobby said happily, holding out a wrapped package. Seriously, Potter. Parkinson was awake. Joy. You're getting a present from a house elf. Yeah, I am, I said shortly, and snatched the present from Dobby. I tore it open, revealing a pair of knee socks. The left one had snakes on it and the right one had wooden spoons and measuring cups. Just to stick it to Parkinson a little more, I immediately tugged the socks on. I wiggled my toes. They were warm, and they were kind of cute. Thank you, Dobby, I said genuinely, leaning down and keying the top of his bald head. I'd never seen Dobby smile brighter. Did you like your Christmas fudge? Yes, very much. Dobby grinned. Lorena Potter is very kind to us elfses. Dobby has to go and help in the kitchens now, he apologized. But he is glad Lorena Potter likes her gift. With a crack, he vanished. Lily looked at me in shock, her own tin of fudge already opened between her knees. You bake for the house elves too? She asked incredulously. I shrugged. I use the kitchens to make it, so I usually make extra and give it to the house elves. That's why they do me favors when I ask, I explained. I caught sight of Parkinson eyeing Lily's tin jealously and smirked. The girls in my dorm always raved over my sweets and jealously guarded them. Parkinson had never so much as gotten her hands on a crumb, and neither had Bulstrode. You've really outdone yourself this year, Tracy agreed, taking a piece of fudge from her own tin. Aside from Dobby's socks, Tracy had gotten me a nice leather-bound journal. Malfoy must have mentioned seeing me with the Animagus books, because Nott gave me a book on the topic. Lily had continued tradition and gave me a silky nightgown and Tracy had gotten me a slab of Honeydukes chocolate. As usual, Daphne had gotten a piece of jewelry for each girl in the dorm. This year, it was a ring in the shape of a snake. Its tail wrapped around the finger and its head rested on the first knuckle. Sirius had sent me a journal as well with a note slipped inside wishing me a Merry Christmas and luck on the tournament. From Harry I got a book on advanced potions, one of two I got, the other presumably from Snape. There was the usual Weasley package and Zonko's products from the twins, with the addition of some of their canary creams. Hagrid had sent his rock cakes. Then, as usual, there was the bouquet of white tulips. I smiled and plucked one free, sniffing it. Have you ever found out who sends those? Lily asked curiously. My dorm mates. We're well aware of my mystery flowers. Lily, Tracy, and Daphne thought it terribly romantic, someone admiring me from afar. Parkinson maintained, with Bulstrode's support, that I sent the flowers to myself in a desperate attempt to seem more popular than I was. Nope, I said, shaking my head. I tapped the flower with my wand and it dried instantly. I slid off my bed and added it to the wooden box inside of my trunk. The rest of my Christmas was spent in the typical way: breakfast with the Weasleys, a snow war on the grounds, lunch, and a game or two of chess by the fire in the Gryffindor common room. By 5 o'clock though, I was heading back to the Slytherin common room to get ready, to Harry and Ron's disbelief. I stepped into the dorm and found that it was already a riot of activity. Daphne stood by her bed, an elegant silver dress draped across it and rollers in her hair. She was randomly pulling out bits of jewelry from her trunk and arranging them around the dress, looking for the best fit. Parkinson was already in her much vaunted robes. They were an ungodly pink color and horribly frilly, and Lily and Tracy were calmly painting their toenails. I hopped in a quick shower and scrubbed myself off, drying my hair with my wand before emerging in a towel. I dug around in my trunk, pulling out the untouched dress and shoe boxes, as well as the jewelry case. "Go on then, Potter, let's see those mysterious dress robes," Parkinson sneered, standing up and looking vindicated, like she could already see me whipping out some frilly monstrosity to rival her own. I set the boxes out on my bed and opened the shoes first. They were a simple pair of strappy black sandals with 4-inch heels. No easy feat to manage, but not a complete impossibility either. I was satisfied. Next, I opened up the box. Inside rested a collar made of diamond-encrusted filigree, a flowery design blooming at the front. It would drape down to cover a portion of my décolletage. The floral design was repeated over and over on the diamond cuff also in the box, and it dangled from the earrings. "That's a Potter family heirloom, isn't it?" Lily asked jealously as she applied another coat of clear nail polish to her toes. I nodded, stunned speechless. I knew we had jewelry in our vault. Most of it was presumably in my vault now, me being the daughter of the family, but I didn't know we had stuff like this sitting around. Mentally, I made a note to pay attention to the actual numbers next time I went to Gringotts. Finally we had reached the dress. I opened the box and peeled away the tissue paper. The gown was emerald green, of course, and made of some fabric that seemed to shimmer in the light. Taffeta, I think it was called. I lifted the dress up and out of the box, stepping back so I could see the whole thing. It was strapless with the fabric gathered at my left hip and beside my left east, creating interesting folds that caught the light. It looked like it would fit snugly until a small but obvious train trailed back at my knees. A pair of black opera-length gloves rested on the bottom of the box. "You're going to look gorgeous," Lily squealed. "Elia won't know what hit him," Daphne agreed a bit grudgingly. She finally seemed satisfied with her jewelry selection for the evening. I didn't know about that, but I figured I'd at least have a dress I could be proud of it. I pulled the garment on. I was right, it fit snugly and was held up with magic, so I wouldn't have to worry about it drooping at the top. The fabric swished and rustled delightfully when I moved. I followed that up with the gloves and the jewelry set, having a moment of mental panic when I wondered how many thousands of galleons I was wearing at that moment. I popped in the contacts I'd gotten for the occasion after only a few minutes' struggle. Thank God Lily had agreed to do my makeup, she being the expert. While her own hair was setting in curls, apparently it stayed better if you curled it the Muggle way and held it with magic. Who knew? She sat me down and broke out her extensive array of makeup, using way more products than I did on a normal day, some of which I hadn't even heard of. When she was done, I felt like I was wearing a mask. I didn't want much trouble with my hair, so after a couple of stolen minutes discussion with the girls about how it would look snagged in the back of a transfiguration lesson, I had decided just to comb it all back into a ponytail set high on the crown of my head, my hair spilling in a pin straight line down my back. Lily fixed any final wisps, straightened my collar for me, and shoved me towards the bathroom to check my reflection and see if I was satisfied. She herself tugged her dress on and got to work on her own face. I sat down ungracefully on my bed and yanked up the long skirt of my dress to my knees. It took a couple of minutes frustrated fumbling with the straps to get my shoes on. I stood up, tottering slightly at first, but the heels were easier than expected to manage. My dress kept me from taking large steps anyway. "Ready," I made my way into the bathroom to make use of the full-length mirror. Shutting the door behind me for a little privacy, I turned to face the mirror and assess the damage. I stared. Then I blinked. My reflection blinked too. Huh, that was me. I'd even venture so far as to say I looked hot. Sure, I still looked slightly too skinny, but the dress was gorgeous and fit me like a glove, showing off what few curves I had. The folding on the chest helped hide my lack in that department too, which I was grateful for. I was taller than usual in the heels, which was good, otherwise I'd have been stepping on my hem all night. My hair spilling in a smooth line down my back and the train of the dress created an interesting profile. My face. I had no idea what magic Lily had worked. I looked several years older, like I could easily be a 7th year. She'd turned my slightly sunken cheeks into sharp, elegant angles. My eyes were smoky and mysterious, my lips a smear of bold, seductive red. With my hair pulled back, my face looked angular, sharper. For once, my scar, which could not be hidden, looked like it belonged on my fiercer face. I looked mature, refined, sophisticated. I looked like the sort of woman, not girl, who could handle herself, who could wear that kind of jewelry with confidence. I could be beautiful. It was a dizzying realization, one that made me pause and take a moment. Tears shone in my eyes, making the green seem to burn with intensity. Hastily, trying not to ruin my makeup, I tipped my head back, closing my eyes and forcing the tears down. For the first time in my life, I felt beautiful. There was a loud knock on the door. "Hurry up, Potter," Daphne urged. "The ball starts in half an hour, we have to go meet our dates." We'd agreed to go out as a dorm. Those of us with Slytherin dates would be greeting them in the common room before the lot of us headed toward the entrance hall where the rest of us would meet our dates. Me in green, Lily in champagne, Tracy in a deep blue, Daphne in silver, Parkinson in pink, and Bulstrode in a drab, deep gray left the dorm. Waiting in the common room were Not, who was escorting Daphne, Goyle, who was taking Bulstrode, and Malfoy, who to no one's surprise, was taking Parkinson. Crabbe was also there, but dateless and looking very disheartened. Zabini had a date with a pretty older Hufflepuff, and he'd presumably already headed out to meet her. "You all look lovely," Not said politely before presenting Daphne with an ice-encrusted corsage that matched her dress nicely. She happily allowed him to slide it onto her wrist. Parkinson turned to Malfoy hopefully, but his hands were empty. Her face fell slightly. "Where's Potter?" Malfoy sneered. His black velvet robes had a high collar that made him look like a vicar. "Not showing her face tonight." Bulstrode had been blocking his view of me. She shifted to go and greet Goyle. Scowling, I stalked past him, smacking him in the back of the head as I passed. "Right here, Mal Ferret," I snapped. Malfoy whipped around and I was gratified to see his eyes blow wide and absolute shock cover his face. "Potter. Holy Helga, is that you? You look..." Parkinson coughed pointedly, looking an inch away from stamping her foot. Malfoy recovered from his shock and plastered a sneer on his face. "You look presentable for once. My compliments to whatever glamour you're using." I smirked. "You seem to have forgotten your clerical collar, Dragon Dick," I shot back. "Come on, I've got a date to find." Moving as a pack, we left the common room and headed up to the entrance hall. Our group split, the girls off to find their dates and the rest of them off to mingle. I stood on my toes and peered around, trying to see if the Durmstrangs were there yet. "Need a hand." I gave a startled yelp as large hands gripped my waist and lifted me into the air. Almost immediately I whipped around, laughing when I saw Fred standing there with Angelina Johnson on his arm, George with Katie Bell next to him. "You clean up good, Potter," George said with a wink. "You boys do too," I replied, grinning widely. "I love your dress, Katie, and your necklace is lovely, Angelina," I added politely. "Thanks, it was a Christmas gift from my parents," Angelina said, reaching up to touch the pendant. Katie looked pointedly at the empty space next to me. "Do you not have an escort?" she asked innocently. Katie had never quite liked me, thanks to an incident on the Quidditch pitch involving a quaffle in her head that I was responsible for. "Just waiting for him," I replied coolly, turning to look as the doors opened. I saw the Durmstrangs filtering in. Krum was immediately behind Karkaroff, a nearly unrecognizable Hermione on his arm in Periwinkle. Elia was right behind them. I hustled over, waving to a startled-looking Harry as I passed. Ilya smiled when he saw me coming and offered his arm. You look stunning, he said, grinning broadly. He took my gloved hand and keyed it charmingly. I flushed. Thanks Ilya, you're looking nice yourself. Hermione, you look gorgeous, I assured the girl in front of me. Yes, she does, Krum agreed, looking very proud to have her on his arm. Hermione blushed deeply and let out a most un-Hermione giggle. Victor, I believe we've managed to find the most beautiful girls in the school for the evening, Ilya announced, tucking my hand into the crook of his arm. I smiled up at him. The atmosphere was infectious, all around the entrance hall people were buzzing with excitement. Even I was starting to get in the dancing mood. Victor opened his mouth, probably to voice his agreement, or at least, that better be what he was about to say, when McGonagall cut him off. Champions, over here please. She called, her voice cutting over the din. Around the hall, the champions and their dates began to move over to the great hall doors, where McGonagall waited to line us up. Once everyone else was in, we would make our big entrance. She'd put Fleur Delacour in front, on the arm of a dizzy-looking Roger Davies, the captain of the Ravenclaw team. Krum and Hermione were positioned behind them, then Cedric and Cho, who was wearing a set of gorgeous silver robes. McGonagall placed Ilya and I behind them, and then Harry behind me with Parvati Patil. Rena, Harry hissed. Rena, what? I whispered back, turning to look over my shoulder. Harry was glaring at my exposed shoulders and upper back. What are you wearing? He demanded. A dress, I replied shortly. You date seems to have found one too, I notice. Harry, leave it, Parvati hissed, looking embarrassed. She tugged at Harry's arm, trying to distract him. You gonna yell at Hermione about her fashion choices? I asked, tipping my head towards Hermione. She heard her name and turned around, smiling brightly when she saw Harry and I. I watched Harry's jaw drop and shock cover his expression. He hadn't realized who was on Krum's arm. Hi Harry. She waved. Hi Parvati. Hermione was glowing. It was adorable. The doors were opened and the rest of the schools began to filter into the Great Hall. Malfoy walked past with Parkinson. They ignored me, but I saw Parkinson outright gaping at Hermione. Even Malfoy didn't have anything nasty to say. Ron, like Harry, didn't seem to recognize Hermione, because he strolled right past her. McGonagall beckoned us forward them. I held my head high and jutted my chin out, straightening my spine. Ready, Ilya whispered as Fleur started walking. I smirked up at him. Of course. Everyone in the Great Hall applauded as we entered and started walking up toward a large round table at the top of the hall where the judges were sitting. I stared around, impressed. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling silver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished. Instead, there were about 100 smaller, lantern-lit ones, each seating about a dozen people. Dumbledore smiled happily as the champions approached the top table, but Karkaroff wore an expression remarkably like Ron's as he watched Krum and Hermione draw nearer, and then looked outright annoyed when he saw me with Ilya. Ludo Bagman, tonight in robes of bright purple with large yellow stars, was clapping as enthusiastically as any of the students. Madame Maxime, who had changed her usual uniform of black satin for a flowing gown of lavender silk, was applauding us politely. Mr. Crouch was not there. The fifth seat at the table was occupied by Percy Weasley. When we champions and our partners reached the table, Percy drew out the empty chair beside him, staring pointedly at Harry. Harry looked at me hopefully, silently begging me to take the seat. I gave him an incredulous look and shook my head, sitting down smartly to Hermione's right in the chair Ilya had pulled out for me. No way was I sitting through dinner listening to a speech about cauldron bottoms. There was no food as yet on the glittering golden plates, but small menus were lying in front of each of them. I picked mine up uncertainly and looked around. There were no waiters. Dumbledore, however, looked carefully down at his own menu, then said very clearly to his plate, pork chops. We all took his cue and began to comb the menus, telling our plates our selections. What looks good? Ilya asked curiously. Some of the dishes were French, I noticed, going off the wasted vowels in the words. Other were presumably from the same region as Durmstrang. Steak, well done, and a baked potato with butter and salt, I pronounced to my plate. Instantly, the requested meal appeared. I smiled slightly when I noticed that my steak was completely free of fat. I hated the texture and got every scrap I could off of my meat. The house elves were looking out for me once again. Elia ordered something called supa oti kapriva. A bowl of greenish soup appeared on his plate, a handful of crushed walnuts rested on top, sprinkled artistically. What is that? I asked curiously as I began to cut up my steak. Elia had to think a moment to find the right word before replying, nettle soup. I've never tried anything like that before. I was curious. May I? Elia obligingly dipped his spoon in and held it out to me, his other hand hovering under it to catch any drips. I leaned forward, blushing a little when I saw Harry glaring at me from across the table. I closed my mouth around the spoon and swallowed, contemplating the taste. What do you think? Elia asked curiously. I shook my head. Not a fan, I admitted. Elia chuckled. That's all right. It's a bit of an acquired taste. I hated when my mother made it as a child, but now I enjoy it. Your mother cooks a lot? I asked curiously. I wondered what it would be like, sitting at the kitchen table while my mom drifted around and made dinner. I wondered if Lily Potter even cooked, or was she more of a baker like me? Did Dad do most of the cooking? Did he dart here and there around the kitchen, grabbing ingredients, or did he set them all out beforehand? Did she hum as she stirred ingredients together? Constantly, Elia said with a chuckle. Neither my father nor I can boil water, so without her we would surely starve. Do you cook? He asked curiously, sipping his soup. I finished my bite of meat. The house elves had really outdone themselves. It was delicious, and started mixing the butter and salt into my potato. I cook a lot at home, I replied honestly. My aunt insists on me knowing how. I prefer baking though, I admitted. I should like to try some of your baking sometime, Elia said. He was doing it again. Looking at me all intensely, voice layered with flirtatious intent. It made me blush the first time he did it, and it still worked. I felt my cheeks heat and quickly took a bite of steak to give myself time to recover. I saw Elia smile slightly out of the corner of my eye and got the feeling he knew what I was doing. I swallowed and decided to try and turn the game around. I let my eyes become hooded and said back lowly, maybe before you leave I'll have to bake something for you specially. I was pleased to see Elia's eyes widen slightly, looking surprised but pleased. I smirked proudly. This flirting thing wasn't so hard after all. It was a lot like what I usually did, just with an undertone that was more coy, less mocking. Now, Victor, said Karkaroff loudly, with a laugh that didn't reach his cold eyes, don't go giving away anything else, now, or your charming friend will know exactly where to find us. You too, Elia. Elia inclined his head respectfully. Of course, High Master. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. Igor, all this secrecy, one would almost think you didn't want visitors. Well, Dumbledore, said Karkaroff, displaying his yellowing teeth to their fullest extent, we are all protective of our private domains, are we not? Do we not jealously guard the halls of learning that have been entrusted to us? Are we not right to be proud that we alone know our school's secrets, and right to protect them? Oh, I would never dream of assuming I know all Hogwarts secrets, Igor, said Dumbledore amicably. Only this morning, for instance, I took a wrong turning on the way to the bathroom and found myself in a beautifully proportioned room I have never seen before, containing a really rather magnificent collection of chamber pots. When I went back to investigate more closely, I discovered that the room had vanished. But I must keep an eye out for it. Possibly it is only accessible at 5:30 in the morning. Or it may only appear at the quarter moon, or when the seeker has an exceptionally full bladder. Harry snorted into his plate of goulash. I snickered and quickly took a bite of my potato to cover it. You really don't ever know what you're going to find in here, I agreed with the headmaster. You may or may not, for example, run across a dangerous three-headed dog on the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore coughed uncomfortably. That was one time, Miss Potter, and the students were warned. You had a three-headed dog? Elia asked in disbelief. I nodded. His name was Fluffy and he got sleepy when you played music. From there, conversation spiraled off into discussions about our respective schools and homes. Elia contributed a lot more on that topic than I did, and how the tournament was going so far. Elia didn't try to press for information, just asked how I was doing with it. I told him I was doing fine, had a couple of ideas, and he left it at that. I appreciated it. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.